In the northern reaches of Zhengzhou, deep within a chain of mountains, dusk dyed the layered forest's crimson, covering the slopes in fiery red. Atop Luoxia Peak stood a Taoist temple known as Longhuguan. Senior brother, why do we drink porridge every single day? In the rear courtyard of the temple, a little girl in a loose cyan robe held a bowl in her hands. She stared listlessly at the thin, clear kanji inside. The young man in white robes smiled faintly. Little junior sister, master said that if one wishes for longevity, the intestines must remain pure. If one wishes to escape death, the bowels must be free of filth. Drinking porridge is beneficial for cultivating immortality. I really want to eat meat. The petite girl Ziyue had two little hair buns sticking straight up on her head. Ever since arriving at Longhuguan, she had never once eaten her fill. Qin Luo shook his head with a laugh. Sitting cross-legged upon the Dao platform, he bathed in the evening glow. A faint golden radiance shrouded his body. 3 years earlier, just after finishing the college entrance examination, Qin Luo had been resting in the shade of a tree when a bolt of lightning struck him. He awoke to find himself in the Tianqian continent. After a year of stumbling and struggling, he discovered this was a cultivation world overrun by demons and monsters fraught with peril at every turn. 2 years ago, Qin Luo drifted into the nearby region and heard that cultivators at Longhuguan were taking in disciples. In order to survive in this demon-ridden world of cultivation, he came to Longhuguan to formally seek a master. When Master Zhang Fulong heard that Qin Luo wished to become his disciple, he could not stop grinning, declaring that Qin Luo possessed the aptitude to ascend to immortality, and immediately accepted him as a disciple. In the blink of an eye, Qin Luo had already cultivated at Longhuguan for 2 years. There had once been several senior brothers in the temple, but for various reasons they had left one after another. Now only Qin Luo and the newly arrived Ziyue remained to cultivate at Longhuguan. A gentle breeze stirred as peach blossoms drifted through the courtyard. After finishing her porridge, Ziyue gazed at Qin Luo, who sat cross-legged upon the Dao platform. His white robes fluttered lightly, long hair cascading over his shoulders, his skin gleaming with a translucent luster. He seemed imbued with immortal grace, otherworldly and refined. The adoration in her eyes was impossible to conceal. She whispered, senior brother, can you teach me how to cultivate immortality? Ziyue had been at Longhuguan for some time. Each day was filled with chores, and she still had no idea how to cultivate. She could not shake a faint sense that something here was off. Seeing the eager anticipation in his junior sister's eyes, and with nothing else pressing to do, Qin Luo nodded lightly. Very well. Thank you, senior brother. Ziyue instantly perked up. Little junior sister, close your eyes. Relax, then meditate. Ziyue closed her eyes. Senior brother, and then. Little junior sister, meditating is cultivating immortality. Ha! Ziyue's eyes flew open. She tilted her small head to the side. Could it be that senior brother was teasing her? Ziyue had never had much schooling, but in the village she often listened to old grandfathers tell stories of cultivators. Every cultivator in those tales was 1 in 10,000, needing spiritual roots, cultivation arts, and countless tribulations and ordeals to temper themselves. Little junior sister, cultivating immortality is just that simple. Ziyue blinked in surprise. Senior brother, do you mean cultivation doesn't depend on spiritual roots and doesn't require cultivation methods? Qin Luo nodded, smiling as he said, Master said that the most crucial thing in cultivation is comprehension. The great Tao is supremely simple. Enlightenment arises naturally. Spiritual roots and techniques merely add luster to what is already there. Oh. Ziyue half understood at best. Qin Luo went on, we are different from other cultivators. We cultivate through meditation. Realms arise from the heart. The more vivid the scenes you envision, the faster your cultivation progresses. That sounds so profound. Ziyue scratched her head. Little junior sister, you might as well give it a try. Alright, I'll try. Ziyue sat cross-legged on the Dao platform and attempted to meditate. The setting sun burned like fire. Qin Luo also closed his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, a resplendent scroll unfurled. A boundless starry sky, a vast and ancient earth, various strange sights emerged upon the scroll. Qin Luo felt his spirit clear and refreshed, as if remade anew, his entire being brimming with strength. A year ago the scroll in Qin Luo's sea of consciousness had still been blurred. Now the images upon it were clearly visible. As time flowed by, the last strand of rosy light fell upon Longhuguan. The sun set and the moon rose. The night breeze carried a slight chill as an elderly man in Taoist robes ambled into the courtyard. Zhang Fulong, with white hair yet a childlike face, was short and somewhat plump. He coughed into his fist as he walked. Master. Qin Luo and Ziyue rose and saluted. Zhang Fulong smiled benignly and nodded. Cultivation is a gradual process. One must balance work and rest. Staying up late to cultivate is bad for the body. You should both retire early. Yes, master. Qin Luo and Ziyue left the courtyard. Since coming to Longhugwan, Qin Luo had gone to bed early and risen early. His health had grown steadily better and he firmly believed Master's words carried truth. Deep in the night while Qin Luo and Ziyue rested in their rooms, Zhang Fulong went to the main hall of the temple. High above hung a portrait of the Tao ancestor and offerings were arranged on the altar below. At last I can have a proper meal. Zhang Fulong picked up the offerings and stuffed them into his mouth. Comfortable. Once he had eaten and drunk his fill, Zhang Fulong went to stand before the merit box. Rolling up his sleeves, he scooped out every last copper coin and scrap of silver inside. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smug grin. Money can always be earned again. Once you lose your conscience, there's even more to be made. The next morning at dawn, senior brother, why aren't you drinking porridge? Ziyue squatted on the back steps drinking her bowl of congee in the rear courtyard. I'm not hungry. Qin Luo replied as he chopped firewood in the courtyard. Last year Zhang Fulong had told him to practice thrift. Qin Luo had seen Master subsist on morning mist and evening glow, so he imitated him, drinking dew at dawn, bathing in the sunset at dusk. Now he no longer ate grains, yet his whole body felt inexhaustibly strong. Senior brother, you must be really powerful. I'm still far from it. Stacking the split logs neatly, Qin Luo smiled and asked, little junior sister, what have you managed to envision while meditating? Ziyue shook her head. Senior brother, the only thing I can imagine is steamed buns. Before I came up the mountain I at least had buns to eat. I thought that life was already harsh. Only after coming up here did I understand as long as you can endure hardship there will always be more hardship to eat. Well said. Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh at his junior sister. Little junior sister, I'll go down the mountain to fetch water first. Senior brother, can't you summon wind and rain? No. What about Master? Master's Tao arts are profound, but for trivial matters like this it would not do to trouble him. That's true. Ziyue went back to her porridge. Qin Luo picked up the wooden buckets and left the temple. After finishing her kanji, Ziyue headed for the main hall. She had been hesitating over whether to sneak a chicken leg, but upon arriving she discovered not so much as a chicken bone remained. Were the offerings taken? Ziyue glanced left and right. Lifting her head to stare at the stern-faced portrait of the Tao ancestor high above, she shivered in fright. Could the Tao ancestor have manifested in person? Ziyue hurriedly bowed with great respect. When Qin Luo returned to the temple, he saw in the courtyard before the main hall a young woman in a green dress, clearly the daughter of a wealthy family, with a sturdy manservant standing at her side. The girl in green wore a face full of worry. Immortal Master Zhang, a few days ago my father suddenly fell into a coma and would not wake. The physicians in town are utterly helpless. I beg you to think of some way to help him. Zhang Fulong stroked his beard and said coolly, if medicines are useless it is likely the work of malign spirits. Zhao Qing'er knelt on the ground, her expression reverent. I beseech Immortal Master to save my father. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhang Fulong spoke sternly, under this bright and upright heaven and earth evil spirits dare run amok right under this poor Taoist's nose. They clearly hold me in no regard at all. Qin Luo's eyes lit up. The common folk who came to the temple usually only burned incense and prayed for blessings. This was the first time he had encountered a case of demonic mischief. He too wanted to see his master display divine powers. Zhang Fulong drew a talisman from his sleeve. This is a talisman of exorcism. It can drive away evil and ward off misfortune. Many thanks, Immortal Master Zhang. Just as Zhao Qing'er was about to reach out and receive it, Zhang Fulong pulled the talisman back. He cleared his throat. Ahem. Crafting an exorcism talisman costs this poor Taoist no small amount of effort. The price is 100 taels. Zhang Fulong knew Zhao Qing'er was a wealthy young lady, and with incense offerings at the temple waning recently, he opened his lion's mouth wide. Zhao Qing'er did not think much of it. She took out a banknote for 100 taels. The manservant beside her had no chance to voice his objection. Zhang Fulong pocketed the note and handed the talisman to Zhao Qing'er. Once you return, burn the talisman, mix the ashes with a bowl of water and have him drink it. The talisman water will expel the evil within his body. Zhao Qing'er bowed in thanks. Thank you for bestowing the talisman, Immortal Master. Watching her leave, Qin Luo felt a little disappointed. He had hoped to see his master take action. He walked up to Zhang Fulong. Master, what if the talisman doesn't work? Zhang Fulong said evenly, if it is useless, that simply proves it is his fate. And we just ignore it. Qin Luo was a little taken aback. Zhang Fulong patted Qin Luo's shoulder with a meaningful air. A household that accumulates kindness will surely enjoy lasting blessings. A household that accumulates evil will surely suffer lasting calamities. We must respect the fate of others. So that's how it is. Qin Luo hesitated, then asked, Master, this disciple has been on the mountain for 2 years, yet you still haven't taught me any spells. Is my cultivation base insufficient? Qin Luo truly wanted to know the reason. Zhang Fulong chuckled. My disciple, even 1,000 spells are useless without a solid foundation. Without firm roots one can never become an immortal. This disciple understands. Just as Qin Luo was about to leave, Zhang Fulong called him back. Disciple, this is the true explanation of Dao arts. It records 108 kinds of spells. Take it back and cultivate. Caught off guard by such favor, Qin Luo held the true explanation of Dao arts with both hands, his expression alight with emotion. Master, I will apply myself diligently from now on. I will never disappoint you. Zhang Fulong nodded with a broad smile. Off to the side, Zus stood holding a broom, imagining the day she too might receive Master's legacy as her senior brother had. After Qin Luo left, a sly glint flashed through Zhang Fulong's eyes. That book was something he had bought off a street stall in his youth. After cultivating from it for many years without the slightest result, he still resented the old man who had duped him into buying it. Were it not for that, he might never have taken to swaggering about and cheating others. Recently, the disciples at the temple had grown fewer and fewer. If Qin Luo were to run off, Longhuguan would be on the verge of closing its doors. To keep him from leaving, Zhang Fulong had no choice but to bring out the true explanation of Dao arts. Longhu Temple lay deep within ancient mountains and forests far removed from the mortal world, and few common folk usually came to the Taoist temple to offer incense and seek blessings. After Qin Luo finished his chores, he sat on the steps before the main hall and impatiently opened the Taoist scripture of true laws. Communing with the nether, driving spirits, bearing mountains, binding water, borrowing wind. Communing with the nether. Once mastered, it allows one to commune between yin and yang. Following the records in the book, Qin Luo gathered his essence, qi and spirit, forming hand seals. The instant he closed his eyes, a scroll of mountains and seas appeared within his sea of consciousness, and his awareness manifested upon a snowy plain. Is that me? Qin Luo's consciousness condensed into form. His manifested self was identical to his physical body. A frigid wind struck his face and Qin Luo felt the chill. He looked down at his body. The world before his eyes was incomparably real. Communing with the nether allowed one to bridge yin and yang. Could this place be hell? Qin Luo looked around, then suddenly froze. Not far away sat a celestial maiden in a flowing snow-white dress, cross-legged amid the drifts. Wind and snow danced gracefully around her, her jade-like skin flawless and untouched by dust. Who is there? A cool, clear female voice rang out. The snow-robed fairy opened her eyes, her delicate face icy and aloof. Qin Luo forced himself to remain calm. I am Qin Luo from Longhu Temple. Is this place perhaps hell? His master had said that when faced with trouble one must not panic. Even the king of hell would have to show Longhu Temple some respect. This was the source of Qin Luo's confidence. Longhu Temple. How had she never heard of it? Jiang Qing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Qin Luo had appeared out of nowhere in the place where she was in seclusion, which was highly suspicious. She dared not be careless and said coldly, "This is the inner realm." "Fairy, may I ask, what is the inner realm?" Qin Luo was filled with curiosity toward the world before him. Jiang Qingxue studied him, seeing his refined, gentle bearing and clear gaze. He did not seem to be lying. The inner realm was not a place ordinary cultivators could enter. Even peerless prodigies had to pay an enormous price to come here. A cultivator without background or strength could never reach the inner realm. Jiang Qingxue did not believe Qin Luo truly knew nothing. She noticed the spot where he stood. "I can tell you what the inner realm is, but you must do something for me." "What favor?" Qin Luo's tone remained unruffled. Jiang Qingxue pointed to the area beside him. "I need that snow lotus. Could you pick it for me?" Only then did Qin Luo notice a snow lotus beside him, wreathed in hazy mist. Ripples of light spread around it. He walked over and plucked the snow lotus, encountering no obstruction along the way. How is this possible? Jiang Qingxue could not help but exclaim in surprise. There was a restriction around the snow lotus that even she could not approach. The young man before her was anything but simple. "Here." Qin Luo, elegant and handsome, handed it over, a clear, gentle smile on his face, giving others the feeling of being bathed in a spring breeze. Jiang Qingxue was momentarily dazed. She had seen countless prodigies, yet none had ever made her look twice, until now. This snow lotus was an exceedingly rare Dao seed capable of nurturing a Dao fruit. That Qin Luo handed it to her so casually, she did not know whether he was foolish or whether he simply did not care for such a supreme treasure. Jiang Qingxue believed it was the latter. "Many thanks, Taoist friend." Jiang Qingxue rose to her feet. Her figure was tall and slender, her bearing transcendent like that of an immortal. Heaven and earth are a cage and the fleshly body a shackle. We are imprisoned within. The inner realm is the spiritual world where the old gods dwell, the farther shore that only the soul can reach. A spiritual world. Realization dawned on Qin Luo. So this place was not hell after all. Jiang Qingxue could tell that he knew nothing of such matters. For a Taoist friend to reach the inner realm, your cultivation must be extremely high. Not at all. I am still in the nourishing life stage, Qin Luo said with a smile, shaking his head. It was the realm his master had told him. Nourishing life stage, what was that? Jiang Qingsu's doubts only grew. She had never heard of the nourishing life stage. Could it be a realm beyond tribulation transcendence? Seeing Jiang Qingsu's astonished expression, Qin Luo was not particularly surprised. Zhang Fulong had told him before that Longhu Temple's cultivation system was different from that of other cultivators. When she saw the confidence in Qin Luo's eyes, Jiang Qingxue became convinced he came from a hidden power. Are there other cultivators here? Yes, but it is very difficult to encounter them. Only those with extraordinary talent can come to the inner realm. So his master had not deceived him. Zhang Fulong often said he possessed astonishing talent. At first Qin Luo had not believed it. Senior brother. A crisp call pulled Qin Luo back to himself. Jiang Qingxue watched Qin Luo vanish suddenly, then looked at the snow lotus in her hands. Everything felt somewhat dreamlike. Qin Luo opened his eyes. Ziyu ran into the courtyard. Little junior sister, what is it? Business has come. Little junior sister, we are a proper Taoist temple. Oh. Ziyu hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. Qin Luo put away the Taoist scripture of true laws and straightened his Taoist robe. Before long, a burly man stepped into the temple. The man was named Wang Meng, a hunter who lived nearby. At this moment his face was pale and his spirit in a terrible state. Qin Luo walked forward with a smile. Benefactor, are you here to burn incense or to have your fortune told? Incense offerings were Qin Luo's responsibility. If one wanted their fortune told, Zhang Fulong had to be invited. Wang Meng frowned deeply. Immortal Master, I have recently encountered an evil presence and have been plagued by nightmares. I wish to burn incense and pray for blessings. Qin Luo led Wang Meng to the main hall, pointing at the incense and candles on the altar as he began to explain. Benefactor, these large incense candles cost 60 when the small ones 30. Which would you like? So expensive. Wang Meng instinctively took a step back. Qin Luo focused his attention. The world before his eyes became crystal clear and he saw black qi coiling around Wang Meng's body. Benefactor, I see yin qi clinging to you. Have you recently encountered something unclean? Wang Meng could not help but sigh. A few days ago, while hunting in the mountains, I accidentally killed a weasel. Ever since, each night when I sleep I see the weasel staring at me with a leering grin. How terrifying. Ziyu did not even dare to picture the scene. Qin Luo's expression remained calm. My master has a talisman for warding off evil which can drive away malign forces and avert misfortune. It only costs 100 taels. What? 100 taels. Wang Meng's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He did not even have enough money for incense, let alone 100 taels. At that thought, Wang Meng dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, his forehead slamming hard against the stone floor. There was a loud bang. Ziyu froze where she was just. Hearing the sound made her forehead ache in sympathy. Immortal Master, I make my living by hunting and can barely feed my family. I truly cannot produce such money. I have elderly above and young ones below, they cannot live without me. Please save me. Zhang Fulong often said that defying heaven to change fate required a price and urged Qin Luo to abandon any savior complex and respect others' destiny. Qin Luo knew his master's principles. Without adequate compensation he would not intervene. Yet seeing a burly man like Wang Meng in tears left Qin Luo deeply unsettled. Having received higher education, Qin Luo believed that in poverty one should perfect oneself and upon achieving success one should help bring harmony to the world. If he possessed the ability, he would certainly not stand by and watch someone die. The Taoist scripture of true laws contained a talismanic water technique, including methods for drawing talismans. Qin Luo helped Wang Meng to his feet. Though my master will not intervene, I can draw a talisman to ward off evil for you. My cultivation is shallow, the talisman may not be effective. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you. Wang Meng wept with joy. Now Qin Luo was his only straw to grasp, but whether it worked or not he was willing to try. Little junior sister, prepare cinnabar and a brush. Got it. Ziyu ran off to fetch the cinnabar and brush. Qin Luo opened the Taoist scripture of true laws. As expected, the method to make a talisman to ward off evil is recorded here. Once the materials for drawing the talisman were ready, Qin Luo concentrated his essence qi and spirit, gripping the brush as if it were a sword. Dipping it in cinnabar, he set it to paper as if guided by the divine, and in the blink of an eye a talisman to ward off evil was complete. Wow. Ziyu could not understand the talisman, but she was utterly amazed. Qin Luo handed the talisman to Wang Meng. The moment Wang Meng received the talisman, the black qi on his body vanished without a trace. Many thanks, Immortal Master. I only have this much money on me. Please accept it. Qin Luo did not stand on ceremony. He opened the money pouch, took out the 10-odd copper coins within, then returned the pouch to Wang Meng with a smile. Keep the talisman on your person at all times. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Meng nodded repeatedly. After he left the temple, Ziyu tugged on Qin Luo's sleeve. Senior brother, could you draw a talisman for me? What are you afraid of in a Taoist temple? I'm afraid of having nightmares. Very well. Qin Luo lifted the brush and drew another talisman. Ziyu stared at the freshly made talisman to ward off evil, overjoyed. She tucked it carefully into her bosom and grinned foolishly. 100 taels, you'll never be able to spend it all. In her eyes, this was worth 100 taels, enough for her to live a good life in the future. As noon approached, the number of commoners coming to burn incense could be counted on one hand. When the temple was desolate, Ziyu was the happiest. If incense ever flourished, she would not even have time to drink her porridge. So hot. In the courtyard, Ziyu held a bowl of steaming porridge, blowing on it again and again. Qin Luo sat cross-legged on the Dao platform, entering the inner realm once more. He appeared at the place where he had met Zhang Qingxue, but she was nowhere to be seen. He still did not know her name. If fate allowed, they would surely meet again. Qin Luo did not dwell on it. In the inner realm, he continued to cultivate the communing with the nether technique, golden light between heaven and earth gathering toward his eyes. When Qin Luo left the inner realm, faint golden light lingered in the depths of his eyes, and the world within his gaze became even more transparent. Ziyu still held her porridge, blowing and blowing steam curling up from the bowl. It seemed that time in the inner realm flowed differently from the outside world. If so, cultivating within it would yield twice the result with half the effort. Qin Luo thus discovered the profundity of the inner realm. In the Haoyue Immortal Palace, a snow-white pillar of light shot up into the sky. The palace disciples all turned toward the forbidden grounds deep within. An old crone trembled all over, her expression quivering with excitement. Truly worthy of the saintess, she has successfully merged with the Tao in such a short span of time. In the forbidden grounds of the Immortal Palace, icy mist billowed. Zhang Qingxue sat cross-legged atop a primordial grand array, her eyes shining as brilliantly as the stars. Qin Luo. Just who in the world are you? Evening. Qin Luo closed the door of the Taoist temple. He walked into the backyard where a tall peach tree stood adorned with vibrant peach blossoms. Ziyu was drinking porridge in the yard. Zhang Fulong came into the yard saying, "Disciple, there aren't many incense candles left in the temple. You should go down the mountain to purchase some tomorrow morning." "All right, master." Qin Luo nodded with a smile. Ziyu looked up and blinked. "Master, can I go down the mountain with senior brother?" "You can, but you must finish your chores first." "Ma'am." Ziyu grinned foolishly. After finishing her porridge, she ran to the kitchen to wash the dishes. She still had laundry to do and the temple to clean. Qin Luo approached Zhang Fulong respectfully and said, "Master, you mentioned that the Taoist scripture contains 108 spells, but I counted only 107. After being reminded, Zhang Fulong recalled that once he had gone to the toilet without bringing paper and had torn out a page. There is a spell in the scripture called cloud riding. I felt it wasn't suitable for you to practice, so I deliberately removed it. The Tao lies beneath your feet. Only by staying grounded can you travel farther." Zhang Fulong replied with a smile. The phrase about staying grounded seemed to contain boundless wisdom. Qin Luo bowed and said, "Thank you for enlightening me, master. I will remember it well. Rest early. Don't stay up late practicing cultivation." "I understand, master." Zhang Fulong left with his hands behind his back. Qin Luo sat cross-legged on the altar beneath the peach tree, entering a meditative state to practice the spell. Night fell. Longhu Temple was quiet and desolate. Ziyu came to the backyard and called out, "Senior brother, don't forget to take me down the mountain tomorrow." "Of course not." Qin Luo opened his eyes, feeling as if he had been meditating for 10 days or half a month while not much time had passed outside. The next day in the morning. The fog in the mountains had not yet dissipated. Ziyu carried a bamboo basket, skipping ahead while the winding path in the mountains led Qin Luo, who held the Taoist scripture, possessing a photographic memory. La la la. Ziyu hummed happily. Halfway along the path, she picked up a dry twig by the roadside, widened her eyes and shouted, "Heaven and earth are boundless. I invoke the laws of nature. Monster, meet your doom." Swish swish swish. Ziyu brandished the twig at the air. "Senior brother, am I powerful?" Ziyu laughed joyfully. "Very powerful." Qin Luo nodded with a smile, noticing wandering ghosts in the mountains fleeing in panic upon encountering Ziyu, which proved that the exorcism talisman he wrote yesterday was still effective. At the foot of Luoxia Peak there was a clear stream. Qin Luo came here every day to fetch water. They walked along the small path beside the stream towards Baiyun town. Ziyu held freshly picked rhododendron and tore off the bright red petals to stuff into her mouth. "Junior sister, is it delicious?" It's sour and sweet, much better than porridge. Senior brother, you should try some. Ziyue raised her hand high. Qin Luo plucked a petal, chewed it, and found the sweetness quite mild. Baiyun Town is the nearest town to Longhu Temple. When the sun rose, Qin Luo and Ziyue arrived in town, which had only one long street with the incense shop at the end. They had to walk the entire street. Step right up, take a look. Special products from Daju, guaranteed authentic or your money back. Candied hawthorn, if it's not sweet it's free. Selling buns, fragrant big buns. The street was lively. Ziyue walked along swallowing her saliva. She really wanted to eat a bun, but she had no money. Boss, 1 basket of meat buns please. Taoist, 3 coins for a basket. Qin Luo took out 3 copper coins and handed them to the vendor. Ziyue was a bit overwhelmed when she saw Qin Luo present a paper bag filled with meat buns. What are you dazed for? Eat it while it's hot. Thank you, senior brother. Tears glimmered in Ziyue's eyes. It smells so good. Ziyue began to eat the meat buns heartily. Senior brother, you should eat too. I'm not hungry, eat slowly, don't choke. Ma'am. Ziyue nodded repeatedly. At the end of the street. Old Chan's incense shop. When Qin Luo entered the shop, he encountered the servant who had followed Zhao Qing'er to Longhu Temple yesterday. Li Dazhuang saw Qin Luo and instantly flew into a rage, his expression furious as he said, "Fake Taoist, the talismans from your Longhu Temple are all a scam. My master's condition has worsened." Qin Luo frowned slightly. The master's exorcism talisman actually didn't work. Qin Luo replied calmly, "That's your master's fate. My master has done his best." He, you dare to flaunt yourselves. Just wait. The servant angrily left the incense shop. Ziyue sensed something was wrong and timidly said, "Senior brother, let's hurry and leave. It's nothing to worry about." Qin Luo was unconcerned. "Old Chen, the usual terms apply. Old man, this small business of mine has yet to earn as much as the small change from Longhu Temple. Your master always runs a tab. How can I keep this business going? Old Chen, I will discuss it with my master when I return to Longhu Temple and settle it next time." "You always say that you will pay next time." "Next time I will definitely pay." Old Chen nodded helplessly. Ziyue noticed that the incense prices here were very cheap, and she was surprised that the prices at Longhu Temple had skyrocketed by dozens of times. Qin Luo placed the ordered incense candles into the bamboo basket, and he also bought a large quantity of yellow paper, preparing to take it back to draw talismans. Ziyue voluntarily shouldered the bamboo basket filled with goods. "Junior sister, can you carry it?" "I can carry it." Although Ziyue was petite, she used to raise pigs and do farm work at home, so she was quite strong. "Old Chen, we are leaving. Remember to settle the bill next time you come." "No problem." Qin Luo and Ziyue left the Taoist temple. They had not gone far when a group of tall, muscular men approached them wielding clubs. Li Dazhuang pointed at Qin Luo, saying, "These are the Taoists from Longhu Temple, not only deceiving the young lady but also worsening my master's condition. They must not be allowed to leave Baiyun Town." Ziyue clutched the buns in her arms tightly. She looked at Qin Luo beside her, seeing him calm and composed, and no longer felt afraid. Qin Luo smiled lightly. "Are you sure you want to block my way?" "He, putting on a show. Do you think we would be afraid of you?" The muscular men laughed heartily, not taking Qin Luo seriously, while the townsfolk gathered around to watch. Qin Luo strode forward. He approached the muscular men. The onlooking townsfolk murmured among themselves. "Are they crazy? Look at their garb, that's definitely a Taoist from Longhu Temple. Aren't they afraid of divine retribution? It's all a bluff. Taoists from Longhu Temple are all fake. Is that true or false? If you don't believe me, just watch him." Qin Luo reached Li Dazhuang's front. A group of muscular men surrounded Qin Luo from all sides. Qin Luo suddenly closed his eyes, and Li Dazhuang coldly laughed, still trying to put on a show. "Beat him." The muscular men raised their clubs and swung them at Qin Luo. Ziyue frowned. "Senior brother." Some townsfolk even couldn't bear to look. The once bustling street suddenly fell silent. All clubs halted just inches above Qin Luo's head. Everyone stared in astonishment. Li Dazhuang's pupils contracted sharply. He felt an invisible force preventing his club from descending. When Qin Luo opened his eyes, he radiated dazzling golden light. This was a spell from the Taoist scripture Radiance, which could both protect and attack. Boom! The golden light erupted outward. The surrounding muscular men were blasted away. This was a spell Qin Luo had learned on his way down the mountain. Ah! The muscular men lay on the ground wailing. Qin Luo did not use all his strength. He only wanted to teach them a lesson, to let them know the might of Longhu Temple. "I said you shouldn't provoke a Taoist. Indeed, he's a celestial master." The townsfolk around were greatly frightened. "No wonder he's senior brother.
Ziyue continued to munch on the meat buns.
Qin Luo walked up to Li Dezhuang, who was kneeling on the ground in a sorry state, his terrified eyes resembling those of someone who had seen a deity.
Taoist, spare me.
It was my fault, I was blind. Take me to the Zhao family.
Qin Luo said calmly.
Li Dezhuang trembled all over, fearing that Qin Luo would go to Zhao's family to settle the score, and hurriedly bowed. Taoist, it's all my fault, this matter has nothing to do with the young lady. I'm not here to cause trouble for the Zhao family.
I want to see what's going on with your master.
Since the master's exorcism talisman was ineffective, Qin Luo wanted to know the reason. Hearing this, Li Dezhuang suppressed his pain and got up, staggering ahead.
Qin Luo and Ziyue followed behind, and the townsfolk watching parted to let them through. Taoist. Celestial Master, take care. The townspeople bowed respectfully.
Ziyue looked at the awestruck gazes directed at her, lifting her little head, feeling particularly proud.
In Baiyun town at the Zhao family residence.
Zhao Qing'er heard that the servants had gone out to cause trouble, so she decided to go to the street to see the situation. Just as she walked to the courtyard, she saw Qin Luo and Ziyue surrounded by the servants arriving at the Zhao family.
Little Taoist, are you all right?
Zhao Qing'er thought it was Li Dezhuang who had forced them.
We are fine.
Qin Luo replied with a smile, softly saying, Miss Zhao, I came here to take a look at your respected father. Zhao Qing'er's brows slightly furrowed. The talisman she had purchased for a high price at Longhu Temple yesterday had no effect. Now that Qin Luo had come to the Zhao family, did he think this young lad's money was easy to deceive? Little Taoist, I have just invited the divine doctor from Nanyang City, so I won't trouble you. Zhao Qing'er politely declined.
All right. Qin Luo did not insist.
Li Dezhuang hurriedly stepped forward to remind her, Miss, the immortal master from Longhu Temple really has the ability. Zhao Qing'er noticed Li Dezhuang's embarrassed appearance and guessed that Qin Luo might be extraordinary.
Little Taoist, if you want to see my father, please follow me. I apologize for the disturbance.
Qin Luo gestured with cupped hands. After observing, he found that the courtyard was very clean and there were no traces of evil spirits.
Zhao Qing'er opened the door and Qin Luo saw Zhao Fugui lying on the sickbed.
Beside the sickbed, an elderly man with white hair was checking Zhao Fugui's pulse, his brow heavily furrowed.
Dr. Xiao.
Zhao Qing'er bowed in greeting. Dr. Xiao shook his head helplessly. Miss Xiao, your father's illness is very strange and I am powerless to help.
Thank you for making the trip, Dr. Xiao.
Zhao Qing'er strained to maintain her composure. After Dr. Xiao left, Qin Luo walked to the bedside and looked at the barely breathing Zhao Fugui. This symptom does not indicate possession. No wonder the talismans from my master are ineffective.
Not possessed.
Zhao Qing'er's eyes were filled with confusion. Qin Luo smiled and explained, a person has 3 souls and 7 spirits.
Your father is in a coma because his soul is lost. There are no evil spirits in his body, so using talisman water is futile. Master, do you have a solution? I can give it a try.
Zhao Qing'er's attitude changed instantly. Qin Luo pinched his fingers in a sword gesture, his fingertips landing between Zhao Fugui's eyebrows as he focused his energy.
Return soul.
As Qin Luo softly chanted, a gust of cold wind swept through the room while outside the sun still shone brightly. Moments later, Zhao Fugui's fingers began to twitch. He struggled to open his eyes, seeing a blurry figure before him dressed in white like an immortal from the heavens.
The master has awakened, Li Dezhuang exclaimed excitedly.
Zhao Qing'er rushed to Zhao Fugui's side, kneeling on the ground with tears in her eyes. Father, you finally woke up. Seeing your brother is truly impressive.
Ziyue continued to eat meat buns.
Zhao Fugui gradually regained consciousness, calling out Qing'er.
Father, I am here.
Zhao Qing'er wiped away her tears. She quickly stood up, her expression respectful, saying, Thank you, immortal master, for your help. Whatever you need, just ask, the Zhao family can provide it all. At first Zhao Qing'er doubted Qin Luo's abilities, calling him little Taoist, but now she realized her ignorance. Qin Luo was not interested in money, saying, My master often says a family that accumulates virtue will surely have blessings.
A family that accumulates evil will surely have misfortunes.
I did not intend to help you, but I didn't want your actions to tarnish Longhu Temple's reputation. Zhao Qing'er felt a wave of fear. She dared not imagine the consequences of provoking Longhu Temple and immediately knelt down, bowing. Immortal master, we will clarify the rumors for Longhu Temple. The Zhao family is willing to fund the repairs of the temple and help the surrounding needy citizens. Miss Zhao, please rise.
Qin Luo gently lifted his hand.
A gentle breeze helped Zhao Qing'er stand up. Zhao Fugui struggled to sit up. He knew it was Qin Luo who had saved him and clasped his fists, saying, Thank you, immortal master, for saving my life.
I am extremely grateful.
Qin Luo was somewhat curious. Master of the Zhao family, what happened to you that caused you to lose your soul? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fugui's body tensed. Reporting to the immortal master, I remember it was a dark and windy night. On my way home I encountered a woman in a red dress. Her back was incredibly beautiful and I intended to greet her, but when she turned around she was nothing but a skeleton.
Eh? Ziyue felt goosebumps all over her body.
Zhao Qing'er and the others were also greatly frightened.
Zhao Fugue clasped his fists again weakly, saying, "Please, Immortal Master, slay the demons and eliminate the evil for the people.
Since you are not dead, it proves that the bone spirit did not intend to kill you, it was your own mind that was unclean." Qin Luo did not want to interfere unnecessarily, believing that not all demons are inherently bad. Zhao Fugue's old face flushed and he did not refute.
"Little junior sister, let's go." "All right." Ziyue munched on her bun.
Zhao Qing'er immediately chased after them, instructing her maid to bring various gifts: fine tea, silk brocade, a whole box of pastries and so on, all packed into Ziyue's backpack. Ziyue was on the verge of tears, carrying an increasingly heavy backpack, and could only quicken her pace to distance herself from the Zhao family.
"Immortal Master, take care."
Zhao Qing'er and the servants respectfully sent them off. The sky was high and the clouds were light with a gentle breeze.
Ziyue walked ahead with the heavy bamboo basket on her back, while Qin Luo followed behind holding the Taoist scripture, pinching a spell with one hand.
Suddenly a fierce wind arose, followed by thunder and lightning.
Qin Luo quickly learned how to summon wind and rain. When they reached the foot of the Luoxia Peak, Ziyue could no longer hold on, saying, "Senior brother, can we take a break?"
"All right."
Qin Luo noticed his junior sister was drenched in sweat.
"Little junior sister, if you can't carry it, let your senior brother help you carry it."
"Senior brother, I can do it."
Ziyu's eyes were determined. She did not want to be seen as a burden by her senior brother. She also wanted to follow him down the mountain in the future. She wanted to eat meat buns. Seeing her so persistent, Qin Luo did not persuade her further. He sat down on a green stone by the stream studying the Taoist scripture. Ziyue set down her backpack, took off her boots, rolled up her sleeves and pant legs and stood in the stream to fish.
Ha ha.
So refreshing.
After fishing for a long time, Ziyue didn't catch a single fish.
Qin Luo reminded, "Little junior sister, it's time to go back."
"All right." Ziyue ran over and picked up the bamboo basket.
The uphill path was difficult and Ziyue gritted her teeth.
Although her legs trembled, she did not complain of tiredness.
Qin Luo watched and raised his hand, summoning a gentle breeze. The gentle breeze lifted the heavy bamboo basket and Ziyue suddenly felt light on her shoulders. She turned around surprised and delighted. "Senior brother, is this your spell?"
Qin Luo smiled and nodded. "Thank you, senior brother." Ziyu's smile was very sweet.
In her eyes, her senior brother was profound in cultivation, gentle and kind, and she felt especially proud to have such a senior brother. As noon approached, they returned to Longhu Temple. Zhang Fulong sat in the cool area of the main hall, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan.
He thought Qin Luo and Ziyue had run away.
He was contemplating whether he should escape.
"Master, we are back." Qin Luo and Ziyue entered the main hall. Zhang Fulong was overjoyed, saying, "It's good that you're back.
I was worried you encountered trouble on the way." Ziyue raised an eyebrow, her little face filled with pride, saying, "Master, senior brother is amazing. He woke up the master of the Zhao family, and Miss Zhao even gave us many gifts as presents."
"How did you cure him?" Zhang Fulong asked, his face filled with suspicion.
Qin Luo answered honestly, "Master, the book states that if the soul leaves, the spirit remains, the body can still live. I was sure that the master of the Zhao family had lost his soul, which is why your talismans were ineffective. Fortunately, the book has methods for summoning souls."
"Is there really such a coincidence?"
Zhang Fulong was stunned. "Master, should I not have saved him?"
"No, of course not."
Zhang Fulong came to his senses, feeling that Qin Luo had stumbled upon this by accident.
"Good disciple, your talent is extraordinary.
I indeed did not misjudge you."
Ziyue blinked her eyes. "Master, what about me?"
"Your comprehension is insufficient, you need to work harder."
"All right." Ziyue lowered her head, pouting.
Zhang Fulong left with the gifts given by Zhao Qing'er, entrusting the temple to Qin Luo and Ziyue. The temple was desolate and they had not seen a single person for half a day. Qin Luo took out the yellow paper he had bought and sat at the desk drawing talismans, while Ziyue paced back and forth in the hall, feeling that the gentle breeze that had just helped her had not gone far. The breeze brushed her face and Ziyu's pupils shrank.
Silken strands twisted before her, eventually forming a transparent butterfly.
Ziyue stretched out her small hand and the transparent butterfly landed on her fingertip, its wings creating a refreshing breeze.
"Senior brother, look."
Ziyue held up the winged butterfly in her hand.
Qin Luo looked at the winged butterfly resting on Ziyu's fingertip, somewhat surprised.
He did not expect that the gentle breeze he had casually summoned would possess intelligence.
"Little junior sister, this breeze wants to follow you. If you like it, you can keep it by your side."
"Senior brother,
I want to keep it with me."
Ziyue had no playmates in the temple, and with the breeze as her companion she was naturally happy, her little face beaming. "The wind has risen.
Ziyu's Taoist robe suddenly expanded.
The winged butterfly transformed into a breeze and surged into her sleeves.
He. Stay with me. In the future we will enjoy delicious food together. Ziyue gazed at her sleeve. She could not see the breeze but she knew that it resided inside. Outside the cicadas chirped in waves and inside the hall Qin Luo quietly drew talismans with all sorts of talisman papers spread across the table. Ziyue picked up the talisman paper that had been blown to the ground by the wind, completely unable to understand it.
Senior brother, what is this talisman?
A binding talisman. Stick it on your forehead and it will bind you in place. Not only can it bind your body but even your spirit cannot leave your body.
Is that true?
Smack. Ziyue slapped the talisman paper on her forehead. It doesn't work at all. Ziyue shook her head. Her silly expression was very cute.
Qin Luo chuckled and softly said bind. Suddenly the hall fell silent and Ziyue stood frozen in place, unable to move with only her eyes still darting around.
Does it work now? Ziyue could only blink.
Qin Luo removed the binding talisman, saying, little junior sister, some talisman papers need to be used in conjunction with incantations.
I see. Ziyue discovered that the talisman papers were very powerful.
Senior brother, can you teach me how to draw talismans? You must be grounded first, meditate and cultivate.
When you can dine on the mist and drink the dew, then I will teach you. I will work hard. Ziyue was now full of motivation.
Qin Luo gently said, although I cannot teach you how to draw talismans, I can teach you how to use these talisman papers.
This is the golden light talisman.
When activated it can envelop you in golden light, mainly for defense. The incantation to activate it is golden law shield light. This is the fire control talisman. When activated it can control the earth fire with tremendous power. The incantation to activate it is fire law flame burst.
This is the five thunder talisman. When activated it can summon heavenly thunder to exterminate evil and demons.
The incantation to activate it is thunder law falling thunder. At the Longhu temple in the main hall, Qin Luo was teaching his junior sister how to use talisman paper.
Ziyue listened attentively, her focus unwavering, but soon became somewhat bewildered by the multitude of talisman types. Senior brother, I can't remember it all. Then just remember what you can for now.
Qin Luo handed the golden light talisman to Ziyue. Junior sister, try activating the golden light talisman. Ziyue pinched the golden light talisman between her index and middle fingers, forming a sword gesture with her hand, and exclaimed clearly, golden technique shield light. In the blink of an eye the runes on the golden light talisman lit up and Ziyue was enveloped in golden light, shining like a radiant sun as the talisman paper in her hand transformed into streams of light and vanished.
Ah!
Ziyue hurriedly patted her robe thinking she was on fire but felt no burning sensation. Instead her body felt light and with a gentle leap she could soar high into the air.
Wow! That's amazing! Ziyu's eyes widened.
She understood this was the power of the talisman.
Qin Luo wanted to test the strength of the golden light talisman, extending his hand. Junior sister, hit me with all your might.
Okay. Senior brother, watch out for my punch. Ziyue clenched her small fist, swinging it with force, her fist wrapped in golden light carrying terrifying strength.
Boom!
The punch collided with his palm.
The entire temple shook.
Qin Luo stood firm, unyielding, while Ziyue was knocked back, tumbling several times before nearly rolling into the yard, but fortunately the golden light protected her and she was unharmed.
Junior sister, are you okay? I'm fine, senior brother.
Even with the enhancement from the golden light talisman, Ziyue could not budge Qin Luo in the slightest. He stood as immovable as a towering ancient mountain. Senior brother, you are truly impressive.
Ziyu's admiration was evident in her eyes.
The golden light talisman granted her immense power, yet Qin Luo's physical strength surpassed it, remaining entirely unaffected. Qin Luo had not even used any spells, relying solely on his physical strength to repel his junior sister, who was protected by the golden light.
Ziyue looked at the other talisman papers.
Qin Luo smiled gently. Junior sister, I can give you these talisman papers, but you must not use them recklessly.
Thank you, senior brother. Ziyue beamed with joy.
The red sun set in the west. The Longhu temple closed its doors for rest. In the temple's backyard, Qin Luo sat cross-legged on the altar, cultivating, bathed in the afterglow of dusk, his skin shimmering with a metallic luster while falling peach blossoms appeared even more vibrant in the twilight. Ziyue, having finished her porridge, also sat cross-legged on the altar.
Perhaps having eaten too much, her mind was blank.
The rosy glow of the heavens gathered towards the Longhu temple, enveloping the yard in rich twilight. Ziyue sat beside Qin Luo, soaking in the evening glow, and with every breath she absorbed a considerable amount of that light.
Ziyue felt particularly warm.
Qin Luo's consciousness was immersed in inner realm cultivation, where the sky was high and the earth vast, and there existed substances that nourished the soul. Having learned spells such as Tangyo Tsushin Danshan Jinju and Jiefeng in succession, Qin Luo practiced spells in the inner realm where he possessed the ability to summon winds and rain to move mountains and part seas. Qin Luo continued to cultivate in the snowy plains, hoping to encounter Jiang Qingxue again to inquire about the inner realm secrets.
The moon was bright and the stars sparse with a gentle evening breeze.
Zhang Fulong arrived at the backyard and saw Qin Luo and Ziyue still cultivating.
He squinted and smiled. Ahem, it's getting late, you should rest early.
Qin Luo left the inner realm still wanting to continue his cultivation and respectfully said, Master, we haven't had much time to cultivate today, can we practice for a little longer? Zhang Fulong, fearing they might stay up late and be unable to work during the day, stroked his beard with a serious expression. There is no need to cultivate the Tao exists in the heart, and when the time is right the law will manifest naturally.
Is it possible to attain immortality without cultivation?
Qin Luo pondered. His master's words undoubtedly held truth, but his own realm was insufficient to grasp the deeper meaning.
Thank you for your reminder, Master. I will go rest now. Meanwhile, Ziyue kept her eyes closed.
Junior sister.
Qin Luo called out loudly.
Senior brother, what happened?
Ziyue woke from her dreams, rubbing her eyes.
She had intended to cultivate but had somehow fallen asleep. Junior sister, you should rest early.
All right, senior brother.
Qin Luo and Ziyue returned to their rooms to rest.
Zhang Fulong entered the main hall looking at the coins in the merit box.
He frowned and chuckled bitterly. Recently the incense offerings have been sparse.
If this continues, I may have to leave. The next day morning. Before dawn, the mountains were shrouded in thick fog obscuring visibility. Qin Luo woke early and went to the kitchen to cook a large pot of porridge enough for his junior sister to last the entire day. In the yard there was a peach tree adorned with dew. Holding a golden gourd, Qin Luo collected the dew. In the past he would gather it drop by drop. Now with the use of spells, countless droplets coalesced into a stream, quickly filling the entire gourd. Tonk tonk tonk. Qin Luo drank the morning dew.
The dew was sweet, comparable to fine wine, and after drinking Qin Luo felt refreshed. He went to the front yard and opened the temple doors, seeing two women standing outside. Judging by their tired appearance, they had just arrived at Longhu Temple. It was rare for common folk to come up the mountain this early to pray for blessings. The middle-aged woman smiled broadly upon seeing Qin Luo. Immortal Master, we are here to offer incense and pray for blessings. Please come in. Qin Luo welcomed them with an outstretched hand. The middle-aged woman was followed by a young girl who lowered her head holding a basket of fruit. They did not appear to be mother and daughter, but rather a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Immortal Master, is it effective to pray for children here?
Sincerity brings effectiveness. Immortal Master, how can one prove their sincerity? With sincerity and earnestness. I understand now.
The middle-aged woman immediately purchased the finest incense and candles, offered incense, and placed some silver coins in the merit box. Just as they left, more common folk arrived at the temple to offer incense and pray for blessings, all from Baiyun town. Yesterday Qin Luo had displayed his prowess on the street, even reviving the comatose Zhao Fugue. After word got around, the folks in Baiyun town wanted to come to Longhu Temple to pray for blessings. In the past, when common folk came to Longhu Temple to pray, many would turn back upon hearing the incense prices. This time those who came were eager to buy the finest incense and brought numerous offerings, now believing in the protection of the Tao ancestor at Longhu Temple. Zhang Fulong was sleeping in a room deep within the temple when he caught a strong smell of smoke, thinking the temple was on fire. He hurriedly rushed outside only to realize it was the scent of incense offerings.
What is going on?
Zhang Fulong had been complaining about the recent decline in incense offerings, but after sleeping he was taken aback by how vibrant the incense was now, something he hadn't encountered in a long time. As he passed the backyard, he saw Ziyue still drinking porridge.
Zhang Fulong coughed politely, placing his fist to his mouth. Ziyue, it's late.
Why are you still drinking porridge?
Ziyue had only taken a few sips when she hurriedly set down the bowl. Master, I will get to work right away.
Zhang Fulong then went to the front yard. The common folk who had come to pray no longer surrounded Qin Luo. They bowed to Zhang Fulong. Greetings, Immortal Master Zhang. They believed Zhang Fulong had a higher level of cultivation. A thin, tall young man rubbed his hands together. Immortal Master Zhang, my luck has been terrible lately. Everything I do goes wrong and I keep losing at gambling. Do you have any methods to turn my luck around?
Zhang Fulong pointed at the merit box. Let the Tao ancestor see your sincerity.
When your sincerity reaches the heavens, your luck will turn around. The thin young man approached the merit box, deciding to take one last gamble. He offered all his savings. Tao ancestor, if you let my luck turn around, I promise to return to honor you in the future.
Many common folk followed suit, placing money into the merit box. Immortal Master, this is my son. Do you think he has the aptitude for cultivation?
A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes brought a chubby child before Zhang Fulong. Zhang Fulong frowned, observing the child, who looked like he loved to eat. He shook his head inside. Unfortunately, he is not fated to be with Longhu Temple. Ziyue sweeping nearby overheard their conversation and was surprised that even wealthy individuals could not become disciples of Longhu Temple. She lifted her small head feeling motivated to work. Previously Zhang Fulong had accepted wealthy disciples but they were lazy and disobedient, leaving the temple soon after arriving, and some even stole valuable antiques and furniture, spreading bad rumors about Longhu Temple after they left. Now he was cautious about accepting disciples, preferring those who could endure hardship. Immortal Master Zhang, forgive my intrusion, the middle-aged man in fine clothes shook his head helplessly.
The temple was bustling with incense offerings and Zhang Fulong was answering questions while Qin Luo and Ziyue worked from dawn until dusk.
In the evening the temple returned to its quiet state. As Qin Luo prepared to close the temple doors, a loud voice called out from outside, "Immortal Master, wait a moment." Wang Meng approached with 2 wild rabbits. "Immortal Master, thank you for the talisman paper you gave me. It helped me avoid evil spirits. Here are the wild rabbits I just caught, please accept them."
"There's no need.
You can take them home to eat yourself." "Immortal Master, if I take the rabbits home my wife will surely say I'm being unreasonable."
"Just leave one." All right. Wang Meng left behind the fatter rabbit.
Qin Luo returned to the backyard with the wild rabbits. Ziyue, eating the leftover porridge from breakfast, opened her eyes wide with excitement. "Wow, what a cute rabbit. It must taste great when braised." "Junior sister, the temple doesn't have the seasoning for braising. If you want to eat it, senior brother will make it into roasted rabbit for you."
"Sounds good." Ziyue swallowed, her mouth watering.
She set aside her bowl of porridge. The Longhu Temple at night was quiet and serene, with Qin Luo sitting in the yard reading, mainly keeping his junior sister company.
"Senior brother, can you take me with you when you go down the mountain in the future? I will listen to you."
"Sure."
Qin Luo smiled and agreed.
In the blink of an eye, half a month passed.
The Taoist temple, once bustling with activity, has returned to its former tranquility.
Whenever he has time, Qin Luo goes to the inner sanctum to cultivate, having already mastered the 72 spells recorded in the book. In the early morning at the back courtyard of the Taoist temple, Ziyue is drinking porridge while Qin Luo is chopping firewood. Zhang Fulong, with his hands behind his back, chuckled and said, "Disciple, the old master of the Zhao family wants to discuss the repairs of the temple with me today. You will go to Chenjiagu in my stead." Yesterday Chen Xingzhou from Chenjiagu came to the Longhu temple, spending a fortune to invite Zhang Fulong to perform a rite to transcend souls.
"Master, but I don't know how to perform the rites."
"Performing rites is quite simple. With your current cultivation level, who would dare to disobey you when you guide the souls?" Zhang Fulong raised an eyebrow. To him it was merely a formality.
Since the master acknowledged his abilities, Qin Luo no longer hesitated and said, "All right, I will go to Chenjiagu right away." "Master, I want to go too."
Ziyue looked at Zhang Fulong with eager eyes.
"What will you do?"
"I'm going to eat."
Ziyue blinked her big eyes.
Zhang Fulong thought for a moment having Ziyue go to eat would save the temple's rations.
"Just listen to your senior brother on the way."
"Okay, master." Ziyue nodded repeatedly, her face adorned with an innocent smile. Chenjiagu is located in the deep mountains south of Luoxia Peak, which is quite far from here.
Qin Luo and Ziyue set off early down the mountain. Leaving the temple, Ziyue was like a free little bird.
She bounced along the road waving a dogtail grass in her hand, humming a tune accompanied by the gentle breeze. Seeing his junior sister so joyful, Qin Luo felt equally happy. The world of children is always carefree. He continued to study the spells in the book, leisurely following behind her. As they approached Chenjiagu, they passed fields being cultivated. An old man carrying pig grass walked along the road. He wore coarse clothes, was thin, and his face was wrinkled like the bark of an ancient tree.
"Are you two Taoist masters?"
Ziyue proudly raised her head and answered, "First, that's right, we come from Longhu Temple and he is my senior brother."
"Are they going to Chenjiagu?" "My senior brother is going to transcend souls."
"Alas." The old man sighed deeply. "Elder, why do you sigh?"
Qin Luo noticed he seemed to have something to say.
The old man sighed again. "It is all because of the mountain god's misdeeds that Chen Xingqi's son was killed. That child was unfortunate."
"Mountain god?"
Qin Luo frowned slightly. He was here to transcend souls and did not expect this incident to involve the mountain god.
"The mountain god is in the Black Mountain up ahead."
The old man pointed to the nearby Black Mountain where Chenjiagu lies at its foot. Ziyue looked at the Black Mountain, feeling a chill down her back, and timidly said, "Senior brother, that place looks so eerie."
"Don't be afraid." Qin Luo gently rubbed Ziyu's head.
Upon arriving at Chenjiagu, the old man returned home with the pig grass. Qin Luo and Ziyue stood in front of Chen Xingqi's house, where a white cloth hung at the entrance and the courtyard was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums. Seeing Qin Luo in his Taoist robe, Chen Xingzhou came out to greet him. His hair was white and his eyes were swollen from crying. His brow furrowed. "Why hasn't Master Zhang come?" Qin Luo bowed to express his apologies. Elder, my master is busy and could not come to Chenjiagu.
Master, can you perform the rites?
Chen Xingzhou looked at him with doubt in his eyes, clearly unconvinced of Qin Luo's abilities. Ziyue raised her head proudly and said, Grandpa, my senior brother is very skilled, so you can rest assured.
Qin Luo noticed a young man dressed like a scholar standing beside Chen Xingzhou.
He recognized him as a soul and calmly said, if you have grievances you may tell me.
Chen Xingzhou turned his head. He saw nothing.
Ziyue hurriedly hid behind Qin Luo, knowing her senior brother must have seen something unclean. The young scholar was equally shocked. He did not expect Qin Luo could see him and immediately bowed. Master, my name is Chun Shanyan and I was killed by the mountain god.
Why did the mountain god harm you? Qin Luo continued to ask. Chen Xingqi's eyes widened. Could this young master be talking to my son? Chen Chanyan's eyes burned with anger.
The people of Chenjiagu have been worshipping the mountain god of the Black Mountain for generations. Recently the mountain god suddenly manifested and demanded a pair of male and female children for sacrifice. If they do not comply, a plague will be released to punish us. The people of Chenjiagu did not dare to offend the mountain god.
Everyone wanted to select 2 children through a drawing.
I did not want to see such a thing happen, so I took a hoe to the Black Mountain to confront the mountain god. However, on the way I encountered a fierce wind and was thrown off the mountain, dying on impact. Before I could accomplish my mission, I met my demise.
Qin Luo could see the helplessness in Chen Chanan's expression.
Please, master, save the children of Chenjiagu.
In the next life I am willing to be a cow or a horse to repay you.
Chen Chang'an bowed to Qin Luo as this was the last thing he could do for his fellow villagers.
Qin Luo nodded, willing to go into the mountain to take a look. Chen Xingzhou seemed at a loss. Master, who are you talking to? Chen Chakan. What? That's my son. Chen Xingzhou was heartbroken, feeling the air around him, tears streaming down his face. Cha Han. It's all my fault for not stopping you back then. It's all my fault.
Father, it is the son who is unfilial for not being able to provide for you in your old age.
Chen Chang'an knelt before Chen Xingzhou, bowing.
Chen Xingzhou could neither hear nor see him, only Qin Luo could see, and he could only shake his head helplessly.
Junior sister, wait for me here. Senior brother, where are you going? To the Black Mountain to take a look.
Qin Luo's principle is that with greater power comes greater responsibility. The mountain god oppresses the people and he must take action.
Master, the Black Mountain is very dangerous.
Chen Xingzhou invited them to transcend the souls and did not want Qin Luo to be in a perilous situation. Qin Luo smiled lightly. If even a scholar dares to go up the mountain, what is there for me, a cultivator, to fear? Old man, thank you on behalf of the people of Chenjiagu.
Chen Xingzhou clasped his fists in gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Senior brother. I will go with you. Ziyue grasped her senior brother's sleeve.
She knew the Black Mountain was a very dangerous place. What did Master say before we left the mountain?
Master told me to listen to you.
Elder, please take good care of my junior sister. If I do not return, send her back to Longhu Temple.
Master, you need not worry. Chen Xingzhou nodded heavily.
Ziyue watched Qin Luo walk slowly toward the Black Mountain, her hands clasped together in silent prayer.
Senior brother.
You must return safely. The Black Mountain was rich in spiritual energy, with towering trees and dense foliage making it difficult for sunlight to penetrate. The light in the mountains was dim and a chill wind rushed at Qin Luo as he ascended the stairs with Chen Chanan's ghost following behind.
Halfway up the mountain there stood an ancient mountain god temple. Whoosh! A gust of black wind blew out from the temple. Master, be careful. Chen Chang'an had encountered this before.
Leaves rolled across the ground and trees on both sides of the mountain path snapped, yet Qin Luo remained unyielding. Qin Luo walked into the mountain god temple against the fierce wind. Inside there was a clay statue depicting an old man with kind brows and eyes.
He. A cold laugh came from the clay statue.
Golden light flickered in Qin Luo's eyes and the world before him became transparent. He saw through the clay statue and coldly said, I thought it was the real mountain god, I didn't expect it to be a mere rat.
Crack!
The clay statue suddenly shattered. The hidden black rat spirit revealed its true form, rapidly expanding and becoming tall and fierce with blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. It roared angrily, Taoist, we do not interfere with each other.
Are you sure you want to be my enemy?
Qin Luo narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, it is your greed that has you hiding in the clay statue absorbing incense offerings, and now you dare to harm the people at the foot of the mountain with your meager cultivation.
Chen Chang'an realized that the mountain god temple was not home to a mountain god but a monster.
The black rat spirit dared not make a move. It could not see through Qin Luo's cultivation and turned to flee through the back door of the temple.
Trying to escape.
Qin Luo raised his hand, golden light bursting from his fingertips as he drew a talisman in the air, his expression indifferent. Thunder technique, falling thunder.
Boom!
A thunderous roar erupted. A bolt of golden tribulation thunder descended from the sky. The golden lightning connected heaven and earth, and the black rat spirit was obliterated, its very soul completely extinguished. The commotion on the Black Mountain was immense, causing panic among the people of Chenjiagu, who thought it was the mountain god's wrath.
Chen Xingzhou and Ziyue waited at the foot of the mountain for Qin Luo's return.
After the thunder, the Chenjiagu, long shrouded in dark clouds, once again basked in bright sunlight. Since the mountain god manifested, they had not enjoyed such glorious sunshine for a long time. The people of Chenjiagu gathered at the foot of the mountain. Chen Xingzhou told them that a Taoist master had gone up the mountain to deal with the mountain god, and everyone waited eagerly to learn the outcome.
Halfway up the mountain god temple was destroyed by the thunder.
Qin Luo stood amid the ruins facing the wind, while Chen Shanan's ghost bowed to him, saying, "Thank you, master, for your assistance.
I will remember the promise I made. I do not need you to be a cow or a horse."
Qin Luo said seriously, "I think you would be very suitable to be the mountain god. Why not stay at the Black Mountain?"
"I can be the mountain god."
Chen Shannan could hardly believe his ears. Qin Luo admired Chen Shannan, a mere scholar unskilled in combat, yet he dared to face the monster. "If the black rat spirit can become the mountain god here, why can't you? The spells in the true solution of Tao can not only drive away gods but also command them." Qin Luo formed hand seals, his imposing figure akin to the sovereign of the world. "Chen Shannan, I in the name of the Tao ancestor appoint you as the mountain god of the Black Mountain to protect the people of this place."
"I accept the command." Chen Shannan joyfully accepted.
Although becoming a mountain god meant he could not be reincarnated, he was satisfied to remain on the Black Mountain to care for his fellow villagers. Golden light rose from the ruins of the mountain god temple. This was the power of incense offerings, which merged with Chen Shannan's ghost, weaving a golden robe for him. Suddenly Chen Shannan heard the voices of all things in the mountains. He now lived in the world as the mountain god.
"Thank you, master." Chen Shannan once again bowed to Qin Luo.
Qin Luo smiled and nodded. "If you encounter trouble in the future, come to Longhu Temple to find me."
"Farewell, senior brother." Qin Luo returned to Chenjiagu. Ziyue ran excitedly to his side.
Chen Xingzhou bowed deeply, his expression filled with excitement as he said, "Master, is the mountain god still here?" The people of Chenjiagu gathered around. The mountain god in the temple was not a real mountain god but a rat hiding in the clay statue, which became a spirit after absorbing incense with low cultivation.
"I have completely obliterated it." "Great. Thank you, master, for eliminating the harm for the people."
The people of Chenjiagu were immensely grateful to Qin Luo. The Black Mountain has a new mountain god.
"Who is it?" "Chen Chakan," Qin Luo announced on the spot.
Hearing that the new mountain god is Chen Shangan, the surrounding people were both shocked and delighted. They knew Chen Shangan to be of good character, and he would surely treat the nearby villagers well as the mountain god of the Black Mountain.
Chen Xingzhou was overjoyed with tears streaming down his face.
He had thought his son was gone for good, but unexpectedly he could become the mountain god.
Chen Xingzhou knew that Chen Shannan's becoming the mountain god was certainly arranged by Qin Luo.
He was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Master, how can I repay your great kindness and virtue?"
"Then let's have a banquet."
A clear voice rang out, and the foot of the mountain suddenly fell silent as everyone looked at Ziyue, who awkwardly scratched her head.
"Little fairy, we will have a banquet right away,"
Chen Xingzhou said with a smile. The surrounding villagers burst into laughter.
Laughter and joy once again echoed in Chenjiagu. Chenjiagu. In the courtyard of Chen Xingzhou,
Ziyu sat with the children at a table. She lifted her chopstick, seized a chicken drumstick, and ate with evident relish, while the other children only dared to scrape rice from their bowls, too timid to reach for the shared dishes.
"Why are you not eating?
This chicken smells wonderful. Try it if you do not believe me."
Ziyu urged everyone to help themselves.
She knew mountain children seldom tasted meat. Now that the table unusually held chicken, duck, and fish, the thin children nevertheless hesitated to take any. Only after Ziyu coaxed them did the children dare reach for the dishes. She had once vied with a crowd for a place at a feast. Now everyone cowered, unwilling to move their chopsticks. Qin Luo did not join the feast. He sat in a corner back against a rattan chair, absorbed in studying the Dao Fa Jinjia, true exegesis of Dao techniques.
"So full," Ziyu murmured, wiping her mouth.
She had finished the dishes cleanly.
"Junior sister, let us go." "All right." As they left the courtyard, Chen Xingzhou and the villagers of Chenjiagu came out to see them off.
Qin Luo waved his hand.
"There is no need to accompany us. I have one favor to ask of you. Please speak, immortal master."
"I destroyed the old mountain god temple.
Chen Shannan has become the new mountain spirit but has nowhere to dwell.
I ask the elders and villagers to rebuild the mountain god temple."
"I am a stonemason. I will provide the stone. I am a carpenter. Leave the woodwork to me. I am a blacksmith. Come to me for ironwork."
The villagers responded warmly. After this matter, Chenjiagu's people grew more united. An old woman with white hair hobbled forward with a wooden staff, stooped and respectful. Immortal Master, our Jinghu village is often troubled by a monster.
Could you drive it away for us? Jinghu village was not far from Chenjiagu. With nothing pressing, Qin Luo's curiosity was aroused by news of the disturbance. I can go take a look. Thank you, Immortal Master.
The old woman was Chen Qingyu, married out from Chenjiagu and related to Chen Qingzhou.
She had come for the feast and happened to witness Qin Luo's act to rid the people of harm.
Chen Qingyu had not expected Qin Luo to be so obliging and at once led them toward Jinghu village.
On the way, Ziyu blinked up at her. Granny, have you ever seen the monster?
Chen Qingyu shook her head.
I have not, but many of the village children have.
They say the monster lives in Jinghu, is hideous in appearance and possesses a great bloodthirsty maw.
Those who met the monster, did they come back alive?
Although they returned alive, they were terrified to the core and have not dared approach Jinghu since.
Then the monster must be dreadful.
Indeed, the Jinghu monster gravely affects the villagers' lives.
We hope the Immortal Master can drive it away.
We shall see when the time comes. Qin Luo had never seen the Jinghu monster and did not know the truth of the matter. He intended to learn the facts before making a decision. Within half an hour they arrived near Jinghu village. The village was hemmed in by mountains on three sides and faced Jinghu.
The lake reflected the green hills, its surface lay flat as a mirror.
The surroundings were beautiful and full of life, like a hidden paradise.
Along the road into the village stood many fruit trees. Ziyue, who could climb with ease, scrambled up and plucked several pears. Granny, I'll treat you to a pear.
Thank you, little immortal.
Senior brother, this pear is for you. You eat it.
Qin Luo smiled and cautioned junior sister, do not take other people's things at will. That fruit tree was surely planted and tended by the villagers. If you eat the pear, remember to pay for it.
But I have no money.
Ziyu stared at the two pears in her hand like hot potatoes, unsure what to do when suddenly her eyes lit up. By the roadside stood a humble Tudi shrine. Two upright stone slabs formed its walls and a horizontal slab sheltered it from wind and rain.
Ziyu crouched and placed the two pears before the Tudi shrine, her voice clear. Grandpa Tudi, these two pears are for you, remember to pay me later, okay?
Qin Luo glanced at the unassuming roadside Tudi shrine. Though simple, there truly was a god within. Chen Qingyu laughed and said, little immortal, these pears are from my household, please help yourself.
Thank you, Granny.
Ziyu picked up the pear she had set before the shrine, wiped it on her robe and bit into it heartily.
So sweet. A dimple curved at the corner of Ziyu's mouth. Chen Qingyu was delighted. Ziyu did not seem like a cultivator but like a lively ordinary child, and she found her amusing.
Qin Luo approached the Tudi shrine and gathered his focus. Golden ripples spread from beneath his feet. The modest shrine trembled. This was the Jushin spirit confinement recorded in the Dao Fa Xinjie. A shaft of golden light rose from the Tudi shrine and an old man in white robes appeared before Qin Luo. He was shorter than Ziyu, white-haired yet with a youthful face, a long white beard trailing down. The Jinghu Tudi Gon looked shocked. He had been asleep and in an instant Qin Luo had forced him out. Chen Qingyu and Ziyu were startled and a little confused. They had not seen the Tudi Gon who now stood before them.
Elder, forgive the intrusion. Qin Luo apologized to the Jinghu Tudi Gon.
The Jinghu Tudi Gon was aghast. He quickly fell to his knees and cowed out humbly, saying, great immortal, this low deity cannot bear such honor.
May I know your purpose in coming here?
Qin Luo found it odd that the Jinghu Tudi Gon would fear him. Gods are still gods, a gaunt camel is still larger than a horse. Perhaps the Tudi god knew he was a cultivator of Longhu Guan and thus trembled.
Elder, do not fear.
I am a cultivator of Longhu Guan passing through. I heard a monster is troubling Jinghu. As the Jinghu Tudi Gon, you should know the situation here. The Jinghu Tudi Gon forced a smile. Great immortal, this low deity only oversees the land. Matters within the lake are beyond my remit.
Is the monster strong?
Stronger than me. I have tended Jinghu for many years and never saw Gu Nai Nai harm people.
Please, great immortal, show mercy. Gu Nai Nai.
I am forced to call her that. The Jinghu Tudi Gon hung his head in shame. Ziyu and Chen Qingyu watched Qin Luo speak and did not dare interrupt. They remained quietly observant. Qin Luo continued, elder, I have heard the Jinghu monster often frightens the village children. The Tudi hurried to explain, great immortal, perhaps you do not know, once the village children liked to play in Jinghu and often drowned. Gu Nai Nai did not want the children to perish, so she disguised herself as a fearsome monster to scare them away from the water.
If that is so, then she has been misunderstood.
Qin Luo believed some monsters might be benevolent and upright. Truth would be revealed only by seeing for himself.
Let us go.
We will see Jinghu for ourselves.
Qin Luo and Ziyu walked to the lakeside with Chen Qingyu and the Jinghu Tudi Gon following beside them.
At the lakeshore lay stones of various colors.
Ziyu bent down to pick up a pretty one.
A golden light gleamed in Qin Luo's eyes and the whole of Jinghu grew transparent. He discerned a vast palace hidden beneath the lake and sensed a powerful energy undulating within it.
Shuation Dian. Qin Luo murmured. He could read the palace's plaque with absolute clarity.
The Jinghu Tudigon was alarmed and pleaded, Great Immortal, though Gunai Nai is a descendant of the water god, she has never harmed the nearby villagers. I beg you to show mercy and spare her. Qin Luo fixed his gaze on the Jinghu Tudigon and felt something amiss. Elder, the monster's identity seems delicate. You appear eager to protect her, why is that?
The Jinghu Tudigon could not conceal it any longer.
Within Daxia, the cultivator factions have been targeting the divine clans.
Only an inconspicuous minor god like me can avoid attracting the cultivator's notice.
When the divine clans were powerful, the water god showed me favor, and Gunai Nai is of the water god's lineage. Why would they target the divine clans?
This low deity does not know.
You Great Immortal are unaware of these matters. The Jinghu Tudigon looked astonished. He had assumed Qin Luo was a cultivator who hunted the divine clans and thus had feared him. Qin Luo truly did not know, his master had never mentioned such affairs. The tenet of Longhu Guan is to act on heaven's behalf to punish the wicked and uphold the righteous. We do not slay without reason. Reverence filled the Jinghu Tudigon's eyes. Was there once a mountain god at Heishan?
Yes, that was my old friend.
Years ago cultivators of Sishianjian killed him and I was powerless to stop it. Sishianjian was a cultivator force established by the Daxia court. Qin Luo had heard rumors.
He wondered whether making Chen Chanan the mountain god would prove a blessing or a curse.
Junior sister, wait here for me and do not wander off. I will go into the lake to take a look, Qin Luo instructed. He wished to see the monster that dwelled at the lake's bottom.
All right, senior brother.
Ziyu nodded obediently and continued picking stones at the shore. Qin Luo walked toward Jinghu. His body was submerged yet not wetted by the water. He plunged into the depths without drowning and soon vanished from view. Chen Xingyu watched eyes wide. Ziyu was by now accustomed to such sights and showed no surprise. At the lake's bottom lay the Shuation Dian, surrounded by glowing crystal stones. As Qin Luo drew close, a dragon's cry echoed from the palace depths. A silver radiance cracked through the water and ripples rolled over the lake's surface. A silver dragon several zhang in length swam out of the palace. Its body was sheathed in silvery scales, its horns small, its eyes large, baring its teeth. It emitted a low resonant dragon's roar, a clear warning for Qin Luo to leave her domain. Mirror Lake. Waves crashed against the shore. Look, what huge waves. Mirror Lake has been calm for hundreds of years. What could be happening?
Is there a monster stirring at the bottom of the lake?
Stop looking, hurry back home. The villagers of Mirror Lake hurriedly distanced themselves from the lake. The rolling waves surged towards Ziyue and the gentle breeze from her sleeves shattered the waves. Senior brother. Ziyue gazed at Mirror Lake. She believed her senior brother would be safe. At the bottom of the lake, the silver dragon loomed above its roar, stirring up the waves. The silver dragon's golden eyes gleamed with light, emanating a powerful pressure that sent creatures in the lake scattering. The earth god of Mirror Lake, accompanying Qin Luo, trembled as well, saying, Grandma, please don't be agitated, this great deity is just passing by.
Qin Luo remained unperturbed, unaffected by the silver dragon's pressure.
The dragon before him was not as domineering as he had imagined, but covered in beautiful silver scales.
Just passing by. You're definitely sent by the Celestial Monitoring Agency.
The silver dragon's eyes brimmed with hostility. Qin Luo did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand to form a seal, summoning a formation woven from golden runes before him.
Restrict. In the blink of an eye, Mirror Lake regained its tranquility.
Qin Luo cast a spell to ban the water, causing the lake's waters to cease flowing, rendering even the silver dragon immobile. The earth god of Mirror Lake was astonished by Qin Luo's spell. His water controlling technique was even more formidable than that of the dragon clan. The silver dragon, using all her might, still could not move, saying, Hee, Grandma isn't easily frightened, do as you please if you want to kill or maim me. Even trapped, she still carried herself with pride.
Qin Luo wore a gentle smile, saying, You stirring up waves will frighten the villagers. I'm not here to subdue you but to talk.
What do you want to talk about? I know you don't want the village children to drown, but your appearance frightens the villagers of Mirror Lake.
Hee, Grandma won't care about their lives in the future.
The silver dragon pouted arrogantly. She wanted to protect the village children but was treated as a vicious monster being driven away.
Qin Luo knew she meant no harm.
Release, he said softly. The spell enveloping Mirror Lake vanished. The silver dragon regained her freedom, snorting coldly, I grew up in Mirror Lake, this is my home. I won't leave here, nor will I care about the villagers in the future. As long as you don't cause trouble, I won't interfere with you.
Qin Luo understood that the silver dragon was not wicked.
He turned to leave, and once back on the shore, Ziyu's eyes sparkled, saying, Senior brother, I knew you could handle the monster at the bottom of the lake.
Immortal Master, have you driven away the monster at the bottom of the lake?
Chen Xingyu approached to inquire about the situation. Qin Luo looked at Mirror Lake, saying, Although the monster in the lake is ugly, she is not evil. She is worried about the village children drowning while playing in the water, which is why she scared them away.
I see now. We misunderstood her.
Chen Xingyu lowered his head in shame.
Junior sister, let's go. MMHM. Qin Luo led Ziyue away from Mirror Lake.
Bubbles rose to the surface and the silver dragon hid beneath the surface, gritting her teeth saying, you're the ugly one. Immortal master, please pick more pears to eat on the way. Chen Xingyu's home had few valuable possessions, just some fruit trees, but thankfully the weather was good and the trees bore fruit well.
All right. Ziyue did not hold back, she nimbly climbed the tree to pick pears.
To bring back a few more pears, she tossed aside all the beautiful stones she had collected from Mirror Lake. Chen Xingyu stood at the village entrance watching them depart while the earth god of Mirror Lake accompanied them for 10 miles. Qin Luo, knowing the earth god was following behind, turned and smiled saying, Senior, you don't need to see us off further. The earth god of Mirror Lake bowed and said, Great deity, please don't reveal the news of a dragon in Mirror Lake to others.
Why not?
The Celestial Monitoring Agency has offered a hefty bounty for dragon slayers and countless cultivators seek to hunt the dragon clan.
No problem. Qin Luo was not interested in the bounty.
Senior, if you have time you can come visit the Longhu Temple, which is at the highest peak, Luoxia Peak in the north.
I will definitely come.
The earth god of Mirror Lake clasped his hands, realizing he had overlooked such powerful cultivators around him. In his eyes, Qin Luo was a mighty figure in the Tao. Befriending him would allow him to walk freely in the Ziyun mountain range. Ziyue clutched many pears in her arms, eating as she walked, mumbling, Senior brother, were you just talking to the Earth Grandpa?
That's right. Qin Luo nodded.
What does Earth Grandpa look like?
A kindly old man.
Back at the Longhu Temple, Ziyue hid the pear she had picked from Mirror Lake in her bosom, afraid of being seen by her master, walking carefully.
Stop right there. Zhang Fulong emerged from the main hall. Why are you holding your stomach?
Master, my stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom.
Go ahead.
Zhang Fulong shook his head. Ziyue successfully brought the pears back to her room, hiding them in the cabinet, planning to take them out to eat when hungry. In the stone pavilion of the temple, Qin Luo and Zhang Fulong were having tea.
Master, did I do anything wrong by conferring the mountain god at Chenjiagu?
Qin Luo had heard many forces targeting the divine race and was unsure if this action would bring trouble. Zhang Fulong nearly spat out the tea he had just sipped, holding back laughter. You, this kid conferred a god.
Who did you confer? Chen Chakan.
Qin Luo answered truthfully, he is the son of Chen Xingzhou. I conferred him as the mountain god using spells from a book. Zhang Fulong held his teacup, contemplating carefully, suddenly bursting into laughter. My good disciple, you did nothing wrong.
Confer the dead as mountain gods and turn funerals into celebrations.
Zhang Fulong saw a business opportunity in this and advised Qin Luo, in the future don't confer gods easily unless paid more.
I understand.
Qin Luo nodded with a smile, relieved since his master had expressed approval. After finishing tea, Zhang Fulong yawned and said, I need to enter seclusion, you all watch over the temple.
All right, master.
After Zhang Fulong left, Qin Luo did not idle either, he went to cultivate in the inner sanctum.
Ziyue was sweeping the temple. Deep in the night. Mirror Lake.
The water's surface rippled. The silver dragon emerged from the water's surface under the bright moonlight. A barefooted girl appeared by the lake with silver hair and golden eyes, clad in a thin silver dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with 2 cute dragon horns on her head.
Earth, come out.
The dragon girl stomped her foot, splashing a high spray of water.
Grandma, I'm here.
The earth god of Mirror Lake emerged from the ground.
Did you investigate properly? What is his background? What is he doing here?
The dragon girl's eyes were filled with confusion. The earth god of Mirror Lake wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, Grandma, I just found out that he killed a major demon with lightning in Chenjiagu and conferred a scholar as the mountain god. He can even confer gods. The earth god looked enviously, saying, I went to Black Mountain to greet the new mountain god. He has a strong divine aura imprint, just becoming a god, and his divine power exceeds that of a minor god. Divine rights conferred by heaven, and he can even confer gods. The dragon girl's face paled, openly conferring gods and disregarding the Celestial Monitoring Agency. Who exactly is he? The earth god of Mirror Lake hurriedly replied, his name is Qin Luo, a cultivator from Longhu Temple. The Luoxia Peak where Longhu Temple is located is that mountain not far from us. The dragon girl walked to the shore, saying, let's go take a look. The earth god of Mirror Lake quickly reached out to stop her, his expression serious. Grandma, you must not go. Whom he can come to my Mirror Lake, why can't I go to his Longhu Temple?
The dragon girl pouted.
The earth god reminded, Grandma, you better think carefully. Qin Luo's master is Zhang Fulong. Just the name made the dragon girl shrink back. She retreated into Mirror Lake, pouting, forget it, Grandma is tired, let's discuss this matter later.
Baiyun Town.
The sky is high and the clouds are light, with the sun shining brightly. Today is market day and the streets of Baiyun Town are bustling with vendors calling out from both sides. Little junior sister, what do you want to eat? Qin Luo, dressed in a simple white robe with his long hair tied up, walked through the mundane world without a speck of dust on him.
Ziyue, carrying a bamboo basket, looked at the old man selling candied hawthorns not far away.
She really wanted to eat some, but knowing they wouldn't fill her up, she pointed to the lamb meat stall by the street.
Senior brother, I want to drink lamb soup.
The lamb stall by the street had a sign saying lamb soup costs 6 for a bowl and the soup could be refilled for free. Qin Luo approached and asked with a smile, "Shopkeeper, can I get half a bowl of lamb soup for 3 Of course. The middle-aged stall owner wore a broad smile. Qin Luo only had 3 on him, but even for just half a bowl of lamb soup, Ziyue was still very happy. At this roadside stall, Qin Luo and Ziyue sat on a bench by the street. Recently, the reputation of the Longhu Temple had been rising and passers-by would greet them enthusiastically.
Lamb soup is here. The middle-aged stall owner brought over a large bowl of lamb, his face beaming with joy.
He respectfully said, "Immortal Master, please eat first. If it's not enough, he'll give you more."
That's enough. That's enough.
Ziyu's eyes sparkled as she nodded repeatedly. This amount was more than she had eaten in an entire year. The stall owner continued with his business. Normally, a bowl of lamb soup would consist mostly of broth with just a few slices of meat and some lamb offal, but this bowl had no broth visible, only large chunks of lamb.
Seeing Qin Luo and Ziyue, even the townsfolk who usually didn't drink soup rushed over for lamb soup.
The stall suddenly became lively, drinking the same soup as the Immortal Master. They felt quite proud. "So fragrant,"
Ziyue exclaimed as she ate the lamb.
Taking advantage of the stall owner's moment of busyness, Qin Luo pulled out 3 and handed it to the stall owner. He then took out a talisman against evil spirits from his pocket and said, "Shopkeeper, 3 is surely not enough for this bowl of meat. I hope you can accept this talisman against evil spirits."
"Thank you, Immortal Master."
The middle-aged stall owner bowed in gratitude. Qin Luo returned to sit beside his junior sister. Ziyue, her mouth stuffed with lamb, widened her eyes in surprise and said, "Senior brother, that's worth 100 taels.
100 taels can buy a lot of lamb." Qin Luo didn't mind saying, "Little junior sister, we are cultivators and cannot take advantage of ordinary people." Ziyue nodded thoughtfully.
She remembered her senior brother's words. The stall owner brought over a bowl of lamb soup, a plate of white bread and 2 pounds of boiled lamb, enthusiastically saying, "Immortal Master, just a small token of respect." The middle-aged stall owner smiled from ear to ear. Previously, when Li Dezhuan came here for lamb soup, he mentioned that his young lady spent 100 taels to buy a talisman against. The middle-aged stall owner smiled from ear to ear. Previously, when Li Dezhuan came here for lamb soup, he mentioned that his young lady spent 100 taels to buy a talisman against evil spirits.
The value of the talisman against evil spirits is evident. So full. Ziyue wiped her mouth.
She knew she had made the right choice following her senior brother.
Qin Luo took Ziyue to Old Chen's incense shop.
"Oh, the Immortal Master has arrived." Chen Changsha's attitude was noticeably better than before.
"Old Chen, it's still the old rules."
"Immortal Master, we need to settle the bill this time, right?" Chen Changsha smiled apologetically, as Longhu Temple was his biggest client and he hadn't received any payment until now. Qin Luo handed Chen Changsha a piece of paper and said, "Old Chen, this is a promissory note from my master with names and fingerprints already stamped.
You can fill in any amount you wish."
Looking at the note in his hand, Chen Changsha smiled bitterly. "Immortal Master, recently incense and paper money are in short supply. I was hoping to stock up more, but this note is useless."
Qin Luo understood Chen Changsha's difficulties. "Old Chen, how about this? I'll draw 2 talismans for you as compensation.
You can use them to exchange for some money."
"Are the talismans you draw valuable?"
Chen Changsha expressed skepticism.
"Humph, my senior brother's talismans are powerful," Ziyue said proudly, knowing the strength of the talisman paper.
Hearing that Zhang Fulong's talisman against evil spirits was worth 100 taels, Chen Changsha thought that Qin Luo, being a disciple, might be significantly less skilled, but having something was better than nothing, and perhaps it would still be useful.
"All right then."
Chen Changsha agreed to Qin Luo's proposal. The materials for drawing talismans were available at the incense shop.
Qin Luo picked up the brush to draw the talismans.
His skill in drawing talismans had obviously improved, with intricate patterns sketched effortlessly. Chen Changsha rubbed his eyes. He had seen Taoists draw talismans before, but none were as quick as Qin Luo, and the patterns on the talisman paper flowed like a dragon, grand and magnificent.
"Immortal Master, what kind of talisman is this?" "This is a house protection talisman placed in the home. It can dispel evil and avoid misfortune. It should be worth some money."
Chen Changsha picked up the house protection talisman and examined it closely, becoming increasingly fond of it. In the blink of an eye, Qin Luo finished drawing the second house protection talisman. Chen Changsha looked at the 2 talismans in his hand, feeling they were quite remarkable. "Immortal Master, take the incense and candles as you please." Qin Luo still followed the old rules to take his goods.
"Thank you, Old Chen. Remember to come back to settle the bill next time." "No problem."
Qin Luo replied with a smile while Ziyu slung the bamboo basket filled with incense and candles over her shoulder, following her senior brother out of the incense shop. After they left, Chen Qianshou carefully tucked away one of the house protection talismans, planning to keep it at home. Just in time to go to Jinyang City to stock up. I'll take this talisman to the treasure pavilion, maybe I can sell it for a good price. At Luoxia Peak, as Ziyu reached the foot of the mountain, she lifted her sleeve and cheerfully said, "Come out, little whirlwind." A gentle breeze surged from her sleeve, lifting the heavy bamboo basket. Ziyu named this breeze Little Whirlwind, and she only let Little Whirlwind help when she was very tired. As Ziyu ascended the mountain with great strides, Qin Luo followed leisurely behind, reading a book in his hands.
Master, we are back. Ziyu walked cheerfully into Longhu Temple.
Zhang Fulong emerged from the main hall yawning and stretching lazily. In a couple of days it will be the Hongyue festival. The incense offerings at the temple have been rather sparse lately, so you can take a couple of days off. The Hongyue festival occurs on the 15th day of the 7th month every year, during which the moon in the sky appears blood red. During this time every household offers sacrifices to their ancestors, and the incense offerings at the temple are quite sparse.
Master, can I go home for a visit? Your home is far from Longhu Temple and the road is not safe. It's better to stay at the temple to cultivate and return during the new year.
Ziyu replied seriously, "Master, I'm not afraid. I have the talismans drawn by senior brother." Zhang Fulong pondered for a moment and said, "Qin Luo, if you have nothing else to do, accompany your junior sister home to visit her family."
"Sure."
Qin Luo replied with a smile, as he happened to be free.
"Thank you, senior brother."
Ziyu's laughter rang like silver bells. Zhang Fulong nodded in satisfaction, knowing that the temple would save a lot of food this way.
"Remember to return to the temple early to cultivate."
"Understood." Ziyu placed her bamboo basket in the storage room, then returned to her room to pack her clothes. She wore a loose-fitting blue robe, carrying a tattered bag, her face glowing with a joyful smile.
"Senior brother, are you ready?"
Qin Luo sat in the yard reading a book, lightly nodding. He had only brought the true explanation of the Tao and nothing else.
La la la. Ziyu hummed a little tune.
In July, under the blazing sun, when they arrived at the foot of the Luoxia Peak, Ziyu picked a lotus leaf by the stream, holding the stem and using the leaf as a sunshade. Qin Luo held the true understanding of the Tao as he walked and read, when a child's laughter reached his ears.
Where did the children come from?
Qin Luo looked up and saw colorful little sparrows perched on the treetops, chirping excitedly. The sparrows were discussing where to catch bugs. Qin Luo paused, realizing he could understand their chatter.
"Sisters, what is he looking at?"
The sparrows turned in unison to look at Qin Luo.
"Hello."
Qin Luo waved at the sparrows. Seeing Qin Luo greeting them, the sparrows scattered in fright. However, the first little sparrow to speak remained, with a tuft of red feathers on its head, its body plump and white like a small ball. The little sparrow tilted its head and chirped, "I've seen you before. You live on the mountain."
Yes, Qin Luo nodded with a smile.
He found the little sparrow before him quite spirited. With the task of taking his junior sister home, Qin Luo had no time to chat with the sparrow.
"Well, meet again if fate allows."
The little sparrow watched as Qin Luo walked away. 2 hours later, the mountain path widened, revealing a small town ahead named Qingshui Town. Qin Luo noticed a land temple near the town, overgrown with weeds and seemingly forgotten, showing signs that the villagers had not worshipped there for a long time.
There was no land deity in the temple. The land temple near Baiyun Town was similarly abandoned, lacking a land deity.
However, in Jinghu village far from the town, a land temple still existed, perhaps indicating the townsfolk did not believe in the existence of gods. The streets of Qingshui Town were bustling.
Ziyu looked at an old man selling candied hawthorns.
"Junior sister, do you want to eat candied hawthorns?"
"No. I don't want to."
Ziyu shook her head repeatedly, knowing her senior brother had no money, and quickened her pace to pass through Qingshui Town. Qin Luo understood that his junior sister wanted candied hawthorns, and if she expressed her desire, she would surely find a way.
Qingshui Town, Xuanhe Village.
2 clear rivers surrounded the village. Ziyu pointed at the earthen house across the stone bridge, giggling, "Senior brother, look, that is my home." To the right of the earthen house was a pigsty, to the left was a vegetable garden, and behind it was a small hillside where a large yellow dog lay in the yard.
Woof woof.
As soon as they stepped onto the stone bridge, the large yellow dog spotted Ziyu. It wagged its tail and excitedly ran over to greet her.
"Senior brother, this is my dog De Huang." Ziyu reached out to pat De Huang's head.
De Huang had prominent fangs and looked fierce, but was gentle before Ziyu, continuously wagging its tail.
Qin Luo followed Ziyu across the stone bridge.
Inside, Su Rong heard the barking and came out to check.
"Xiao, where?"
Su Rong's face lit up with joy.
"Mother." Ziyu ran into the yard, throwing herself into Su Rong's embrace.
She missed her parents greatly and would have snuck back long ago if not for Qin Luo. Seeing his junior sister reunited with her family, Qin Luo thought of his own parents. Having been away for so long, they must be worried, and he wondered how to return to his original world. Xiao Yuer, you've lost weight. Su Rong gently stroked Ziyu's small face, her eyes filled with guilt. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have agreed to let you go to Longhu Guan and suffer.
Mother, I've been doing well at Longhu Guan.
Ziyu grinned, then turned her head to point at Qin Luo, who had entered the yard. Mother, he is my senior brother, very impressive.
Hello, Aunt. Qin Luo greeted with a smile.
Upon seeing Qin Luo, Su Rong realized he was the one who brought Ziyu back and expressed her gratitude, saying, Immortal Master, thank you for coming such a long way.
Just call me Xiao Qin.
Xiao Qin, please come inside and sit down.
Qin Luo was polite and affable. Su Rong had a good impression of him.
Su Rong had previously met Zhang Fulong and found him unreliable, not wanting Ziyu to go to Longhu Guan for cultivation. Now seeing Qin Luo, she felt she might have misjudged Longhu Guan.
He. Ziyu grinned widely.
As Qin Luo stepped into the house, he was greeted by a strong smell of medicine, and he saw a child playing with mud on the ground.
Zifeng.
Sister. Zifeng's eyes lit up as he excitedly stood up and waddled to Ziyu, reaching out for a hug. Ziyu picked up her little brother and sweetly asked Zifeng, did you miss your sister?
I did. Zifeng hugged Ziyu's neck.
Su Rong shook her head helplessly. Fenger, you haven't washed your hands, don't dirty your sister's clothes.
Xiao Qin, come have some tea.
Su Rong handed a cup of tea to Qin Luo.
Thank you, Aunt.
Qin Luo accepted the tea and took a sip. Ziyu, holding her brother, went to the inner resting room where her father Zimu was lying on the bed.
Father. Ziyu approached the bedside and called out. Zimu weakly opened his eyes and seeing Ziyu return frowned.
Xiao Yuer, did you get into trouble and were sent back? Ziyu quickly shook her head. No, master gave us a holiday, so I came back to see you.
Uncle. Qin Luo also entered the room. Zimu was still unaware of what was happening.
Ziyu's eyes sparkled as she proudly said, Father, he is my senior brother and he's very powerful. Zimu endured the pain and sat up, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect.
Thank you, Immortal Master, for bringing Ziyu back. Qin Luo smiled and said, Uncle, Ziyu is my junior sister, just call me Xiao Qin. Father, are you still unwell? I'm fine, don't worry. Zimu forced a smile on his pale face.
Qin Luo's eyes glowed with a golden light as he could see the situation inside Zimu's body. He said solemnly, Uncle, you are suffering from accumulated fatigue and there are many residues of medicine in your body that are difficult to expel. If not treated in time, it could lead to serious problems. Zimu forced a bitter smile, wishing to heal, but finding that the more he treated, the worse his body became. Knowing he had little time left, he had let Ziyu go to Longhu Guan to ease the burden on the family.
Hearing this, Ziyu became anxious.
She looked at Qin Luo and asked, Senior brother, do you have a way to save my father?
Su Rong looked at Qin Luo with a worried expression. Go fetch a bowl of water. Senior brother, I'll get the water right away.
Ziyu put down her brother and immediately brought a bowl of water, saying, Senior brother, here is the water. Qin Luo formed a sword gesture with his hand, golden light glowing between his fingers as he inscribed symbols on the water's surface. The clear water in the bowl gradually turned golden. This is the nourishing symbol water. It can cure ailments and prolong life. Give it to uncle to drink.
Thank you, senior brother. Ziyu brought the symbol water to Zimu.
After drinking the symbol water, Zimu felt warmth in his body, color returning to his face, and he felt much better. I feel so much better all of a sudden, thank you, Immortal Master.
Uncle, just call me Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, we have troubled you. It's nothing, just a small effort. Qin Luo smiled and shook his head. In the evening, Su Rong went to the kitchen to cook. Ziyu carried a bamboo basket to the back mountain to cut grass, wielding a sickle with agility.
Zifeng helped pull weeds on the hillside, doing his best even if he could only pull a few at a time.
Da Huan followed behind them.
Qin Luo noticed a land temple half a person high on the hillside. Walking up to the temple, golden ripples appeared beneath his feet.
Senior, I apologize for the disturbance. The land temple shook violently.
A short land deity emerged from the temple, kneeling on the ground in fright with a crutch. Great Immortal, what do you summon me for? Qin Luo cupped his hands and respectfully said, Senior, I would like to trouble you to look after this family at the foot of the mountain.
No problem.
Great Immortal, please rest assured. The land deity of Shuanghe nodded repeatedly.
Please rise, Senior, no need for excessive courtesy.
Upon hearing this, the land deity stood up, bowing respectfully with his head lowered, not daring to meet Qin Luo's gaze.
Senior, I came from Longhu Guan and saw many land temples empty along the way. What is going on? The land deity of Shuanghe sighed, our existence is tied to incense offerings. If too long without incense to absorb, we will dissipate.
I fear I cannot hold out much longer.
As long as the senior can take good care of the surrounding villagers, I guarantee your incense will not run dry. Thank you, Great Immortal.
The land deity of Shuanghe bowed in gratitude.
With some free time on the next 2 days, Qin Luo planned to wander around. Junior sister, I will come to pick you up in a couple of days. Ziyu wanted to have Qin Luo stay longer but did not want to trouble him. Okay, senior brother. Qin Luo left alone. Evening. Ziyu was carrying pig fodder home. In the pigsty there were 2 pigs, one for sale and one to keep for the new year. Ziyu was cutting the fodder in the yard, skillfully chopping it into pieces. Little Yuer, where is your senior brother? He just left. Su Rong frowned slightly. Why didn't you ask your senior brother to stay for dinner before leaving? Mother's senior brother is an immortal, he certainly has other matters to attend to. Ziyu replied with a smile. Alright then. Su Rong's eyes softened. You two come inside for dinner and after the meal you can feed the pigs. Sure. Ziyu took her younger brother into the house for dinner. Zimu, refreshed, also joined them at the table. Wow. It smells so good. Ziyu swallowed hard. There were many dishes on the table: stir-fried bacon with garlic sprouts, chicken stewed with mushrooms, cold tossed herb, egg drop soup and pickled vegetables. These dishes were only available during the new year. Ziyu picked up her chopsticks and placed some meat in her brother's bowl. Xiaofeng, you need to eat more meat to grow up quickly. Thank you, sister. Zifeng buried his head in the food. Su Rong looked at them with concern. Little Yuer, your training at the Longhu temple is so hard, you must eat more. Zimu chimed in. Yes, little Yuer, you should eat more meat to nourish your body. Father's senior brother treats me very well. He takes me to banquets and treats me to lamb soup. I'm in good health. Ziyu didn't want her parents to worry. The couple had met Qin Luo and knew he was reliable. Thinking of Ziyu having such a senior brother made them feel at ease. Zimu smiled and suggested, Little Yuer, when your brother is older, why not send him to the Longhu temple too? Father, cultivating immortality is exhausting and difficult. It's better to send my brother to school to study and have a promising future. Ziyue, who drank porridge every day at the Longhu temple, didn't want her brother to suffer. Qin Luo walked through the mountains. The last rays of the evening sun disappeared before him. A gust of cold wind rushed towards him. Qin Luo looked up and saw a wisp of eerie blue flame floating towards him. When he reached out to touch it, he could feel a faint fluctuation of divine consciousness within. Ghost fire. This is the obsession of the restless souls. Qin Luo saw a blurred image and waved his hand, dispersing the ghost fire before him. He continued walking. The ghost fires he encountered along the way became more numerous. Why are there so many ghost fires in this place? Qin Luo felt that something was amiss. Ordinary ghost fires pose no threat, but when a large number gather they can easily give rise to evil entities. Qin Luo quickly formed seals with both hands, golden runes appearing around him. Light emanated from beneath his feet and a wave of golden energy radiated outward, causing the ghost fires in the mountains to dissipate upon contact. Fortunately, no evil entities have appeared. In the tranquil valley with a gentle stream flowing, Qin Luo saw an abandoned land temple by the riverside which had no earth god inside. The disappearance of the earth god and the proliferation of ghost fires means that if this continues, something foul will definitely appear in the mountains. A chill wind blew through the valley. Qin Luo looked into the depths of the valley. A large number of restless souls floated out. During the day the yang energy is strong, causing the restless souls to dissipate quickly. Outside they can only hide in the shadowy valley where the yin energy is heavier, allowing them to exist longer. Even so, ordinary restless souls find it hard to last long. They will gradually turn into mindless ghost fires as time passes until they eventually completely dissipate. The restless souls that floated out from the depths of the valley surrounded Qin Luo, their eyes filled with curiosity, yet they did not dare to approach. Why do you still linger in this world? Upon hearing Qin Luo's question, the restless souls exchanged glances. An old man in a blue robe stepped forward, bowing. Respected immortal, we do not know where to go. You should go to the underworld to be reincarnated. We cannot find the way. Follow me. Qin Luo was unsure where the underworld was, but he knew where the earth god was nearby. The earth god is responsible for managing restless souls. Thank you, immortal. The restless souls bowed to Qin Luo. He walked slowly ahead while the restless souls lined up behind him in an endless stream. Crossing mountains and valleys, more restless souls joined the procession. Late at night, Qin Luo arrived at Jinghu village with restless souls densely packed behind him, stretching as far as the eye could see. The earth god of Jinghu was resting in the temple when suddenly the ground shook as if thousands of soldiers were charging. What is happening? The earth god of Jinghu came outside to check the situation, saw it was Qin Luo and hurriedly bowed. Great immortal. Qin Luo pointed at the densely packed restless souls behind him. Senior, could you assist me in sending them to the underworld? This. No problem. The earth god of Jinghu wiped the sweat from his forehead, having never seen such a large gathering before. He immediately used his divine powers, causing the space around the land temple to distort, revealing an ancient stone door. Ghost gate. Open. The earth god of Jinghu shouted.
When the stone door opened, the chilling wind of the underworld rushed into it.
The surrounding restless souls were swept into the stone door.
After casting the spell, the earth god of Jinghu was drenched in sweat and his appearance aged significantly in an instant. Opening the ghost gate to the underworld was extremely taxing for him. In front of the land temple there was an incense burner with a stick of incense that had only burned halfway, which was a common sight.
Qin Luo silently recited a spell, igniting a flame at his fingertip.
He approached the incense burner and lit the half-burned incense. Golden smoke appeared in front of the land temple. The earth god of Jinghu widened his eyes, not expecting such a powerful figure as Qin Luo would offer incense to him. As a mighty wave of energy surged into his body, the earth god of Jinghu's previously weak body instantly filled with strength.
Great Immortal! I cannot accept this.
Senior, there's no need for such courtesy, this is what you deserve. Qin Luo did not expect that his casual act of lighting the half-stick of incense would astonish the earth god of Jinghu. The earth god of Jinghu absorbed the power of the incense, his strength continuously increasing, even surpassing his peak condition.
Offering incense requires the expenditure of one's own fortune.
By giving a wisp of fortune, Qin Luo rejuvenated the earth god of Jinghu, turning his white hair back to black and greatly extending his lifespan. After all the restless souls followed the Yin wine through the ghost gate, the earth god of Jinghu promptly closed the ghost gate. Senior, why are there so many restless souls appearing? Qin Luo was puzzled, noting the restless souls wandering in the nearby mountains. The earth god of Jinghu lowered his head, somewhat helpless. Managing restless souls is the duty of the earth gods, but as the offerings diminish, we struggle to survive, at most able to take care of the villagers nearby.
Doesn't the city god manage you?
A few years ago the city god temple was destroyed and the old city god has gone missing.
We can only barely hold on.
Qin Luo's eyes narrowed. If even the city god had a problem, it was no wonder there were restless souls everywhere.
He curiously asked, Senior, could you tell me why the divine clan has declined?
Many years ago the heavenly court ruled the three realms.
Later the human race rose and cultivators defied heaven.
A prolonged battle broke out between the gods of the heavenly court and the human race cultivators, ultimately leading to the heavenly court's defeat. The gods of the underworld maintained neutrality, allowing them to perform their respective duties after the war. Then what happened to the city god temple? The old city god secretly helped the divine clan to reincarnate, and this was discovered by the Bureau of Heaven, leading to trouble. Since the underworld gods chose neutrality back then, why do they now want to help the divine clan reincarnate? Back then the underworld gods were oppressed by the heavenly court, thinking that following cultivators might be better. Now they are even more oppressed in the underworld. The earth god of Jinghu shook his head with a bitter smile. Qin Luo roughly understood the situation. The earth and city gods are responsible for managing restless souls, which is crucial for the stability of the mortal realm.
Don't these powers think about the common people?
Heaven's path is heartless and immortals are also heartless.
Cultivators seek eternal life, viewing mortals as mere weeds. They do not care. I care.
Qin Luo's gaze was resolute. The earth god of Jinghu understood that Qin Luo was different from other cultivators. He respectfully said, Great Immortal, I am willing to follow you. No matter where you go, I will be at your service.
In the future, if there is a need for your assistance, I will not be polite.
Qin Luo said with a smile. The earth god of Jinghu laughed heartily. Hey! A clear voice rang out.
The silver-haired dragon girl appeared near the land temple.
Qin Luo looked at the graceful dragon girl, smiling gently, and said, You were looking for me, what is it?
I want to make a deal with you.
A deal?
What kind of deal?
Qin Luo was quite interested.
He knew the dragon clan possessed many treasures. The dragon girl spat out a golden pearl.
Her gaze turned cold. This is my dragon pearl.
As long as you make me the water god, I will give you the dragon pearl and follow your commands. The dragon pearl is the lifeblood of the dragon clan.
Once lost, their strength will significantly diminish.
If the dragon pearl is destroyed, the dragon clan will perish as well. Losing the dragon pearl will lower your realm.
The earth god of Jinghu reminded her.
I don't care, the dragon girl said earnestly. Why do you want to become the water god?
Qin Luo asked curiously. The dragon girl with a proud expression raised her head. I am a descendant of the water god. It is only right for me to become the new water god.
That reason is insufficient.
Qin Luo shook his head, his expression serious. I need a water god who can serve the common people. Then fine, I swear, as long as you make me the water god, I will definitely bring benefits to the surrounding people. If I go back on my word, you can crush the dragon pearl and I will face endless suffering.
The dragon girl's gaze remained unwavering.
Qin Luo saw the anger in her eyes. If you speak the truth, I might consider your request. The earth god of Jinghu did not dare to interject. The dragon girl clenched her fists, her eyes shimmering. My father is the water god of Luoshui. He dutifully ensured that the banks of Luoshui were harmonious, yet he was ambushed and killed by the master of the great Xia. I can only condense my divine essence to seek revenge. Luoshui is a vast river flowing from the highest point of the Ziyun mountain range into the East Sea, crossing the entire Great Xia dynasty. Qin Luo shook his head with a sigh. If it's for revenge, I cannot let you become the water god. The dragon girl lowered her head in disappointment. I will go to the capital of the Great Xia in the future. If what you said is true, I will seek justice for you. The dragon girl suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining. May I ask when you plan to set out, sir?
Probably next year.
Qin Luo intended to cultivate the true understanding of the Tao and planned to descend the mountain next year to travel and see the outside world.
Can you take me with you? It's best for you to stay in Jinghu.
Qin Luo would not specifically travel to the capital of the Great Xia, so he did not want to bring the dragon girl along.
Regardless, I want to thank you first, sir.
The dragon girl extended her hand and the golden dragon pearl floated into the air. She believed that Qin Luo would keep his word.
Qin Luo looked at the dragon pearl floating before him, feeling its immense life energy.
He waved his hand to refuse and the dragon pearl returned to the dragon girl's hand. I hope you can benefit the surrounding people in the future.
Facing the dragon pearl, Qin Luo did not hesitate at all. Thank you, sir. The dragon girl knelt on one knee.
The earth god of Jinghu was astonished, as the usually proud young lady had actually humbled herself. Qin Luo cupped his hands towards the earth god of Jinghu. Senior, in the future I will trouble you to send the restless souls nearby to the underworld.
Little god takes the order.
The earth god of Jinghu bowed deeply. Now he could manage not only Jinghu village but also the surrounding towns within 100 miles.
Qin Luo turned and vanished into the night.
In front of the Jinghu land temple, the half-stick of incense still burned. The dragon girl noticed the half-stick of incense that Qin Luo had lit. Her beautiful eyes narrowed and her charming face showed confusion. He actually offered you incense?
Yes.
He respects the gods but is not afraid of them. The earth god of Jinghu's eyes reflected reverence.
Beside Jinghu village lies Chenjiagu. Qin Luo, with nothing to do, came to Chenjiagu under the moonlight, enjoying the tranquil night and the cool evening breeze.
The path on Black Mountain is wider than before, clearly cleaned with the trees on both sides trimmed. In the late night, the newly built mountain god temple still flickered with candlelight. Qin Luo strolled into the temple and saw the statue placed high up, adorned with dazzling gold leaf. Chen Chang'an emerged from the statue, clasping his hands in greeting, his joy evident on his face. Immortal Master, I didn't expect you to visit at such a late hour. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Please forgive me, Immortal Master.
Qin Luo waved his hand lightly.
I came by to see if you have adjusted to your current life.
I have gotten used to it now. Chen Chang'an nodded with a smile.
At first I was indeed a bit unaccustomed, unsure of what my duties as the mountain god should be, but thankfully I received guidance from the local deity of Jinghu next door. If any cultivators come seeking trouble in the future, let them come to Longhu View to find me. Qin Luo had made Chen Chang'an the mountain god, and he would naturally take responsibility if trouble arose.
Chen Chang'an nodded heavily, bowing in thanks. Thank you, Immortal Master.
The local deity of Jinghu has reminded me to act discreetly and not to trouble you.
I am of similar age to you. Consider me a friend, no need for formality. Brother Qin. Cha Han. Qin Luo patted Chen Chang'an on the shoulder.
Ordinary beings could not see Chen Chang'an, let alone touch him, but Qin Luo could.
Ha ha ha.
The two exchanged smiles.
Chen Chang'an warmly said, Brother Qin, I have some wine gifted by the villagers. Why not sit down and have a couple of drinks?
Sure.
Qin Luo nodded with a smile. It is a good idea to drink when one is happy. Chen Chang'an reached for the wine jar on the offering table.
As soon as he opened the lid, the aroma of the wine wafted out. He filled 2 cups with wine and respectfully said, Brother Qin, I will toast you first. Qin Luo raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. Brother Qin, the senior from Jinghu, informed me that there is a spiritual vein beneath Black Mountain, rich in the world's spiritual energy. You can cultivate here in the future, which should yield great results with less effort. This was a secret of Black Mountain.
Chen Chang'an did not hide it from Qin Luo. Qin Luo concentrated, his eyes gleaming with golden light.
The world before him became transparent. Deep beneath Black Mountain there flowed a golden river, a rare spiritual vein. Such places tend to give birth to mountain spirits and demons.
No wonder the black rat spirit could thrive. It's indeed a good cultivation location.
Qin Luo had no intention of cultivating here. His master had once told him that the Tao does not strive. A true cultivator seeks enlightenment and longevity, not plundering the world's resources. He partakes of the essence of heaven and earth in moderation.
Chang'an, this place is rich in spiritual energy. You must cultivate diligently and accumulate merits.
In the future, the land you govern will not be limited to Black Mountain but could include the entire Ziyun mountain range, even the vast lands where the kingdom lies beneath. I will remember Brother Qin's teachings.
Come, let's drink. Qin Luo raised his cup again.
Chen Chang'an immediately raised his cup in response. Qin Luo had crossed over to Tianxian continent and had few friends.
Now that he had someone to chat with, he was very happy. After 3 rounds of drinks, the night grew deeper. Qin Luo stood up to bid farewell to Chen Xiaonan. Xiaonan, I will come again to drink with you in the future. Brother Qin, take care on your way.
Chen Xiaonan respectfully saw Qin Luo off.
Qin Luo walked deeper into the Ziyun mountain range.
He had heard stories about the mountains before and wanted to see them for himself.
Jinyang City. The streets were bustling with activity. Chen Xianzhou followed the merchant caravan into the city.
He came to Jinyang City primarily to restock supplies as incense and candles sell well before the Red Moon Festival, and he also wanted to know how much Qin Luo's protective talisman could fetch.
Treasures Pavilion. The most famous trading place in Jinyang City. The Treasures Pavilion has 3 floors. The first floor has many counters for treasure appraisal staffed by experts in the field.
Chen Xianzhou found an empty spot and took out the protective talisman from his bosom, handing it to the old man behind the counter. This is a protective talisman I accidentally obtained.
Can you please take a look?
The old man with white eyebrows sat leisurely behind the counter. He took the protective talisman, felt the talisman paper and sneered dismissively, "This talisman paper is quite new, it must have been drawn just a couple of days ago." Chen Xianzhou nodded and replied honestly, "Indeed, this is a protective talisman I recently received, created by an immortal master from Longhu View. May I ask how much this talisman is worth?" The old man with white eyebrows had initially looked down on it, but upon seeing the patterns on the talisman paper his brows furrowed slightly. He had seen many talismans, but none had given him such a strong shock. After pondering for a long time, the old man with white eyebrows was uncertain. "Sir, please follow me upstairs." The old man with white eyebrows stood up and personally led Chen Xianzhou to the second floor of the Treasures Pavilion, lightly knocking on the door, respectfully saying, "Old Master Wu, there is a talisman that needs your attention.
Come in."
Inside the room, the old man in white sat cross-legged on a Taoist platform. Wu Qingliu, with his head full of white hair, appeared quite sturdy. The old man with white eyebrows brought Chen Xianzhou into the room and handed the protective talisman to Wu Qingliu. Wu Qingliu stared at the talisman paper in his hand while Chen Xianzhou felt a bit nervous. He wanted to know the value of the protective talisman.
Wu Qingliu's eyes widened, struggling to contain his excitement.
Spiritual power is overflowing, it seems to be crafted by a talisman master.
Chen Xianzhou was overjoyed upon hearing this, quickly asking Old Master Wu, "How much is this protective talisman worth?"
Wu Qingliu restrained his smile, thought for a moment and replied with a light laugh, "The Treasures Pavilion is willing to offer 500 taels for this talisman paper."
500 taels.
Chen Xianzhou was ecstatic, but as a merchant he did not let excitement cloud his judgment. He probed, "Old Master, this protective talisman should be worth more than 500 taels. The old man with white eyebrows reminded him from the side, "Sir, our old Wu is a cultivator and would never deceive you." Realizing that the elder in front of him was a cultivator, Chen Xianzhou quickly apologized, "Immortal Master, forgive me.
I was overthinking it."
Wu Qingliu shook his head, "Although this protective talisman is good, it is worthless if it can't be sold. Our Treasures Pavilion also has to bear risks, so the highest we can offer is 800 taels.
800 taels it is.
Chen Xianzhou's smile nearly twisted his mouth. He never expected that the talisman drawn by Qin Luo casually would be so valuable. It was laughable to think he had once doubted the cultivators of Longhu View. The old man with white eyebrows handed Chen Xianzhou 800 taels in silver notes.
Wu Qingliu stood up and asked, "Old sir, may I ask which immortal master crafted this talisman?"
Qin Luo from Longhu View.
Longhu View. Qin Luo.
Neither Wu Qingliu nor the old man with white eyebrows had heard of him.
Where is Longhu View located? On Luoxia Peak beside Baiyun Town.
The master of Longhu View is named Zhang Fulong, he is Qin Luo's master.
Thank you, old sir.
After sending off Chen Xianzhou, Wu Qingliu stared at the protective talisman, feeling it was increasingly extraordinary. "Old Su, bring me that 500-year-old fire spirit herb. I am going to visit Longhu View now." The old man with white eyebrows widened his eyes. "Old Wu, that herb is meant for your foundation establishment." Wu Qingliu did not care. His eyes were resolute. "I am a loose cultivator who has practiced for decades without establishing a foundation. If I can exchange it for guidance from a great master, it far exceeds the value of that herb." The old man with white eyebrows fetched the fire spirit herb encased in a sandalwood box, feeling warmth even through the box. Wu Qingliu took the sandalwood box and rushed out, moving swiftly and disappearing into the city in the blink of an eye. On Luoxia Peak, Longhu View. Wu Qingliu arrived in front of the temple. The plaque bearing the name Longhu View was somewhat worn. He approached with an excited heart and knocked on the door, but after a long while there was still no response from inside the temple.
Is the immortal master not in the temple?
Or is my sincerity insufficient?
Wu Qingliu wandered in front of the temple. Deep within the temple, sounds of snoring could be heard.
Zhang Fulong had just eaten his fill and was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of Wu Qinglius knocking. Deep within the Ziyun mountain range, tall trees filled the area. Surrounded by overgrown weeds, there was originally no path here, but after Qin Luo passed, wide roads appeared in the mountains. He walked steadily, clearing the way. Why is it so quiet here? Qin Luo felt puzzled. His master had said that fierce beasts roamed the depths of the mountains, but now that he was deep within the Ziyun mountain range, he only saw small animals and no signs of fierce beasts. On the distant mountain floated purple clouds, lingering year after year, which is how the Ziyun mountain range got its name. 2 years ago, when Qin Luo had just begun cultivating, the sky was covered in purple mist that enveloped the entire mountain range. During that time, he had even seen cultivators riding swords and riding the winds heading into the depths of the mountains. There should be good things in the depths of the mountains. Qin Luo continued forward, eager to explore. If he sensed danger, he would leave immediately. He walked into a peach grove. The trees were laden with large, bright red peaches. In the backyard of Longhuview there was a larger and older peach tree, but that tree only bloomed and bore no fruit. Qin Luo reached out to pick a large red peach from the tree. He wiped it with his hand and tasted it. This peach is quite sweet, I might as well take some back with me. Ooh, the calls of monkeys echoed through the mountains. Qin Luo looked up and saw many monkeys watching from the trees in the distance. These monkeys had brown fur, were robust in build, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. A large monkey over a foot tall howled to the sky. Upon hearing it, the surrounding monkeys scattered in all directions. The tall monkey looked at Qin Luo from afar, its wariness evident. The tall monkey turned around and disappeared into the woods. Qin Luo could understand the conversations of the monkeys. The previous tall monkey had commanded the others to stay away. Am I that terrifying? Qin Luo chuckled self-deprecatingly as he continued forward, but he soon came across deep ravines in the mountains. The ravines intertwined, clearly not formed by nature. Qin Luo was certain that this was caused by powerful beings. Qin Luo lightly jumped over the ravine. After walking a short distance, he stopped in front of a valley where a bone entirely like jade lay. The skull was shattered. The white bones in the mountains glistened like jade, able to remain uncorrupted for years. It was evident they belonged to a cultivator of considerable power. Qin Luo heightened his vigilance and continued forward, thinking of checking the valley. The path leading to the valley was littered with bones, not only of cultivators but also massive beast bones resembling small mountains with clear sword marks visible on them. Qin Luo suddenly halted. He spotted a half-buried white bone in the ground, near which lay a light gray cloth bag. The body is decayed, yet this bag remains intact. It seems to be no ordinary item. He picked up the cloth bag from the ground. Qin Luo used his divine sense to inspect it and found a large space inside, nearly the size of the room he lived in, filled with many yellow stones. This should be spirit stones. The stones contained a vast amount of spiritual substances. The bag also held several exquisite garments along with a few books. After flipping through them, Qin Luo discovered 2 were cultivation techniques and others contained insights on training. Fenglei Sword Sect Shinjingqiu. Based on the insights written by Shinjingqiu, Qin Luo learned she was a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator seeking to break through, which brought her to the Ziyun mountain range in search of opportunities. Thank you for your gift, senior. Qin Luo stored the bag and noticed a broken sword not far away bearing the insignia of the Fenglei Sword Sect. Clearly Shinjingqiu had fallen here due to a powerful enemy. Though I cannot avenge you, I can help you find a blessed resting place. Qin Luo buried Shinjingqiu's remains on a sunlit hillside where beautiful scenery could be seen. Outside the valley there flowed a clear stream. The water was so transparent that fish and shrimp could be seen beneath the surface, glimmering in the sunlight. Qin Luo approached the stream and noticed scattered fragments of gold and jade at the bottom. Qin Luo crouched down and fished out a piece of silvery jade. Upon careful inspection, he noticed intricate patterns on the fragments of gold and jade which were remarkably unbreakable. The fragments of gold resembled pieces of armor, while the jade seemed to be shards of some kind of magical tool. The stream was littered with many such fragments, indicating a fierce battle had occurred nearby. Splash! A shadow swam closer. Qin Luo noticed a little creature in the water. A small otter swam near him, its fur glossy and black. It shook its head playfully. The little otter was adorable, and Qin Luo smiled as he waved to beckon it over. Ing. The otter's call sounded like a child laughing. Qin Luo understood the otter's language. It had many of those stones and wanted to trade them for food. What do you want to eat? Qin Luo's voice was soft yet rang in the otter's mind like a bell. The little otter stood up, pointing with its tiny paw toward a nearby peach grove. Ing. It wanted to eat peaches from the mountain. Qin Luo nodded with a smile. He didn't care much for the jade, but seeing the little otter so cute, he returned to the peach grove and picked several large, round and ripe peaches. Before long, Qin Luo returned with the peaches. The little otter giggled, covering its mouth. After placing the peaches in the stream, Qin Luo prepared to leave. The little otter emitted a series of ing calls holding several golden jade stones in its arms, its big eyes shining.
Ha ha ha.
Qin Luo couldn't help but laugh watching the little otter's serious demeanor as he reached out to catch the jade stones.
The little otter turned and swam away with the peaches.
Just as it swam a short distance, it suddenly looked back and saw Qin Luo crossing the stream toward the valley, its pupils dilating.
Ing. The little otter cried out loudly.
Qin Luo heard its warning. It said there were ancient monsters in the valley urging him to stay away.
Little one. Thank you for the warning.
Qin Luo smiled gently. He was not afraid and continued toward the valley, eager to explore. Upon entering the valley, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. The valley was lush with grass devoid of towering trees. In the middle of the valley, basking in sunlight, stood a small golden tree. It wasn't tall, with few branches and leaves, yet several golden fruits hung from it, the largest the size of a lychee while the smallest resembled cherries. Lying near the small tree was a massive black bear snoring thunderously.
Qin Luo looked at the black bear not far away.
The bear bore many gruesome scars, some from battles with demonic beasts and others from encounters with cultivators. The valley was filled with dense spiritual energy, and the black bear's presence indicated its formidable power.
Yet Qin Luo felt no threat. The energy within the bear was far inferior to that of the dragon maiden. The small tree near the black bear was extraordinary. Had it not been for the bear, Qin Luo might have taken 2 fruits to taste.
However, with the bear guarding the tree, he had no intention of seizing the opportunity.
Qin Luo noticed 2 towering stone statues at the foot of the mountain deep within the valley, with dragon heads and human bodies glaring fiercely, resembling 2 guardian deities.
Between them stood a grand stone gate. Carved above the stone gate were the words "Purple Mansion." Qin Luo's eyes gleamed with golden light as he discovered a small world within the purple mansion, softly murmuring, "This must be the paradise mentioned by my master, quite intriguing." The snoring abruptly ceased.
The black bear sensed Qin Luo's arrival.
The valley fell silent. The black bear opened its eyes and saw Qin Luo not far away, its gaze filled with deep wariness. Previously it could sense the presence of any approaching cultivator from afar, but this young Taoist had appeared silently in the valley. The black bear tensed up, fully aware that anyone who could reach the depths of the mountains must have a significant background. Seeing the bear's nervous expression, Qin Luo smiled and said, "If I have disturbed you, please forgive me."
The black bear sensed no hostility.
Previous cultivators had been filled with animosity, eager to strike at first sight.
Qin Luo's kind smile was entirely different from them.
"You jest, Taoist." The black bear stood up, towering over a meter tall, clasped its paws together and bowed respectfully, speaking human words. Qin Luo replied softly, "No need for such formalities."
"Is the paradise behind the stone gate also your territory?"
"Taoist, I am just a bear guarding this treasured tree.
I have never entered the paradise behind."
The black bear scratched its head, appearing somewhat simple-minded, yet it had killed countless cultivators and fierce beasts. Encountering a paradise, there might be treasures inside. Qin Luo planned to see what was within the purple mansion. Seeing Qin Luo approach, the black bear immediately prostrated itself on the ground, not daring to look directly at him.
With a respectful expression, it said, "Taoist, a visitor from afar, feel free to pick the fruits from the tree."
Since the black bear spoke first, Qin Luo didn't stand on ceremony. He picked a small golden fruit and placed it in his mouth. The fruit transformed into a warm flow, rich energy nourishing his flesh.
Since the black bear spoke first, Qin Luo didn't stand on ceremony.
He picked a small golden fruit and placed it in his mouth.
The black bear's eyes widened.
After consuming the fruit, it took a long time to refine the energy, but Qin Luo appeared completely unfazed, as if drinking water.
"Can I pick another?"
"Taoist, you can pick as many as you like." Qin Luo picked a larger fruit and stored it in his bag, planning to take it back for his junior sister. His master, with an unfathomable cultivation level, naturally did not need such things. "My name is Qin Luo from the Falling Sunset Peaks Longhu Temple.
I owe you a favor."
Qin Luo spoke earnestly. The black bear smiled and waved his paws. "Taoist, I am called Xiong. This little celestial fruit is nothing to worry about."
Even a small kindness would not be forgotten by Qin Luo.
He approached the stone gate deep within the valley, with Xiong trailing behind, keeping its head down. Qin Luo arrived at the stone gate, which had a crack through which special energy flowed out, contributing to the valley's rich spiritual energy and the purple clouds that covered the sky. Xiong respectfully said, "Taoist, I once tried to open the stone gate, but it is too heavy, I couldn't budge it." Xiong was a demon king condensed from a demon core, boasting great power, yet even so he could not open this stone gate.
Not everyone could enter a paradise.
Qin Luo placed his hand on the stone gate and exerted a gentle force, causing the entire mountain to tremble.
Xiong's eyes widened, realizing such power could easily crush him with a mere finger. Not good.
Qin Luo retracted his hand.
If he applied more force, he might very well destroy the entire mountain.
Xiong's skin prickled, relieved it hadn't confronted Qin Luo earlier, for the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since brute force was not effective, Qin Luo decided to use his escape technique. He formed seals with his hands and his body shimmered with golden light. The escape technique he practiced could not only burrow through the earth and mountains but also into the void, easily bypassing this stone gate. What incredible divine abilities! Xiangshan watched as Qin Luo passed through the stone gate. In the purple mansion's celestial realm, the sun shone brightly and the gentle breeze was pleasant. Qin Luo appeared in a vast expanse of grassland brimming with vitality and infused with a rich energy. Such a vast space indeed. The purple mansion's celestial realm is larger than Baiyun town. Qin Luo looked around, then closed his eyes to sense this realm. In the center of the grassland stood a magnificent palace surrounded by a crystal-clear lake. To the left of the palace was a garden, to the right a medicinal herb garden, and behind it lay a spacious martial arts arena. The purple mansion's celestial realm could be deemed a paradise. Although Qin Luo enjoyed tranquility, he didn't like the idea of living here alone, as that would likely lead to the loss of all emotions, making life unbearably dull. Qin Luo approached the lake, its waters clear and containing a wealth of spiritual substances. Why do I feel as if I am being watched? Qin Luo looked up and saw the sun in the sky, a blazing sun that was gazing at him. The sun of the purple mansion's celestial realm was a colossal vertical eye comparable to the stars, radiating intense light. To refine the eyes of ferocious beasts into a sun is quite an impressive feat, Qin Luo remarked, slightly astonished, as the oppressive force emanating from that vertical eye was even stronger than that of the Mirror Lake Dragon Maiden. There was no fluctuation of divine sense from the vertical eye, it had been crafted into a treasured artifact. Within it, Qin Luo saw intricate patterns concealing a killing formation likely meant to deal with intruders. Qin Luo faced off against the vertical eye. The purple mansion's celestial realm was eerily quiet. That vertical eye possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Qin Luo's expression remained calm, unwavering, as if the world were collapsing before him. Suddenly the vertical eye closed. It dared not meet Qin Luo's gaze. The once sunny purple mansion's celestial realm instantly transformed into night, with countless stars appearing in the sky. Those stars were not true celestial bodies but rather an array of luminous gemstones. Qin Luo recalled the ancient legend, to open one's eyes is day, to close them is night. Could this be the eye of the candle dragon? The powerful being who created the purple mansion's celestial realm is remarkable. Such a formidable existence has vanished without a trace. Qin Luo intended to proceed to the palace across the lake but suddenly sensed something strange about the water. He quickly plucked a feather-like green grass from the shore and tossed it into the lake. The green grass plummeted rapidly into the lake. The water was not deep, and after the grass fell it vanished without a trace. Qin Luo saw clearly that the grass had not disappeared but had been decomposed, becoming part of the lake. No wonder there are no fish or shrimp in the lake. If a cultivator were to step into the water, they would likely leave no trace behind. The purple mansion's celestial realm seemed tranquil, yet it concealed deadly traps. The vertical eye above and the lake before the palace would surely terrify any ordinary cultivator who ventured here. Golden light flickered in Qin Luo's eyes as he perceived the peculiar rules in the center of the lake, rendering the use of spells impossible. If any cultivator recklessly tried to take flight, they would surely fall into the lake. Interesting. Qin Luo crouched down and cast a spell, imprinting his fingers on the ground. Stone pillars began to emerge from the earth beside him, rising higher and higher, even surpassing the height of the lake. When the stone pillars fell, a stone bridge appeared. Qin Luo crossed the bridge to arrive before the palace, which was immaculate, not a speck of dust in sight. The palace was resplendently adorned but felt exceptionally desolate. The items within the palace were priceless treasures, yet Qin Luo was not interested. He ventured to the deepest room of the palace, where a white jade altar stood in the center, accompanied by a golden incense burner. Upon the white jade altar lay a jade pendant. Qin Luo approached but did not touch the pendant. Instead, he used his divine sense to probe for any issues with it. There was a fluctuation of divine sense within the pendant, and Qin Luo saw a slender silhouette with cascading purple hair draped over her shoulders. Fated one, henceforth the purple mansion's celestial realm shall belong to you. Senior, do you not want the purple mansion's celestial realm? I cannot return. Senior, I can help you take care of the purple mansion's celestial realm. If you return, it will still be yours. All right. The preciousness of the celestial realm is evident. It is surprising she would not want to give it away for free. The purple-haired fairy chuckled at Qin Luo's words. Qin Luo could only see the fairy's back, unable to glimpse her true appearance. May I ask how to address you, senior? My true name involves karma. Even if you silently contemplate it, it may bring disaster upon you. Qin Luo was taken aback. The purple-clad fairy before him, if her true self still existed, might even surpass his master. I am Qin Luo from the Falling Sunset Peaks Longhu Temple. The heritage of Longhu Temple has not been severed. Senior, do you know of Longhu Temple? The founding ancestor of Longhu Temple was a disciple of the Tao ancestor. He perished in that earth-shattering battle, and I thought Longhu Temple would vanish. I never expected it to survive until now.
So Longhu Temple has such a significant background.
Qin Luo previously thought his master spoke unreliable words, only now did he realize how humble his master was, not even sharing such stories with him.
Was it a battle among immortals? Indeed. Then who was Senior fighting for? For no one.
The purple-haired fairy said softly, all beings suffer. We are all struggling to survive, and when we can barely protect ourselves, how can we help others? Qin Luo pondered, recalling similar words spoken by Jiang Qingxue, that the heavens and earth are a prison and the flesh is a shackle, all confined here.
Does Senior wish to escape this realm?
As expected of a cultivator from Longhu Temple, perhaps we shall meet again on the path to immortality. The laughter of the purple-haired fairy was clear and melodious. Qin Luo seemed to understand, bowing respectfully.
Senior, I will not disturb your rest. Wait. Take the jade pendant with you. The purple jade pendant floated before Qin Luo.
He hesitated slightly, sensing that the pendant housed a remnant soul of the purple-haired fairy, and it felt strange to carry it.
Do you think I will harm you?
It's not that, it's just that there is a difference between genders.
Do you have a girl you fancy? No. Then why do you mind? I dislike the feeling of being watched.
The purple-haired fairy turned back with a smile. Her features were somewhat blurred, but from her outline she was beautiful.
Little one, rest assured I will not pry into your life.
Qin Luo reached out to catch the pendant, feeling a slight chill. The remnant soul of the purple-haired fairy trembled lightly. Her soul had lingered in the cold darkness for millennia and now felt warmth once more.
Thank you, Qin Luo.
The voice of the purple-haired fairy was gentle. Qin Luo felt comforted and smiled, saying, Senior, I may have many questions to ask you in the future.
Sure. The purple-haired fairy nodded with a light smile.
Qin Luo took out a Qianquan bag, preparing to place the jade pendant inside. The purple-haired fairy raised an eyebrow and softly coughed. I asked you to keep it on you, not to put it in the Qianquan bag.
Apologies. Qin Luo put away the Qianquan bag.
He then took out a red string. The purple-haired fairy frowned slightly. Little one, I dislike being ostentatious. Please keep the jade pendant close to your heart. It can nourish your body and is beneficial for you.
All right then. Qin Luo placed the pendant in his bosom.
Within the pendant, the purple-haired fairy felt a long-lost warmth akin to the first ray of light shining upon the earth. The once dim space became illuminated as she gazed at the approaching golden mist, murmuring, This is righteous qi.
Only saints possess righteous qi.
The purple-haired fairy raised her hand to form a seal, chaos light enveloping her. After a moment she frowned. She had intended to deduce Qin Luo's foundation, but this remnant soul was too weak and she saw nothing.
Leaving the palace, Qin Luo smiled and asked, Senior, are there any treasures in the Purple Mansion's celestial realm that you do not want?
The purple-haired fairy covered her mouth and chuckled. This entire Purple Mansion's celestial realm can be given to you.
Take whatever you desire.
Qin Luo entered the garden near the palace, filled with wisteria flowers.
Senior, you really like the color purple, don't you? Purple is quite charming. There is actually a gourd here.
Qin Luo reached the center of the garden, gazing at the golden gourd on the vine, which stood out brilliantly. This gourd is among the few treasures left in the Purple Mansion's celestial realm. When I left in my true form, the golden gourd was still small, so I did not take it with me. Senior, it seems there is more to this gourd than meets the eye. You have a good eye. This golden gourd can hold the waters of an entire river and can also be refined into a gourd for refining monsters.
A gourd for wine would be nice. That would be a waste.
Qin Luo plucked the golden gourd, deciding not to refine it into a monster-repelling gourd but rather to use it to collect morning dew. In the medicinal herb garden near the palace, the spiritual energy was rich, but all the spiritual herbs around were withered. Only the small tree in the center, about the height of chopsticks, remained alive, surrounded by swirling purple mist. This is the primordial tree, a rare divine tree. If it were to grow into a towering tree, it would be a supreme treasure. Holding the primordial tree could pierce the heavens, reverse yin and yang, traverse the cosmos, and master reincarnation. Unfortunately, its growth requires a vast amount of energy. If it were to leave this place, the primordial tree could turn a region into desolation in a short time.
Indeed impressive. But I cannot afford to raise it.
Qin Luo found it pointless to sustain a tree with the resources of an entire region. He would not engage in such morally reprehensible acts. The purple-haired fairy chuckled lightly. In 10,000 years this primordial tree should rival a supreme divine weapon.
I hope to still be alive by then. The leaves of the primordial tree can cleanse the marrow and temper the body, having transformative effects. You may pluck a leaf. Qin Luo picked a leaf and chewed it, feeling as if he were floating on air. A powerful energy coursed through his body. The purple-clad fairy was momentarily dazed. The leaves of the primordial tree were indestructible, containing terrifying energy. They are typically worn on the body, and prolonged use can nourish flesh and blood. For faster results, one may use primordial leaves in a medicinal bath. Qin Luo treated the primordial leaves as food, leaving her dumbfounded and at a loss for words. The taste is average. But my internal organs feel warm. Qin Luo then proceeded to pluck 2 more leaves from the primordial tree. The purple-haired fairy looked at Qin Luo as if he were a monster, completely bewildered at how such a disciple could exist. Qin Luo, do not tell anyone about my existence once you leave. No problem. The purple-haired fairy was concerned about attracting unnecessary trouble. With Qin Luo's strength, he likely had formidable companions. Qin Luo put away the primordial leaves. The purple mansion's celestial realm was beautiful, yet he felt no attachment and turned to leave. Xiangshan sat before the treasure tree, his brow furrowed as he contemplated whether to take the tree away from this place. A golden light illuminated the area. Qin Luo appeared in the valley. The sunlight outside is much more comfortable. Sir. Xiangshan's expression was filled with fear. Qin Luo took out a piece of hongmeng leaf. This is the hongmeng leaf I obtained from the Zifu cave. It should be enough to exchange for those 2 spirit fruits. Xiangshan took the hongmeng leaf, radiating purple light, knowing that it was a priceless treasure, and trembled with excitement. Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy narrowed her beautiful eyes. This piece of hongmeng leaf was more precious than the treasure tree of the great black bear, yet Qin Luo gave such a valuable item to him. Xiangshan had thought that Qin Luo would covet the treasure tree, only now did he realize he had overthought it. He knelt and bowed his head, shaking the valley. Sir, if there is ever a need, I, the old bear, am willing to go through fire and water for you without hesitation. You are the overlord of the mountain, do not kill the innocent indiscriminately in the future. Qin Luo reminded. Xiangshan was submissive in front of Qin Luo, but he had a fiery temper. Any ordinary creature that approached the valley would face great danger. I, the old bear, will remember your teachings, sir. You can leave me here. Qin Luo waved his hand. Xiangshan bowed and said, safe travels, sir. Qin Luo walked towards the peach grove in the mountains. In the creek, a dark shadow emerged from the water's surface. A small otter rubbed its eyes, staring at Qin Luo's figure, feeling it was unbelievable that he was able to leave the valley alive. As he passed through the peach grove, Qin Luo casually picked many peaches to take back for his little junior sister. In the evening, Qin Luo arrived at Shuiwei village. This village had long since fallen into ruin. Nearby, a grand mountain stood rich in spirit, and Qin Luo reached the summit where he could overlook the surrounding mountains and even see Shuanghe village in the distance. Qin Luo looked into the distance and saw the purple moon harvesting pig grass and digging for wild vegetables, busy and carefree. That is my little junior sister. Qin Luo pointed into the distance, a smile on his face. The purple-haired fairy noticed the little girl in the distance and chuckled. I also enjoyed digging for wild vegetables in the mountains when I was young. Back then I was hungry and cold, yet I had no worries. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, preparing to spend the night there. As the sun set and the moon rose, the stars sparkled brightly. After autumn arrived, the cicadas' cries grew increasingly mournful. At night, Qin Luo basked in the starlight. The bright moonlight fell upon him. Qin Luo's consciousness appeared in the inner realm, where snowflakes floated through the air, and practicing spells in this inner realm was twice as effective. In the inner realm there was a mysterious substance nourishing Qin Luo's spirit. He sat cross-legged on the snowy plains, his vitality growing stronger, with 3 mysterious flowers appearing above his head, one pure white and sacred, one shining with golden light, and one dark and dull. Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy sensed a special fluctuation. She discovered the residual images of 3 flowers between Qin Luo's brows. 3 flowers gathered at the crown. What strong vitality! Throughout history, the number of those with 3 flowers gathered at the crown is few. I didn't expect this little guy to reach such a level at such a young age. Could he be a born saint? A smile played at the corners of the purple-haired fairy's lips. Following his journey might not be boring. Morning. The first rays of dawn fell upon Qin Luo, radiating a holy aura. A tall figure stood atop the mountain, dressed in a purple gown, noble and elegant. The changes here are truly significant. The purple-haired fairy sighed lightly. She turned to look at Qin Luo and found his condition quite special. In just one night his aura has risen several levels. Could he be in the inner realm? Inner realm. The blazing sun shone fiercely and heat waves rolled. Qin Luo left the snowy plains and entered the desert, where the ground was red sand resembling a fiery furnace. While the outside world was just one night, in the inner realm it had been half a year. Qin Luo originally planned to wait for Jiang Qingshuet in the snowy plains, however she had not appeared for a long time and might not return. Qin Luo thought to explore other areas of the inner realm. After half a year's long journey he walked over 10,000 miles, encountering neither cultivators nor any significant opportunities. Not far away a bloody light shot into the sky. A broken sword was slanted in the red sand. Nearby stood a golden skeleton over 100 feet tall. This skeleton was comparable to a mountain. Even in death it stood tall, and the surrounding space twisted and deformed as if time had stopped. What a strong pressure! Qin Luo gazed at the distant corpse, his expression slightly startled. Is it a fallen divine being? That towering being emanated an immense pressure. To Xiangshan he was like an ant.
Qin Luo felt shocked but not afraid as it was merely a deceased being. As he passed the golden skeleton, Qin Luo suddenly stopped.
He sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy.
Qin Luo raised his head, his eyes glimmering with golden light, noticing golden patterns between the skeleton's brows. The golden patterns were mysterious.
Qin Luo discovered a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy within them.
This divine being before him might not have completely fallen.
Crack!
The golden skeleton suddenly trembled.
The golden pattern lit up. Qin Luo felt a powerful aura awakening.
A grand being clad in golden armor stepped out from the golden pattern, his long golden hair flowing like a world-renowned god. The grand being appeared before Qin Luo. Qin Luo smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "The junior has accidentally passed through here. If I have disturbed you, please forgive me, senior." The grand being shook his head and laughed. "You bring me hope. I should be thanking you instead."
"What hope?"
Qin Luo asked, puzzled. The grand being explained with a smile, "I am trapped here and you can help me leave." Qin Luo was somewhat curious. "Senior, how can I help you leave?" The grand being's eyes were fervent. "After you leave the inner realm, call my true name and I can return to the mortal realm." Qin Luo had once asked the purple-haired fairy for her true name, but she did not answer due to the immense karma involved.
This being before him was certainly not harmless. Qin Luo's expression turned serious. "Senior, if I call your true name, I will bear the karma for you."
The grand being nodded, half kneeling on the ground yet still able to gaze directly at Qin Luo. "I, Wu Xuantian, can form a contract with you.
As long as you call my true name, I will serve you.
You were once a high and mighty divine being and now you wish to submit to me.
Though I am a mortal being, trapped here is more terrifying than death."
Qin Luo thought for a moment. The grand being before him possessed great combat power. If he could stay by his side, he would be a good enforcer in the future.
"All right." Qin Luo nodded in agreement.
The grand being raised his hand and placed it before Qin Luo. Qin Luo placed his hand on the grand being's palm and they formed a master-servant contract. After a flash of golden light, the grand being excitedly said, "I am Wu Xuantian, willing to fight for my master across the heavens." Qin Luo smiled and said, "Old Wu, I am not interested in those matters.
If people do not offend me, I will not offend them." "As you command."
Wu Xuantian laughed heartily, his robust figure and resolute face adorned with a simple smile.
"I will first try to leave the inner realm." As he spoke, Qin Luo exited the inner realm.
His consciousness returned to a sea of awareness, feeling refreshed as if he had undergone a transformation. A ray of purple light dove into the jade pendant in Qin Luo's embrace.
Qin Luo opened his eyes. Compared to the desolation of the inner realm, the outside world was lively. "Were you just in the inner realm?"
A gentle voice sounded in his ears.
Qin Luo nodded. "Senior, you also know about the inner realm." The purple-haired fairy nodded with a light smile. "Of course, the inner realm is actually a fragment of the divine realm.
After the divine realm was shattered, it was divided into two realms, the virtual and the real. The virtual realm is the inner realm, while the real realm is what later became the celestial realm."
"I see." Qin Luo finally understood how the inner realm came to be.
Although he had just exited, a long time had passed in the inner realm.
He did not delay and immediately shouted, "Wu Xuantian!" Boom! Thunder rumbled. The entire Ziyun mountain range trembled. "Oh, it's thundering." Ziyua was washing clothes in the river, frowning as dark clouds rapidly gathered overhead, transforming the once clear sky into a chaotic storm as if the very heavens were shattering. "So unlucky. So unlucky."
Ziyua clutched her wooden basin and hurried home, running like the wind. On a nearby mountain peak, Qin Luo gazed at the lightning in the sky. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, sensing a powerful being from the divine clan crossing realms.
Summoning the divine clan. Things are getting more interesting. The violet-haired fairy was filled with curiosity towards Qin Luo.
Inside, Wu Xuantian heard Qin Luo's summons. A mark appeared between the brows of the golden skeletal figure, followed by a dazzling golden pillar of light that pierced the heavens. The firmament shattered and brilliant golden light descended from above, revealing a towering figure clad in golden armor who knelt before Qin Luo, grasping a broadsword, and respectfully declared, "Master.
I am called Qin Luo. You can call me Old Qin."
Qin Luo regarded Wu Xuantian as a friend.
"Master Qin." Wu Xuantian bowed deeply.
"Rise, there's no need for such formalities from now on." This subordinate obeys. Wu Xuantian stood up clad in golden armor, his gaze resolute and imposing, exuding an extraordinary presence like that of a divine king.
Even in the form of a soul, he carried an overwhelming aura.
In the distant Jinghu village, the local deity and the dragon maiden both furrowed their brows simultaneously, sensing a terrifying being emerging from the Ziyun mountain range, a presence that made their scalp tingle.
"Old Wu, can you keep a low profile?" "Haha, no problem." Wu Xuantian reigned in his aura.
The terrifying pressure enveloping the mountains dissipated.
Qin Luo's consciousness appeared within the jade pendant. Senior, you don't have any enmity with the divine clan, right?
Little fellow, all the divine beings who opposed me are dead, there's no need for you to worry.
The violet-haired fairy chuckled lightly, her voice gentle yet domineering. You're truly impressive, Senior.
You're not bad yourself. Qin Luo smiled broadly, his intuition telling him that the violet-haired fairy was very powerful, even stronger than Wu Xintian. Currently the violet-haired fairy was in a weakened state. She could not discern Qin Luo's cultivation and was curious about who his master was to have taught such an outstanding disciple. In the past there were many powerful beings within the Ziyun mountain range, yet she had not seen any after the violet-haired fairy appeared. She felt something was amiss. Soon after, the Ziyun mountain range returned to normal. Qin Luo sat atop the mountain basking in the sun while Wu Xintian stood beside him with his sword. Old Wu, you seem to possess extraordinary martial prowess. Your status in the divine realm must have been significant. Not too high, not too low. I was responsible for guarding the heavenly gate, handling the dirty work. Wu Xintian was very humble. For being able to guard the heavenly gate indicated he was among the elite of the divine clan. Your current state seems rather poor. Qin Luo could sense that Wu Xintian was not as powerful now as he was in the inner realm. His current state was even weaker than the remnant soul of the violet-haired fairy within the jade pendant.
Master Qin, you're correct.
I consumed too much energy while crossing realms. My remaining power is scant.
Can you recover?
It's difficult. I was a divine general guarding the heavenly gate, and when the gate collapsed I lost my source of divine power.
Wu Xintian shook his head helplessly. Qin Luo knew that divine beings could absorb incense offerings. He pondered for a moment.
Old Wu, would you be willing to be a gate deity?
Wu Xintian nodded without hesitation.
Being a gate deity to protect the homes of countless families suits me well. Qin Luo stood up. He was tall and slender with an air of heroism about him, his handsome face adorned with a clean smile. Wu Xuantian, who had originally been smiling, suddenly froze, seeing that Qin Luo was serious and not joking.
The mountaintop fell into silence. Qin Luo's eyes glimmered with golden light, radiating a domineering aura that looked down upon all beings.
His momentum suddenly surged and his once small figure became majestic. Wu Xuantian, I in the name of the Tao ancestor appoint you as the gate deity of the Ziyun mountain range to guard the homes of its people.
In an instant Wu Xintian felt the presence of the heavenly path once more kneeling before Qin Luo.
This subordinate accepts the command.
Wu Xintian clasped his hands in gratitude.
He felt as if he sensed the existence of the heavenly emperor. Within the jade pendant, the violet-haired fairy remained silent, thinking that Qin Luo was merely speaking casually, not expecting it to be a true divine appointment which bore immense consequences that not everyone could endure. Throughout history, those who were appointed as divine beings were all exceptional existences, yet none ended well, including the Tao ancestor who once suppressed the three realms. In the end, he also met his demise. The violet-haired fairy's expression grew serious.
Wu Xuantian, lacking a physical body, became more solid as the gate deity and his divine power began to recover.
Old Wu, rise.
Master Qin, thank you for your trust.
This subordinate will diligently fulfill my duties protecting the people of the Ziyun mountain range.
Qin Luo nodded with a smile.
Old Wu, when I return to the Longhu temple I will help promote you.
Thank you, Master Qin. Wu Xintian cupped his fist in salute.
Master Qin, I will first familiarize myself with the people of the mountain. If you need anything, just call.
Go ahead. Qin Luo smiled and nodded. Wu Xintian transformed into a golden light and flew away.
Qin Luo's actions not only provided Wu Xintian with a place but also aimed to protect the people of the Ziyun mountain range.
With a gate deity's protection, the mountain folks wouldn't have to worry about evil spirits anymore. Aren't you afraid of the consequences of being appointed as a deity?
The gentle voice of the violet-haired fairy echoed in his ears. Qin Luo's consciousness appeared in the jade pendant and he smiled as he explained, Senior, my master has said that the Ziyun mountain range is under his jurisdiction, so I appointed Old Wu as the gate deity. Your master may be formidable, but even the Tao ancestor faced great tribulations when appointing deities. Can he surpass the Tao ancestor?
Thank you for the reminder, Senior.
Qin Luo understood that the violet-haired fairy was looking out for him. If trouble arose, he could always ask his master for help.
Qin Luo left the mountaintop. Today is the Red Moon Festival, a time for families to pay homage to their ancestors.
Qin Luo encountered a family at the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man in splendid attire accompanied by his children burning paper money at the gravesite.
Qin Luo happened to pass by. Immortal Master.
The middle-aged man greeted him warmly.
Qin Luo smiled and nodded.
Immortal Master, may I ask if you have some time? Qin Luo had plenty of time, smiling as he asked, is there something you need? The middle-aged man Zhang Yuan respectfully said, Immortal Master, I am Zhang Yuan, the owner of the Shangman Tower in Jinyang City. How is the feng shui here? Qin Luo approached the lake, its waters clear and containing a wealth of spiritual substances. Why do I feel as if I am being watched? Zhang Yuan looked puzzled, his face filled with confusion.
This year Shangman Tower's business is poor.
I went to the Longhu Temple for divination and Master Zhang said the feng shui of my ancestral grave is bad. Qin Luo carefully observed the feng shui of the location. He felt it was quite good with his master's abilities. He shouldn't have miscalculated.
Perhaps this isn't your ancestral grave. How could that be? This is my biological father. Qin Luo said seriously, good feng shui can enhance the luck of future generations, but its effect is limited.
If the business is poor, you should look for reasons in the management of the restaurant.
Thank you, immortal master.
The middle-aged man frowned.
Qin Luo shook his head and continued walking.
Zhang Yuan continued to burn paper, increasingly confused.
Father, could it be that I was really adopted?
In Xuanhe village, Ziyue had just hung up her freshly washed clothes.
Da Huan lay in the courtyard while Zifeng tugged at Da Huan's tail.
The scene in the courtyard was particularly warm.
Zimo and Su Rong went to the town to buy things, leaving only the siblings at home. As Qin Luo approached the courtyard, Ziyue noticed his arrival. Senior brother, you're here. A gentle breeze swept over. Ziyue excitedly ran up to him.
Qin Luo opened his Qiankuan bag and took out peaches he had picked in the mountains, smiling softly. These are peaches I picked in the mountains, try them.
Thank you, senior brother.
Ziyue beamed with joy as she hugged the peaches and went inside to wash them. She then brought out a stool and a table, her little face full of a sweet smile. Senior brother, please sit.
Qin Luo sat on the stool. Senior brother. Zifeng leaned over, grinning foolishly. Zifeng, don't disturb senior brother.
Ziya's little face was serious and Zifeng obediently nodded like a chick pecking at rice.
Qin Luo gently pinched Zifeng's little face. Little Feng, do you want to cultivate in the Longhu Temple in the future? Is there meat to eat while cultivating?
No.
My mother said that going to school means eating meat.
Then you should study hard.
MHM. Zifeng wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Senior brother, please have some tea. This is tea our family grew. Ziyue brought Qin Luo a cup of freshly brewed tea. Qin Luo picked up the teacup and tasted it.
The tea had a faint fragrance and was very pleasant to drink.
This tea is quite good. Ziya's little face was filled with pride as she sweetly smiled.
Senior brother, when we return to the temple, I'll brew tea for you every day.
That sounds great. Qin Luo replied with a smile.
Ziyue put the washed peaches in a basket with Zifeng following behind, wanting to eat the peaches. Senior brother, the peaches are clean. Qin Luo smiled slightly and softly said, little junior sister, I've eaten plenty, you guys enjoy. Hearing this, Ziyue handed the basket to Zifeng, who took a large red peach with a foolish grin.
Hee hee, thank you sister. Thank you senior brother. Remember, don't waste it. I know.
The basket still held many peaches.
Ziyue noticed a small golden fruit among them which looked rather unremarkable.
She picked it up to examine it, thinking it must be a fruit picked by senior brother and surely edible. Qin Luo had not paid attention earlier. He placed this golden spiritual fruit alongside the peaches, which was originally meant for Ziyue.
It was just right that Ziyue discovered it. It seemed like fate.
Ziyue put the golden spiritual fruit in her mouth, chewed a bit and then swallowed.
The taste is so strange.
Just after finishing the spiritual fruit, Ziyue felt discomfort in her body as if her organs were on fire. She feared her senior brother would worry, so she bore the pain and remained silent. Ziyu squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, her petite body trembling continuously. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as the blood within her boiled, her organs feeling scorched.
Qin Luo knew that his junior sister was suffering greatly.
The spirit fruit unleashed a violent energy to clear her meridians, and this process was extremely painful, but enduring it would yield numerous benefits. Ziyu had been cultivating alongside Qin Luo for some time. Each day she bathed in the twilight glow, absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. Her physical body was stronger than that of an ordinary child, barely able to withstand the violent energies of the spirit fruit. Your junior sister doesn't even know the most basic cultivation method, the purple-haired fairy observed as she noticed the chaotic energy within Ziyu.
Qin Luo responded with his divine sense, our master teaches us meditation cultivation, which is different from other cultivators. Meditation cultivation is an ancient practice that requires a high level of comprehension.
Your junior sister's comprehension ability is quite poor, making the effects of consuming the spirit fruit subpar. Even the purple-haired fairy acknowledged its age, proving that the cultivation method taught by their master was indeed genuine.
Although my junior sister's comprehension is not high, she works very hard. Qin Luo's eyes held a smile. He believed that his junior sister's efforts would be rewarded.
The purple-haired fairy looked at him with appreciation. Little one, if you don't mind, I have a cultivation method here that is very suitable for meditation cultivation.
It should benefit your junior sister.
That sounds great.
Qin Luo had no objections.
He originally planned to give his junior sister the cultivation method he had found in the mountains, but the one from the purple-haired fairy was undoubtedly superior to that of the Wind Thunder Sword sect. The purple-haired fairy raised her hand and a strand of purple light emerged from the jade pendant, ultimately landing between Ziyu's eyebrows. Squatting on the ground, Ziyu was diligently meditating. However, her mind was blank. Suddenly a strand of purple light appeared in her sea of consciousness. After her awareness made contact with the purple light, it was as if she received an enlightening revelation, instantly mastering the 5 Qi returning to origin technique. Ziyu's body automatically operated the 5 Qi returning to origin technique. Qin Luo noticed that the energy within his junior sister gradually stabilized, her breathing becoming rhythmic. The energy within her no longer leaked outward.
Thank you for your generous gift, senior.
The purple-haired fairy nodded with a gentle smile, softly saying, seeing her is like seeing my past self.
Does that mean your comprehension was also poor, senior?
It was ordinary. Many exceptionally talented cultivators rise to prominence in a short time only to fade into obscurity later. Senior, you rose from humble beginnings and I admire that. I have endured countless tribulations, and after achieving immortality I found no one to speak with.
Eternal life feels like a curse.
The purple-haired fairy sighed softly. That gentle sigh transcended time. Qin Luo seemed to see a tall figure standing in the distance, radiant and unique, an embodiment of elegance.
My master says that cultivation arises from life and cannot stray far from the mundane. He often sends me down the mountain to experience life. I would indeed like to meet your master. There will be opportunities. Half an hour later, Ziyu opened her eyes, stretching lazily.
She felt refreshed, her body light as if she were floating like an immortal. With a gentle leap she could soar several zhang high.
Wow! Zifeng's mouth dropped open in surprise. Big Huang's eyes widened in astonishment. Senior brother, I think I suddenly gained enlightenment after eating the fruit you brought.
Ziyu's small face was filled with excitement, thinking that the 5 Qi returning to origin technique was something she had meditated on herself.
Qin Luo smiled softly, saying gaining enlightenment is a good thing.
You must continue to cultivate well from now on.
Ziyu nodded vigorously.
Zifeng quickly picked up a peach and began to munch on it. Junior sister, does your family have any brushes, ink, paper or inkstones? We don't have those things at home, but the village chief's grandfather has them.
I can borrow them from their house. Please make a trip for me. Senior brother, I will be right back.
Ziyu ran off quickly like a gust of wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye along the country path. Big Huang initially wanted to follow Ziyu, but unable to catch up, it could only wag its tail and return to the courtyard.
Before long, Ziyu returned to the courtyard holding paper, ink, brush and inkstone.
Senior brother, what do you need these for?
To paint the door god.
Qin Luo replied softly. Ziyu looked up, blinking her eyes. Senior brother, my father says door gods are useless and very few people post them nowadays. Do you believe in the door god that senior brother invited?
I believe, of course I believe.
Ziyu laughed, her smile wide. In her eyes, senior brother was the strongest. Zifeng rode Big Huang closer to watch the excitement. The courtyard was very quiet. Qin Luo focused intently, using his brush to sketch the door god on the paper while Ziyu ground ink beside him. On the paper, the martial god Wu Xiantian held a wide sword in both hands, clad in heavy armor, tall and mighty. When the final stroke was completed, a ray of golden light fell upon the painting from the heavens. The originally simple wooden door now appeared grand. With a door god affixed to one side, it looked unbalanced. Qin Luo decided to draw another to place on the opposites. The originally simple wooden door now appeared grand. With a door god affixed to one side, it looked unbalanced. Qin Luo decided to draw another to place on the opposite side. This door god looks formidable. Ziyu clasped her hands together and bowed 3 times. Junior sister, how many households are there in your village?
There are currently only 18 households. The wealthy families in the village have all moved away.
Qin Luo nodded, saying softly, the paper is just enough. I will paint a door god for each family in your village.
Senior brother, you are so kind. Ziyu grinned sweetly.
Qin Luo continued painting the door gods while Ziyu focused on grinding ink.
Zifeng and Big Huang went to the bridge to wait for their parents to return.
As noon approached, Zimu and Su Rong returned from the town, their baskets filled with daily necessities and carrying additional items in their hands.
Zifeng was the first to run over and leap into their arms.
Father!
Senior brother is here.
Zifeng followed his sister in calling for senior brother. Qin Luo had just finished painting all the door gods. Seeing Qin Luo at their home, Zimu hurried into the courtyard, saying, Xiao Qin, we didn't know you were coming.
We returned late and apologize for any shortcomings in our hospitality.
Qin Luo shook his head softly, saying, Uncle, I feel embarrassed by your polite words.
I will be more mindful in the future.
Zimu scratched his head, a simple and honest man who wasn't very good with words yet very sincere. Su Rong cheerfully said. Xiao Qin, when you brought Xiaoyu back you didn't stay for a meal.
Today Auntie made you something delicious so you must stay for a meal.
Sure. Qin Luo accepted her kindness without refusal.
Yay. Ziyu jumped up happily.
Zifeng pointed at the door god on the door and said cheerfully, Father, look, this is painted by senior brother.
What a majestic door god.
Zimu felt as if he was being watched, a sense of reverence swelling within him, causing him to unconsciously bow in respect.
Xiao Qin, come try the osmanthus cake. Su Rong took out the peach blossom cake purchased in the town. Zifeng gulped as he loved osmanthus cake the most.
Sure.
Qin Luo tasted a piece.
He handed the rest to the Ziyu and her brother. After finishing the peach blossom cake, Ziyu picked up the door god painted by Qin Luo, saying, Senior brother, I will deliver the door gods to everyone first.
Go ahead. Qin Luo nodded gently. Ziyu dashed down the mountain path. Zimu and Su Rong were busy cooking in the kitchen. The courtyard grew increasingly warm as Zifeng hid under the eaves.
Qin Luo remained in the courtyard leisurely sipping tea. Most villagers in Xuanhe village lived by the river, and Ziyu delivered the door god paintings to the villagers along the riverside path. The villagers, knowing that Ziyu was cultivating at Longhu Temple, excitedly accepted the door god paintings, repeatedly expressing their gratitude.
I'm back. Ziyu returned to the courtyard, bringing a refreshing breeze with her.
Senior brother, the old village chief really likes the door god you painted. He even plans to buy a few for his son living in Qingshui town.
Ziyu picked up a bowl of tea and drank heartily.
Qin Luo smiled and nodded softly, saying, when I return to the temple I will paint more. At that time I will charge for them. Senior brother, how much will you sell each piece for?
1 per piece.
Why so cheap? Ziyu couldn't understand. She felt that the door gods painted by senior brother should be worth a lot. Qin Luo was not interested in money. He only hoped that when he descended the mountain he would have enough to treat his junior sister to a bowl of lamb soup.
Xiao Qin, come in quickly to eat.
Su Rong cheerfully called out.
Qin Luo and Ziyu entered the house, where the aroma of food wafted through the.
At the dining table were 3 dishes and a soup: stir-fried pickled vegetables with cured pork, scrambled eggs, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of pork trotter's soup. It wasn't particularly lavish, but when Qin Luo picked up his bowl to taste the cured pork, it was fragrant, rich, and not greasy. Ziyu's big eyes were fixed on Qin Luo. She had never seen her senior brother eat before.
Senior brother, is it delicious?
Very fragrant, Qin Luo praised with a smile.
Zimu and Su Rong smiled similarly.
Ziyu was busy with her rice, picking up greens and pickled vegetables, not eating a single piece of meat. Qin Luo knew that his junior sister must dream of eating meat, so he immediately added some cured pork to her bowl.
Junior sister, eat more meat.
When we return to Longhu Temple you won't be able to eat home-cured meat for a long time.
Hee, thank you, senior brother. Ziyu beamed with joy.
With a senior brother like Qin Luo, both of them felt assured about her cultivation at Longhu Temple.
While eating at Ziyu's home, Qin Luo thought of his parents, wondering how they were doing now. Only by diligently cultivating could he have the opportunity to return to their side.
The purple-haired fairy sensed Qin Luo's emotional fluctuations, but they quickly faded away.
In Xuanhe village, in the Z family.
After finishing their meal, Zimu and Su Rong did not rest. They shouldered their hoes and went out to work on the mountain.
A hot afternoon sun bore down. The sound of cicadas filled the air. Ziyu was washing dishes in the kitchen. Zifeng stood on the ridge of the vegetable garden urinating.
De Huang was happily gnawing on a bone, wagging his tail with joy, as it was rare for him to get such a treat. Qin Luo sat in the courtyard basking in the sunlight, his body shimmering. A boy in tattered clothes appeared outside the courtyard, his small face dark and his expression tense. The boy carried a heavy bag and with a nervous expression asked, Big brother, who are you?
I am Qin Luo, Ziyu's senior brother. Qin Luo surveyed the boy. And you are?
My name is Xiao Zhang. This rice is for Ziyu. Xiao Zhang placed half a bag of rice by the edge of the courtyard and ran away.
Qin Luo approached the edge of the courtyard, watching Xiao Zhang's retreating figure, and wondered, am I that scary?
Senior brother.
He is afraid of De Huang.
Zifeng pulled up his pants and ran over.
No wonder.
Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. He brought the half bag of rice into the kitchen, saying, little junior sister, this is from Xiao Zhang. Ziyu, frowning as she washed the dishes, said, Xiao Zhang's family is very poor. When I delivered the door god painting to Uncle Xiao, he insisted on giving me money, which I refused. I didn't expect him to send so much rice.
What do you plan to do with it? Senior brother, I want to return the rice. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. After finishing the dishes, Ziyu took the rice and left.
Soon she returned home with a breeze, smiling, senior brother, here Uncle Xiao insisted on giving money, so I accepted a single coin.
You can keep it. Thank you, senior brother. Ziyu pocketed the coin. Senior brother, can you watch my younger brother? I want to go up the mountain to help our parents. No problem. The little junior sister was obedient and sensible. Qin Luo felt somewhat ashamed in comparison. Ziyu entered the house strapped on her bamboo basket and picked up her sickle. As she left, her small face grew serious. Zifeng, you must listen to senior brother at home. No crying or making a fuss, do you understand? Zifeng nodded obediently. Seeing his sister walk away, Zifeng approached Qin Luo and pointed to the side of the bridge, saying in a baby voice, senior brother, it's so hot at home, can we go play by the river? Sure. Qin Luo took Zifeng to the riverbank. Beneath the stone bridge the water flowed gently, providing coolness. Zifeng dug through the sand searching for small shells while De Huang followed them to the river lying quietly at the bottom of the bridge. Qin Luo continued to read the Tao Law True Explanation. He had read the contents many times and grasped many spells. Each time he read, he learned something new. After playing, Zifeng directly lay down on a large stone at the bottom of the bridge to sleep. Qin Luo, fearing that Zifeng might roll into the water, held him in his arms and then closed his eyes to cultivate. The purple-haired fairy in the jade pendant noticed that as Qin Luo cultivated, the energy of heaven and earth gathered towards him. Not only did Zifeng and his arms benefit, but even De Huang nearby reaped rewards. No wonder that little girl cannot cultivate, her constitution is quite extraordinary. The purple-haired fairy detected something unusual. In the evening, Ziyu returned home carrying pig feed. After feeding the pig, she ran to the bottom of the bridge. Senior brother, I knew you would be here. Little junior sister, are you tired? Not tired. Ziyu smiled sweetly. Zifeng, wake up quickly, we still need to go up the mountain to pay respects at the grave, no more sleeping. Zifeng opened his eyes drowsily. No problem. Zimu quickly handed over 3 incense sticks. Senior brother, what do you need the incense for? Qin Luo replied softly while holding the 3 incense. No problem. Zimu quickly handed over 3 incense sticks. Senior brother, what do you need the incense for? Qin Luo replied softly while holding the 3 incense sticks. To visit the land god of Shuanghe, it seems rather deserted there. I'll go visit the land grandfather later. Ziyu said seriously. Zimu and Su Rong nodded in agreement. As the sun set, the evening glow painted the mountains red, the layers of trees were colored and the previously muggy air suddenly turned cool. Ziyu and the others entered the mountain to sweep the tomb and honor their ancestors. Qin Luo arrived at the small temple of the land god of Shuanghe. The small temple was rather desolate, surrounded by overgrown weeds, and it had been a long time since anyone had come to pay respects. Firelight appeared in Qin Luo's fingers as he lit 3 incense sticks and then placed them in the incense burner in front of the temple. In the mountains, the green smoke curled up, but golden clouds swirled in front of the land temple. The land god of Shuanghe rushed out from the temple, patting his burning robes and rolling on the ground. So hot. So hot. Qin Luo saw the land god of Shuanghe's embarrassed look and immediately removed the 2 incense sticks on the sides. Elder, are you all right? Thank you for the incense provided by the immortal. This humble god lacks fortune and cannot bear it. Forgive me for my embarrassment. Elder, I will trouble you to take care of the people at the foot of the mountain in the future. If you encounter any troubles that you cannot solve, you can come to the Luoxia Peak Longhu Temple to find me. Qin Luo clasped his hands in salute. This humble god will obey. The land god of Shuanghe remembered this well. Qin Luo thought of the land god of Jinghu and Chen Chanan taking the extinguished 2 incense sticks and leaving Shuanghe village. The land god of Shuanghe absorbed the incense that Qin Luo provided, and his originally weak figure became more solid. As the sun set and the moon rose, a crimson full moon appeared in the sky. In the mountains, cold winds blew, and Qin Luo encountered many wandering souls, more than in the previous days. Oldly, why is there no fire at your place? Don't disturb me, let me be quiet. Oldly, come sit with me. Get lost, who cares? 2 wandering souls were conversing in front of a grave. Qin Luo could see the wandering souls and hear their conversation, yet he pretended not to notice, not wanting to disturb them. At Jinghu village, in front of the Jinghu land temple, there were candles and offerings. Qin Luo lit an incense stick and placed it in the incense burner. Immortal. The land god of Jinghu walked out from the temple. His figure, which was originally shorter than Ziyu and now stood at 1.50 m, clearly having grown significantly due to absorbing incense. Elder, why are there so many wandering souls in the mountains during the Red Moon Festival? Qin Luo found it strange. Replying to the immortal, the ghost gate of the underworld opens for a while every year at this time, and the gloomy energy rises to the sky, causing the appearance of the red moon. Wandering souls that have not entered reincarnation briefly return to the human world to reunite with their families. So many wandering souls cannot enter reincarnation. Will there be no problems? Qin Luo frowned slightly. The path of reincarnation in the underworld has encountered problems, leading to many wandering souls unable to enter reincarnation. In recent years, the number of lonely souls and wild ghosts has increased, and every year during the Red Moon Festival, evil ghosts create chaos.
The evil ghosts in the mountains will cause disturbances, but the surroundings remain peaceful. It must be the credit of the elder. That is the duty of this humble god.
There are many evil ghosts roaming the mountains, yet the surroundings are very tranquil. It must be due to the elder's efforts.
That is the responsibility of this humble god.
Two children prepared to come over to pick fruits.
They saw Qin Luo talking to the land temple and frozen place with the chubby child screaming, "There's a ghost." The two children were frightened and fled in a panic. If I have time in the future, I plan to gather the land gods, mountain gods and monsters of the Xian mountains together to discuss how to improve the Xian mountains. Qin Luo had been wandering in the Xian mountains for the past 2 days and found that many land temples in the mountains were abandoned and many villages had very few households, with Shueiyue village having not a single family. The land god of Jinghu said enthusiastically, "Immortal, I can help contact the land and spirit creatures in the mountains."
Thank you, elder. It's my honor as this humble god. I will notify the elder then. Qin Luo clasped his hands in salute before turning to leave. Not long after he left, a silver-haired dragon girl appeared near the land temple. She stomped her foot and pouted, "Why does the old man come to see you but not me?" The land temple shook as the land god of Jinghu, using his cane, wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Little lady, the immortal is just passing by. He will definitely come to see you in the future." Don't lie to me. Of course not.
The silver-haired dragon girl raised her head proudly. After Ziyu returned home and did not see Qin Luo, she knew her senior brother must be busy, so she didn't worry. On the way to Chenjiago, Qin Luo noticed that the candlelight on the mountain was brighter than the lights below, and bright lotus lanterns floated in the river like swimming dragons drifting towards the unknown distance, the candlelight of the human world outshining the stars in the sky. At Heishan, the mountain god temple was bustling with incense. The people of Chenjiago had come to pay their respects. When Qin Luo arrived, it was already late at night. Just as he entered the temple, Chen Chang'an came out to greet him. "Brother Qin. Chang'an, your incense here is truly impressive, even better than that at our Longhu temple. I have no merit but enjoy such abundant incense. I feel quite guilty."
Chen Chang'an couldn't help but smile wryly.
Qin Luo lit an incense stick and placed it in the incense burner. "Merit can be accumulated slowly, there's no rush."
"Brother Qin, I just caught these 3 ugly evil ghosts. Should we exterminate them on the spot or send them back to the underworld?" "It's best to deal with them. Send them back to the underworld.
These evil ghosts might cause trouble elsewhere next year."
"I understand."
Chen Chang'an raised his hand, condensing a golden handprint, which was the divine power cultivated from absorbing incense.
As the golden handprint descended, the 3 evil ghosts were smote into oblivion. "Let's go outside and have a look." "Brother Qin, please." Chen Chang'an followed Qin Luo to the mountain peak.
They stood high above, overlooking the surroundings. Chenjiagu was bright as day, with candles lit in the courtyard and children releasing lotus lanterns in the river. The area below was lively. However, the wandering souls in the mountains could not approach. Suddenly Qin Luo felt an understanding. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak as the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth converged at Heishan. At Luoxia Peak, an old man in a green Taoist robe walked up the mountain, his face full of wrinkles resembling the patterns of dry wood, his hair white as snow, appearing quite aged, his steps slow and steady. The old Taoist in green arrived at the mountain gate of Longhu Temple, his deep-set eyes rippling. Wu Qinglu still stood in front of the temple waiting for the immortal to come out to show his sincerity. A gust of cold wind blew towards him. Wu Qinglu felt a chill. The old Taoist in green passed right in front of him, but he did not see. The old Taoist walked straight through the gate. Inside the temple, Zhang Fulong had just awakened, roused by hunger. "I still wanted to lose weight on the mountain. I've gotten fatter." He went to the main hall to look for food. A gust of cold wind surged into the main hall. Zhang Fulong suddenly shivered, instantly waking up. The candles in the main hall all lit up. After Qin Luo and Ziyu left, Zhang Fulong did not want to waste the incense candles, specifically extinguishing those in the main hall. Now all the incense candles in the main hall were ablaze and he wanted to escape but found himself bound by an invisible force. Zhang Fulong's eyes widened as he struggled desperately. Soon after, he regained his calm and his gaze became deep. Morning. The dawn glow falls upon Heishan Mountain. The morning mist in the mountains disperses with the wind. Qin Luo opened his eyes, feeling the flow of yin and yang within him. Last night the 100 ghosts roamed and the malevolent energy surged into the sky. He gained some insights, and after absorbing a large amount of yin energy, the yin and yang within him harmonized. Qin Luo felt a kinship with this world. So refreshing. Qin Luo felt invigorated, as if he had broken free from the shackles of heaven and earth, merging with the cosmos. Inside the jade pendant, the figure of the purple-haired fairy became increasingly real as she drew nourishment from the energy of heaven and earth in Qin Luo's embrace. Qin Luo stood up, stretching lazily. In Chen Chang'an's eyes, Qin Luo's silhouette appeared exceptionally tall, like a majestic mountain. "Chang'an, I will come to see you again in the future. Brother Qin, I will see you off." Chen Chang'an accompanied Qin Luo to Chenjiagu. "This is far enough. Qin Luo then stepped forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. Even Chen Chang'an, who had become the mountain god, could not catch a glimpse.
In Xuanhe village, Qin Luo appeared on the bridge. Master said that only by being grounded can one go further.
Qin Luo traveled 1,000 miles in his mind, ultimately grasping the principle of shrinking the earth to an inch.
Senior brother. Ziyue quickly ran closer. She had woken up early and packed her belongings. Father, mother, I will come back to see you during the new year.
Ziyue waved goodbye to her family. Her father Zimu filled with reluctance. Xiaoyere, take care of yourself, listen to your senior brother and master, cultivate well and don't be lazy.
I know. Ziyue nodded heavily, her face beaming with joy.
Su Rong remembered that Ziyue had cried when she first went to Longhu Temple, but now she was very happy.
With Qin Luo around, Zimu and Su Rong felt at ease.
On the mountain path, Ziyue hummed a song, her petite body carrying a large bundle. Little junior sister, let me carry the bundle.
Senior brother, I can manage.
Ziyue raised her small face, her expression bright, clean and confident.
Half an hour later, after walking a considerable distance, Ziyue suddenly noticed Da Huan following behind. With a serious expression she said, Da Huan, don't follow me, hurry back. Woof woof woof. Da Huan continued to follow behind.
Ziyue put her hands on her hips, glaring with wide eyes, her expression fierce. Silly dog, there are people in town who eat dog meat. As soon as she finished speaking, Da Huan tucked his tail and ran back.
He. Ziyue playfully winked at her senior brother. She couldn't even get enough to eat at Longhu Temple, let alone raise a dog.
In Qingshui town, the streets were bustling.
Ziyue took out the only copper coin she had from her pocket.
1 copper coin is still money. It can buy a lot of food like 2 steamed buns or a skewer of candied hawthorn.
Ziyue saw a little girl squatting by the roadside begging.
She was disheveled and in ragged clothes with an empty broken bowl in front of her, looking very pitiful.
So hungry. Who can give me something to eat?
The little girl's voice was teary.
The street was lively, but no one was willing to pay her any attention. Here you go. Ziyue placed the copper coin in the bowl. Thank you, big sister. You're welcome. Ziyue happily left.
Even though she couldn't fill her own stomach, she still extended a helping hand. Qin Luo knew that his little junior sister had a kind heart. Qin Luo paused briefly, noticing the little girl hide the copper coin in her broken bowl before continuing her pitiful act. As they passed through Qingshui town amidst the flowing waters among the mountains, Qin Luo suddenly spoke, little junior sister, that little girl just now has abundant vitality, she eats better than you. Ziyue, who had been humming a song and in a good mood, tilted her head upon hearing this, her expression blank. Then she stomped her foot, puffed her cheeks and almost cried out in anger, how despicable.
She's actually a scammer, give me back my candied hawthorn.
Little junior sister, you have to be careful in the future.
Ziyue pouted her lips.
Soon she forgot what had just happened, tugging at the grass and humming along the way. When they reached the foot of Luoxia Peak, a small mountain sparrow landed on Qin Luo's shoulder, looking like a fluffy little ball with snow-white feathers and a tuft of red feathers on its head. I've heard that you're quite impressive.
The small sparrow scrutinized Qin Luo closely. Maybe so.
Qin Luo reached out to stroke the little sparrow's head. The little sparrow did not shy away, it blinked its eyes with a silly and cute expression. From now on you can be my boss and I'll follow you, how about that?
What do I get in return?
Qin Luo looked at the adorable little sparrow. The little sparrow scratched its head with its wings deep in thought. I can catch bugs for you.
I don't eat bugs. Then I'll sing for you. Chirp chirp. Too noisy. He was ruthlessly rejected.
The little sparrow drooped its head.
Seeing its appearance, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. I see you all like gossip, you should be aware of the situation in the mountains. From now on help me gather information and I'll protect you. All right. Boss. The little sparrow nodded happily.
It had many sisters and was quite well informed. Ziyue heard the chirping sound and turned to look at her senior brother, noticing the little sparrow on his shoulder.
Surprised and delighted, she exclaimed, Senior brother, are you talking to it? Correct. Qin Luo nodded. Ziyue, who loved cute little animals, said, such a cute little sparrow, senior brother, what is its name?
I'm called Zaichuanzi. The little sparrow puffs out its chest in response.
Unlike ordinary animals that couldn't understand human speech, Zaichuanzi could comprehend Ziyu's words, proving its intelligence. Its name is Zaichuanzi. Zaichuanzi, come to me. Ziyue stretched out both hands. No. Zaichuanzi turned its head away, acting proud.
Ziyue understood its body language. Come play at Longhu Temple later and I'll dig up some bugs for you to eat.
Hearing the mention of bugs, Zaichuanzi immediately flew onto Ziyu's shoulder, acting cute. Chirp chirp. So smooth. Ziyue gently stroked Zaichuanzi's feathers.
Luoxia Peak, Longhu Temple. Wu Qinglu had been waiting outside the temple for 2 whole days. Even for a cultivator it was somewhat exhausting. Just when he was about to give up, Qin Luo and Ziyue returned to Longhu Temple and they met in front of the temple. Qin Luo observed their attire and concluded they did not look like they were there to pay respects. "Young friends, are you cultivators from Longhu Temple?" Qin Luo scrutinized the old man in front of him and noticed the presence of spiritual energy within him.
"Indeed, I see that you are not an ordinary person.
"May I ask what brings you to Longhu Temple?"
Qin Luo could not see through Qin Luo's cultivation level but was seen through by Qin Luo in one glance.
He understood that Longhu Temple was not simple and his attitude became increasingly respectful.
"I am Qin Luo from Jinyang City, a loose cultivator of lowly cultivation.
I heard that Master Zhang is cultivating in the mountains, so I came to pay my respects." "You are a guest from afar, please come in." Qin Luo stepped forward to open the door of the temple. Qin Luo was somewhat taken aback. After waiting outside the temple for so long, he realized that the temple was not locked.
Truly a heavenly gate. Qin Luo looked upon it with reverence.
Ziyue returned to her room with her bundle while Qin Luo led Qin Luo to the main hall.
"Master."
Qin Luo was shocked seeing Zhang Fulong lying on the ground, thinking something had happened to his master. Zhang Fulong heard the noise, opened his eyes and sat up yawning. "Disciple, you're back."
"Master, why are you sleeping here?" "Yes, how did I end up here?"
Zhang Fulong had no recollection of what happened the night before. Qin Luo stood respectfully to the side, not daring to speak nor even to look directly at Zhang Fulong. Seeing that his master was fine, Qin Luo chuckled. "Master, this is Wu Lao from Jinyang City, a loose cultivator who has come to pay you a visit. He has been waiting outside the temple for a long time." Upon hearing that a loose cultivator had come to visit, Zhang Fulong immediately perked up, standing up eagerly to welcome him. "Fellow Taoist, your visit is a great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I came uninvited. If I disturbed your cultivation, I beg for your forgiveness." Qin Luo said, feeling anxious. Zhang Fulong forced a calm demeanor, waving his hand. "We are all fellow Taoists, no need for such formalities.
Let's sit down and chat."
Zhang Fulong invited Qin Luo to chat in the pavilion while Qin Luo went to the back courtyard to brew tea. Ziyue changed into a loose green robe, taking a broom to clean the temple. Qin Luo had initially thought that Master Zhang of Longhu Temple was the kind of cultivator who looked down on mortals, but after meeting him he realized he was refined, easygoing and approachable. "Master Zhang, this is the fire spirit mushroom I accidentally obtained.
I hope you can accept it." Qin Luo opened the sandalwood box.
The rich fragrance of the spiritual herb wafted out. Zhang Fulong had never seen a spiritual herb but knew it was something valuable.
"Fellow Taoist, this gift is too precious. Do you have any difficulties?" "No."
Qin Luo repeatedly shook his head, his expression respectful. "Elder, I just came to pay my respects with no other intentions." Such a precious gift Zhang Fulong dared not accept. If his identity were exposed, he would be skinned alive. He did not even look at the fire spirit mushroom, his expression calm. "Fellow Taoist, I appreciate your kindness, but please take this gift back."
Did the elder look down on this gift?
Qin Luo felt at a loss. At this moment Qin Luo brought 2 cups of tea.
"Fellow Taoist, please have some tea."
Okay.
Qin Luo's hand trembled as he held the tea.
Zhang Fulong noticed that he was afraid and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. A grand loose cultivator was actually timid as a mouse. He hadn't expected that his reputation could intimidate a loose cultivator. Zhang Fulong felt pleased.
Qin Luo, looking respectful, said, "Elder, I am an elder of the treasure pavilion. If Longhu Temple ever needs anything, feel free to find me."
"Absolutely." Zhang Fulong cheerfully agreed.
Qin Luo felt Zhang Fulong's enthusiasm but remained on edge, unsure of what to say next.
"Elder, I still have to return to the treasure pavilion to handle some matters, so I will come to see you again later."
"Go ahead and take care of your business."
Zhang Fulong also wanted to send him off. After seeing Qin Luo leave, Zhang Fulong finally relaxed. After so many years, it was the first time a cultivator had come to Longhu Temple, and thankfully it was just a trivial loose cultivator.
Qin Luo escorted Qin Luo to the temple's entrance.
Qin Luo speculated that Zhang Fulong looked down on the fire spirit mushroom and thought about how to win Qin Luo over.
He presented the sandalwood box. "This fire spirit mushroom is compensation for your trouble." "Elder Wu, you don't have to." Qin Luo waved his hand to decline.
He didn't like taking advantage of others. Although the fire spirit mushroom was not of high grade, it was still a spiritual herb. Zhang Fulong looked down on it, but he hadn't expected that his disciple would also look down on it. Qin Luo felt embarrassed and stuffed the sandalwood box into Qin Luo's hands. "Young friend, just accept it. It's pointless to push it back and forth like this." Qin Luo reluctantly accepted the fire spirit mushroom.
"Thank you, Elder Wu. Do come by often."
"Sure." Qin Luo felt much better. He had barely taken a few steps when he heard Qin Luo's voice behind him. Elder, with the spiritual energy within you has reached the lower dantian but has not reached the upper dantian.
You need to pay attention to this in the future.
Wu Qinlu stopped in his tracks and turned around suddenly only to find that Qin Luo had already returned to the temple.
Upper dantian. After receiving guidance, Wu Qinlu was enlightened. He had previously focused on the lower dantian, neglecting the upper dantian. No wonder he always failed during foundation establishment. I understand. Wu Qinlu was overjoyed.
He bowed 3 times towards Longhu Temple. Qin Luo returned to the temple and handed the sandalwood box to Zhang Fulong.
Master Elder Wu insisted on giving this to me.
Disciple, what you receive is yours. In the future, if you encounter trouble, do not come looking for me.
Disciple understands.
Qin Luo could only put away the sandalwood box. Zhang Fulong rubbed his forehead. I'm feeling a bit tired.
I'll rest for a while.
Notify me if anything comes up.
Master, are you not feeling well?
I'm fine, no need to worry. Zhang Fulong headed deeper into the temple. Qin Luo stood in front of the main hall, his consciousness appearing within the jade pendant, smiling gently. Senior, what do you think of my master? The purple-haired fairy was somewhat surprised and replied softly, he surprised me.
Are you truly cultivating with him?
Of course. Qin Luo's eyes were filled with pride. Seeing Qin Luo's reaction, the purple-haired fairy decided to observe for a while longer. She did not want to expose her existence, and without releasing her divine sense, perhaps Zhang Fulong was hiding his true abilities.
Based solely on observation, she found Zhang Fulong to be quite ordinary, indistinguishable from a regular person.
Thus it was unexpected Qin Luo thought the purple-haired fairy was saying that his master was impressive.
Upon returning to Longhu Temple, Ziyue was busy.
Qin Luo was not idle either. He carried a wooden bucket down the mountain to fetch water. Qin Luo, with your cultivation, why do you still need to fetch water from the mountain?
Isn't this a waste of time? Master said to be grounded.
The purple-haired fairy found this somewhat hard to understand. After 2 trips, Qin Luo filled the water jar and then went to the kitchen to boil water and cook porridge. The rice porridge was prepared for his little junior sister. While the porridge simmered in the pot, Qin Luo chopped wood in the courtyard.
The once quiet temple regained its vitality.
Half a day later, Longhu Temple was clean, spotless. Qin Luo returned to the main hall, sitting at the table drawing the door god, while Ziyue held a brush drawing symbols on yellow paper.
Although Ziyue couldn't write, her drawn amulets were quite beautiful, resembling Qin Luo's amulets. She practiced drawing symbols based on Qin Luo's amulets.
Senior brother, how does it look?
Ziyue, you did well, you have talent, but mere resemblance in form isn't enough. It needs to capture the spirit. You must concentrate, focusing your energy and spirit onto the brush.
Okay, senior brother. Ziyue was full of energy, picking up the brush and concentrating, treating every stroke with seriousness. She drew slowly, but the amulet began to have spirit. After drawing the tranquil heart amulet a few times, Ziyue became exhausted and fell asleep on the table, sleeping soundly. Qin Luo remained seated at the table drawing the door god. Zaichuanzi stood on Qin Luo's shoulder watching for a long time. This is boring, it's better to go catch bugs.
Zaichuanzi flapped its wings and flew away. Qin Luo continued drawing the door god. After the Red Moon Festival, the temple was quite leisurely, with no commoners coming to pay their respects. In the evening, Ziyue woke up from her sleep. She felt very refreshed. It's time to eat. Ziyue ran back to her room, taking out a pack of pickled vegetables.
When she drank the porridge, she sprinkled the pickled vegetables on it and mixed it, making it delicious. Seeing Ziyue drinking porridge, Qin Luo added the fire spirit mushroom to her bowl. Here's an extra dish for you.
Thank you, senior brother.
Ziyue did not ask what it was. She trusted that her senior brother would not harm her and ate the fire spirit mushroom in just a few bites.
So full. So hot.
After finishing the porridge, Ziyue sat cross-legged on the altar, operating the 5 Qi, returning to origin technique with a faint glow appearing around her.
Qin Luo also sat cross-legged under the peach tree, cultivating. Zaichuanzi returned after catching bugs. Seeing Qin Luo and Ziyue cultivating, it did not disturb them.
It curled up on Qin Luo's shoulder and fell asleep. The rosy light of the world gathered at Longhu Temple.
After Ziyue practiced the 5 Qi returning to origin technique, she absorbed much more rosy light than before.
Zaichuanzi, closest to Qin Luo, bathed in the rosy light, its feathers glowing red and white. After the sun set, Zhang Fulong appeared in the back courtyard.
He looked at Qin Luo and Ziyue, astonishment evident in his eyes.
Zaichuanzi saw Zhang Fulong and immediately flew away, having heard from its sisters that this old fellow was quite wicked.
Master.
Qin Luo cupped his fists in salute. Zhang Fulong regained his composure, his deep eyes harboring many secrets, speaking earnestly. Qin Luo, with your talent and comprehension, you are a rarity in the world.
I wonder if being here will bury your talent. Master, I have only just learned the basics from you. Are you trying to persuade me to leave? Qin Luo was at a loss.
Zhang Fulong shook his head with a sigh. You should cultivate seriously for now.
After a while I will teach you new abilities. Thank you, master. Qin Luo was overjoyed thinking that master must have been joking just now.
Zhang Fulong looked at Ziyue, who was still cultivating his pupils, slightly constricting. The 5 Qi returning to origin technique. Who taught you this? Zhang Fulong had not taught Ziyue this. Upon hearing her master's question, Ziyue opened her eyes and proudly said, Master, I comprehended it myself.
You comprehended it yourself?
Zhang Fulong chuckled at her.
That was a cultivation method from ancient times. Indeed. Ziyue nodded confidently.
Truly a master, he could even discern the cultivation method used by his junior sister. Qin Luo did not want to expose the existence of the purple-haired fairy and did not explain, but he knew his master must have sensed something. The purple-haired fairy within the jade pendant remained quiet. Zhang Fulong knew that Ziyue had encountered a fortuitous opportunity and he did not delve deeper. Any opportunity comes with a price. One must have sufficient merit to bear it. You must remember this.
Disciple understands. Qin Luo knew what his master meant. Ziyue, somewhat understanding, nodded along.
After Zhang Fulong left the back courtyard, Qin Luo and Ziyue washed up on time and returned to their rooms to rest.
The temple became quiet. That night Qin Luo's consciousness arrived within the jade pendant.
Senior, did you give my junior sister the 5 Qi returning to origin technique?
Yes. No wonder you are the master. Qin Luo's eyes were filled with admiration.
The purple-haired fairy narrowed her beautiful eyes, feeling something was off, murmuring, perhaps I misjudged him. On the falling sunset peak at the Longhu Temple. In the early morning, mist swirled through the mountains. Qin Luo was in the kitchen preparing porridge for his junior sister when he heard some commotion outside, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in the backyard. A small monkey about the same height as Ziyue jumped into the courtyard. With brownish-yellow fur and large black eyes, it held a lotus leaf in its hands which contained freshly picked fruits.
The small monkey was startled to see Qin Luo, its legs trembling. Who sent you here?
Dao Master, I was sent by the Bear King.
The small monkey spoke human language. Bear King.
Qin Luo thought of the Bear Mountain deep in the mountains. Please thank him for his kindness on my behalf.
Understood.
The small monkey placed the lotus leaf filled with fruits on the Dao platform, leaped high and vanished in the blink of an eye.
A talking monkey, interesting. Qin Luo found it amusing.
After washing the fruits, he packed them in a basket. Among them was a bunch of grapes glistening like jade, plump and translucent.
He picked one and tasted it. It's quite sweet.
Big brother.
I'm here.
A small ball of fluff landed on Qin Luo's shoulder.
You came quite early.
The early bird catches the worm.
There are no worms here. Do you want some grapes?
Yes.
I'm not picky.
The small ball of fluff proudly puffed out its chest. Qin Luo offered a grape to its mouth and it pecked through the skin, sucking out the pulp inside.
Delicious. Big brother, do you have more? The small ball of fluff blinked at Qin Luo.
Qin Luo continued to feed the small ball of fluff grapes, expecting it to only eat a few, but its stomach was like a bottomless pit, quickly devouring half the grapes. Recalling that his junior sister had not eaten yet, Qin Luo gently rubbed the small ball of fluff's head with his finger. Are you full?
Not yet. Then catch some worms to eat. All right. I'm off to catch worms then.
The small ball of fluff fluttered its wings and took off its snow-white feathers, glowing red in the morning light. Qin Luo took out the golden gourd he had obtained from the purple mansion cave heaven, which had enough space to hold rivers and lakes.
Once open, Qin Luo used his powers to draw the dewdrops from the trees into the gourd. Gulp gulp. Qin Luo drank the morning dew eagerly.
Drinking dew was part of his daily routine.
Senior brother, good morning. Ziyue entered the backyard wearing a loose Dao robe.
Qin Luo put away the golden gourd and pointed to the basket full of fruits on the table. Junior sister, there are fruits here and there is porridge in the kitchen.
Choose whatever you like.
Senior brother, where did these fruits come from? They were sent by the monkeys from the mountains.
Is that true? Ziyue thought her senior brother was joking. Of course it's true, junior sister.
Take your time eating and after you're full come to the main hall.
Okay, senior brother.
Ziyue didn't like porridge, so she chose to eat fruits. The basket contained many varieties: grapes, hawthorns, lychees and kiwis. Ziyue first ate grapes, then hawthorns, sweet and sour, just like eating candied fruit. Qin Luo went to the front courtyard and opened the main gate of the temple. He then posted images of Wu Xiantian on both sides of the gate. A golden light fell upon the Longhu temple.
Wu Xiantian appeared before Qin Luo. Lord Qin.
Wu Xiantian clasped his fists in salute. Qin Luo patted his shoulder. Old Wu, you've been wandering in the Xian mountain range for so long, what have you found? Upon my investigation, most of the common folk in the Ziyun mountain range live on the outskirts, with 935 households in total, over 500 of which are struggling with elderly, weak, sick, or disabled members in their families. The lives of the mountain folk are not easy. The ghost gate of the underworld has just closed and many evil spirits remain in the mountains. Recently, disasters have been likely to occur. Do you have a way to resolve this? Lord Qin, the evil spirits are scattered everywhere and my abilities are limited. I can only protect those who have the door god near their homes. Qin Luo understood his difficulties. Old Wu, I will help you promote this. In the future, I will need you to protect thousands of households. That is an honor for this subordinate. Wu Zuanshan's eyes were filled with fervor. Protecting held special significance for him. Qin Luo returned to the main hall. Wu Xintian approached the door god statue, ultimately merging with the image, his spirit taking residence in the Longhu temple. Ziyue brought a plate of fruits to the main hall, placing the unfinished fruits on the offering table. Tao ancestor, please don't despise this. Ziyue murmured softly. Qin Luo sat at the table painting the door god. Junior sister, I'm entrusting the task of promoting the door god to you. It's 1 penny for one painting, and if someone has donated incense money, I can give one for free. All right. Leave it to me. Ziyue confidently patted her chest. After cleaning the temple, she took a bamboo jar and went out to catch worms in the mountains. Ziyue had promised to catch worms for the small ball of fluff, and there were many caterpillars on the mountain, quickly filling the bamboo jar. Laughter could be heard coming from the foot of the mountain. Senior brother, we have business. Ziyue ran back to the temple excitedly. Qin Luo shook his head and chuckled. Junior sister, I've told you many times we are a proper temple. He. Ziyue scratched her head awkwardly. Qinger, this temple is so remote and rundown. A young woman in a red dress frowned. Zhao Qinger smiled charmingly. Fei, don't judge the Longhu temple by its appearance. The immortal masters here are quite powerful. Qinger, you might have been deceived. Perhaps. Zhao Qinger didn't say much more. She and her friend Xiafei entered the temple while Zhao Qinger's servant carried offerings. Miss Zhao. Qin Luo and Ziyue approached the front courtyard. Zhao Qinger bowed and saluted, her charming face smiling with admiration. Qinger pays respects to the immortal master. I pay respects to the immortal master. Zhao Qinger's servant followed suit. Xiafei and her personal maid did not bow. Ziyue caught a whiff of a delicious scent and noticed that Zhao Qinger's servant was carrying a roasted suckling pig, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. Qin Luo led them to the main hall to offer incense and pray for blessings. Zhao Qinger had visited several times, each time buying the best incense and candles from the temple. She stood before the portrait of the Tao ancestor, clasping her hands together, closing her eyes and softly murmuring, may the Tao ancestor bless the Zhao family with peace and ensure my father's health and longevity. Fei, this place for prayers is very effective. Why don't you give it a try? Zhao Qinger looked at her good friend. Can this compare to the Baizhu temple's effectiveness? Xiafei's eyes were filled with doubt. Qinger, the environment here is far worse than at Baizhu temple, yet the price of incense and candles is several times higher. Unfazed by her skepticism, Qin Luo patiently explained, dear benefactor, praying requires a cost. Purchasing incense and candles at the Longhu temple means the cost will be borne by my master. The more you spend, the greater the burden on my master. Other temples may have cheaper incense, but you bear the cost yourselves. Hearing Qin Luo's words, Zhao Qinger recalled an incident and her eyes shimmered. When I was young, I fell seriously ill and my mother fasted and prayed for me. Soon after I recovered, but my mother passed away. Ziyue rubbed her eyes. She was easily moved. Xiafei was skeptical, but she didn't mind spending a little money. Proudly she said, all right, give me a pair of incense candles. Ziyue handed her the candles. Xiafei bowed slightly. Tao ancestor, if you are effective, please bless Sun Lang to succeed in his studies. Before leaving, Zhao Qinger placed silver bills into the merit box. After seeing this, Ziyue handed Zhao Qinger a door god painting, her small face beaming with a sweet smile. Miss Zhao, thank you for your donation. This door god painting is a gift for you. Thank you, little immortal maiden. Zhao Qinger accepted the door god painting and opened it, revealing a vividly depicted door god. Little immortal maiden, how much is this door god painting? Can I buy a few more? Ziyue extended a finger. 1 penny for one painting, but one person can buy a maximum of 2. That's fine. Please, little immortal maiden, give me 2 more. No problem. Ziyue smiled brightly. This way she would soon have money for mutton soup. Hearing that the door god painting only cost 1 penny, Zhao Qinger's servants quickly took out money to purchase the paintings. They had witnessed Qin Luo's prowess, so they believed in the Longhu temple's door gods. Even Xiafei's personal maid bought a door god painting to take back and stick on the door. Fei, don't you want one? The painting is decent, but my door is made of golden silk wood and it wouldn't look good on it.
Xia Fei looked down on the door god painting, feeling that sticking it on her door would be embarrassing. I think it looks fine. Zhao Qing'er actually liked it. Having sold 7 paintings at once, Ziyue received 7 pennies. This was the most money she had ever had, and she personally saw Zhao Qing'er and the others off from the temple, vigorously waving her small hand, her face radiant with smiles. Miss Zhao, come off into play in the future. I will. Zhao Qing'er nodded and smiled lightly. She was very fond of this adorable little girl. On the way back, Xia Fei couldn't help but criticize Qing'er. The Longhu temple seems lacking. Come with me to the Baizhu temple one day and you'll see the difference. All right. Zhao Qing'er did not argue with her. In Jinyang City at the Treasure Pavilion. After returning, Wu Qinglu closed himself off in a secret chamber. Thanks to Qin Luo's reminder, the spiritual energy within Wu Qinglu flowed from the lower elixir field to the upper elixir field, completing a full cycle, and he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. The spiritual energy throughout his limbs finally condensed in the lower elixir field, where a spring appeared. The emergence of golden spiritual liquid meant that he had successfully established his foundation. I did it! Wu Qinglu was overjoyed. After decades of cultivation, he finally succeeded in establishing his foundation. Wu Qingliu's complexion became radiant. With the successful foundation establishment, his lifespan increased by 50 years, gaining half a life, and he even had the opportunity to challenge a higher realm. In the early stages of foundation establishment, it was nothing in the immortal sects, but in a place like Jinyang City it was a rare existence. Wu Qinglu exited the secret chamber. Outside the door stood a middle-aged man in brocade robes who smiled and asked, Old Wu, I heard you went to the Longhu temple to discuss Tao with Master Zhang for several days. What insights did you gain? He was Lin Xian, the owner of the Treasure Pavilion. Lin Xian had heard that Wu Qinglu had been at the Longhu temple for several days and mistakenly thought he had discussed Tao with Zhang Fulong for several days. Wu Qingliu's lips twitched awkwardly. He had waited outside for 2 days without even having a chance to chat with Zhang Fulong inside the temple, let alone discuss Tao for several days. I wasn't able to discuss Tao with Master Zhang, but his disciple pointed out some cultivation issues for me, and I was fortunate to successfully establish my foundation today. Lin Xian was overjoyed, his expression excited. Old Wu, you've succeeded in establishing your foundation. In the future, our treasure pavilion will have a place in the auction scene of Yinbei County. Wu Qinglu did not become arrogant. Establishing the foundation is just stepping through the threshold of cultivation, it's not much. If we have the Longhu temple as our backing, the treasure pavilion can gain prominence. That makes sense. Lin Xian rubbed his fists together. Old Wu, how can we win over the Longhu temple? Wu Qinglu pondered for a long time. That's not easy. I suggest the pavilion master frequently visit the Longhu temple and donate incense money to leave a good impression on Master Zhang. I'll go to the Longhu temple right away. I'll accompany you. After the Red Moon Festival, the number of people coming to the temple to pray gradually increased, mostly from Baiyun town. Benefactor, the door god painting is just 1 penny and it can protect a family's peace. Then give me 2. I want 1. The door god paintings were very inexpensive and many people bought them. Quite a few felt that offering incense was too expensive, so they chose to buy 2 door gods to take home instead. Zhang Fulong woke up and came to the front courtyard. He found the main hall bustling with activity. As he approached, he realized everyone was buying door god paintings. Hearing it was 1 penny each, his eyes widened in disbelief. They were selling so cheaply, even 10 pennies wouldn't be expensive. Disciple, painting door gods is not as easy as painting talismans. 1 penny for 1 painting, what are you thinking? Mastered door gods are affordable for everyone. When families put up door gods, passers-by will definitely ask where the door gods came from, which can help promote the Longhu temple. As more people come to the temple, the incense money can naturally be earned back. What do you think? You truly are my disciple. Zhang Fulong found it very reasonable. In the blink of an eye during the lunch break, taking advantage of the downtime, Ziyu emptied the copper coins from her bag and counted them 1 by 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Senior brother. A total of 43 pennies. Ziyu's eyes were crescent-shaped with joy. Junior sister, all the money from selling paintings is yours. Keep it safe and buy whatever you want in the future. Thank you, senior brother. Ziyu had decided to find a notebook to keep track of her finances, ensuring every penny earned would be spent wisely. A sound of something breaking through the air was heard from afar. Ziyu looked up at the sky and saw Wu Qinglu approaching on his sword, her small face filled with shock. Wow! Flying on a sword. Ziyu felt that he was very impressive. Qin Luo was not surprised powerful cultivators could fly on the wind, and sword flight was not extraordinary. Zhang Fulong had just come out of the restroom when he saw Wu Qinglu flying on his sword, breaking into a cold sweat. I knew I shouldn't have accepted the fire spirit herb. Zhang Fulong thought they had come to demand the fire spirit herb, so he hurriedly hid in the room and did not dare to show himself. 2 figures landed outside the Taoist temple.
Lin Qian covered his chest, saying that was truly frightening. Wu Qingliu, also covered in sweat, had just successfully completed his foundation establishment, barely managing to fly here with Lin Qian on his sword. Lin Qian surveyed the Longhu temple before him. He had expected a grand and magnificent temple, but instead found it quite shabby. With awe in his eyes, he remarked, "It is all the traces left by time." The two entered the Taoist temple. Qin Luo stood in the courtyard in front of the main hall, dressed in white, exuding an ethereal quality. "Elder Wu, are you here to offer incense and pray for blessings, or to visit my master?" "I specifically came to thank the young friend."
Wu Qinglu bowed respectfully, his expression sincere.
"Thanks to the young friend's guidance, I was able to successfully establish my foundation.
I am immensely grateful for this great kindness."
Ziyu's eyes widened in surprise. A cultivator flying on a sword was actually being so polite to his senior brother. Qin Luo waved his hand, saying, "Elder Wu, your successful foundation establishment is the result of your years of hard work."
Wu Qinglu shook his head in humility. Without Qin Luo's guidance, he would not have succeeded. "Young friend, should you ever need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "I certainly will." Qin Luo nodded with a smile.
"I am Lin Qian, the owner of the treasure pavilion."
"It is an honor to meet the immortal master."
Lin Qian bowed deeply.
"Master Lin."
Qin Luo acknowledged him with a nod. Lin Qian had visited many cultivators, but few were as cultured and amiable as Qin Luo. "Immortal master, should you ever need anything from the treasure pavilion, please feel free to let me know."
Qin Luo was aware that the treasure pavilion held some influence in Jinyang City. "I happen to have an idea for a collaboration with the treasure pavilion." Lin Qian's expression became excited. Wu Qinglu was overjoyed. They were very eager to collaborate with Longhu Temple.
In their eyes, a partnership between the treasure pavilion and Longhu Temple would hold a significant position not just in Yanbei County but throughout the entire Daxia. Qin Luo entered the main hall and retrieved a painting of the door deity. "I would like to ask the treasure pavilion to sell this painting of the door deity." "No problem," Lin Qian replied without hesitation. "The treasure pavilion can sell the door deity paintings for Longhu Temple free of charge."
Qin Luo waved his hand, not wanting to take advantage. "That won't be necessary.
The paintings of Longhu Temple are 1 coin each, and the price for the treasure pavilion can be set by you. All the profits are yours."
"All right then. Let's proceed as the immortal master suggests."
Lin Qian was overjoyed. Not only could they collaborate with Longhu Temple, but they could also make a profit, a dream they never dared to imagine. Qin Luo had painted hundreds of door deity paintings over the past few days.
He handed Lin Qian 300 paintings, allowing them to take them back to sell.
Wu Qinglu stored the door deity paintings in his storage ring and then followed Lin Qian to the main hall to offer incense and pray for blessings. It was rare for cultivators to enter the temple to pray for blessings. Even Wu Qingliu, a loose cultivator, had not believed in such things in the past. Wu Qinglu approached with respect to offer incense and pray. After the prayer, Lin Qian took out several silver notes. Ziyue had never seen such large silver notes before. These 3,000 taels of silver notes are a token of goodwill from the treasure pavilion donated to Longhu Temple for the repair of the temple.
Ziyu's eyes widened. 1 tael of silver could be exchanged for 1,000 when, meaning 3,000 taels would require painting 3 million door deity paintings. Even if her senior brother painted door deities day and night without eating or drinking, it would be difficult to earn 3,000 taels.
Qin Luo was not interested in money. He waved his hand to decline. "Master Lin, Longhu Temple does not need repairs. Use this money to help those needy commoners." If Zhang Fulong knew this, he would surely be furious. Recently, Zhao Fugui had donated money to the temple, and when Qin Luo asked his master when the temple would be repaired, Zhang Fulong had said repairs were unnecessary and that the money should be used where it was truly needed. Qin Luo remembered his master's words.
"I understand."
Lin Qian decided that after returning to Jinyang City, he would use the name of Longhu Temple to assist those in need. Before leaving, Wu Qinglu and Lin Qian again cupped their hands to Qin Luo, saying, "Please help us convey our regards to Master Zhang."
"No problem."
In the depths of the temple, Zhang Fulong lay on his bed, tossing and turning. There had been no movement outside, so he decided to go take a look.
When he arrived at the main hall, Wu Qinglu and Lin Qian had already left.
Qin Luo approached Zhang Fulong and said, "Master, Elder Wu and Lin Qian from the treasure pavilion just came to offer incense and pray for blessings, and they asked me to convey their regards to you."
"Whom?"
Zhang Fulong appeared calm on the surface but was actually quite anxious. Frequent interactions with cultivators made it easy for him to slip up. He was considering whether or not to wash his hands of the matter. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Fulong placed his hand on Qin Luo's shoulder, speaking meaningfully, "Disciple, if one day I suddenly disappear, do not panic. Longhu Temple will be inherited by you."
"Master, are you planning to leave?"
"Do not think too much, I'm just saying this." Zhang Fulong chuckled, patting Qin Luo on the shoulder. In the evening, the autumn wind stirred up fallen leaves.
The cicadas in the trees grew increasingly mournful. In the temple's backyard, Qin Luo sat cross-legged on the altar, his consciousness practicing inner cultivation while Ziyue drank porridge from a bowl. Big brother. I'm here. The little creature flew into the backyard. The tranquil temple became lively. Ziyue saw the little creature arrive and quickly pulled out a bamboo jar. Little creature, here are the bugs I caught for you. Cheep cheep. The little creature originally flew towards Qin Luo but midway turned its direction and landed in front of Ziyue. I love you. Cheep cheep cheep. The little creature buried its head in the jar to eat the bugs. Ziyue picked up her bowl to continue drinking porridge. Inside the jade pendant, cheep cheep cheep. The little creature buried its head in the jar to eat the bugs. Ziyue picked up her bowl to continue drinking porridge. Inside the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy observed the warm scene in the courtyard, her eyes filled with envy. After finishing her porridge, Ziyue squatted on the ground drawing talismans. Not wanting to waste ink, she used a stick to draw on the ground. After continuous practice, her talismans improved, even shimmering with faint light in the evening glow. A gust of wind swept into the courtyard, stirring up dust and sand. Ziyue shielded her eyes with her arm, and when she lowered it, she found the talismans on the ground remained intact. How strange. Ziyue gently blew on the talismans. The drawn talismans scattered with the wind. Ziyue scratched her head, puzzled, muttering softly, could this be a coincidence? The bugs in the bamboo jar were finished by the little creature. It usually had to fight for food in the mountains and rarely ate enough. Qin Luo fed it fruits and Ziyue fed it bugs, making the little creature grow fonder of this place. Cheep cheep. Big brother's shoulder is really warm. The little creature nestled on Qin Luo's shoulder to rest, its tuft of red fur particularly prominent. After finishing her talisman practice, Ziyue sat cross-legged next to Qin Luo on the altar, cultivating the 5 qi, returning to origin technique. The evening glow enveloped Luoxia Peak, resembling a fairyland. Outside Jinyang City in the Black Forest, there was a road leading to Jinyang City. As night fell, the light in the woods grew dimmer and a horse-drawn carriage was heading towards Jinyang City. Xia Fei and her maid Xiaotao sat in the carriage. They had just returned from a visit to Baiyun town. Xiaotao held a door deity painting from Longhu Temple in her arms, unable to put it down, as if she had found a treasure. Seeing Xiaotao like this, Xia Fei couldn't help but roll her eyes and mock. Xiaotao, you treasure this worthless painting so much. It's embarrassing to mention it. Xiaotao lowered her head, feeling ashamed. She thought the door deity painting was prettier than many paintings by famous masters, and 1 coin was definitely worth it. It's so cold. Xia Fei rubbed her arms. It had just been hot, but now it suddenly turned chilly, chilling to the bone. Perhaps because she was holding the painting, Xiaotao didn't feel cold. Missed the weather before and after the Hongyue festival is quite unusual. We should return early. We shouldn't have gone to Longhu Temple. Xia Fei pouted. A trip to Longhu Temple had resulted in being cheated out of incense money, with little time left for sightseeing. Suddenly the carriage turned around. Xia Fei's head bumped against the carriage wall. Ouch. Old one, what are you doing? Xia Fei's forehead was bruised. Monster. A scream came from outside the carriage. A creature clad in armor appeared in the woods, towering with green eyes and exuding a foul odor. The coachman old Wang had just turned the carriage when the monster charged forward, smashing the carriage with one swipe. Xia Fei and Xiaotao fell heavily to the ground. Seeing the monster approach, the coachman old Wang didn't care about their lives, riding off on his horse into the woods. Xia Fei let out a piercing scream. The more she screamed, the more excited the monster became, emitting a cackling laugh as it drew closer. Miss, run. At Xiaotao's reminder, Xia Fei snapped back to her senses, crawling and scrambling to escape. As the monster approached, Xiaotao waved the painting in her arms, hoping to buy time for her miss. She thought she would be shredded by the monster, but to her surprise it bypassed her and chased after her miss. Miss, be careful. Xia Fei suddenly turned around, seeing the monster approaching her. In a panic, she grabbed the jade pendant hanging from her waist. This is the jade pendant blessed by Master Song of the Bailu Temple. Do not come any closer. The monster halted its steps. Xia Fei thought the jade pendant was effective. The monster suddenly reached out and grasped the pendant. The pendant emitted a burst of white light. Crack! The jade pendant was crushed. The monster's hand was burned and steaming, indicating that the pendant had some effect, but not enough to stop the monster. Xia Fei's legs went weak, the ground damp beneath her. The only one she could call for help was Xiaotao. Xiaotao, save me. Xiaotao, like an ant on a hot pan, suddenly remembered the painting in her arms, thinking that the monster's sparing her was no coincidence. Please save my miss. Xiaotao quickly opened the door deity painting. In an instant, a golden light burst forth from the painting.
The monster sensed danger and turned just in time to see a towering figure reflected in its eyes wielding a broad sword.
The monster was struck by the sword light. Boom! The monster was engulfed by the sword light.
After vanquishing the monster, Wu Xiantian vanished, leaving behind a towering figure standing before Longhu Temple.
The Black Forest returned to calm. Xiao Tao helped Xiafei up, who was still in shock. "Miss, are you alright?"
Xiafei's face was pale and she paid no attention to the wound on her forehead. She rushed to the door deity painting and knelt, saying, "Qinger was right, I am indeed blind to true value."
Jinyang City.
In the early morning, the roadside restaurants were bustling with activity as people drank and ate meat, chatting about their daily lives. "I heard there are monsters outside Jinyang City." "You wouldn't know, the second young lady of the Sun family was taken by a monster and her elder brother was torn in half by it. The daughter of the old Li family has also gone missing."
It's likely a dire situation.
"The young lady of the Xie family encountered a monster outside Jinyang City, but she managed to escape. I heard that the guardian deity of the Longhu Temple came to her aid and slayed the monster."
"Is that true?"
The surrounding commoners gathered closer.
"This news must be accurate. My friend works at the Xie family and wouldn't lie to me."
"I heard that the treasure pavilion is selling images of the guardian deity of Longhu Temple and I plan to buy 2 after I finish my drink."
"You take your time drinking, I have things to do."
"I still need to move bricks, so we'll be leaving first." Everyone found excuses to leave, and upon seeing them head towards the treasure pavilion, a middle-aged man still drinking suddenly reacted, "Wait for me."
Multiple cases of disappearances have occurred in Jinyang City and the authorities have no leads, leaving the townsfolk in a state of anxiety. The news of Xiafei returning to Jinyang City spread quickly.
People hearing that it was the guardian deity of Longhu Temple who had manifested rushed to the treasure pavilion to buy images of the deity for protection.
Treasure pavilion. Lin Xian couldn't stop smiling.
Even without a large-scale promotion, so many townsfolk were eager to buy the images of the guardian deity of Longhu Temple. The images sold at the treasure pavilion were 30 coins each, and the townsfolk lined up in long queues on the street.
Not far away, in a tavern,
a middle-aged man in a blue shirt stood at the railing on the second floor observing the treasure pavilion. To his left stood a burly man with bronze skin as sturdy as an iron tower. To the right of the middle-aged man stood a tall woman in a white dress, her hair tied in a high ponytail radiating vitality. The middle-aged man Yang Chang was a late foundation establishment cultivator, while the burly man Zhao Hu was a martial arts master. A martial arts master with robust vitality could unleash powerful energy not weaker than foundation establishment cultivators. The threshold for martial artists is low, but those who become martial arts masters are few and far between, not easier than cultivation. The woman in the white dress was named Tang Yao, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. They wore black tokens at their waists. This was the insignia of the CTON monitor.
Tang Yao heard the discussions among the townsfolk. "Brother Yang, that evil cultivator should be nearby Jinyang City."
Yang nodded, glancing at the burly man beside him.
"We finally found a lead on the evil cultivator. We must eliminate him completely this time."
Zhao Hu, go prepare some bait."
"No problem." Zhao Hu turned and left the tavern.
Yang Chang focused on the queue of people.
"I remember the court never sanctioned any guardian deities. Brother Yang, it's just a minor guardian deity, let's not get involved." Yang Chang's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "All deities in the Great Xia must be sanctioned by the court.
Even a minor guardian deity cannot exist without the court's permission.
Yao Yao, managing the chaos of divine sanctioning is our duty at the CTON monitor."
"Since Zhao Hu needs time to prepare bait, let's go check out the Longhu Temple."
"Alright then." Tang Yao understood Yang Chang's character, he couldn't tolerate any disobedience.
The Longhu Temple was likely in for trouble. At the falling sunset peak Longhu Temple,
Qin Luo opened the temple's main door. Wu Shentian stepped out of the painting, bowing respectfully, and said, "Master Qin, last night there were shadow puppets appearing in the woods outside Jinyang City.
Fortunately, a passing woman had my portrait with her, otherwise they would surely have perished."
"What are shadow puppets?"
"They are puppets made from corpses by evil cultivators. Those who make shadow puppets are all evil cultivators employing extremely cruel methods."
"Can you find the evil cultivator?" Qin Luo's expression turned serious. If the evil cultivator wasn't eliminated, more townsfolk would be harmed. Wu Shentian shook his head.
If he could find the evil cultivator, he wouldn't have reported this to Qin Luo. "My abilities are limited. That guy is using shadow puppets to move about, and I was hiding in a very concealed place."
"I understand. If you find any clues, let me know."
"If I discover the evil cultivator, I will slay him directly, and you won't need to worry, Master Qin." Qin Luo clasped his fists, saying, "Old Wu, you've worked hard."
"It's my duty."
Wu Shentian returned the gesture. Qin Luo returned to the main hall, and during his free time he sat at a table and quickly drew an image of the guardian deity. Ziyue came into the main hall with a bunch of grapes, her big watery eyes blinking.
Senior brother, there was fruit this morning too. I didn't see the little monkey you mentioned. That's because you woke up too late. Chirp chirp chirp. The small dumpling nodded while standing on Ziyu's shoulder. Ziyu said earnestly, they'll definitely get up early tomorrow. Small dumpling, remember to come wake me up. Chirp chirp. The small dumpling readily agreed. This is a reward for you. Ziyu fed a grape to the small dumpling. Qin Luo saw the small dumpling and suddenly thought of something. Small dumpling, I have a task for you. Boss, tell me. The small dumpling's eyes were filled with anticipation. Qin Luo said solemnly, there are evil cultivators causing trouble near Jinyang City. You have many friends, ask them to look out for any suspicious cultivators nearby. Leave it to me. The small dumpling puffed out its chest with confidence. It had been worrying about not having a chance to showcase its abilities. Constantly eating for free would surely disappoint the boss, so it had to do a good job this time. The small dumpling left Longhu Temple. With senior brother around, Ziyue was not afraid of the evil cultivator. She picked up a broom to clean the temple, feeling puzzled. Senior brother, such a big roasted pig, why didn't the Dao ancestor leave us any? Qin Luo looked at the roasted pig that had disappeared from the offering table, smiling as he replied, don't ask the Dao ancestor, you should ask master. He must not want to waste it, so he probably ate it himself. I thought it was the Dao ancestor who ate it. Master, really, he didn't even let me have a taste. Ziyue swept the temple thinking that senior brother was the best. He taught her cultivation and even bought her food. Two figures cut through the clouds. Yang Chang and Tang Yao arrived at Longhu Temple on their swords. This is Longhu Temple, it certainly meets my expectations. Yang Chang's disdain was evident in his expression. Tang Yao, seeing the dilapidated Longhu Temple, also felt suspicious. She was cautious and didn't jump to conclusions. Brother Yang, let's go in and take a look first. Yang Chang nodded with a cold smile. Tang Yao and Yang Chang landed in the courtyard in front of the main hall, while Wu Qinglu dared only to land outside the temple. Qin Luo knew that cultivators had come to Longhu Temple. He stepped out of the main hall to check the situation. The two cultivators before him were stronger than Wu Qingliu, with the woman in white being quite young. Are the two of you here to pay respects or to visit my master? Qin Luo greeted them with a friendly smile. Yang Chang and Tang Yao scrutinized Qin Luo. He appeared handsome and suave, yet there were no fluctuations of spiritual energy around him, making him seem no different from an ordinary person. Have your master come out? Yang Chang adopted a condescending posture. Qin Luo slightly nodded at Ziyue, and she understood her senior brother's meaning, promptly going deeper into the temple to invite their master out. Since you two have traveled from afar, why not rest in the pavilion for a while? Qin Luo's attitude remained pleasant. Tang Yao felt that this Taoist was quite nice. Yang Chang coldly replied, no need, we are in a hurry. Qin Luo could sense that the other party was not kind, but he did not feel nervous and continued to smile. Tang Yao observed Longhu Temple. Although it was simple, it possessed a rare tranquility. I am Tang Yao, this is Yang Chang. We are cultivators from the Tian Monitor. Qin Luo had heard of the Tian Monitor, an organization of cultivators that takes orders only from the Emperor of Great Xia, possessing immense power that even the cultivation forces on the mountain dare not provoke. I am Qin Luo, he replied with a smile. Are you also a cultivator? Indeed. Qin Luo nodded gently. Yang Chang and Tang Yao exchanged smiles. No matter how they looked at Qin Luo, he didn't seem like a cultivator. Zhang Fulong yawned as he got out of bed. Upon hearing Ziyue mention business, he immediately perked up, changed into a golden Taoist robe, and donned a golden hat, looking like an ethereal figure. Are you here for fortune-telling? Zhang Fulong leisurely approached the front of the main hall. He sized up Yang Chang and Tang Yao, recognizing their expensive clothes and knowing they could rake in a good profit. Fortune-telling. He. Yang Chang coldly laughed. Then tell me my fortune. Zhang Fulong seriously calculated with his fingers, then frowned and shook his head, saying, I see that your face is very dark, with dark energy surrounding you. You have a calamity approaching, your life is not long. He aimed to frighten Yang Chang and then sell talismans for a high price. Tang Yao found it amusing. To her, Zhang Fulong seemed like a conman. Yang Chang had a dark expression. He was quite angry with Zhang Fulong. He suddenly waved his hand, angrily scolding nonsense. A streak of azure spiritual energy shot out, hitting Zhang Fulong and sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. Zhang Fulong flew straight into the main hall of the temple. Yang Chang grinned coldly, saying, hey, it's clear you're just putting on a show. Ha! Ziyue was a bit dazed. Their master had actually been sent flying. Qin Luo stared at Yang Chang in disbelief. He hadn't expected the other party to violate the code of martial ethics and unexpectedly attack a 70-year-old man. Junior sister, go check on master. Ziyue ran into the main hall. A chill filled Qin Luo's eyes. Tang Yao sensed a feeling of danger. Yang Chang was unconcerned, wearing a contemptuous expression.
There is no longer a need for Longhu Temple to exist. If you dare defy the orders of the CT on monitor, there will be no mercy.
Just based on you.
A hoarse voice echoed from within the temple. Yang Chang's smile gradually stiffened, and in an instant he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, experiencing a suffocating sensation as a terrifying power approached him like the Grim Reaper. Tang Yao felt equally uncomfortable, experiencing a sensation of having her throat constricted, making it hard to breathe, and she instinctively wanted to kneel.
Qin Luo turned to look into the main hall.
He saw their master coming out. Zhang Fulong's hat was knocked off and now his hair was disheveled with deep angry eyes. Having been in the temple for several years, it was the first time Qin Luo had seen his master so furious, as if the very heavens and earth were trembling. The clear sky suddenly turned dark.
A person's mood could actually influence the weather. Truly, master is impressive, Qin Luo thought with admiration.
Ziyue walked beside Zhang Fulong, feeling for the first time how towering her master was, as if he could support the sky. As Zhang Fulong stepped out of the main hall, Yang Chang and Tang Yao immediately knelt before him, trembling.
You dare to have thoughts about Longhu Temple? Zhang Fulong's hoarse voice was filled with intimidation.
Tang Yao quickly pleaded, Senior, we were blind and foolish, please show mercy. Yang Chang was terrified yet still stubbornly said, We are cultivators from the CT on monitor. If you dare harm us, the CT on monitor will not spare you. Zhang Fulong lifted his aged hand and waved it casually, sending Yang Chang and Tang Yao flying away like flies. Get as far away as you can. If you dare appear before me again, not even the CT on monitor or the King of Heaven can save you.
Zhang Fulong warned sternly. Thank you for your mercy, Senior.
Yang Chang and Tang Yao crashed heavily at the foot of the mountain, coughing blood and not daring to linger, fleeing immediately. At Longhu Temple, Qin Luo stepped forward and asked, Master, how are you? Zhang Fulong shook his head and sighed lightly. This body is too weak to withstand such turmoil. I need to rest.
If trouble arises, just come find me.
Qin Luo's expression was serious as he said, Master, I promise there will not be such incidents in the future. He hadn't expected the other party to strike out so suddenly.
In the future he would definitely be more cautious. It's not your fault.
Zhang Fulong smiled and waved his hand. Qin Luo helped Zhang Fulong back to his room to rest. In the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy sensed something amiss and speculated that there was a terrifying entity within Zhang Fulong. Yang Chang and Tang Yao fled back to Jinyang City in disarray. They took refuge and rested at the Fengyun Inn. That accursed old man. Yang Chang ground his teeth. Since joining the Bureau of Celestial Observation, he had never suffered such humiliation.
Tang Yao's eyes shimmered with awe.
Senior brother Yang, the Longhu Temple is a force beyond our reach. We do well to turn a blind eye and avoid provoking them.
Ha.
I'll make them pay dearly. Once we've dealt with the demonic cultivator, I'll report this matter to the Bureau, then they'll reap what they've sown. A sly cruel smile curled at the corners of Yang Chang's mouth.
Tang Yao knew well Yang Chang's vengeful, unforgiving nature.
She resolved that upon completing this mission she would never again partner with him, lest she be drawn into grave peril.
Let's first restore our strength. We still have the demonic cultivator to confront. Yang Chang and Tang Yao took medicinal pills and replenished their spiritual energy within the inn.
Within half a day, all the door god talismans from the Jinbao Pavilion had been snatched up. Crowds of commoners gathered around the Jinbao Pavilion, packing the streets so tightly not even water could seep through. Lin Qian himself stepped forward to explain, these door god talismans are completely sold out.
Please return tomorrow.
If you cannot wait, you may purchase them at the Longhu Temple. Their each talisman costs only 1 copper coin.
1 coin per talisman. That's astonishingly cheap. Let's go to the Longhu Temple. It's too far.
I'll just wait for the Jinbao Pavilion's next restock. We might as well pray there while we're at it.
Let's go together.
Once scarcely known among Jinyang's citizens, the Longhu Temple now dominated everyday conversation, and an ever-growing number of townsfolk planned to visit for incense offerings and blessings. Lin Qian sought out Wu Qinglu and respectfully said, Master Wu, the Longhu Temple's door god talismans have proven immensely popular.
Might I trouble you to journey there and procure more? No problem, I've already promised my young friend I'd buy a batch of white paper and yellow paper here in Jinyang City.
The white paper is for drawing door gods.
The yellow paper was for Ziyu's talisman writing.
Wu Qinglu departed for the Longhu Temple bearing supplies. At the Longhu Temple, devotees en route to offer incense and prayers were still on their way. Wu Qinglu briefed Qin Luo on Jinyang City's situation. Young friend, the Longhu Temple's door god talismans have taken the city by storm. All 300 copies have been snapped up.
So the Jinbao Pavilion's influence runs deep indeed.
No, it's because the Longhu Temple's door gods truly work.
Wu Qinglu had also heard the tale of Miss Xie.
Though Qin Luo painted door gods swiftly, he could not keep pace with Jinyang City's surging demand. I can supply no more than 500 additional pieces, and even that won't last long.
I simply lack the time to paint them all myself. Then perhaps the Jinbao Pavilion should implement daily quotas.
Qin Luo suddenly conceived an excellent idea: why not commission local painters to reproduce the Longhu Temple's door god talismans? Each piece need only cost the temple 1 copper coin.
An excellent notion. Wu Qinglu raised his thumb in admiration and solemnly declared, "Rest assured, young friend, the Jinbao Pavilion will hire Jinyang's finest artists, guaranteeing faithful reproductions of the Longhu Temple's talismans. I trust you utterly."
A gentle smile flickered in Qin Luo's eyes.
He sensed the Jinbao Pavilion's sincerity.
After Wu Qinglu departed, devotees continued arriving at the temple to burn incense and pray.
Ziyu recommended the door god talismans to each one.
For 1 coin you cannot be deceived, but you can secure peace for your entire household.
The Longhu Temple's door gods guarantee safety. 1 coin per talisman, 2 coins for 2.
At dusk in the Feng Yunan of Jinyang City, Zhao Hu strode into the room slinging a sack over his shoulder.
Yang Chang opened his eyes. "Let's go." Tang Yao eyed the sack and frowned.
Using a living person as bait, is that truly acceptable? Yang Chang paid no heed, his expression cold and detached.
"Yao Yao, that's mere womanly sentimentality. If we fail to capture the demonic cultivator, far more innocents will suffer."
"Exactly." Zhao Hu chimed in eagerly. Tang Yao pursed her lips. "Senior brother Yang, did that elder from the Longhu Temple divine your fate?
Could it possibly be true?"
A sudden hush fell over the room.
Yang Chang's face darkened. Zhao Hu, curious, asked, "What's going on?"
Ha ha ha.
"My fate lies in my own hands, not heaven's. We cultivators defy the heavens themselves. Once this demonic cultivator is dealt with, I'll settle accounts with the Longhu Temple." Tang Yao sensed Yang Chang slipping deeper into madness. The 3 left the inn and entered the Blackwood Forest outside Jinyang City.
Zhang Hu dumped the girl from the sack onto the ground. Dressed in coarse homespun, the girl was a servant Zhang Hu had purchased with coin. She lay unconscious on the frigid earth, having been struck senseless.
Tang Yao recoiled in disgust at their cruelty.
Yang Chang and the others concealed themselves high in the trees, masking their spiritual aura, awaiting the Inquai's arrival.
Night descended. The Blackwood Forest sank into utter darkness.
A Inquai approached, dragging the girl by her ankles. The blow to her head had worn off. The girl stirred awake, saw the Inquai and screamed, "Help me." From the treetop, Tang Yao reached for her sword, but Yang Chang seized her wrist.
"If you act rashly, we'll spoil everything. Follow the Inquai and we'll find the demonic cultivator."
Tang Yao clenched her jaw, suppressing her fury. They trailed silently behind the Inquai. As the creature dragged the girl forward, her rough-spun robe tore open along her back, leaving a long gory trail across the forest floor. Her cries grew fainter and fainter until the Inquai hauled her before the entrance of a secluded mountain cave.
A flash of swordlight erupted.
Tang Yao let down her blade, carving a lethal arc through the air. The Inquai's head flew clean off and its body crumpled face-first onto the earth.
"Damn it!"
Yang Chang slammed his fist against the nearest tree trunk. His plan had been to confirm the demonic cultivator's presence inside the cave, then launch a stealthy assault.
Now, with the Inquai slain, any element of surprise was lost. Even if the cultivator remained inside, a brutal confrontation was inevitable.
Zhao Hu and Yang Chang rushed to the cave mouth. The girl, dragged lifeless across the ground, had slipped into unconsciousness.
Tang Yao pressed a healing pill into her mouth, enough to preserve her life.
"Yao Yao, you acted recklessly. This child would have died the moment she crossed the threshold." As they spoke, a chilling gust of Yin wind blew forth from the cave, followed by a horde of Inquai. Tang Yao snatched up the girl and retreated to a safe distance. Yang Chang drew a spirit-forged sword and cleaved through the nearest Inquai in a single stroke. Zhao Hu hurled a fist the size of a sandbag, shattering the skull of the Inquai rushing toward him. Tang Yao placed the girl in safety, then drew her sword and joined the fray before the cave mouth.
Together they swiftly dispatched every Inquai. Ka-keek! A sinister guttural laugh echoed.
From the cave emerged a demonic cultivator dressed as a pale-faced scholar. His crimson eyes swept over the trio, then lingered on Tang Yao. With a slow wet tongue he licked his lips and murmured, "Your blood must taste exquisite."
Tang Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Demonic cultivator, today marks your end."
Zhao Hu roared with laughter. "This time you have nowhere left to run."
Ka-keek!
"Fools who dare challenge me, come at me all at once."
The pale-faced scholar stood motionless, arms folded. 2 blinding arcs of swordlight slashed at him from left and right.
He did not flinch. Crimson light flared from within his body, stopping both sword blades dead in their tracks. Zhao Hu charged in his fist, whistling like thunder. The scholar met it heated with his own.
Boo!
Zhao Hu was hurled backward, his arm trembling violently.
Something's wrong with this guy.
A chill ran down his spine. Yang Chang and Tang Yao closed in, thrusting their swords at the scholar's chest.
Die! Get back!
Crimson light exploded from his body, a wave of overwhelming malevolent chi sent both cultivators flying.
Not good.
This demonic cultivator has grown stronger.
Yang Chang's pupils contracted sharply.
No wonder he hadn't fled this time, they were in grave danger.
Tang Yao's brow furrowed.
The pale-faced scholar's power had surged dramatically against him, even their combined strength was futile. Then he rose into the air, hovering effortlessly. Yang Chang and Tang Yao stared stunned. Skywalking was the hallmark of a golden core cultivator.
Kakik. You never imagined it, did you?
Drawing upon the extreme energy of the Red Moon Festival, I condensed a blood core. My strength now rivals that of a golden core cultivator. You've come to die, I shall grant you that mercy. Before the final syllable faded, the scholar lunged forward. Twin blades of crimson light coalesced in his palms, like blood-drenched swords.
Yang Chang and Tang Yao raised their blades to parry, yet their resistance was as feeble as a grasshopper blocking a chariot.
Both were hurled backward.
Mountain-shattering fist.
Zhao Hu's eyes blazed. He launched himself skyward like a tiger descending the mountain, brutal, unstoppable. A crimson barrier shimmered across the scholar's body.
Zhao Hu's strike didn't even breach it.
Yang Chang and Tang Yao threw themselves into a final desperate gambit, striking as one. Twin sword beams pierced the air toward the barrier.
Kaboom!
The crimson shield shattered. Yet the pale-faced scholar had vanished. He's hiding, stay vigilant. Yang Chang and Tang Yao turned back-to-back, scanning the shadows for any trace of him.
Aff!
Zhao Hu shrieked in agony. Tang Yao turned only to see the scholar fuse to Zhao Hu's back, jaws clamped deep into his flesh. Zhao Hu clutched his throat, blood gushed freely. The scholar's eyes burned crimson as he savored the metallic tang of fresh blood.
A martial artist's vital energy is rich indeed, though regrettably foul-smelling. Retreat, now. Yang Chang withdrew without hesitation.
Tang Yao watched horror-struck as the scholar tore chunk after chunk of meat from Zhao Hu's body.
Clenching her sword, she roared, "I'll die fighting you." Luminous condensation art. Tang Yao's blade erupted in blinding radiance.
The scholar released Zhao Hu and lunged toward her, eager, ravenous. In his eyes, she alone was tonight's true prey, the others were mere appetizers.
Blood slaughter art. A phantom shadow hurtled toward Tang Yao.
When radiant swordlight collided with spectral darkness, a shockwave blasted outward, Tang Yao was thrown clear. As dust settled, the pale-faced scholar appeared before her, palm striking her chest. She spat blood, midair hurtling backward until she crashed through a tree trunk and collapsed.
Cough, cough. Tang Yao vomited crimson.
She lay broken upon the earth, her foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation powerless against a demonic cultivator who had forged a blood core.
She was but a lamb awaiting slaughter.
Seeing Tang Yao utterly defenseless, the scholar's lips twisted into a cruel, seductive smile.
Kakik, precious things must be savored last.
Savor despair, slowly. Swish. The scholar soared skyward. Tang Yao tried to move, but her limbs refused to obey. His corrupting spiritual energy seeped into her very bones. Nearby, Zhao Hu lay drowning in his own blood, barely clinging to life. His voice was a threadbare whisper, "Tang Yao, flee. Please, tell my mother.
I won't be returning to see her."
And with that he closed his eyes. Tang Yao felt his life force ebb away, yet she gritted her teeth, fumbled a healing pill from her robes and swallowed it, praying for enough strength to escape. At Luoxia Peak in the Longhu Temple, Qin Luo had just finished washing when Xiaotuanzi fluttered into the courtyard.
"Chief, I've found a lead.
A monster dwells in a cave west of the Blackwood Forest. Over the past 2 days it's dragged countless people into that cave.
A stench of decay hangs thick in the air. Our sisters have avoided the area entirely when hunting insects." Xiaotuanzi's eyes blazed with indignation.
Qin Luo gazed toward the Blackwood Forest. He sensed the acrid scent of slaughter and beneath it a suffocating miasma of killing intent.
Understood.
Qin Luo vanished from the courtyard.
Ha!
Where'd Chief go?
Xiaotuanzi blinked, bewildered.
Inside the Blackwood Forest. Tang Yao swallowed the pill and regained a sliver of strength. She staggered to her feet, swaying unsteadily, and limped to Zhao Hu's side, only to find him already gone.
Damn it!
Her fingernails dug deep into her palms.
Where am I?
The girl Zhang Hu had brought awakened, dazed and confused. Tang Yao's face was deathly pale, but she forced a fragile smile as she knelt beside the girl.
Don't be afraid. I'll take you home.
The girl realized Tang Yao had saved her and immediately rushed forward to support her.
Mistress Heroine, thank you for saving my life.
We must leave, now.
Tang Yao knew the pale-faced scholar would return soon, their window was vanishing.
But they had scarcely taken a few steps when he descended from the heavens, holding Yang Chang's severed head, which he tossed carelessly at Tang Yao's feet like a discarded ball.
Ah!
The girl screamed in terror.
Run, now!
Tang Yao shoved her aside.
But the girl's legs gave way, she collapsed unconscious once more. For the first time in her life Tang Yao felt absolute despair. She wasn't ready to die, not yet. All she could beg for now was salvation, from anyone by any means. She would accept any price, swear any oath if only someone would come. He. The pale-faced scholar licked his lips. Tang Yao was in his eyes a lamb awaiting slaughter. Tisk tsk, fair-skinned and exquisite, a foundation establishment cultivator so young, I scarcely have the heart to kill you. Should you consent to dual cultivation with me, I shall spare your life. Poof. You flatter yourself. Tang Yao was no fool. The pale-faced scholar coveted her primordialine essence, and once she lost her utility he would discard her without hesitation. Do you truly believe you have a choice? Poof. Tang Yao pressed her long sword against her throat. I would rather die than let you succeed. He. Do you imagine I care whether you live or die? I shall refine you into a yin puppet bound to serve me for eternity. Tang Yao tightened her grip on the sword hilt, her soul burning with resolve she would shatter her bones to dust before submitting to such desecration. Then strike already. The pale-faced scholar watched amusement dancing across his face. Tears shimmered in Tang Yao's eyes as memories flickered before her, just as she raised the blade to sever her own life. Moonlight pierced the black forest, pure and silver, illuminating a young Taoist clad in white robes standing silently within its glow. Could someone truly have come to save her? Tang Yao dared not believe her own eyes, sure it was but a deathbed illusion, until she focused intently and recognized him, Qin Luo, the young Taoist she had briefly met at Longhuguan. He truly was a cultivator. Tang Yao had previously mistaken him for an ordinary man. Yet recalling his terrifying master, his cultivation status no longer seemed extraordinary. The pale-faced scholar's pupils contracted sharply, he had sensed no trace of Qin Luo's arrival. Guided by Xiao Tuanzi's warning, Qin Luo had found this place. Gazing upon Yang Chang's severed head he sighed softly, shaking his head. My master warned you, even so you chose not to heed. Taoist, let us keep our distance, why provoke enmity? Wariness flickered in the pale-faced scholar's eyes. He could detect no spiritual energy fluctuation from Qin Luo, and precisely because of that silence dread coiled cold in his gut. Qin Luo's resolute gaze blazed with piercing light, like a drawn sword, making the pale-faced scholar feel as though thorns pricked his spine. You vile cultivators have sown chaos and cruelty far too long. Today I shall uphold heaven's justice. Qin Luo stepped forward, and the heavens themselves seemed to descend. An overwhelming aura surged forth, the pale-faced scholar's very soul trembled, resistance dissolving into instinctive flight. He shot skyward, desperate to flee. Thunder art. 9 heavens thunderclap. Qin Luo raised his hand, his robe billowed. Once he required talismans and mudras to channel spells, but since his enlightenment of heaven and earth even those steps had vanished. Now he summoned celestial thunder directly. Celestial tribulation lightning struck from the 9th heaven. The entire black forest blazed with daylight brilliance. The deafening thunder shook mountains and stirred the earth for 100 li. Even the spirit beasts of the Ziyun mountain range quaked in terror. Struck by the tribulation lightning, the pale-faced scholar's body tore apart beneath searing radiance, his soul annihilated, utterly erased without remnant or chance of reincarnation. Silence returned to the black forest. Lightning still gleamed upon Qin Luo's figure, solitary, transcendent, like a sovereign of divine realms. Tang Yao stared breathless. A formidable evil cultivator, vanquished so effortlessly. This was a cultivator of Longhuguan, so young yet wielding such awe-inspiring power. Born into a prestigious clan of Yanbei commandery and groomed as a key disciple by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, Tang Yao had met countless eminent figures, yet none had ever stirred such profound awe within her. What then was Longhuguan? It defied belief that Yang Chang had perished elsewhere, not within Longhuguan's precincts. Perhaps the elder master had foreseen his fate at the hands of the pale-faced scholar and refused to stain the sacred Taoist hall with such filth. Fellow Taoist, please lower your blade. Qin Luo offered the gentle warning, fearing her trembling hand might slip, her demise would be a tragic waste. Tang Yao snapped back to awareness, lowered her sword and sank to her knees, bowing deeply toward Qin Luo. I owe you my life, fellow Taoist. Name your desire, I Tang Yao will grant it if within my power. You were hunting this fiend to purge evil from the land, I merely fulfilled my duty in aiding you. Qin Luo observed the scene closely and admired their courage. Please rise. Qin Luo stepped forward and helped Tang Yao to her feet. At a loss for how best to repay him and wary of provoking conflict with Longhuguan, she said carefully, fellow Taoist, should Longhuguan wish to establish itself in the Great Xia Empire, it would be prudent to register with the Imperial Astronomical Bureau. Your counsel is appreciated, but such matters lie beyond my authority. I am but a disciple of Longhuguan. Qin Luo sensed no ill intent behind her words. Tang Yao knew Longhuguan was no ordinary sect, but neither were the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and the Great Xia dynasty mere mortal institutions. She hoped never to stand opposed to Longhuguan. Shall I assist you further? No need. Tang Yao refused to burden Qin Luo.
Though he had considered escorting her home, her firm refusal spared him the intrusion.
Tang Yao watched Qin Luo depart, truly he simply walked away.
She regretted her earlier pride.
Lips pressed tight, she stood silent, then the moonlight faded. Darkness swallowed the forest.
Tang Yao searched long amid the charred remains where the pale-faced scholar had fallen until she unearthed a crimson bone fragment, proof of the evil cultivator's slaying, worth great reward upon return.
Qin Luo.
This debt I shall repay in time. Tang Yao gazed toward Longhugwan's distant peaks, then carried the unconscious girl back toward Jinyang City, leaving Yang Chang and Zhao Wu's bodies for burial the following day. Qin Luo returned to Longhugwan. Xiao Tuanzi was curled asleep upon his bed.
What are you doing here? Big brother, I'm warming your bed. You came back so quickly, did you find the monster?
Xiao Tuanzi tilted its head, the crimson tuft atop its crown swayed left and right.
It was struck dead by lightning.
Recalling the thunderclap, it chirped, Big brother, you're incredible, you can make thunder.
Ha ha. I must rest now.
Qin Luo adhered strictly to early rising and early sleeping, never staying up past dusk. He collapsed onto his narrow bed. The room was Spartan, only a bed and moonlight streaming through a broken window. Xiao Tuanzi felt the dim chamber brighten and darted toward Qin Luo's chest for warmth, only to recoil violently upon touching the icy jade pendant as if jolted by lightning.
Jumi! Jumi!
Screeching for help, it flapped frantically out of Qin Luo's room, now certain its master's embrace was perilous.
Qin Luo slept soundly.
In the next room, Ziyu slumbered deeply, her brow aglow with faint light, her body wrapped in a soft luminescence. Though asleep, her 5 qi ascending to the origin cultivation technique continued its seamless flow. Deep into the night, Zhang Fulong emerged from his quarters and entered the main hall of the Taoist temple, gazing upward at the portrait of the primordial Taoist patriarch. Master, who could have foreseen that within Longhugwan a successor would arise bearing talent rivaling your own, blessed with immense destiny?
Perhaps he shall one day transcend even you. Dawn broke the next day. Xiao Tuanzi sang in the courtyard.
Ziyu stirred awake, rubbed her eyes and rose to draw water from the cistern for washing.
A small monkey leapt into the courtyard, arms laden with fruit, just as Ziyu rinsed her mouth.
They locked eyes in sudden comical stillness. My senior brother did not deceive me.
Hello there. Ziyu greeted warmly.
The monkey nodded timidly, placing its lotus leaf-wrapped fruit upon the table with a respectful bow. Little immortal maiden, the Bear King sent me to deliver these.
Oh. You can speak.
Ziyu blinked her large luminous eyes. The monkey scratched its head, its expression guilelessly earnest. As a child I ate a rare fruit by accident and awakened my intelligence. I often played near the village, so I learned to speak.
I see.
Ziyu circled the monkey curiously, its features bore striking human resemblance though thick fur covered its body. Where do you live?
I have no home.
An orphan, rootless and wandering the mountains. Ziyu's heart softened at the quiet sorrow in its voice.
What is your name?
They all call me Little Monkey. Little Monkey, I am Ziyu, you may call me Elder Sister Ziyu.
Thank you for the fruit, and you're always welcome to visit Longhugwan.
Ziyu smiled sweetly. Little Monkey sensed both Qin Luo and Ziyu were kind, and Longhugwan far less fearsome than the Bear King had claimed. Bowing reverently, it said, Elder Sister Ziyu, I must return to report to the Bear King, but I'll surely visit again when I can. Who is the Bear King? He's my boss, a massive black bear, the demon sovereign of these mountains. Extremely powerful. Is he as strong as my senior brother?
No. The monkey shook its head.
He. Ziyu lifted her chin, pride sparkling in her eyes.
Elder Sister Ziyu, I'm off now. Remember to visit again.
Yes, Elder Sister. With that, Little Monkey sprang over the courtyard wall and vanished. Hearing the commotion, Qin Luo stepped outside, Xiao Tuanzi alighting lightly upon his shoulder. Senior brother, I woke earlier than you today.
Ziyu beamed, hands on her hips.
Qin Luo ruffled her hair gently. Little junior sister, you rising early is no small feat. Senior brother, I also saw Little Monkey, he speaks. These fruits are his gift. Ziyu placed the freshly washed fruit before Qin Luo. Qin Luo studied the baskets, varied fruits, each native to different reaches of the mountain range. To gather and deliver them all within a single night spoke volumes about the Bear King's influence and Little Monkey's diligence. The Bear King, as a demon sovereign, would hardly undertake such a journey himself. Thus Little Monkey, humble, tireless and remarkably intelligent, had likely traversed great distances. Qin Luo found himself deeply fond of the creature. Little junior sister, here's a sachet for you. Qin Luo held out several small pouches stitched from scraps of cloth. Ziyu's luminous eyes sparkled as she accepted the sachet, cradling it like a treasure, lifting it to her nose.
How fragrant.
Senior brother, did you make this yourself?
Yes, though it's rather plain.
It's beautiful, I love it. Ziyu fastened the sachet to her waistband, then spun joyfully on her toes in the courtyard, laughter bubbling forth like clear spring water. Hidden within each sachet lay a fragment of hongmeng leaf, worn regularly it nurtured the body and spirit. Within the jade pendant the violet-haired immortal maiden watched, her gaze filled with quiet longing. She had risen from obscurity utterly alone.
Jumi! Jumi! Xiao Zhuanzi fluttered beside Ziyu begging for food.
She sliced the fruit into delicate pieces and fed them to it tenderly. Qin Luo drank morning dew collected in his gourd, then prepared kanji for his junior sister in the kitchen, chopping firewood in the courtyard between stirs, then descending the mountain to fetch water. Life unfolded in humble rhythms, and Qin Luo found deep delight in it.
As he climbed back uphill with his water buckets, he encountered villagers ascending to pray.
A stout middle-aged woman asked curiously, "Immortal Master, have you ever considered marriage and children?"
I have.
I'd assumed immortals were free of earthly passions.
Even immortals are human. Immortal Master, I'm a matchmaker from Jinghu village, I know many lovely maidens. I'd be honored to introduce you. My standards may be rather high.
The woman nodded knowingly. Indeed, given your station, village maidens could scarcely hope to match you.
Not necessarily.
Qin Luo harbored no disdain for rustic girls. An elderly man leaned upon his wooden cane, pausing to rest along the mountain path. His voice weathered and slow rose, "Immortal Master, what truly is the meaning of a human life?"
I've never pondered that question deeply. Life passes like a single autumn, like grass or trees.
I cannot claim to know its meaning.
Simply being is enough. Look how radiant this dawn's glow.
The old man lifted his gaze to the clouds stained crimson by the rising sun. For the first time in years color bloomed in his clouded eyes, and a gentle smile softened his aged face.
Yes, how radiant this dawn's glow. Luo Xiao Peak, the finest vantage for watching the sky's fiery hues. Rest well, elder, if you grow weary. Yes, yes, safe travels, Immortal Master.
Qin Luo ascended with his water buckets, returning to Longhugwan. The old man remained gazing at the blazing clouds, his eyes reflecting the sunset's fierce living gold, as if for the first time he cherished this mortal world with unreserved tenderness.
As the sun rises, the Longhu temple is bustling with activity. The surrounding townsfolk, having heard that the temple's guardian deities can slay monsters, flock to purchase their images.
Wealthier individuals also come to offer incense and make donations. At the incense stall in front of the main hall, Ziyu is responsible for selling candles and images, requiring no promotion, only collecting money. The offerings are to be handed to Zhang Fulong, while the money from the images goes to Ziyu, who is busy with delight.
Qin Luo is answering the townsfolk's questions in the courtyard. A down-and-out middle-aged man respectfully asks, "Immortal Master, I have been having a streak of bad luck lately. Is there something unclean attached to me?"
Qin Luo's eyes glimmer with golden light. He sees nothing unclean about the man. If your heart is righteous, then no evil will invade you.
If the family is harmonious, all blessings will come.
The middle-aged man ponders these words. A wealthy merchant in a red robe approaches, asking, "Immortal Master, can you help me tell my fortune?" Qin Luo shakes his head with a light smile. "I do not practice fortune-telling."
Please wait a moment while I ask my master to assist you. Thank you, Immortal Master.
The red-robed merchant bows respectfully. Qin Luo heads deeper into the temple to notify his master. Zhang Fulong is roused from sleep, feeling sore all over.
My back hurts so much. If it weren't for the desire to earn money, Zhang Fulong would certainly be resting in bed.
He endures the pain and goes to the front courtyard, where the bustling scene nearly drops his jaw.
The temple is teeming with people.
Having been at Longhu Temple for decades, it is the first time he has encountered such a crowd of townsfolk. Seeing the frenzied demand for the guardian images, he finally understands what is happening.
Master Zhang. The townsfolk quickly gather around. Master Zhang, can you help me tell my fortune first?
Master Zhang, my sow is not giving birth.
Can you help me think of a solution?
Master Zhang, I have been having nightmares lately.
I must be troubled by evil spirits. What should I do? Please do not rush, one at a time. Fortune-telling costs 10 taels of silver per session.
The red-robed merchant immediately pulls out 10 taels of silver. Zhang Fulong calculates with his fingers and says in a deep voice, "I see your brow darkening. This is a sign of great misfortune.
A family that accumulates good deeds will surely have blessings in abundance. You must have much ill-gotten wealth." The red-robed merchant is greatly frightened.
Immortal Master Zhang, I realize my mistakes.
Can you help save me? Zhang Fulong replies seriously, "Those riches you cannot hold on to will bring you disaster.
Taken from the people, used for the people. A family that accumulates good deeds will surely have blessings."
I understand now.
The red-robed merchant keeps this in mind. Qin Luo observes from the side, greatly benefiting from the exchange.
Next is a farmer whose sow is not giving birth.
Zhang Fulong takes up his brush and writes a prescription.
This prescription is specifically for treating sows with infertility and costs only 21. Thank you, Immortal Master. The farmer pulls out a handful of copper coins and counts them carefully. Immortal Master, here are 21. When encountering wealthy merchants, Zhang Fulong thinks of ways to take advantage of them, but he remains friendly with ordinary townsfolk. Immortal Master, can this prescription be taken by humans? Medicines should not be taken carelessly.
Zhang Fulong chuckles. If you wish for children, you can pray to the Tao ancestor. Sincerity brings results.
Thank you, Immortal Master. I will go pray now. Senior brother, we are running low on images. Ziyu calls out loudly.
Hearing his junior sister's reminder, Qin Luo heads to the main hall, sitting at the table and drawing the guardian images.
Tang Yao brings the bodies of Yang Chang and Zhao Hu to Jinyang City, ordering the officials to send them to the astral monitoring.
Before leaving, Tang Yao wants to thank Qin Luo. She rides her sword to Longhu Temple, observing the bustling scene and realizing that Qin Luo is too busy to meet her.
Qin Luo. Until we meet again.
Tang Yao flies away on her sword. Qin Luo and the others are busy from dawn until dusk, with townsfolk continuously arriving to purchase guardian images and many coming to offer incense and pray, some traveling long distances from Jinyang City. As the sun sets, the temple finally quiets down. Zhang Fulong leans on his waist, feeling exhausted.
Making money is really not easy. Counting money isn't easy either. Ziyu is counting the copper coins.
Due to the sheer number, she often makes mistakes. Zhang Fulong did not expect that such inexpensive guardian images could truly bring such a lively atmosphere to Longhu Temple. He clenches his fist and coughs. Ziyu, with so much money, you will be responsible for the temple's expenses from now on.
All right. Ziyu nods in agreement. The key point is that he hasn't seen his master spend any money.
Qin Luo stands outside the temple, watching the last visitor descend the mountain. The setting sun dyes the mountains red, and the fiery clouds in the sky resemble a phoenix rising from the flames. The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it draws near to dusk. Wu Xiantian emerges from the guardian image, his previously ethereal form becoming solid.
His divine power evidently strengthens thanks to Qin Luo.
In the past 2 days, more and more townsfolk have been pasting guardian images, allowing him to absorb a substantial amount of incense power.
Old Wu, are you getting used to it? I am.
Compared to the desolation of the heavenly gate, the bustling of the mortal realm is quite interesting. Qin Luo finds it equally interesting to interact with various townsfolk at Longhu Temple. Old Wu, if you feel lonely, I can help you find a goddess to keep you company, one on each side.
Qin Luo jokes with a smile. Wu Shentian can't help but chuckle. Thank you for your goodwill, Master Qin.
I have no interest in goddesses, but if there is one, I would accept it.
Ha ha ha.
In the temple's backyard, after a busy day, Ziyu finally has time to eat. She carries a bowl of porridge and enjoys the pickles she brought from home, her little face beaming with joy.
Chirp chirp. The little dumpling lands on Ziyu's shoulder.
During the day, Qin Luo and the others were busy, so the little dumpling could only play in the mountains and is returning to Longhu Temple now.
Little dumpling, do you want to drink porridge? Ziyu looks at the little creature on her shoulder. The little dumpling shakes its head at the plain porridge.
Qin Luo arrives at the backyard and the little dumpling immediately shifts position, settling on Qin Luo's shoulder and leisurely closing its eyes.
Senior brother, we earned over 500 won today. I hid the money under my bed. Ziyu blinks her eyes.
This money will last them a long time. Qin Luo softly says the temple will likely be busy for a while.
Once things settle down, I will take you to the town to eat meat. MHM. Ziyu's eyes shine.
Ever since she started cultivating the 5 Qi Chaoyuan method, she hasn't felt very hungry, but she still craves meat. As the sun nears the horizon, they have yet to cultivate. Qin Luo closes his eyes, sitting cross-legged on the Dao platform while the little dumpling rests quietly, its red fur swaying in the wind.
Ziyu finishes her porridge and then squats on the ground to draw talismans.
After practicing her drawing, she sits next to her senior brother to cultivate. They cherish their time and diligently practice. At night, Zhang Fulong feels a bit hungry and prepares to go to the main hall to eat the offerings from the townsfolk. Passing through the backyard, he sees Qin Luo and Ziyu still cultivating and can't help but chuckle. These two silly disciples can't really think they can become immortals, can they? Zhang Fulong doesn't want them to overexert themselves.
Cough cough, staying up late to cultivate is bad for your health.
You should rest early.
Yes, master. Qin Luo and Ziyu open their eyes.
While they rest, Zhang Fulong heads to the main hall, eating the roasted duck brought by the townsfolk and grinning from ear to ear.
Indeed, the common people are the easiest to deceive.
Suddenly he slaps himself.
Smack.
Zhang Fulong is a bit dazed. A hoarse voice echoes in his mind, "You old fool, do you have any shame?" Covering his old face, Zhang Fulong feels somewhat at a loss.
Is this a moment of conscience?
The next day in the early morning, Qin Luo and Ziyu wake up early. Recently many townsfolk have been coming to the temple, so they must rise early to get to work.
Oh, the temple is so clean.
Ziyu exclaims, her eyes wide. She didn't clean the temple last night as she usually does it during the day.
There are not even any fallen leaves in the temple yard. The water tank is filled and the firewood pile outside the kitchen is neatly stacked.
Seeing the fruits on the table, Qin Luo understands it must be the little monkey who cleaned up.
I'm a bit embarrassed, Ziyu admits.
I called it to play, but it came to help us with our work.
What a considerate little monkey.
Qin Luo thinks the little monkey is quite impressive. It can work hard and Longhu Temple needs such disciples. The previous few brothers left the temple because they couldn't endure hardship. In the following period, Longhu Temple is very busy. Qin Luo and Ziyu have no time to rest. After 10 days, the number of townsfolk coming to Longhu Temple gradually decreases. Fortunately, during this time the little monkey comes to help at Longhu Temple every day, allowing Ziyu and Qin Luo to work much more easily. After a month, Longhu Temple returns to its previous state with occasional townsfolk coming to offer incense and pray. Recently there have been no monster attacks or missing persons and everyone is no longer tense. The fervor for purchasing guardian images has passed and Longhu Temple returns to its previous tranquility. The little monkey and the little dumpling are regular visitors to Longhu Temple. The little monkey is in charge of bringing food while the little dumpling enjoys the benefits, eating its fill and then sleeping on Qin Luo's shoulder. In the early morning, Zhang Fulong urgently needs to use the restroom. As he passes through the backyard, he sees the little monkey sweeping the ground with a broom. At first he doesn't notice and mistakes it for Ziyu. Just as he is about to leave the yard, he suddenly turns back.
A monkey.
Zhang Fulong rubs his eyes.
Ziyu walks into the backyard carrying porridge with a smile on her little face. Master, this is the little monkey.
It brings us fruit every day and helps me and senior brother with our work.
Greetings, old immortal master.
The little monkey bows respectfully.
Demon monkey.
Zhang Fulong's eyes widen. He can't believe a monkey can talk. In his life it's the first time he has encountered this.
The little monkey is so scared it can't speak. It thinks Zhang Fulong is going to exterminate demons.
Qin Luo enters the backyard smiling gently.
Master, the little monkey has been helping at the temple, fetching water, chopping wood and sweeping the floor. It seems quite intelligent. Why not take it as a disciple?
Yes, Ziyu agrees. The little monkey looks at Qin Luo in surprise, its eyes filled with gratitude. It never even dared to imagine being accepted as a disciple. The little monkey is hardworking. Qin Luo and Ziyu both hope it will stay. Zhang Fulong feels that the little monkey poses no threat. He considers carefully. Previously, Longhu Temple flourished for a time due to the guardian deities. Now that the temple has returned to its quiet state, having a talking monkey could certainly liven things up. Seeing a business opportunity, Zhang Fulong's expression becomes serious. Demon monkey, I can take you as a disciple, but if you cause trouble outside, I will not spare you.
Thud.
The little monkey excitedly kneels on the ground, repeatedly bowing its head. Master, I promise I will never cause you trouble.
If I do anything wrong, may the heavens strike me down. Hee, I have a junior brother now.
Ziyu smiles sweetly. Qin Luo nods slightly, feeling that the little monkey is quite intelligent and may have the potential to become a respected figure in the future. Zhang Fulong notices how sensible the little monkey is.
He looks serious. Demon monkey, what is your name? I have no name. The little monkey shakes its head.
Looking into the little monkey's golden eyes, Zhang Fulong casually says, from now on your name will be Jin Yan.
Disciple Jin Yan, thanks master for the bestowed name.
The little monkey excitedly bows its head. Zhang Fulong still needs to use the restroom. He says in a deep voice, if you have any questions, ask your senior brother and senior sister.
For cultivation matters, consult your senior brother.
I understand, master. The little monkey grins widely, its smile innocent and pure. After Zhang Fulong leaves, Qin Luo goes to the storeroom and pulls out a set of aged yellow Dao robes.
Little junior brother, this is your Dao robe. I will teach you about cultivation in the future.
The little monkey puts on the loose Dao robe, looking more human-like. Excitedly it says, thank you, senior brother. Little monkey, from now on your senior sister will take care of you. Ziyu shows her white little teeth.
All right, senior sister.
The little monkey feels warmth, appreciating how well both senior brother and senior sister treat it. Senior brother, I need to tell King Bear as well. The little monkey worries that the Bear Mountain might not agree.
Qin Luo nods, go ahead. The little monkey leaves the temple wearing the Dao robe. Deep in the mountains, Bear Mountain rests near the spirit tree.
He senses the little monkey returning and notices the Dao robe on it, startled. Little monkey, why are you wearing the Dao robe of Longhu Temple? The little monkey scratches its head and chuckles, unable to hide its joy. King Bear, the old immortal master of Longhu Temple, took me as a disciple and even gave me a name.
From now on I will be called Jin Yan.
Bear Mountain is shocked. He had sent the little monkey to deliver fruit to Longhu Temple, and the little guy took the opportunity to become a disciple. Truly clever, he thinks. It seems I must start calling you Monkey Brother from now on.
King Bear, you will always be my boss.
With those words I can be at ease. Go return to Longhu Temple and cultivate well.
Don't embarrass me, as I will be relying on you in the future. I'm off, King Bear.
The little monkey leaps and bounds through the woods, feeling truly free for the first time.
Ooh ooh ooh. The little monkey's laughter echoes through the forest.
At Luoxia Peak, Longhu Temple. In the back courtyard of the temple, Qin Luo cleared out a room filled with miscellaneous items, leaving it empty. He went into the mountains to chop wood, preparing to make a simple wooden bed for the little monkey.
Originally there were 2 wooden beds in the room.
Last winter the 2 senior brothers living here dismantled the beds for firewood, unwilling to go out and chop wood in the cold weather. When Zhang Fulong found out, he directly expelled them from Longhu Temple. If they had not been driven away, Longhu Temple would have eventually been dismantled by them. The autumn sky was clear and the sun was bright when Jin Yan returned to Longhu Temple just as Qin Luo finished assembling the simple wooden bed. Little junior brother, you will live in this room from now on. If you need any daily necessities, just let me know.
Thank you, senior brother.
A glimmer of light shone in Jin Yan's eyes. The warmth brought by his senior brother was something Jin Yan had never experienced before.
Qin Luo wrapped his arm around Jin Yan's shoulder and smiled gently. Let's go, I will take you to pay respects to our ancestor.
Whom?
Jin Yan nodded repeatedly.
They arrived at the main hall of the temple. On both sides of the hall were tables where Ziyu sat at the left table, carefully drawing talismans. The practice at Longhu Temple relied entirely on self-discipline.
Even if one did not want to cultivate, Zhang Fulong would not say anything.
Qin Luo felt that the previous senior brothers were too lazy and thus achieved nothing. Qin Luo brought Jin Yan to the portrait of the Tao ancestor and then lit 3 sticks of incense, handing them to Jin Yan. Jin Yan took the incense, and as the blue smoke curled in the hall, he knelt before the portrait of the Tao ancestor, respectfully saying, "Disciple Jin Yan pays respects to the ancestor." After placing the lit incense in the incense burner, Jin Yan bowed deeply. The crisp sound of his forehead hitting the ground could be heard outside the hall. His sincerity was evident. A gentle breeze brushed over the little monkey's head, giving him a feeling as if he were being touched by an immortal.
Jin Yan looked up at the Tao ancestor.
Little junior brother, come with me. Qin Luo sat down next to Ziyu, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink and began to draw on white paper. Jin Yan watched intently as Ziyu raised her head, thinking that her senior brother was drawing a door god, but it was not. Qin Luo was painting a landscape. The landscape painting appeared quite ordinary. It was an image Qin Luo saw during meditation previously. When Ziyu was cultivating, she couldn't visualize anything, so he decided to draw the scene from his meditation. He hoped it could help them in their cultivation. Little junior brother, our Longhu Temple mainly relies on meditation for cultivation.
The Tao is simple and understanding comes naturally.
You can observe this painting more during your spare time and meditate on it in your mind. It might help your cultivation.
Okay, senior brother.
Jin Yan focused intently on the landscape painting.
Ziyu blinked and asked, "Senior brother, can I take a look?"
Of course you can. Just mainly meditate on this painting in your mind. Qin Luo was unsure if this method would be effective, but the purple-haired fairy in the jade pendant squinted her eyes and softly murmured, "This visualization diagram is interesting." Jin Yan scratched his head. After accidentally eating a strange fruit, he gained the ability to remember everything, yet he couldn't remember the seemingly simple Jin Yan scratched his head. After accidentally eating a strange fruit, he gained the ability to remember everything, yet he couldn't remember the seemingly simple landscape painting, thinking that cultivating was indeed very difficult. Ziyu raised her eyebrows and smiled slightly. Hee, I thought it was just me who couldn't remember.
No need to rush. Let's welcome the incense seekers first.
Qin Luo heard footsteps approaching from outside the temple. A burly man in official attire entered the temple wearing a large knife sheathed at his waist. He was broad-shouldered with eyes like copper bells glaring whitely without losing his imposing presence.
Ziyu and Jin Yan followed Qin Luo outside the hall.
Ziyu felt a bit frightened by the burly man, while Jin Yan was not afraid at all, having been by the Demon King's side and seen much of the world. Calmly, Qin Luo asked, "Benefactor, are you here to offer incense and pray for blessings, or to visit my master?" "I am County Lieutenant Chao Mang, sent by the county magistrate to invite Zhang Xianxue to the county office." The county lieutenant held a high position in the county office, and his personal visit to Longhu Temple to invite Zhang Fulong showed the magistrate's importance attached to him. Chao Mang was surprised to see Jin Yan behind Qin Luo, not expecting that Longhu Temple actually housed a demon monkey. He initially thought Longhu Temple was a place of deception, but upon seeing Jin Yan in Taoist robes, he realized that the temple indeed might be a hidden sect. Qin Luo glanced at his little junior sister. Ziyu understood and ran deep into the temple to inform Zhang Fulong.
as County Lieutenant Chao Mang was well experienced.
He had practiced martial arts for many years and had slain monsters. Seeing Jin Yan did not surprise him much. Xianxue, is he also a disciple of Longhu Temple? Qin Luo nodded and softly said, indeed his name is Jin Yan, a newly accepted disciple of my master. Chao Mang felt that Longhu Temple might be extraordinary. Deep in the temple, Zhang Fulong furrowed his brow upon hearing that the county magistrate wanted to see him. If any flaws were revealed, he would be thrown into prison. Tell County Lieutenant Chao that I am currently in seclusion and will visit the county office when I have the chance.
Understood. Ziyu walked swiftly. She returned to the main hall with a refreshing breeze. County Lieutenant Chao, my master, is in seclusion right now and cannot come out. He will visit the county office in the future. Tell Zhang Xianxue that the county magistrate has very important matters to discuss and it cannot be delayed. Chao Mang's expression was serious. Qin Luo smiled and nodded softly, saying, I will pass that message to my master. Does the benefactor have any other matters? Chao Mang's face was stern and fierce. He clasped his hands and indicated, everyone calls me Chao Sandao. Very few can withstand my 3 strikes in the martial world. I heard that the Xianxue of Longhu Temple is very formidable. I wonder if the Xianxue dares to take my 3 strikes. Qin Luo knew that Chao Mang wanted to test his strength. I can. He did not refuse, as there was nothing to do in the temple at the moment. Ziyu had never seen her senior brother use his strength. Curiosity gleamed in her eyes, and even Jin Yan was looking forward to it. The county magistrate wanted to know the depth of Longhu Temple, which was why Chao Mang wanted to test Qin Luo's strength. Qin Luo calmly stood in front of Chao Mang. Xianxue, you should be careful now. The temple was very quiet when Chao Mang suddenly drew his knife. His eyes were fierce and the knife was drawn swiftly like the autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. The moment the blade glimmered, it stirred up a fierce wind. A martial artist capable of unleashing knife energy was at least a master of martial arts. Before the blade arrived, the energy came first. Qin Luo remained relaxed, standing still, using his spiritual sense to construct an invisible barrier that blocked the knife energy. Chao Mang's knife stopped just an inch from Qin Luo's front. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it even a bit, and he suddenly understood how terrifying this young Taoist, who appeared gentle and amiable, truly was. He never even had the opportunity to unleash 3 strikes. Ziyu and Jin Yan looked on with admiration. If the disciples of the temple were so formidable, Zhang Fulong must be even more powerful, leading Chao Mang to conclude that Longhu Temple was not to be trifled with. An ant shaking a tree is an overestimation of its own strength. Chao Mang lowered his stance, the initial arrogance vanishing completely. I concede. Qin Luo retracted his spiritual sense. Chao Mang sheathed his large knife and smiled apologetically. I hope Zhang Xianxue will visit the county office soon, otherwise I will have a hard time explaining it. I will remind my master. Thank you, Xianxue. Just as Chao Mang was about to leave, he suddenly turned back, asking, May I ask, Xianxue, do you have any door god paintings? Yes, we do. Ziyu replied quickly. Chao Mang had heard that the door god of Longhu Temple could ward off evil and misfortune. Initially skeptical, now witnessing Qin Luo's strength, he naturally believed in the door god's efficacy. Could you please have the little fairy give me 2? Sure thing. That will be 2 win. Chao Mang handed 2 copper coins to Ziyu. Qin Luo personally saw Chao Mang off as he left Longhu Temple. Finally, we have made a profit. Ziyu tucked the copper coins into her pocket as she and Jin Yan returned to the hall to continue observing the landscape painting. Jinyang City County Office. After Chao Mang returned, he went to the hall. My lord, Zhang Fulong is in seclusion and has no time to come to the county office. Zhou Dapeng sat on a sandalwood chair. If even you can't summon him, it seems Longhu Temple is not that simple. Indeed, Longhu Temple is not simple. Zhang Fulong's disciples are formidable cultivators. They are not beings we can provoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dapeng looked troubled. We cannot provoke Longhu Temple, nor can we provoke the Bureau of Celestial Affairs. Now every household in Jinyang City is posting door gods. If the court finds out, we will surely be punished. My lord, is it really that serious? Zhou Dapeng, who was rather overweight, looked serious as he said, It might be even more severe than you think. Chao Mang felt somewhat awkward. He had just bought 2 door god paintings at Longhu Temple and intended to post them on his door to ward off evil. Jin Yan was honest and simple, and the common folk visiting the Longhu Temple to burn incense and pray were not afraid of him. Some said he was the guardian beast of the mountain. As the news of the guardian beast spread, many townsfolk came to the Longhu Temple to join in the excitement, eager to catch a glimpse of him. Half a month later. On a misty morning, Jin Yan was sweeping the fallen leaves outside the temple. Ziyue, carrying a bamboo basket, smiled and said, Junior brother, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Since coming to the Longhu Temple, Jin Yan has been drinking porridge every day and has lost a lot of weight. Senior sister, could you bring me a banana? No problem. Ziyu waved her hand as she left. Little junior brother, the temple is in your hands now.
Senior brother, I will take good care of the temple. Jin Yan's eyes were filled with confidence. Qin Luo was also reassured. Even if Jin Yan encountered trouble, the Longhu Temple had the guardian deities and their master. Recently the Longhu Temple had been quite busy.
Ziyu had not visited the town for a long time.
She hummed a little tune, skipping along like a bird that had escaped its cage. Chirp! A small ball of fluff landed on Qin Luo's shoulder.
Boss, the silly eagle from Baitu Peak is bullying my sisters. Can you help me teach it a lesson?
Baitu Peak was not far from Luoxia Peak. At the mountain's summit lived a golden eagle, the strongest fierce bird in the area.
Qin Luo often saw the golden eagle circling in the sky.
Qin Luo pinched the small fluffball's tuft and shook it in front of his eyes.
You guys are not even enough for the golden eagle to use as toothpicks. I doubt it would even be interested in bothering with you.
Who said that?
I'm quite plump. The fluffball puffed up its round body, eyes sparkling with mischief.
Boss, there's a spiritual tree on Baitu Peak that bears many spiritual fruits.
I can take you there and we can split it 50-50. Not interested. Qin Luo disliked snatching opportunities.
You get 7, I get 3. If you're bullied, I can help you, but if you stir up trouble, I won't help you.
Qin Luo shook the fluffball. The fluffball tilted its head, its tiny eyes full of confusion.
Boss, I heard from my grandmother that cultivating immortality is against the heavens, fighting against heaven, earth, and people. Why are you so indifferent to the world?
I am self-sufficient and do not rely on external demands.
Qin Luo preferred not to engage in violence, he only desired a peaceful cultivation experience.
Then I'll find my own way. The fluffball flapped its wings and flew away.
Watching it soar into the distance, Qin Luo couldn't help but shake his head. I hope this little fellow won't get itself killed. In Baiyun Town it was market day, bustling with activity, with door gods posted on every household's entrance.
Boss, how much for the candied hawthorn?
1 coin for 2 skewers, 2 coins for 3 skewers. Then I'll take 3 skewers.
All right.
After buying the candied hawthorn, Ziyu held up a skewer and sweetly said, Senior brother, this one is for you.
I don't want it.
Senior brother, just try a bite. Qin Luo looked at his junior sister's expectant gaze and plucked a sugar-coated hawthorn from the skewer, putting it in his mouth.
Senior brother, isn't it delicious?
Not delicious. Ziyu looked puzzled. She licked the candied hawthorn, which was clearly sweet. Why did her senior brother say it was not good? Even the children by the roadside were nearly crying from desire. There was a free porridge shop on the street with many common folk queuing outside.
Wow, this porridge has so much rice and even meat, and it's free. Ziyu looked on with envy.
Zhao Qing'er spotted Ziyu and smiled, saying, Little immortal maiden, if you want porridge I can serve you some.
Thank you for your kindness, Miss Xiao. I have money.
My senior brother and I are going to have mutton soup. Ziyu grinned sweetly. She remembered her senior brother's words about not taking advantage of others. Zhao Qing'er covered her mouth and chuckled. She turned to Qin Luo and bowed, saying, Immortal Master, if possible I would like to move the free porridge shop closer to the Longhu Temple. After all, giving away free porridge in town affects other merchants' businesses.
Sounds good. Qin Luo nodded in agreement. The folk in the mountains needed help more. Boss, 2 bowls of mutton soup, please.
Ziyu spoke loudly. She was now the little housekeeper of the Longhu Temple, her pockets filled with money. Qin Luo usually consumed celestial essence and did not partake in worldly food. Since his junior sister had ordered him a bowl of mutton soup, he couldn't waste it and began to drink.
Senior brother, isn't it tasty? Ziyu's small face was beaming with a sweet smile.
It is indeed good. Qin Luo couldn't help but compliment the flavors of the mortal world were the most comforting to the human heart. The shopkeeper wore a simple smile as he brought over a plate of steamed bread.
Immortal Master, if it's not enough I can get you more. That's enough, thank you, boss.
You're welcome. The shopkeeper's happiness was evident. Every time Qin Luo and Ziyu came for mutton soup, the number of customers in his shop increased as everyone felt honored to share a meal with an immortal master. The steamed bread was steaming hot, freshly taken from the oven. It could be eaten directly or soaked in the soup. Ziyu split the bread in half, eating one half directly and soaking the other in the soup. Originally Ziyu planned to bring a bowl of mutton soup back for Jin Yan, but remembering what their master had said about eating meat being detrimental to cultivation, she decided against it. Having eaten and drunk their fill, Qin Luo and Ziyu continued to stroll through the market. Previously they came to Baiyun Town mainly for supplies, but this time they were here to spend. Now the Longhu Temple collaborated with the Treasure Pavilion and incense was delivered from Jinyang City. Ziyu had been shopping for a long time but had only bought a single bunch of bananas. Qin Luo thought she might not have found what she wanted.
There are too few things in Baiyun Town. Let's go to Jinyang City next time. Senior brother, I feel that many things are unnecessary. Ziyu grinned foolishly. She didn't want to waste money, feeling that apart from food and drink everything else was unimportant. Qin Luo nodded with a smile. He was at ease with his junior sister managing the money. At the end of their shopping, Ziyu spent a coin to buy a box of needles and thread, preparing to mend old clothes. After finishing their shopping, Qin Luo and Ziyu returned to the Longhu temple. The items in the bamboo basket were not many, yet Ziyu felt very happy. On the way back, they heard the sound of gongs and drums from behind them. The county magistrate is passing through. All bystanders should quickly step aside. Zhou Dupeng leaned against a bamboo chair, reclining leisurely as two strong men carried it. In front, a constable beat a gong to clear the path, while in the center another constable held an umbrella. The mountain road was already narrow, and Qin Luo and Ziyu could only stand on someone else's property to make way. Ziyu looked at the 300-pound county magistrate on the bamboo chair and couldn't help but feel sorry for the two strong men carrying it. Chao Mang noticed it was Qin Luo and quickly reminded, "Sir, those two are the immortal masters of the Longhu temple." Zhou Dupeng jolted awake. Stop, stop, stop. The bamboo chair landed on the ground and Zhou Dupeng straightened his clothes. He hurriedly approached to apologize. "Immortal masters, my subordinates were inconsiderate and have offended you. Please forgive me." The constables who cleared the path were greatly startled. They were actually cultivators. Even more absurd was that the two immortal masters truly made way for them. Who would believe that? No problem. Qin Luo was unfazed. Zhou Dupeng was somewhat curious. "Immortal masters, why are you walking?" In his impression, powerful cultivators could fly. Even the more ordinary ones could ride swords through the air, so they wouldn't walk on foot. Qin Luo remained calm. "Master requires us to keep our feet on the ground. Walking is also a form of cultivation." I see. Zhou Dupeng thought they could not fly. "I am the county magistrate of Jinyang City, and I am preparing to visit Immortal Master Zhang at the Longhu temple. May I accompany you two immortal masters?" Of course. Qin Luo had no reason to refuse. He and Ziyu continued on their way. Ziyue, carrying the bamboo basket, picked wildflowers along the path, her cheerful laughter echoing through the mountains. Zhou Dupeng followed behind, but after walking a short distance he was panting heavily and ultimately was carried into the Longhu temple. "Junior brother, these are for you." Ziyu split 2 skewers of candied hawthorn and also bought him a bunch of bananas. "Thank you, senior sister." This was Jin Yan's first time tasting candied hawthorn. He had often watched the village children enjoy it and felt envious. Qin Luo arrived deep within the temple, standing outside and saying, "Master, County Magistrate Zhou has come to the Longhu temple and wishes to see you." Zhang Fulong was deeply asleep. Upon hearing that the county magistrate had arrived, he was startled awake. He was unsure why the county magistrate had come and feared exposing himself. In a deep voice he said, "Disciple, I am in a critical moment of cultivation and cannot be disturbed. You are responsible for the temple. Do not fear the county magistrate. I will handle any matters that arise." "Understood, master." Qin Luo turned to leave. In the room, Zhang Fulong had already packed his belongings. He had a secret passage in his room to leave the Longhu temple. Zhou Dupeng sat in the pavilion pondering how to negotiate with Zhang Fulong while Chao Mang stood beside him. Ziyu served them a cup of tea. Zhou Dupeng was taken aback, lifting the teacup and taking a delicate sip, thoroughly enjoying it, feeling an almost ethereal sensation. "Little immortal maiden, is this tea something ordinary people can drink?" "Feel free to drink. The barrel is full of tea." Ziyu pointed to a wooden barrel placed in the corner of the temple. They boiled a large barrel of tea every day for the townsfolk who came to pray and offer incense. At this moment the constables were drinking tea nearby. Zhou Dupeng's face twitched. He had thought the county magistrate would receive special treatment, but he found himself treated like an ordinary person. Qin Luo entered the pavilion and sat directly opposite Zhou Dupeng, his expression calm. "County Magistrate Zhou, my master is in seclusion. If you have matters you can discuss them with me." Zhou Dupeng wished to invite Zhang Fulong to the county office, but Zhang Fulong had no time. Now that he had personally come to the Longhu temple, Zhang Fulong still had no time. It seemed he was completely disregarded. He could only negotiate with Qin Luo now. "Immortal master, within the Daxia realm there are prohibitions against deifying gods. The Daxia dynasty does not interfere with the immortal sects on the mountains, just as the immortal sects cannot influence the folk below. This is a rule that everyone has followed for hundreds of years. Can the door gods of the Longhu temple be abolished? Ordinary land gods in the wild are not worshipped by many and the court does not care. However, the door gods of the Longhu temple are spread throughout Jinyang City with many believers. If the court and the Heavenly Supervisory Bureau were to find out, County Magistrate Zhou would certainly be punished." Qin Luo had heard of this. He was unafraid as he had master to back him up. "The door gods were sealed by me and I will bear all consequences. If anyone disagrees they can come to find me." Zhou Dupeng said sternly, "Immortal master, there are many immortal sects within the Daxia realm and no one has dared to challenge the Daxia imperial authority." Qin Luo maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes shining with sharpness.
Our Longhu Temple is different from them. Immortal Master, if the Heavenly Supervisory Bureau finds out that the folk of Jinyang City worship the mountain god of the Longhu Temple, they will surely massacre the city, resulting in tremendous suffering. Immortal Master, if the Heavenly Supervisory Bureau finds out that the folk of Jinyang City worship the mountain god of the Longhu Temple, they will surely massacre the city, resulting in tremendous suffering.
Zhou Dapeng sighed. Even Chao Mang looked shocked after hearing this. Qin Luo's eyes shimmered with the interplay of yin and yang as if he could devour all things. If a massacre is required because of faith, then I see no need for the Daxia dynasty to exist.
Chao Mang felt his scalp tingle at this. It was even more exaggerated than the Heavenly Supervisory Bureau's massacres. Zhou Dapeng was too frightened to speak. The Daxia dynasty was the most powerful dynasty in the East, and even the most formidable old monsters of the top immortal sects would not dare to say this.
Boom!
The sound of thunder erupted. Qin Luo's eyes were filled with anger. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, lightning falling like golden willow branches, a terrifying sight, as if the world were ending, and Qin Luo's emotions affected the very laws of nature. Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color.
Many elders of formidable strength could not achieve this.
Zhou Dapeng trembled in fear, kneeling before Qin Luo, his expression one of terror as he said, "Immortal Master, please quell your anger. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau will not massacre the city. At most, they will punish my 9 clans." Qin Luo's eyes regained their clarity. The Celestial Monitoring Bureau should not dare to commit such a heinous act. He spoke solemnly, "I will go to the capital of the Great Xia dynasty and discuss this matter with the Emperor of Great Xia, hoping for a proper resolution."
Chao Mang was taken aback.
The Emperor of Great Xia was the supreme ruler. Even the ancient monsters revered on the mountains were hard to meet.
Ziyue was just about to collect her clothes. The bright sunshine shone once more on the Longhu Temple.
Zhou Dapeng clutched his chest, realizing he could not afford to offend either side of the conflict. Surviving was harder than ascending to the heavens. He knelt at Qin Luo's feet. "Immortal Master, if the court holds me accountable, can the Longhu Temple protect me?"
"Protect you?" Qin Luo scrutinized Zhou Dapeng.
The grease on his body must have come from corruption. The door god of Longhu Temple had been enshrined for so long, and he had only recently realized it, indicating he usually did not care for the common folk below.
Zhou Dapeng fell silent.
The light in Qin Luo's eyes seemed capable of penetrating all things.
"If the common people support you, heaven will naturally protect you. Rest assured, Immortal Master.
I will govern diligently and love the people, ensuring they live in peace and prosperity. I hope you will keep your word."
"I swear to the heavens." Zhou Dapeng raised his hand to swear.
Qin Luo stood up and said lightly, "County Magistrate Zhou, if you have no other matters, I shall be busy first." Zhou Dapeng rose respectfully. "Immortal Master, I wish to offer incense and pray for blessings."
"Do you mind?" "Welcome." Qin Luo smiled gently.
Zhou Dapeng came to the main hall to offer incense and pray for blessings. He noticed the officials purchasing images of the door gods of Longhu Temple. It was impossible to oppose Longhu Temple, so he could only turn a blind eye. When the temple had no common folk, Zhou Dapeng encountered them, and the county magistrate came to offer incense and pray, leading everyone to believe in Longhu Temple even more. The sound of reading echoed in the main hall. The heavens and earth are dark and yellow. The universe is vast and unfathomable. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars align and disperse. Cold comes and heat goes. Autumn harvests and winter stores. The script of Tianxian continent is similar to that of the pre-Qin period. After Qin Luo crossed over, he quickly grasped it. Whenever he had free time, he would teach Jin Yan and Ziyue to read and write as well as arithmetic. Jin Yan was very perceptive and learned quickly, while Ziyue had ordinary aptitude but worked diligently. In the evening, the temple closed. Qin Luo went to the backyard. Ziyue and Jin Yan were drinking porridge, standing before a peach tree, gazing at the landscape painting hanging from its branches. Ziyue could only remember part of the landscape painting, specifically the round moon at the top. A bright moon appeared in her mind and all the spiritual energy absorbed. Ziyue could only remember part of the landscape painting, specifically the round moon at the top. A bright moon appeared in her mind and all the spiritual energy absorbed by the 5 Qi returning to one method was infused into that bright moon in her sea of consciousness. Qin Luo looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. They were far more diligent than his previous disciples. Zhang Fulong arrived in the backyard feeling anxious in the room. He had heard no movement until evening, when he dared to come out to check. "Disciple, what did the county magistrate want?" Qin Luo bowed and said, "Master, County Magistrate Zhou came regarding the door god of Longhu Temple, wanting to remove it. After discussing with him, I persuaded him to abandon this thought." "You reassure me." Zhang Fulong nodded in satisfaction. The door god of Longhu Temple could bring significant attention, and he naturally did not want to remove it. "I still need to continue my seclusion. You all should rest early and not worry yourselves out." Zhang Fulong sighed in relief. He could finally get a good night's sleep.
"Disciple understands." Qin Luo nodded with a smile. Just after Zhang Fulong left, a sound broke through the air. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little creature flapped its wings and flew over. Qin Luo looked at it and couldn't help but laugh. The little creature was covered in wounds with claw marks on it, its feathers stained red with blood, looking quite pitiful, evidently having been badly beaten. Boss, you have to avenge me. The little creature flopped down on Qin Luo's shoulder, acting pitiful. Qin Luo chuckled. I told you not to provoke the golden eagle, it's lucky you came back alive. Boss, you're still laughing. The little creature's tuft of red feathers stood up. That despicable bird, I will definitely trample it underfoot one day. You still haven't been beaten into submission. Not convinced. The little creature proudly raised its head. I was just careless this time, next time it won't have such good luck. As long as you're happy. Qin Luo didn't want to get involved in its matters. Boss, I've agreed to fight it again tomorrow. If you don't help me, I will lose face. That's your business. Chirp, chirp. The little creature drooped its head. Qin Luo did not indulge it. He sat cross-legged on the Dao platform to cultivate with Longhu Temple bathed in rosy light. The little creature curled up on Qin Luo's shoulder, its injuries visibly healing at a rapid pace. After finishing the porridge, Ziyue was drawing symbols on the ground. Jin Yan sat cross-legged on the Dao platform meditating on the landscape painting. The temple was very quiet, as if time had stopped, with the rosy light nourishing all things in the courtyard. The tall peach tree in the courtyard was lush and vibrant, still blooming bright red peach blossoms even in autumn. As the sun set and the moon rose, starlight filled the backyard of the temple. Qin Luo opened his eyes and softly said, little junior sister, little junior brother, it's getting late, go rest. Senior brother, good night. Ziyue and Jin Yan bowed to him. The little creature was still resting on his shoulder, and Qin Luo did not disturb its sleep, carrying it back to his room to rest. The next day in the morning, the little creature woke up in Qin Luo's embrace. Boss, I knew you were good to me. Qin Luo teased its tuft of feathers, shaking it. Don't fight anymore, I don't want to see you get beaten to death. Boss, I have to go, my sisters will laugh at me and I will lose face. Can you help me? No. Boss, I'm leaving. Qin Luo released its tuft of feathers. The little creature turned back 3 times as it walked away. Qin Luo did not look at it. He got up and left the room, and the little creature had to grit its teeth and go to face the fight. Half an hour later, a snow-white figure crashed into Longhu Temple. The little creature gritted its teeth in pain and stood up limping as it moved across the ground. Children who came with their parents to offer incense saw the little creature and rushed over to watch. Jin Yan noticed the severely injured little creature and transformed into a shadow, saving it. Senior brother, the little sparrow you raised. Jin Yan held the little creature, which was on the brink of death. Qin Luo took the little creature, gently stroking its feathers, nourishing it with gentle spiritual energy. You actually dared to fight the golden eagle, you really don't know how to live. No wonder your foot got hurt. Qin Luo adjusted the little creature's foot. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The little creature cried out heart-wrenchingly. Qin Luo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Afraid of pain but still seeking out the golden eagle to fight. Is face really that important? The little creature did not answer. It fell into a deep sleep. Qin Luo rubbed its head and placed it on his shoulder. He looked up at the sky. The golden eagle was circling Longhu Temple. Noticing Qin Luo's gaze, the golden eagle showed fear in its eyes. It did not dare to approach Longhu Temple and could only leave. Chenjiagu Village. 2 black specks descended from the heavens. 2 cultivators clad in black robes arrived on flying swords, standing atop a high ridge. The slender tall man held a golden compass, its surface now blazing with radiant light. Beside him, the burly middle-aged man trembled with excitement. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally dense, there must be something extraordinary nearby. The slender youth cried out in elation, Senior brother Fawn, look at the compass, it's reacting intensely. A spirit vein must lie close. What are we waiting for? Let's descend immediately and investigate. They landed upon Black Mountain and placed the golden compass atop its peak. As spiritual energy flowed into it, the device activated, the glowing orb at its center gradually revealing a shimmering golden dragon motif. It truly is a spirit vein. No ordinary one, this vein bears signs of transformation into a dragon. It is none other than the legendary dragon vein. Both cultivators stared in awe and rapture. They had never imagined such a fated heaven-defying dragon vein could exist in this remote forgotten corner, a stroke of cosmic fortune beyond measure. The burly man stroked his chin, grinning broadly. If this truly is a dragon vein, Xuanji Mountain shall surely ascend to become a preeminent cultivation sect among all the immortal realms. Gazing down at Chenjiagu nestled beneath the mountain, the slender youth murmured, Senior brother Fong, excavating a spirit vein will cause tremendous commotion. Those villagers below pose a risk. If word leaks out, the consequences would be dire. The burly man snorted dismissively, let's return to Xuanji Mountain first, we'll deal with the villagers later. The slender youth nodded, then suddenly stiffened, sensing an anomalous fluctuation of energy.
He snapped, alert, who's there? From the forest emerged a tall, graceful figure. Chen Chang'an had been observing them in silence since their arrival upon Black Mountain, seeking to discern their purpose. Upon hearing their threat against the villagers of Chenjiagu, he ceased concealing his presence. The burly man and slender youth turned to face Chen Chang'an as he stepped forth from the woods.
Though ordinary mortals cannot perceive a Qin spirit, cultivators who have successfully established their foundation can.
I am the mountain god of Black Mountain, Chen Chang'an. He spoke without deference or arrogance, declaring his identity before fixing the two outsiders with eyes like twin suns. You would do well not to covet this place.
Ha.
We thought some mighty sovereign had appeared, only to find a mere mountain deity daring to threaten us. The slender youth sneered with undisguised contempt. The burly man, however, did not relax his guard. Mountain deities are rare, most are merely mountain spirits. Yet here stands a true Qin spirit. The earliest mountain deities were spirits born of ancient mountain essences, possessing corporeal forms. Later the Tao Patriarch conferred divine titles upon meritorious souls, appointing many as deities. These Qin spirits lack physical bodies.
Hearing the term Qin spirit, the slender youth's expression shifted instantly from disdain to solemnity.
This mountain god was indeed a Qin spirit, no wonder he'd gone undetected at first. Are you an imperial appointed mountain god? Within the realm of Great Xia, only the imperial court possesses the authority to bestow divine rank. No other faction dares usurp that sacred prerogative. Given the presence of a dragon vein, he was likely appointed by the imperial court to safeguard this auspicious land. Both cultivators tensed, their faces tightening with apprehension. Chen Chang'an answered truthfully, I am a mountain god ordained by the immortal master of Longhu Temple.
Longhu Temple.
The burly man and slender youth exchanged glances, neither had ever heard of it. In northern Great Xia, only two sects reigned supreme: Xuanji Mountain and Luyun sect.
All other cultivation factions were deemed insignificant. Ha.
They shared a knowing smile. Had Chen Chang'an been an imperial appointee, they would have withdrawn without hesitation, but Longhu Temple,
a name unknown even to them, held no weight whatsoever. Only the imperial court may grant divine rank within Great Xia. You are but a false deity, no wonder you differ from common mountain gods. The slender youth's tone hardened anew as he turned to his senior brother Fong. How shall we dispose of him? Attack!
The burly man drew his sword instantly. The slender youth summoned his spirit blade. Two streaks of frost-laced swordlight slashed forward first.
Unfazed by peril, Chen Chang'an raised his hand and struck forth a golden palm print.
Both swordlights shattered upon impact. The burly man and slender youth closed in together, their spirit blades gleaming with eerie luminescence.
Chen Chang'an's hands blazed with golden radiance. He met the blades barehanded. Clang! Clang! Clang!
Facing two foundation establishment cultivators at the latest age, Chen Chang'an remained unruffled, neither yielding nor retreating.
Dare you behave so brazenly before me?
He had initially tested their strength.
Now, having gauged their limits, he no longer held back. Gathering divine power, he launched a devastating fist.
The force warped space itself. Both the slender youth and the burly man were engulfed in searing golden light and hurled backward by sheer overwhelming might.
Boom! Boulders exploded. Cough! Cough! Blood spattered from the slender youth's mouth.
Seeing disaster imminent, the burly man leapt skyward on his flying sword. Brother Fan, flee. As they attempted escape, Chen Chang'an clasped his hands tightly, invoking his divine art. From the mountain god temple surged golden light, coalescing into a colossal golden figure identical to himself, towering as a mountain, its immense hand sweeping down toward Fong Yan and Fan Shang. Fan Shang was seized by the golden hand. Fong Yan, having fled faster, vanished into the clouds. Senior brother Fong, save me. Panicked Fan Shang thrashed wildly, yet Fong Yan did not glance back, disappearing swiftly beyond the mist. The golden figure slammed Fan Shang onto Black Mountain's summit with crushing force. His body crashed onto the peak with a sickening crack, multiple fractures splintered across his frame, his internal organs ruptured under the cataclysmic impact. Lying motionless, Fan Shang coughed torrents of blood. Were it not for Chen Chang'an's restraint, he would have been reduced to dust.
Chen Chang'an watched Fong Yan vanish into the distance, brow furrowed.
His divine power emanated solely from the mountain god temple. Once he left Black Mountain, his strength would wane drastically.
Trouble looms ahead.
His expression darkened. Lao Hei, please journey to Longhu Temple and summon Immortal Master Qin.
A black crow spread its wings and soared away. This crow possessed spiritual awareness. It could perceive Chen Chang'an, which is why he had stationed it at the mountain god temple.
Luoxia Peak, Longhu Temple. Shaotuanzi slowly opened its eyes, gazing up at Qin Luo, absorbed in a book. Elder brother, am I still alive? You survived, by sheer luck. Qin Luo fixed Shaotuanzi with a stern look. Fortunately, it had fled back to Longhu Temple just in time, otherwise it would have become prey for the golden eagle. Shaotuanzi hopped upright on the table, its wounds fully healed. I'm clearly an immortal phoenix. I always survive. You're just a foolish bird.
Hee hee, but I do keep surviving.
Xiao Tuanzi swayed side to side, its tuft of hair bobbing playfully.
Caw! 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 Urgent cries echoed outside the temple gates.
Hearing the black crows call, Qin Luo stepped out of the main hall. You've come from Chengchang'an.
The crow bowed its head with uncanny intelligence. Immortal Master, the mountain god urgently requests your presence at Black Mountain. Qin Luo sensed trouble brewing.
Returning to the main hall, he reminded Ziyu, who was drawing Talisman's little sister, I must leave for a time.
Guard the temple well with little brother. Understood. Ziyu nodded obediently.
As Qin Luo departed, Xiao Tuanzi alighted upon his shoulder. Elder brother, I'm coming with you. In the blink of an eye, Qin Luo stood at the foot of Black Mountain.
Xiao Tuanzi's eyes widened in astonishment, its tuft still spinning dizzily, its expression utterly stunned so fast. Qin Luo ascended to the summit. Chengchang'an offered a respectful bow. Brother Qin, I've brought you trouble. Qin Luo glanced at Fan Shang lying bound on the ground. Chang'an, what transpired here? Ha ha ha. This fellow's far worse off than I am. Xiao Tuanzi doubled over with laughter.
Chengchang'an recounted the full sequence of events. After listening, Qin Luo clapped Chengchang'an on the shoulder. They sought conflict themselves. This fault lies not with you.
I promised to protect you. Fear nothing. I am a cultivator of Xuanji Mountain.
If you dare harm me, Xuanji Mountain will never let you go unpunished. Fan Shang still tried to intimidate Qin Luo and Chengchang'an.
Qin Luo regarded Fan Shang coolly. I dislike threats.
But if you beg me sincerely, I may yet spare you.
Hope flared in Fan Shang's eyes. Great Immortal, this junior has erred grievously. Please show mercy.
Seeing Fan Shang submit, Qin Luo crouched low and asked, Is Xuanji Mountain truly formidable, and where does it lie?
Fan Shang answered honestly, Xuanji Mountain lies east of Yanbei City.
Our sect master is a nascent soul cultivator. Among all sects in Yanbei Prefecture, Xuanji Mountain ranks among the very few supreme powers. It sounded imposing, but Qin Luo remained unshaken. Disliking bloodshed, he spoke gravely, I will release you on one condition: you must harbor no thoughts of vengeance.
Agreed. Fan Shang nodded vigorously. Swear it.
I swear, if I ever seek revenge, may lightning strike me down and shatter my body to dust. Fan Shang spoke with utter sincerity. Qin Luo gestured for Chengchang'an to lift the binding seal. Fan Shang struggled painfully to his feet. Return to Xuanji Mountain and tell them, if they dare lay claim to Black Mountain, I shall ensure they pay dearly. A razor-sharp gleam flashed in Qin Luo's eyes. Fan Shang, already terrified beyond reason, nodded frantically, then hastily summoned his spirit blade and fled skyward as fast as he could.
How utterly craven. Xiao Tuanzi couldn't resist mocking.
Qin Luo chuckled, when you were chased by the golden eagle you weren't much braver, were you?
Not at all.
Xiao Tuanzi's face flushed crimson. Feeling its rising warmth, Qin Luo softened his tone. Chang'an, if Xuanji Mountain returns seeking trouble, notify me immediately.
Yes, brother Qin.
Gratitude shone warmly in Chengchang'an's eyes. Like a devoted younger brother, Qin Luo treated him with unwavering care.
Xiao Tuanzi chirped beside Qin Luo's ear, elder brother, I'm incredibly swift. That golden eagle couldn't catch me for a second. Right.
Qin Luo gently rubbed its tiny head. Fan Shang soared away on his flying sword, convinced he had escaped death. His terror gradually melted into triumph, and he threw back his head, laughing aloud. Ha ha ha.
Just wait, you'll regret this. Boom.
A bolt of lightning tore from the heavens, striking Fan Shang mid-flight with perfect precision.
He vanished instantly, not even ash remained.
The way of heaven does not strive yet triumphs effortlessly, does not speak yet responds aptly, does not summon yet arrives spontaneously, and is straightforward yet wise in planning.
Ziyu and Jin Yan were reading in the hall.
Qin Luo sat across from them and softly asked, Can you understand the meaning of this sentence? Ziyu shook her head in confusion. Jin Yan scratched his head and said, Senior brother, does this sentence tell us not to strive? Qin Luo replied solemnly, It is not that we cannot strive, rather the great Tao does not strive. One should not pursue material satisfaction but enrich our spiritual world. The Tao resides within our hearts. The Tao resides in the heart. Jin Yan's eyes sparkled with realization while Ziyu cupped her face in her hands, still not quite understanding.
I want to strive.
The little round one puffed out its chest, adopting a pose of defiance. Qin Luo flicked his fingers and the little round one tumbled on the table like a ball, causing Ziyu and Jin Yan to burst into laughter.
Oh no.
The little round one flapped its wings to steady itself.
Master! Help! Cries for help echoed from outside the hall.
Qin Luo immediately went outside the hall and saw a young woman holding a small boy in her arms. She was dressed in tattered cloth, her expression tense and her eyes nearly desperate.
Master, please save my child.
The young woman knelt on the ground. Qin Luo looked at the child in her arms. The boy's face was flushed and he appeared lethargic, his breathing growing weaker.
He ate something wrong.
Qin Luo's eyes glinted with golden light as he perceived a powerful energy rampaging within the boy's body, overwhelming his meridians. The young woman recalled the wild fruit she had picked in the mountains that morning and blamed herself, saying, "It's all my fault."
Now is not the time for that.
Qin Luo picked up the small boy and reassured her, "Do not worry, I will save his life."
Thank you, master.
The young woman repeatedly bowed, her forehead bleeding, while Ziyu and Jin Yan rushed forward to help her up. Qin Luo placed his hand on the boy's chest and drew out the violent energy. The boy's condition no longer worsened, but his meridians were already in shambles. Given the young woman's family circumstances, it was difficult to provide nourishment for the boy's recovery, so he shared his gentle energy to help nourish the child's flesh and blood.
Mother. The small boy opened his eyes. Little treasure, mother is here.
The young woman was overwhelmed with joy. Ziyu and Jin Yan stood behind Qin Luo watching and smiled at each other upon seeing the boy was safe.
Go home and rest well. Do not eat recklessly in the future. Qin Luo returned the boy to the young woman.
She was filled with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, master. I am willing to work like an ox or horse to repay your kindness."
You can give what you can afford. All right.
The young woman took out all the copper coins she had to save her little treasure. She felt any amount was worth it. Often common people came to Longhu Temple seeking help, and Qin Luo would charge fees based on the situation. His master had said that everything comes at a cost.
Master, is this enough? It's sufficient. Qin Luo handed the copper coins to Ziyu.
Her eyes lit up with joy as she realized that the money from hardworking commoners was sweet while that from the rich was foul. After sending off the young woman, Qin Luo and the others returned to the main hall.
You can take a break now.
Ziyu did not rest. She held a brush drawing talismans with clear lines exuding a spiritual aura and radiating light.
Jin Yan was studying a landscape painting.
Seeing his serious demeanor, Qin Luo chuckled, "Little junior brother, what kind of spell do you want to learn?"
Anything is fine.
I will teach you the light creation spell. This spell can generate golden light externally capable of both offense and defense, and it is relatively simple. Qin Luo wrote down the cultivation method for the light creation spell, which he had learned from the Tao Law's true explanation, along with his own insights which would help Jin Yan in his cultivation.
Here is the incantation and cultivation method. Reciting the incantation will aid in cultivation.
When you reach a certain level, you won't need the incantation and the golden light will appear with your intent.
Thank you, senior brother. Jin Yan was excited. He focused intently on the cultivation method.
Ziyu continued drawing talismans, understanding that one cannot chew too much. She now only wanted to master the talismans taught by her senior brother. The talismans included the Golden Light Talisman, which was similar to the spell Jin Yan was learning, but the activation methods of the two spells were different.
The Great Tao has myriad paths, yet all lead to the same destination. Big brother, can you teach me a spell?
The little round one blinked wildly. Qin Luo shook his head calmly and said, "You are not a disciple of Longhu Temple, I cannot teach you."
Chirp, chirp.
The little round one rubbed its head against Qin Luo's robes. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. He knew the little round one was clever, but it was different from Jin Yan. Jin Yan was suited for human cultivation methods, while the little round one, being a bird, was not. "Big brother, you can teach me any small spells." Qin Luo gently stroked its feathers and smiled. "Let's see if I can help you request a fortuitous encounter."
Really?
The little round one's feathers stood on end. Qin Luo's consciousness appeared in the jade pendant, and the figure of the purple-haired fairy became increasingly clear, her tall figure and breathtaking beauty, her purple hair cascading like a waterfall. "Senior, do you have any spells suitable for mountain sparrows? I have a sky-swallowing technique here suitable for avian cultivation which I can give to it."
Thank you, senior. Qin Luo cupped his hands in gratitude.
A strand of purple light surged into the little round one sea of consciousness, and as a flood of information poured in, its little head felt overwhelmed. The little round one rolled on the table in pain. After half an hour it opened its eyes, and an image of a ferocious bird appeared in its mind, overshadowing everything, with golden eagles appearing like ants before it.
Ah!
The little round one spread its wings. It frantically absorbed the energy from the world, and the sky-swallowing technique was imprinted in the little round one's sea of consciousness.
Ha ha ha, foolish eagle, wait for me.
The little round one puffed out its chest, feeling invincible again.
The little round one hopped onto Qin Luo's shoulder, rubbing its fluffy little head against his neck.
"Thank you, big brother, I'm going to find the golden eagle to take revenge now." Just as it finished speaking, the little round one flew out of the Tao Temple. This little one truly knows no fear. Even if the little round one mastered the sky-swallowing technique, it would not significantly enhance its current abilities, and it was far from being a match for the golden eagle.
Evening. The Tao Temple had just closed its doors. A snow-white figure flew into the temple. "Big brother, I'm back."
The little round one held two fiery red fruits, its eyes gleaming with joy.
"Big brother, these are for you."
Qin Luo reached out to catch the two spirit fruits and asked with a smile, "How did you get these?" The little round one looked up proudly and said, I beat that foolish eagle and took them from it.
Did the golden eagle give these to you?
Big brother, how did you know? The little round one realized it couldn't hide the truth from Qin Luo. Qin Luo rubbed its head. To beat the golden eagle you still need a long time to cultivate. The little round one puffed up its chest confidently and said, Humph, it was smart to give them to me, otherwise I would have definitely beaten it.
If you bully the weak in the future, let's see if I won't punish you. Qin Luo's expression was serious. It was a reminder.
The little round one shrank its neck and said, Big brother, I understand now. Qin Luo divided the 2 spirit fruits among Ziyu and Jin Yan, and after consuming the fruits they sat cross-legged on the Dao platform to cultivate.
Gurgle gurgle. Qin Luo drank the morning dew.
The next morning Jin Yan returned to Longhu Temple carrying 2 water buckets, moving swiftly. Senior brother, a shop has appeared at the foot of the mountain giving out porridge for free to the common people. Jin Yan found it quite peculiar. Previously the area near Luanxia Peak was very quiet. Zhao Qing'er had mentioned this to Qin Luo, but he did not expect her to act so quickly. Miss Zhao is kind-hearted, you should learn from her.
MHM. Jin Yan nodded heavily.
Qin Luo decided to go to the foot of the mountain to see the situation. At the foot of Luanxia Peak a simple porridge shop is set up. This shop is located along the essential path to the Longhu Temple with a sign offering free hot porridge. Inside there are chairs and tea provided for everyone to rest. Qin Luo arrived at the foot of the mountain looking at the porridge shop and finding it quite nice. The common folk who travel from afar can take a break here and enjoy a cup of tea, providing great convenience for everyone. Zhao Qing'er was helping at the porridge shop. Despite being a wealthy young lady, she willingly engaged in good deeds in the mountains, which Qin Luo greatly admired.
Not many common people were drinking porridge inside, mostly elderly and young children were present.
Many common folk living nearby were struggling, feeling embarrassed to come and drink porridge. Zhao Qing'er specifically had her servants deliver food to them. Qin Luo saw an elderly man with a hunched back selling vegetables near the porridge shop. The old man lived near Chenjiagu and intended to take fresh vegetables to Baiyun town to sell. While passing by he encountered common folk who were planning to visit the Longhu Temple to pray. They inquired about the prices and the old man offered to sell them at a discount. The vegetables sold out quickly and the old man wore a broad smile. Selling near the Longhu Temple was much easier than trying to sell in Baiyun town. The hunched old man clasped his hands together and bowed slightly, asking, Miss Zhao, may I come here to sell vegetables tomorrow? Zhao Qing'er smiled, her rosy lips and white teeth shining elegantly. Elder, this is not up to me. If you want to set up a stall, it's best to ask the immortals at the Longhu Temple. She didn't dare to make decisions for the Longhu Temple. Just then Qin Luo arrived at the porridge shop and overheard their conversation. He smiled and said, Elder, as long as you wish you can set up a stall here any time.
Thank you, Immortal.
The hunched old man expressed his thanks with a bow.
Immortal.
Zhao Qing'er bowed slightly. Qin Luo heard the sound of a stonemason chiseling stones by the river and asked with a smile, Miss Zhao, are you planning to build a house here?
Immortal, I think the mountain path is too narrow and inconvenient for walking.
I want to widen the path and lay down stone slabs. This will cost quite a bit, won't it?
As long as it helps everyone, it is meaningful.
Qin Luo agreed with Zhao Qing'er's viewpoint. Miss Zhao, please take charge of the area at the foot of the mountain.
If it becomes messy, it may affect the common folk who come to pray. Rest assured, Immortal, I will manage this place well.
Zhao Qing'er happily agreed, feeling honored to gain the trust of the immortal. Miss Zhao, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to find me.
No problem.
After some pleasantries, Qin Luo turned and returned to the Longhu Temple. The porridge shop at the foot of the mountain gradually became lively. Zhao Qing'er returned to help at the shop and had her servants clear out a space beside the porridge shop for vendors who wished to set up stalls. Ziyu heard Jin Yan mention the porridge shop at the foot of the mountain. Standing outside the temple, she gazed and said earnestly, if they sold lamb soup here, the business would definitely be great. Qin Luo approached her and said, in this bustling world everyone seeks profit. If this place can indeed make money, various shops will surely appear here.
Senior brother, what you say makes sense.
Ziyu hoped the foot of the mountain would become lively so that she could enjoy lamb soup anytime, which sounded delightful.
Chew me.
The little round creature returned holding 2 spirit fruits, knowing that Qin Luo wouldn't eat them. It directly shared them with Ziyu and Jin Yan.
Love you.
Ziyu blew a kiss to the little creature, wiped the spirit fruit with her clothes and then took a bite, feeling warmth spread through her body, filled with energy.
Thank you, Sister Tuanzi.
Jin Yan smiled broadly at the little creature.
Ziyu looked surprised and asked, little junior brother, why do you call it Sister Tuanzi?
Jin Yan scratched his head, looking naive. It told me it's 500 years old and I should call it Sister Tuanzi. I didn't see that you're still just a young bird. Ziyu's eyes widened as she stared at the round little creature. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little creature proudly lifted its head. Qin Luo grabbed its tuft of hair and spun it around like a pinwheel, shaking his head slightly. Don't listen to its nonsense, this guy is deceiving you, it's just a silly bird.
Put. Ziyu and Jin Yan burst into laughter. The little creature was getting dizzy from the spinning, its eyes sparkling. Boss, I'm very smart.
Qin Luo brought the little creature close and said seriously, from now on don't use the Longhu Temple's name to bully others. The little creature looked a bit dazed, tilting its head. Boss, what does it mean to use the tiger's might to intimidate others? It means you cannot rely on the Longhu Temple to deceive others for food and drink.
You are not capable, so go catch insects to eat instead. Qin Luo's expression was serious.
He didn't want the little creature to learn bad habits. The little creature nodded, looking aggrieved. The foot of Luoxia Peak became lively due to the porridge shop, and more people came to the Longhu Temple to pray. Many savvy individuals noticed the business opportunities here. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. A small market had formed at the foot of the mountain with vendors selling vegetables, herbs, farming tools and food. Various trades emerged like mushrooms after rain. Under Zhao Qinger's management, the market at the foot of the mountain became well organized and larger in scale.
In the early morning,
Zhang Fulong was inspecting the incense offerings in the main hall when he heard a noisy commotion outside.
He murmured to himself, is there something wrong with my ears?
Why does it feel like there's a bustling market nearby?
Ziyu raised an eyebrow. Master, there are many vendors selling things at the foot of the mountain.
It's very lively, just like a market. Recently the incense offerings in the temple have improved.
Is that so?
Zhang Fulong's eyes brightened instantly. He had lived on the mountain for many years and rarely visited Baiyun town.
Hearing about the market at the foot of the mountain piqued his interest. Ziyu, come with me down the mountain to explore.
Sure. Ziyu smiled widely, thinking that since Master was taking her down, it seemed he favored her the most.
Before leaving, Zhang Fulong coughed and said, cough cough, remember to bring your money. Ziyu immediately understood Master liked her money.
She pouted, having not gone down the mountain for a while. She was also eager to experience the atmosphere of the market. Some incense worshippers had come to the temple. Qin Luo and Jin Yan stayed at the temple while Ziyu accompanied Zhang Fulong down the mountain. Zhang Fulong wore a golden Taoist robe, a golden hat, and held a whisk embodying an ethereal demeanor. The common folk along the road bowed and greeted him.
Ziyu carried a bamboo basket, planning to buy some daily necessities to take home.
At the foot of the mountain, the first shop was the porridge shop, the most prominent building. Seeing the sign for free porridge, Zhang Fulong's lips curled up slightly as he swaggered into the porridge shop. Zhao Qinger, surprised, hurried forward to welcome him. Master Zhang, would you like some porridge?
I'll have a bowl of porridge. I want to know how your free porridge actually tastes.
Zhang Fulong spoke grandly, but he really just wanted to drink porridge without paying. Ziyu did not enter the porridge shop, remembering what her senior brother had said about not taking advantage. She wandered around the market with her bamboo basket. Many common folk were originally resting in the porridge shop, feeling embarrassed to drink porridge. Upon seeing Master Zhang from the Longhu Temple drinking porridge, they no longer held back, and the atmosphere was influenced by him. Inside the porridge shop, everyone was praising Master Zhang. In the market, hunters were selling wild game, including wild rabbits, wild chickens, and wild boars. Ziyu initially wanted to buy some meat to take home, but changed her mind to avoid bothering her senior brother.
On the roadside, an elderly woman was selling shoes.
Ziyu remembered that Jin Yan didn't have shoes, so she immediately went to the stall and selected a pair of cloth shoes that were about her size.
Grandma, how much is this?
Little fairy, no need to pay, it's a gift for you. The gray-haired old woman recognized Ziyu as a cultivator from the Longhu Temple and did not dare to ask for money.
Ziyu said seriously, no, I can't take it for free. How much are these shoes?
Seeing her insist, the old woman cheerfully replied, little fairy, just give what you feel is right. I can't take them for free. Ziyu insisted, how much do you usually sell these for?
21 for a pair. I'll take them. Ziyu took out 20 copper coins.
Although she was a bit reluctant, she still bought them. Since she was getting shoes for her junior brother, she couldn't forget her senior brother, so she picked another pair.
Are these shoes also 21? These are 25. I'll take them. Thank you for your patronage, little fairy.
The old woman's face beamed with a smile.
Ziyu placed the 2 pairs of cloth shoes into her bamboo basket.
She looked back at her master, who was drinking porridge, hesitating for a long time. Forget it, I'll buy something for master next time. Spending 45 when it once made Ziyu feel a bit distressed, which was more than she had spent before.
I need to treat myself.
Ziyu planned to buy herself something delicious.
Suddenly a noisy commotion erupted in the crowd. Look over there. There's an immortal.
Ziyu looked up and saw a middle-aged man in black flying with the wind, followed by 2 cultivators flying on swords heading towards the Longhu Temple.
Is he really an immortal?
It seems they are heading to the Longhu Temple. What could they want at the Longhu Temple?
Need we even think about it? They must be visiting Master Zhang.
The three cultivators soared through the air, a rare sight that sparked lively discussions among the townsfolk at the foot of the mountain.
Ziyue rushed into the porridge shop looking at the tense Zhang Fulong. Master, should we go back?
Zhang Fulong forced himself to remain calm.
Returning now would only run into those cultivators. It's no big deal, just a few cultivators, your senior brother can handle it.
That's true.
Ziyue nodded. This porridge is quite good.
Zhang Fulong set down his chopsticks. Zhao Qing'er smiled and softly said, Master Zhang, there's plenty of porridge, let me serve you another bowl.
I have matters to attend to, I will come again later. Safe travels, Master Zhang. Zhang Fulong walked away from the Longhu temple and Ziyue looked puzzled, blinking her big eyes. Master, where are you going? I am full and just want to stroll around.
Zhang Fulong quickened his pace to distance himself from the Longhu temple and Ziyue could only follow behind. A middle-aged man in black stood high above overlooking the Longhu temple. Two cultivators flying on swords approached him, one of whom was the burly Fan Yan who had escaped that day. Fan Yan respectfully said, Director Su, that mountain god claims to be appointed by the Longhu temple. I have inquired, and this is indeed the Longhu temple. The Longhu temple before him was dilapidated and far from the immortal gates of the ethereal realm. Su Yuan looked on with disdain, adopting a condescending stance. I thought it was some hidden sect, turns out even such a broken temple can be deified. Fan Yan dared not be careless. Director Su, that mountain god is quite powerful, even a golden core expert might not be able to subdue him. We must not underestimate the Longhu temple behind him. Su Yuan did not rashly storm into the Longhu temple. He observed from above for a long time, noticing only faint fluctuations of spiritual energy within, hardly a cause for concern. That mountain god dwells upon the dragon vein and absorbs incense, so it is normal for him to be somewhat strong. The Longhu temple is not as formidable as you think. Hearing this, Fan Yan no longer felt afraid and was thrilled. Director Su, since the Longhu temple poses no threat, why not inform Elder 3 and head to Heishan to eliminate the mountain god?
No rush. Since we are here, let's eliminate the Longhu temple as well.
Su Yuan and the others landed in the courtyard of the temple. They descended from the sky, exuding overwhelming pressure, causing the surrounding townsfolk to retreat in fear. Su Yuan looked at the townsfolk paying respects with incense, somewhat surprised. There are very few temples left now, and the Longhu temple is deep in the mountains, yet its incense offerings are almost on par with the Wushang temple.
The Wushang temple is located near the capital of the Daxia dynasty. It is a temple recognized by the Daxia court. It is rumored that the abbot of the Wushang temple is the national master of Daxia, who controls the Bureau of Astronomy, making it the most renowned temple in Daxia. In the main hall of the temple, townsfolk were offering incense to pray. Qin Luo knew that cultivators had arrived at the temple and told Jin Yan, Junior brother, I'm going out to take a look, I'll leave this to you. Alright, senior brother. Jin Yan maintained order in the hall.
Qin Luo stepped outside dressed in a white Taoist robe with long hair cascading over his shoulders, handsome and spirited. Su Yuan was taken aback at the first sight of Qin Luo, whose appearance was otherworldly. However, upon closer inspection he found nothing extraordinary about him, as there were no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. He noticed weak fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from the main hall, confirming that the abbot of the Longhu temple was inside.
The small creature nestled on Qin Luo's shoulder was sleeping. Su Yuan exclaimed, a spirit beast.
Spirit beasts are not ordinary demonic beasts, they have significant cultivation value and can become powerful combat forces for sects, making them highly contested resources among various factions. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with greed. Qin Luo sensed that the visitors had ill intentions but maintained a smile. May I ask what brings you here, esteemed guests? Fan Yan stepped forward, clenching his fist and glaring fiercely. My junior brother was killed by the mountain god sanctioned by the Longhu temple. I demand blood for blood.
So you come from Xianji Mountain, Qin Luo said calmly. I clearly saw your junior brother leave, how could he be dead?
The leading Su Yuan snorted coldly. Fan Shang's soul lamp has long been extinguished. His grandfather is the third elder of Xianji Mountain. Whether it be the Longhu temple or the mountain god temple, they must pay for his death. Seeing the tense situation, the townsfolk in front of the hall hurriedly left, not daring to linger at the temple. Qin Luo observed them departing and shook his head with a sigh. If my master knew you scared away the townsfolk praying here, he would surely be enraged.
Have your master come out? Su Yuan pointed at Qin Luo. Qin Luo did not take offense, calmly stating, you are not yet qualified to meet my master. Fan Yan, teach him a lesson. Understood. Fan Yan summoned his spirit sword and swung it towards Qin Luo. Bang!
A golden broadsword blocked in front of Qin Luo, and a tall figure clad in golden armor appeared.
Su Yuan's pupils constricted. He realized that this being was not someone they could provoke. Crack! Fan Yan's sword was severed.
The golden sword light struck Fan Yan and his body was engulfed in golden flames, turning to ashes in the blink of an eye. The little creature was startled awake by the sounds of battle. It saw the scene before it and stood up in fright.
Su Yuan felt a chill run down his spine.
Even as a mid-stage golden core cultivator, he had never witnessed such terrifying power. With the third elder here, there might still be a chance to fight.
Spare me, senior.
If you let us go, Xianji Mountain can overlook the past. Su Yuan felt as if he was facing a great enemy, his breathing turning difficult. He never expected the Longhu Temple to harbor such a terrifying presence. Even the disciples of Xianji Mountain hiding behind him were trembling.
Overlooking the past.
Qin Luo disliked being threatened, particularly when the other party still wished to use Xianji Mountain to intimidate him.
Master Qin, how should we deal with them? Wu Shentian looked at Qin Luo.
Su Yuan realized that their situation was dire and could not sit back and wait for death. Without waiting for Qin Luo to speak, he abruptly raised his arm, releasing over a dozen spirit swords from his sleeves, which swarmed like a pack of blue serpents. These spirit swords were of high quality and possessed great power.
Run! Su Yuan soared into the air. He intended to use the spirit swords to delay Wu Shentian. Wu Shentian remained unperturbed, sweeping his large sword, and the dozen spirit swords flashing with blue light were severed with a single strike.
The disciples of Xianji Mountain took to the skies in terror. A streak of golden light pierced through one of their chests, continuing upward to pierce through Su Yuan's chest. Two figures were engulfed in flames.
Master Qin, did I strike a bit too hard? They had it coming.
The Longhu Temple became tranquil. Qin Luo reminded Old Wu, in the future, do not let unknown cultivators into the temple.
Understood. Wu Shentian cupped his fists in salute.
The townsfolk who had just finished offering incense emerged from the main hall, completely unaware of what had transpired outside.
Master, please walk slower.
Ziyue chased after Zhang Fulong from behind. Zhang Fulong strode quickly, fearing those cultivators might catch up, wanting to distance himself from Luoxia Peak as much as possible.
On a white sandy beach near the riverside of Baiyun Town,
Zhang Fulong was panting heavily, preparing to take a break nearby. A group of people rested on the riverbank. The leading elder wore a black robe, had white hair, a gaunt face, and a somewhat terrifying gaze. The elder sat cross-legged on a blue stone, appearing half buried in yellow earth, yet giving an eerie feeling. Upon seeing Zhang Fulong in a Taoist robe, a young member of the group looked on warily. Who are you? Ziyue scrutinized the group of strangers, finding it odd that they all wore black clothing resembling the cultivators who had just headed to the Longhu Temple. Zhang Fulong assumed they were townsfolk who had come from afar to offer incense. He straightened his back and tried to sound profound. I am the abbot of the Longhu Temple, Zhang Fulong. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people on the riverbank tensed.
Everyone turned to look at the black-robed elder on the blue stone.
The black-robed elder had sent Su Yuan to investigate the Longhu Temple, but since Su Yuan and the others had not returned, the abbot of the Longhu Temple had found them. The group grew anxious, fearing that Zhang Fulong had come to settle accounts with them. On the white sandy beach, the cultivators from Xianji Mountain appeared tense. Zhang Fulong noticed the fear etched on their faces and chuckled. You need not be afraid, this humble Taoist means you no harm. The juniors from Xianji Mountain involuntarily took a step back, believing Zhang Fulong to be an unfathomable powerhouse. They fell silent, not daring to utter a word.
The atmosphere by the riverbank was strange.
The gaze of the old man in the black robe fell upon Zhang Fulong. After a mere glance, he lost interest and turned to the side to look at Ziyue. A ripple appeared in his otherwise calm eyes as he spoke in an aged voice. Little girl, what is your name?
Ziyue felt a bit uneasy hiding behind Zhang Fulong.
Standing tall and proud, Zhang Fulong declared, she is my disciple Ziyue. The old man in the black robe looked back at Zhang Fulong with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend how an ordinary mortal could teach a disciple with such excellent potential.
Could it be mere coincidence?
Noticing the old man's confused gaze, Zhang Fulong adopted a wise demeanor. Do you want to go to Longhu Temple? Upon hearing this, the juniors from Xianji Mountain exchanged glances, thinking their intentions had been exposed, their expressions tense.
The old man in the black robe was unsure of Zhang Fulong's true motives. He nodded slightly, saying, indeed, we are preparing to head to Longhu Temple.
Are you truly the temple master?
Absolutely.
Zhang Fulong observed that they were resting here and guessed they had traveled a long way. Since returning to Longhu Temple was not an option for now, he needed to find a way to exploit them. Then he planned to avoid the situation for a while. I see you look deathly pale, your eyes devoid of light. This is a sign that your doom is approaching. Zhang Fulong spoke with a serious tone, weaving a web of lies. Ziyue felt her master was right. The old man in the black robe looked lifeless and fearsome. The surrounding juniors were shocked. After all, he was the third elder of Xianji Mountain, a nascent soul powerhouse who would likely live for a long time. The old man in the black robe squinted his eyes. After careful observation, he confirmed that the Zhang Fulong before him was a fraud, definitely not the temple master of Longhu Temple.
Is there still hope for me?
The old man's eyes gleamed with amusement. Zhang Fulong pulled out a talisman from his sleeve and said earnestly, fortunately you have encountered this humble Taoist. For only 100 taels this talisman will help you avoid your deathly tribulation.
Oh.
The old man reached out.
The talisman slipped from Zhang Fulong's grasp.
As Zhang Fulong watched the talisman soar into the old man's hand, his eyes widened in shock, realizing that these people were cultivators.
A false Taoist confronted by true cultivators.
Zhang Fulong felt a chill run down his spine. Ziyue had long suspected they were cultivators. The juniors from Xianji Mountain stared at the talisman, unsure of its authenticity. The old man in the black robe cast them a glance, saying, "A bunch of fools, do you really think this talisman is useful?" As he spoke, the old man tore the talisman to shreds. The juniors from Xianji Mountain were at a loss. Ziyue furrowed her brows, shocked that he dared to tear apart her master's talisman.
"Master, let's not worry about his fate, we should leave."
"All right." Zhang Fulong regained his composure. They turned to leave the riverbank.
"Wait," the old man in the black robe said coldly.
Zhang Fulong and Ziyue did not look back, continuing forward.
"Capture them," the old man ordered coldly.
The juniors dared not disobey the third elder's command, reluctantly charging forward. There were 8 disciples from Xianji Mountain who leaped several feet and closed in quickly. Zhang Fulong realized he could not escape, so he turned to block the disciples from Xianji Mountain, saying, "Ziyue, you need to run."
"Ha!" Ziyue was stunned, wondering why she should run.
Did her master not think he could defeat these cultivators?
"What are you all waiting for?"
The old man in the black robe urged. One disciple from Xianji Mountain gathered his courage, putting all his strength into a slap, and shouted, "Cloud-dispelling palm." A flickering handprint shot forward, striking Zhang Fulong, sending him flying uncontrollably backward.
Ziyue watched her master soar into the woods, a scene that felt eerily familiar. Boom!
Dust erupted from the woods. The disciple from Xianji Mountain who had just attacked burst into laughter, saying, "Ah, so this is the master of Longhu Temple." The other disciples of Xianji Mountain, no longer fearful, looked at the weak and helpless Ziyue, dismissing her entirely.
"Little girl, come along with us willingly." They closed in on Ziyue.
She pulled out a talisman from her sleeve, her small face serious as she declared, "Don't come any closer or I'll use this talisman against you."
Ha ha ha.
The disciples from Xianji Mountain found her amusing. A young man stepped forward, sneering, "Little girl, do you think a piece of torn paper can scare us?"
Forced to use the talisman, Ziyue pressed her palms together, the talisman clasped tightly.
With determination in her eyes, she shouted, "Thunder Law." Several disciples from Xianji Mountain continued to laugh heartily. The old man in the black robe suddenly furrowed his brows, sensing a dangerous aura, quickly warning, "Be careful."
The talisman transformed into golden light, burning away the symbols imprinting onto Ziyu's palm. She crouched down, her palm touching the ground, a crisp shout echoing. Falling thunder.
At that moment, the disciples from Xianji Mountain sensed danger. Some rushed towards Ziyue, trying to stop her from using the talisman, while others fled, attempting to escape the attack range. Golden patterns spread across the ground, followed by a bolt of lightning striking down. 3 disciples from Xianji Mountain rushing towards Ziyue were obliterated, and even those fleeing were engulfed by the lightning, not even letting out a wail before being torn apart. The old man in the black robe, amidst the descending lightning, flicked his sleeve and coldly commanded, "Disperse." As the lightning dissipated, the old man's sleeves vanished, revealing his skeletal arms, which trembled visibly. With a dark expression, the old man realized that all the disciples, the elite of Xianji Mountain, had been wiped out. Even though he was an elder, he would face consequences upon returning.
"I underestimated you. Despite your low realm, you can still use talismans. Who taught you?"
The old man approached Ziyue.
"Sorry. I didn't mean to."
Ziyue was unaware that the talisman given by her senior brother was so powerful, capable of effortlessly annihilating many disciples from Xianji Mountain. She never intended to kill them, only to avoid being captured.
The old man in the black robe appeared before Ziyue in an instant.
She felt the danger and reached for her sleeve, but her body was bound by an invisible force, frozen in place, unable to use the talisman. The old man wore a strange smile, saying, "Little girl, if you are willing to become my disciple, I will spare you and teach you the true way of cultivation."
"Not a chance," Ziyue replied firmly.
"Then do not blame me for being ruthless," the old man said, his eyes flashing with murderous intent.
Such a talented junior must not be left for other factions.
Though she claimed not to be afraid, Ziyue closed her eyes, determined that even in death she would not betray Longhu Temple. Scenes of her family and senior brother flashed through her mind, and a smile graced her lips. The old man lifted his withered hand, and at that moment a sound echoed from the woods. Zhang Fulong appeared, looking disheveled and unsteady as he stumbled out. Zhang Fulong's deep eyes were dim and lifeless. His voice hoarse, he said, "I give you one chance to escape, leave now." His voice was like the whisper of death. The old man's body involuntarily bristled with sweat. This sense of crisis was something he hadn't felt in a long time. He stared at Zhang Fulong, seeing through to his flesh, realizing that he still possessed no spiritual power, and several bones were broken, his internal organs were in turmoil, barely standing.
"Master!" Ziyue exclaimed in delight. She knew her master would not be defeated.
The old man in the black robe smirked. If I am scared away today, it would be the laughingstock of the cultivation world. The white sandy beach having been washed by the lightning lay charred and blackened with many fish floating on the river's surface. The old man in the black robe looked confused, wondering where this old fool found the courage, clearly on the verge of collapse yet still daring to speak arrogantly. Playing tricks. I am not easily frightened. The old man in the black robe raised his hand, preparing to kill Ziyu. At first it was not far from the Longhu temple, and if a strong practitioner from there came it would be troublesome. He did not wish to waste time. In the eyes of the old man in the black robe, Ziyu posed a greater threat than Zhang Fulong. He deemed Zhang unworthy of his effort. Ziyu was not afraid. She believed her master could protect her. Zhang Fulong stepped forward, appearing ordinary, but in the moment he landed he appeared before Ziyu. The old man's pupils constricted sharply as he slammed down his palm, carrying a ghostly light causing the space to tremble. Zhang Fulong formed a seal with his right hand. His originally frail body was enveloped in golden light, and he then swung his fist. Boom! The fist and palm collided. A gust of wind spread out from their center, stirring the sand and stones on the ground and snapping trees in the distance. The old man in the black robe was shocked. He was merely immortal, so why did he possess such immense power? It's talismanic magic. The old man in the black robe suddenly realized. Get lost. Zhang Fulong exerted his strength, sending the old man flying until he landed in the river. Ziyu stood behind Zhang Fulong, peeking out and blinking her eyes. Master, is he dead? Not yet, Zhang Fulong replied hoarsely. Bang! A high splash erupted from the river as the old man in the black robe stood up within it, looking disheveled and ferocious, glaring menacingly at Zhang Fulong. Who exactly are you? A nameless nobody, Zhang Fulong replied expressionlessly. No matter who you are, you will pay the price today. The old man in the black robe summoned a bronze mirror. This was his treasure. The bronze mirror burst forth with a strong light akin to the sun, blinding Ziyu. Golden flames erupted from the bronze mirror, distorting the surrounding space as terrifying energy surged towards Zhang Fulong. Zhang Fulong remained unfazed, no longer wasting time, and formed complex hand seals. Fire of separation. A purple flame whirled outwards. The purple flames engulfed the golden flames. The old man in the black robe attempted to block the purple fire with the bronze mirror, but with a crack the mirror developed fissures and the purple fire swiftly spread across his entire body. Ah! The old man in the black robe let out a shrill scream. No matter how he struck, he could not disperse the purple fire. His flesh was burning and he dove into the river, yet the water boiled and the purple fire showed no signs of extinguishing. Boom! An explosion sounded as a burst of golden light shot up from the riverbed. Unable to extinguish the purple fire on his body, he would undoubtedly perish if it continued to burn. He had no choice but to abandon his physical form. Seeing the old man's nascent soul attempt to escape, Zhang Fulong grasped the air, crushing the nascent soul. Upon witnessing the complete annihilation of the black-robed old man, Ziyu beamed. Master, you are truly amazing. Cough, cough. Zhang Fulong coughed while clenching his fist. Master, are you injured? Ziyu looked at Zhang Fulong, confused as to why he only acted after being hit. I'm fine, not dead yet. Zhang Fulong waved his hand, summoning the bronze mirror and a black ring from the river to float before him. The bronze mirror had cracks but was still usable. Ziyu had just witnessed the power of the bronze mirror. It unleashed a tremendous energy capable of destroying a mountain. Zhang Fulong held the black ring. He erased the soul imprint left by the black-robed old man, and the storage ring contained vast space with many cultivation resources. He retrieved a bottle of healing pills. The pills, prepared by nascent soul practitioners for themselves, were highly effective. After taking one, Zhang Fulong's complexion returned to a healthy hue as his internal injuries rapidly healed. Zhang Fulong placed the bronze mirror into the storage ring. Little Ziyu, this storage ring is for you, he said with a gentle smile, handing the storage ring to Ziyu with affection in his eyes. Ha! Ziyu's eyes widened. To her master was usually stingy and rarely gave anything away, yet now he was gifting her such a precious item. Thinking about how she hesitated for a long time when buying shoes for master, she felt her face flush with shame. Ziyu caught the storage ring, her eyes filled with confusion. Master, how do I use this? This is a storage ring. As long as you concentrate, you can use your mind to retrieve items. I'll give it a try. Ziyu concentrated and she saw the vast space within the storage ring filled with various miraculous pills, mountains of spirit stones, and a high-grade spiritual sword. Let's return to the Longhu temple first. Ma'am. Ziyu put away the storage ring. At the foot of the Luoxia peak, Ziyu chirped, Master, wait a moment. She ran to the shoe stall. Granny, I want to buy another pair of shoes. I want this pair. The old woman smiled broadly. Thank you, little fairy, for supporting my business. This pair of shoes is only 15 coins. Thank you, Granny. Ziyu originally wanted to buy some food as a treat for herself, but changed her mind and decided to buy a pair of shoes for master. Spending 60 coins just on shoes made her reluctant to spend any more. She decided to come back another time for food. Master, these shoes are for you. Zhang Fulong accepted the brand new cloth shoes. Master, do you like them?
I like them.
Zhang Fulong nodded. The master and disciple returned to the Longhu temple. Seeing master and his junior sister Qin Luo approached saying, "Master, the cultivators from Xianji mountain just came looking for trouble, but I have already dealt with them." Zhang Fulong looked at Qin Luo as if he were looking at his own child, shaking his head with a soft sigh. "The Longhu temple will face many troubles in the future. It would be best for you to leave here as soon as possible."
Qin Luo was somewhat surprised. Ziyue and Jin Yan were puzzled.
Qin Luo said seriously, "Master, I am not afraid of trouble."
Neither am I. Neither am I. Ziyue and Jin Yan nodded vigorously.
Zhang Fulong looked at them with satisfaction. "It's a pity you were born at the wrong time. Had you been born in a glorious era, the Longhu temple would not be in such a state now." Qin Luo's eyes were resolute as he said, "Master, we will definitely be able to recreate the glory of the Longhu temple or even surpass it."
Senior brother is right. I think so too, Ziyue and Jin Yan echoed.
Zhang Fulong saw hope in them and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "I believe in you all."
Qin Luo laughed along.
The courtyard was filled with joyous laughter. Zhang Fulong felt exhausted and decided to return to his room to rest. Ziyue took out 2 pairs of shoes from the bamboo basket, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Little junior brother, this pair of shoes is for you and this pair is for senior brother."
"Thank you, little senior sister." Jin Yan immediately put on the new shoes. "Are they comfortable?"
"Yes, they fit well and are very comfortable." Jin Yan scratched his head and laughed. His senior brother gave him clothes and his senior sister gave him shoes, making him feel the warmth of home.
Ziyue looked at Qin Luo puzzled. "Senior brother, why aren't you wearing the new shoes?"
Qin Luo joked, "I can't bear to wear them." "Senior brother, you should wear them. I'll buy you another new pair." "Just kidding." Qin Luo changed into the new shoes. "These cloth shoes are made of good material and are very comfortable to wear."
"Hee hee, I'm glad you like them, senior brother." Ziyue felt satisfied. As long as everyone was happy, spending money was worthwhile.
Ziyue handed the storage ring to Qin Luo. "Senior brother, this is the storage ring that master obtained."
"Oh."
Qin Luo accepted the storage ring.
Ziyue explained the whole story to her senior brother.
Qin Luo furrowed his brow, realizing why master said the Longhu temple would face many troubles. He spoke softly, "Little junior sister, since this was given to you by master, you should keep it well. Senior brother, there are many treasures inside, I don't even know what they are. You would make better use of them." Ziyue insisted on giving the good things to her senior brother. "You should keep it for now, I will teach you how to identify these things later." Qin Luo gently rubbed Ziyue's head. In Qin Luo's eyes, the cloth shoes given by his little junior sister were even more precious than this storage ring. Deep within the temple, Zhang Fulong lay on the bed, his deep-set eyes returning to normal. "Ouch, why does my whole body hurt? I remember I seemed to be drinking porridge at the foot of the mountain.
Could it be a dream?" Xianxi Mountain.
The immortal mountain floating in midair. In the magnificent palace at the highest point, an old man with white hair hurriedly entered. "Master, the soul lamps of the third elder and the others have all gone out."
"What?"
The middle-aged man sitting at a high position opened his eyes wide with anger, gripping his fists as the entire palace fell into a deathly silence. The mountain god couldn't possibly kill a nascent soul cultivator. What exactly is the background of this Longhu temple?
The middle-aged man questioned the white-haired elder below. The white-haired elder trembled. "Master, we couldn't find any information about the Longhu temple. It might be a hidden sect." The middle-aged man furrowed his brows tightly, and after a long time he smiled wickedly. "When the clam and the snipe fight, it is the fisherman who benefits. No matter how strong Longhu is, can it contend against the great Xia dynasty?" Night fell. A cool evening breeze stirred. Zhang Fulong entered the rear courtyard of the Taoist temple.
Qin Luo practiced cultivation in the courtyard. Ziyu refined the 5 qi, paying homage to the primordial method, while Jin Yan meditated upon the landscapian water scroll.
"Master." Qin Luo sensed Zhang Fulong's arrival. "Master." Ziyu and Jin Yan simultaneously opened their eyes. Qin Luo assumed his master had come to remind them to rest early. Just as he began to rise, Zhang Fulong raised a hand, gesturing for them to remain seated cross-legged upon the Taoist platform. "Do you wish to learn true Taoist arts?"
"Yes."
Ziyu answered first. Qin Luo and Jin Yan nodded in unison. A faint smile flickered in Zhang Fulong's deep, unfathomable eyes.
His voice, slightly hoarse, carried quiet authority. "First, I shall teach you to memorize the Du Rin Jing, the scripture for saving humanity.
Recited with utmost sincerity, never treat it lightly." Qin Luo and the others nodded firmly.
Ordinarily their master had no time to instruct them, such an opportunity was rare indeed. They listened with rapt, unwavering focus. The human path is faint and distant, the immortal path vast and boundless. The ghostly path brings joy, it opens the gate to mortal life. The vital energies of all heavens surge endlessly, our Tao flourishes evermore each day.
Have you memorized it?
Ziyu watched Qin Luo and Jin Yan nod confidently, then awkwardly scratched her hair.
"Master, I haven't remembered it."
Zhang Fulong gently patted Ziyu's shoulder.
It's all right, you have an elder brother who knows it well. He'll teach you. Of course, Qin Luo replied with a warm smile. Zhang Fulong turned and departed, hands clasped behind his back. Qin Luo fetched paper and brush, carefully transcribing 2 copies of the Du Ren Jing, one for Jin Yan, one for Ziyu. Jin Yan could recite much of it yet struggled with certain characters. After Zhang Fulong left, Qin Luo remained in the courtyard patiently teaching them each character's meaning and pronunciation. Time slipped by. Half a month passed. At dawn, mist coiled serenely through the mountain valleys. In the rear courtyard of the Taoist temple, Ziyu and Jin Yan sat cross-legged upon the Taoist platform, cultivating while reciting the Du Ren Jing. Though the sun had yet to rise, golden light already shimmered faintly across their bodies. Qin Luo boiled eggs in the kitchen. These eggs were gifts from Wang Meng, a hunter who lived deep in the nearby mountains. The newly established market at the mountain's base had brought great convenience to his family, so he offered a basket of wild eggs in gratitude. Breakfast is ready. Qin Luo called from the kitchen. Ziyu and Jin Yan instantly appeared behind him. Ziyu arched a delicate brow, her sweet face breaking into a grin. 1 bowl of kanji, 1 egg, this life is truly splendid. Indeed. Jin Yan grinned foolishly. They ate with hearty relish. Qin Luo held another egg in his hand, peeling its shell before offering it to Xiao Tuanzi. Big brother. You're still the best. Xiao Tuanzi pecked eagerly at the egg. It often visited Longhu Temple to feast freely. Qin Luo collected morning dew from the peach tree using a golden gourd. Though small in appearance, the gourd held an astonishing volume. Each collection lasted him many days. Outside the temple gates, a young man clad in brocaded robes arrived at Longhu Temple. Gazing at the weathered, faded signboard, he looked surprised, then noticed the door gods affixed to the gate and murmured, "Ever since entering Jinyang City, I've seen such door gods everywhere along the road." Zhou Dupeng treaded cautiously, bowing low as he replied, "Your Highness, this is a northern custom, established during the previous county magistrate's tenure. It is perfectly ordinary." The brocaded youth was Zhu Qi, the eldest son of the Lord of the Northern Marches and a scion of the Great Xia imperial clan, born of noble blood. The Lord of the Northern Marches, half-brother to the Great Xia Emperor, governed the northern prefectures and commanded formidable armies. Behind Zhu Qi marched numerous elite masters from the Lord's estate, and further back dozens of ironclad guards in heavy armor. This entourage bore no resemblance to pilgrims coming to offer incense or prayers. Beside Zhu Qi stood a bewitching woman in a crimson gown slid high at the thighs, her figure voluptuous, her voice honeyed. "Your Highness, I've heard these door gods were consecrated by Longhu Temple itself. Within the Great Xia realm, some faction dares to enshrine deities, clearly holding neither the Imperial Astronomical Bureau nor the Imperial Court in esteem." Zhu Qi fanned himself idly with a jade fan, his gaze glinting with amusement. Zhou Dupeng stepped forward and knocked. "Immortal Master, is anyone within?" The bewitching woman laughed softly. "How long do you intend to keep His Highness waiting?" "Open the gate at once." Zhou Dupeng pushed, but the wooden gate would not budge. He immediately summoned Chao Mang for assistance. A martial cultivator famed for his strength, Chao Mang could lift bronze tripods, yet together they failed to open the simple wooden door. "Bull, you try." Impatience flickered across Zhu Qi's face. A towering muscle-bound man strode forward, shoving Zhou Dupeng and Chao Mang aside with one sweep of his arm. Zhou Dupeng tumbled head over heels across the ground. Chao Mang staggered backward several paces before regaining his footing. Terrifying strength. The Lord of the Northern Marches estate housed many extraordinary figures. Bull possessed innate divine strength. Even without cultivation, a single punch from him could shatter a foundation establishment cultivator at the late stage. Ah! Bull slammed his fist into the wooden gate. Boom! He recoiled violently, his arm trembling uncontrollably. Bull, capable of punching through iron plates, could not even splinter the wooden gate. Zhu Qi realized the door was no ordinary artifact. At that moment, a sword cultivator in azure robes stepped forward deliberately. "Your Highness, I shall handle this." His name was Wang Xiao, a personal guard to Zhu Qi and a golden core cultivator at the nascent stage. He drew his sword. A streak of azure light cleaved the air, leaves along its path split cleanly in two. Yet the wooden gate remained utterly unscathed. Silence fell abruptly over the temple grounds. Wang Xiao stared in disbelief. He, a master among Zhu Qi's inner circle, second only to the bewitching woman and the blind white-robed advisor, had failed to cut open a humble wooden door. If Wang Xiao could not breach the gate, the power hidden beyond it must be unimaginable. The bewitching woman's smile vanished entirely. Zhu Qi's expression hardened. So the rumors are true. Longhu Temple is indeed no ordinary place. Zhou Dupeng scrambled to his feet, plastering on a broad smile. "Your Highness, I know the immortal masters here quite well. I'll not properly." "If you knew them so well, why conceal the fact that Longhu Temple consecrated those door gods?" the bewitching woman mocked coldly. "Lady Hu, please don't misunderstand." Zhou Dupeng wiped sweat from his brow, speechless. Creak. Qin Luo swung open the great gate of Longhu Temple. What a striking Taoist! The bewitching woman gazed at Qin Luo and instinctively moistened her lips. He caught the musky fox scent upon her and instantly recognized her true nature, a genuine fox spirit. A beast capable of assuming human form, possessed formidable cultivation, far surpassing Su Yuan, who had visited Longhu Temple earlier. Qin Luo's gaze swept across the assembled figures, then paused upon the white-robed elder standing beside Zhu Qi. Leaning on a cane, the elder's eyes were clouded and sightless, yet Qin Luo felt the piercing scrutiny of his spiritual sense. A peerless cultivator indeed. Zhou Depeng hurriedly introduced Immortal Master, this is His Highness the heir apparent of the Lord of the Northern Marches. Qin Luo replied coolly, Longhu Temple does not welcome you. Zhou Depeng froze mortified. Qin Luo knew they intended to force entry. If they showed no respect for Longhu Temple, he owed them none in return. Courage worthy of praise, the bewitching woman chuckled. Wang Xiao leveled his sword at Qin Luo, his voice icy. Kneel before His Highness of the Great Siam now. Ha ha. Qin Luo nearly burst into laughter. To kneel before nobles, what kind of immortality would that be? Wang Xiao glanced toward Zhu Qi, awaiting but a nod to draw blood. Zhu Qi snapped shut his jade fan, his expression haughty dismissive. I wish to speak with your abbot, this concerns Longhu Temple's future. I have already said, we do not welcome you. Qin Luo refused outright. They had arrived with ill intent, his master too would surely disdain them. Zhu Qi narrowed his eyes, a faint imperceptible nod escaping his lips. Wang Xiao received the silent command. A cruel smile curled his lips. He had been humiliated by a mere wooden door, now he would reclaim his dignity upon this arrogant youth. Taoist, behold my blade. Wang Xiao lunged forward, sword drawn. Qin Luo stood motionless within the threshold. The bewitching woman covered her mouth. Such fair tender skin, if he's wounded it would be a pity. The white-robed elder hastily cautioned, Your Highness, shedding blood here may invite complications. Fear not, Wang Xiao knows his limits. Zhu Qi sneered. As a scion of the great Xia imperial house, elders of every sect bowed before him, yet this minor temple dared to scorn him. Unthinkable. Only Zhou Depeng and Xiao Mang gripped their fists in dread. They knew Qin Luo's strength. Just as Wang Xiao's blade neared Qin Luo's throat, all the Lord's elite cultivators felt a sudden bone-deep chill. A flash of golden light erupted. Wu Xiantian strode forth from the temple gate, broadsword in hand. With one stroke he severed Wang Xiao's spirit-forged blade, then in the same breath parted head from body. Wang Xiao watched his own body collapse. His severed head rolled to rest beneath the bewitching woman's feet. Towering and imposing, Wu Xiantian planted his golden broadsword upright before him, gripping the hilt with both hands, like a lone warrior guarding a pass against 10,000 foes. His voice cold and absolute, dare provoke Longhu Temple, and die without mercy. On the falling sunset peak at the Longhu Temple, the experts from the northern town Wangfu felt an involuntary urge to kneel outside the temple, their souls trembling. They faced a terrifying existence they could not contend with. Help! Help me! Wang Xiao's head continued to speak. The seductive woman kicked Wang Xiao's head away. In his eyes only despair remained as his body was reduced to ashes by golden flames finally scattered by the wind. The outside of the temple was eerily quiet. Zhou Depeng was drenched in cold sweat. The experts from the northern town Wangfu were killed, and they certainly would not let it go easily. Even if they couldn't resolve the Longhu Temple issue, eliminating him, the county magistrate, would be effortless. Xiao Mang looked at Wu Xuantian, clad in golden armor and holding a broadsword. He had previously doubted the existence of the temple guardian, but now he was certain that the guardian truly existed. Ever since the citizens of Jinyang City rushed to post images of the guardian, cases of burglary in the city had drastically decreased. Xiao Mang had found it strange at the time. Now he understood that the guardian was indeed effective. Wu Xiantian stood before the Longhu Temple, his towering figure resembling a king of gods. His shout of kill without mercy made the experts from the northern town Wangfu tremble, and the iron guards unconsciously retreated. Zhu Kai's face was sullen, filled with rage. Wang Xiao had been his trusted aide for many years, yet he was shocked by the Longhu Temple's tyranny, showing him no respect whatsoever. Ziyue and Jinyan, hearing the commotion outside, ran over with bowls in hand to watch the excitement. Wow, it's the temple guardian. So impressive. Jinyan's eyes were filled with admiration. The seductive woman laughed. What a powerful guardian. No wonder the emperor of the Great Xia forbids the consecration of gods. Zhu Qi was not deterred. He snorted coldly. A mere guardian dares to be fierce. Mu Lao. Everyone looked at the blind elder, who was a venerated figure of the northern town Wangfu, a powerful cultivator. Mu Baichuan leaned on his cane. He did not step forward but turned to Zhu Qi beside him. Your Highness, since the Longhu Temple does not welcome us, we should leave. Zhu Qi was momentarily stunned. This elder, who could command wind and rain, was actually afraid of a mere guardian. If even Mu Lao dared not act, the fear in the eyes of the other experts from the northern town Wangfu deepened. Third sister. Zhu Qi looked at the seductive woman. Hu San Yang posed in a seemingly weak manner, appearing gentle and harmless. Your Highness, I am but a fragile woman, I can only speak. He. Zhu Kai's face darkened. Hu San Yang and Mu Baichuan did not dare to act, proving the guardian's might.
Shu Qi regained his composure. Looking at the expressionless Qin Luo, he said word by word, "You will regret this." Qin Luo remained calm and replied softly, "If you wish to be enemies with the Longhu Temple, I will accompany you to the end."
We shall wait and see.
Shu Qi snorted coldly and turned to leave the Longhu Temple, the experts from the northern town Wangfu following suit. Hu San Yang lightly brushed her hair full of charm. "May I ask how to address you?"
Qin Luo did not respond.
We will meet again," Hu San Yang said with a charming smile as she turned to leave.
"Old Wu, you have worked hard. It is my duty." Wu Shentian blinked and returned to the painting.
Ziyue approached holding her bowl. "Senior brother, are they here to cause trouble?"
Yes, Qin Luo nodded.
Not long ago, powerful figures from Shenji Mountain had come to cause trouble, and now the northern town Wangfu had come looking for trouble again. Qin Luo recalled what his master had said and couldn't help but sigh. The Longhu Temple will face many troubles in the future. If they come to cause more trouble, I will use talismans to beat them.
Ziyue glared with her bright eyes. Qin Luo chuckled, ruffling Ziyu's hair. "Don't always think of fighting, we must win people over with virtue." He. Ziyue nodded cheerfully. Qin Luo knew they wouldn't leave easily. "Little Dumpling, have your friends keep an eye on their movements." "No problem." Little Dumpling fluttered its wings and flew away, departing from falling Sunset Peak.
Zhu Kai's face was dark throughout. As the heir of the northern town Wangfu, all the elite figures from various sects treated him with utmost respect. Yet he was humiliated in this inconspicuous Longhu Temple.
"Mu Lao, can't even you deal with the guardian of the Longhu Temple?"
Mu Baichuan shook his head, his voice deep. "Your Highness, that guardian has absorbed a large amount of faith power and has already become a force to be reckoned with.
It's not wise to confront it, Hedon." "Then what should we do?"
"The secular world is under the jurisdiction of the court. As long as we make the surrounding citizens stop believing in the guardian of the Longhu Temple, the guardian's power will be greatly diminished."
"That makes sense." Shu Qi excitedly clapped his jade fan. "County Magistrate Zhou, this matter will be your responsibility. 3 days from now I want to see the guardian's image from the Longhu Temple. You will bring its head to me."
Zhou Dapeng's face was grim. He could not afford to offend either the Longhu Temple or the heir of the northern town Wangfu. Prohibit the citizens from offering incense and praying at the Longhu Temple. Anyone who dares to defy this will face severe punishment.
Understood.
Zhou Dapeng could only grit his teeth and agree.
"Chao Meng, you will handle this matter."
"My lord, it's very difficult to handle."
"Difficult or not, it must be done." Chao Meng considered resigning.
But he still had a family to support.
Hu San Yang swayed, overcoming beside Shu Qi.
"Your Highness, why don't you notify the Tianjian?" Shu Qi waved his jade fan, his expression proud. "To deal with the Longhu Temple, there's no need to trouble the Tianjian." Hu San Yang smiled without saying a word.
Shu Qi did not want the Tianjian to interfere, which surely meant there was something fishy going on. "Let's go to Chenjiagu first," Shu Qi said to Zhou Dapeng.
Zhou Dapeng looked puzzled. "Your Highness, Chenjiagu is just a remote and impoverished area."
"Don't talk nonsense, lead the way." All right. Zhou Dapeng dared not ask further. Soon after they arrived near Chenjiagu. The Black Mountain loomed behind Chenjiagu, its location prominent. "Mu Lao, is that the mountain ahead?"
Mu Baichuan nodded, leaning on his cane. "The spiritual energy is overwhelming, it should be a good place."
"Great." Zhu Kai's face was filled with joy. Hu San Yang gazed at the Black Mountain and could see it was a treasure land suitable for cultivation.
However, its mere status as a cultivation area should not have made the heir of the northern town Wangfu so happy.
"There is a mountain god on the mountain." Mu Baichuan sensed the presence of Chun Chahan.
Hu San Yang focused her gaze and saw the temple of the mountain god in the mountains. She felt that this place was not simple.
The incense offerings at the mountain god temple are quite good. The mountain god here must not be weak.
Zhou Dapeng was frightened and quickly explained, "Your Highness, the citizens here worship the mountain god spontaneously.
This official knows nothing about it." "Useless." Hu San Yang sneered. Shu Qi ignored Zhou Dapeng.
"Your Highness, the mountain god on the mountain is not as strong as the guardian of the Longhu Temple. It should not be difficult to suppress it." Mu Baichuan was confident he could subdue the mountain god.
Zhu Kai's lips curled upward, a cold smile on his face. "County Magistrate Zhou, I will give you 3 days to relocate the citizens near Chenjiagu to other places."
"Understood."
Zhou Dapeng dared not defy. Hu San Yang guessed that the Black Mountain concealed secrets.
"Your Highness, I can help you deal with the mountain god." Shu Qi played with his jade fan, yawning.
First drive away the nearby citizens. We can discuss other matters later.
After dealing with the Longhu Temple we will address the mountain god here. He knew that the Longhu Temple was the key. In the evening Qin Luo arrived at the Longhu Temple looking anxious. Immortal Master, something bad has happened.
Qin Luo was about to close the door.
What has made Wu so anxious?
Wu Qinglius' expression was serious.
The government has announced a ban on the treasure pavilion selling images of the Guardian and has sent Yamen runners to clear out images of the Guardian from households. Additionally, citizens are prohibited from offering prayers at the Longhu Temple and those caught will face severe punishment. This was Zhu Kai's method to deal with the Longhu Temple.
Qin Luo did not pay much attention. What does the treasure pavilion plan to do? Wu Qinglu looked somewhat awkward.
We don't dare to go against the court, we can only suspend the sale of images of the Longhu Temple's Guardian.
I understand. Qin Luo knew their predicament.
I won't disturb you further. Wu Qinglu hurriedly left the Longhu Temple. Now that the Longhu Temple was in trouble, he did not want to get involved. 2 days later, on falling sunset peak at the Longhu Temple. In the morning, Ziyue sat on the steps in front of the main hall, cradling her face in her hands, her eyes filled with confusion.
It's been so quiet these days, not a single person around. Previously Ziyue enjoyed the temple's tranquility, but now it was the opposite.
Without citizens coming to offer prayers, the images of the Guardian painted by her senior brother couldn't be sold and she wouldn't be able to make any money.
Qin Luo walked out of the main hall.
Continuing like this was not a solution, he had to have a good discussion with Xu Qi.
Little junior sister, since you find it boring, would you like to go to Jinyang City with me?
Sure.
Ziyue stood up excitedly.
She had never been to Jinyang City before.
Little junior brother, do you want to go?
Qin Luo looked at Jinyan, who was sweeping the floor in front of the hall. Senior brother, I don't like crowds.
I'll just stay at the temple.
Jinyan preferred peace and did not want to be watched. He felt at ease in the temple and could cultivate after finishing sweeping. Ziyue raised an eyebrow and sweetly smiled at him.
Little junior brother, I'll bring you delicious food back.
Thank you, senior sister.
Jinyan nodded with a simple smile.
Qin Luo and Ziyu arrived at the foot of the mountain.
The once bustling market had turned desolate.
Only the free porridge stall remained open, where 2 tables of children were drinking porridge dressed in tattered clothes, having seldom had a full meal before. Qin Luo approached the porridge stall with a smile. Miss Zhou, why are you still here? Zhao Qing'er looked up at Qin Luo, her face breaking into a sweet smile. Immortal Master, the government does not allow us to pay homage at the Longhu Temple, but they did not say we cannot set up a stall here.
Miss Zhao is a good person,
Ziyu said with respect in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing'er beamed with joy and said to Qin Luo, the Immortal Master once said a family that accumulates good deeds will surely have good fortune. I am accumulating virtue for the Zhao family. Qin Luo said earnestly, Miss Zhao, if you remain true to your original intention, I believe you can achieve great things. Zhao Qing'er was shocked, having been told in her childhood that she had no spiritual roots and was destined to be unrelated to cultivation. Qin Luo's words gave her hope. Thank you, Immortal Master, for your guidance. Recently the government had been clearing the door god images at Longhu Temple, prohibiting the common people from paying homage there, and everyone was afraid of getting into trouble. Even Wu Qinglu distanced himself from the Longhu Temple, yet Zhao Qing'er remained so close to it. Previously Qin Luo thought Zhao Qing'er might want to get close to Longhu Temple, but now it seemed she was genuinely kind-hearted.
Miss Zhao, we will be leaving now. Safe travels, Immortal Master.
As she watched Qin Luo and Ziyu walk away, Zhao Qing'er's clear eyes held a smile as she loudly called out, Immortal Master, I believe Longhu Temple can overcome this crisis.
It will. Qin Luo nodded gently.
Just after leaving Luoxia Peak, a master from the northern town's prince's residence spotted Qin Luo. A middle-aged man with a scar stood on a tree watching as Qin Luo and the others walked further away.
Ha, I thought he was formidable, but he can't even fly with a sword.
Shui Wu, go inform His Highness the young master.
Understood.
Shui Wu beside the scarred man flew away on his sword. Qin Luo sensed the hidden flies in the shadows, and these flies were not worth his time.
Shui Wu arrived at Jinyang City.
In the county office, Xu Ji was enjoying a performance while Shui Wu knelt outside the hall respectfully. Your Highness, the Taoist from Longhu Temple has left Luoxia Peak. Xu Ji, eating grapes peeled by a maid, suddenly flew into a rageful.
You don't even know to bring him back. Chen Rong, go and capture him, remember, alive.
Yes, Your Highness.
Chen Rong left the county office with Shui Wu.
Ever since she acquired the storage ring, Ziyu no longer carried a bamboo basket, running freely through the mountains like the wind, while Qin Luo leisurely followed behind her.
Senior brother, look. Ziyu pointed at the white sandy beach.
Qin Luo looked at the blackened beach, knowing it was the result of talisman damage, and gave Ziyu a thumbs up.
Ziyu raised her head proudly.
Qin Luo felt a wave of fear. Had Master not been present at the time, his junior sister might have encountered danger. He said solemnly, "Junior sister, if you find yourself in danger in the future, just call for me."
What if you're not by my side? Then shout loudly. I understand. Ziyu nodded vigorously.
They arrived at Baiyun town. The townsfolk had previously put up door god images from Longhu Temple, but now at a glance the doors were clean and the townspeople showed no enthusiasm toward Qin Luo and the others as before. Passing by a stall selling lamb soup, the vendor remained enthusiastic. "Immortal master, would you like some lamb soup?"
Qin Luo looked at Ziyu.
Ziyu swallowed her saliva, knowing her senior brother had business in Jinyang City. "Senior brother, let's head to Jinyang City first."
No rush. 2 bowls of lamb soup, please. Qin Luo and Ziyu sat by the street enjoying their soup. Ziyu picked up the steaming lamb soup, took a sip and wore a blissful smile.
The vendor stood beside Qin Luo and said, "Immortal master, the government is forcing us to tear down the door god images.
If we do not comply, we will be arrested and imprisoned. Many people are left with no choice." I understand. I apologize for the trouble caused to everyone.
Qin Luo cupped his hands in apology to the vendor. The vendor hurriedly waved his hand, looking respectful. "Immortal master, no need to blame yourself. The door god image, worth a mere penny, has protected us for so long. We are the ones who have profited." Not far away, the scarred man had been watching Qin Luo. Seeing them drink lamb soup, he felt they posed no threat. Just to be safe, he continued to wait for backup.
After finishing the lamb soup, Qin Luo and Ziyu set off again. "Junior sister, do you want to take a carriage?" "Senior brother, I want to walk."
In Baiyun town, a carriage to Jinyang City cost a tael of silver to rent, which was too expensive.
Ziyu didn't want to waste money, she preferred to walk.
Ziyu wore a loose blue robe, her hair styled into 2 high buns. As she walked, her little hands swung back and forth, humming a cheerful tune. Qin Luo held a book on Taoist techniques in his hand, having nearly mastered all the spells within.
He would occasionally take it out to read.
The scarred man followed behind them, watching their strange behavior, and couldn't help but mock himself. Could they be 2 fools?
What am I afraid of?
Ziyu was not tall, but she walked quickly and they followed the road to the Black Forest. Just then 2 figures descended from the sky.
Shenrong and Xuewu blocked Qin Luo's path.
The scarred man no longer hid, rushing out from behind to cut off their escape route. Shenrong, with long slanted bangs covering half his face, held a long sword, pointing it at Qin Luo with a domineering look. "Surrender and spare yourself the pain."
Ziyu tilted her head. She thought the journey would be boring. Unexpectedly, they encountered trouble on the road. Qin Luo remained calm, smiling as he said, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way."
The scarred man laughed loudly. "Arrogant little brat, this is not Longhu Temple." Shenrong brushed his bangs, wearing a confident expression. "This is not Longhu Temple and there are no door gods to protect you.
Don't waste time." Ziyu blinked her bright eyes. "Is it possible that my senior brother is stronger than the door gods?"
The air suddenly fell silent. Then a burst of laughter erupted. The scarred man clutched his stomach. "I followed you for half a day without being discovered, and you still want to scare someone?"
While they laughed, Ziyu pulled out the talisman paper hidden in her sleeve.
She pinched it with 2 fingers. The talisman swayed, adorned with flame patterns. Seeing Ziyu take out the talisman paper, Shenrong showed no sign of panic.
He smirked, blowing his bangs, curious about what trick this little girl was going to pull.
Ziyu threw the talisman like a dart, and at the moment of throwing she shouted, "Fire technique, flame explosion."
The fire talisman ignited in midair, transforming into a massive fireball.
Shenrong's eyes widened in shock. By the time he wanted to escape, it was too late. The heatwave struck him, blowing his bangs aside, revealing his terrified expression as the fireball engulfed him and Xuewu.
Boom!
A mushroom cloud rose outside the Black Forest. When the flames subsided, a circular black circle appeared on the ground with no sign of Shenrong and Xuewu. Only a spirit sword remained, which was of low quality and covered in cracks. The scarred man was dumbfounded. This seemingly harmless little girl was actually so terrifying. If she was this powerful, wouldn't her senior brother be even more formidable?
Thud!
The scarred man knelt on the ground, realizing that fleeing was futile in front of such a strong person.
"Please spare me, Dao Master."
The scarred man trembled all over, the suffocating feeling stronger than when he encountered the door gods at Longhu Temple. Back then, with many masters from the northern towns, prince's residents present, he could barely stand. Now he knelt down directly to plead for mercy.
"Where is Zhu Ji? I can take you to see the young master."
The scarred man didn't mention that Zhu Ji was in the county office, knowing this was his only chance to survive.
"Boss, Zhu Ji is in the county office."
A snow-white figure landed on Qin Luo's shoulder. The little dumpling shook its fluffy hair, not wanting its achievements to be stolen. Qin Luo looked at the scarred man and said lightly, "I hope you can be a good person in your next life."
Falling thunder.
With a command, the sound of thunder erupted.
The little dumpling and Ziyu covered their ears. As the lightning dissipated, the scarred man was exorcised and Qin Luo took Ziyu towards Jinyang City.
The city walls of Jinyang City are tall, built from solid brass stones resembling a massive crouching beast.
The city tower is so high.
Ziyu gazed at the towering city tower. Senior brother, I heard that the towers of the great Xia capital are taller than mountains. I wonder if it's taller than the falling sunset peak.
We'll find out when we go there later.
Qin Luo happened to have the idea of heading to the capital.
A group of fully armed constables approached.
Zhou Dapeng was riding a horse out of the city when he saw Qin Luo, and in a moment of panic he fell off his horse. He crawled and knelt before Qin Luo wearing a fawning smile. Immortal Master, what brings you to Jinyang City?
Just here to take a look. Qin Luo looked at the many constables behind Zhou Dapeng. Why have you brought so many constables? What are you planning to do?
Zhou Dapeng did not dare to hide the truth. Immortal Master, the young master wishes for the citizens of Chenjiagu to relocate, but they are unwilling to move, so I have no choice but to use this method. You should have captured quite a few people recently. A sharp light flickered in Qin Luo's eyes. Zhou Dapeng did not dare to look him in the eye. Kneeling on the ground, he respectfully said, Immortal Master, I am being coerced. If I go against the young master's orders, I will surely die.
Humfalaki. Ziyu scoffed.
Zhou Dapeng trembled in fright. Qin Luo knew he was a fence-sitter and it was pointless to argue with him. He said sternly, release the innocent citizens from the prison and compensate them.
No problem. Chao Mang, did you hear that? I will handle it right away, Chao Mang replied.
Qin Luo smiled gently, saying, no rush, we are heading to the county office anyway, let's go together.
Zhou Dapeng broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this.
Zhu Qi was at the county office and Qin Luo's intention to go there was clear. If something happened to Zhu Qi in his jurisdiction, it would be a big problem.
Immortal Master, let's discuss matters amicably. I dislike violence, it's best if we can negotiate. Qin Luo wore a kind smile. Qin Luo and Ziyu entered Jinyang City. The streets were bustling with activity.
Vendors lined both sides of the street. Ziyu looked around. Jinyang City is so big, the streets are several times wider than those in Baiyun Town. Candied hawthorn, sweet and sour candied hawthorn.
A middle-aged vendor shouted while carrying a wooden rack on the street.
Ziyu's eyes lit up and she ran forward to ask, Uncle, how much are the candied hawthorns? 2 copper coins for 1 string, 3 copper coins for 2 strings, the middle-aged vendor replied with a smile.
Ziyu frowned. In Baiyun Town 3 strings cost only 2 copper coins.
It was much more expensive in the city.
Sorry to bother you. Ziyu didn't want to spend extra money.
The middle-aged vendor took down a string of candied hawthorns from the rack. Little fairy, if you don't have money, I'll give you a string. Being questioned about having no money, Ziyu gritted her teeth and pulled out 3 copper coins. I have money.
Give me 2 strings. All right. Thank you, little fairy, for supporting my business. The middle-aged vendor happily accepted the 3 copper coins. Ziyu held 2 strings of candied hawthorn but couldn't feel happy.
Senior brother, this string of candied hawthorn is for you.
I don't like eating sweets. Qin Luo politely declined.
At his age, eating candied hawthorn felt rather strange to him. Then I'll take it back for my junior brother. Ziyu put away 1 string of candied hawthorn, biting into the sugary coating, quickly casting her worries aside.
The county office was quite desolate. No citizens passed through the street.
Outside the iron guards of the Northtown Prince's mansion stood all seasoned martial artists far superior to the constables. As Qin Luo and Ziyu approached the county office, 2 iron guards stepped forward to question, who are you?
Longhu Temple Qin Luo. Longhu Temple Ziyu.
Qin Luo remained calm while Ziyu held half a string of candied hawthorn.
The little creature knew that there were many experts in the county office and it didn't want to get involved, fluttering its wings and flying away. Upon hearing the name Longhu Temple, the iron guards at the county office were shocked. They had not seen Qin Luo but knew that Longhu Temple was not to be trifled with. Immediately one of the iron guards went inside to report. Qin Luo brought Ziyu into the county office.
The surrounding iron guards brandished their long spears, daring only to encircle Qin Luo but not daring to stop him. Your Highness, Qin Luo from Longhu Temple has arrived. Zhu Qi was still enjoying the singing and dancing in the Great Hall when he heard the news of Qin Luo arriving at the county office. He frowned. What are Qin Rong and the others doing? As he spoke, Qin Luo appeared in the spacious courtyard in front of the Great Hall. Zhu Qi stepped out, gazing at Qin Luo surrounded by guards with a mocking smile. He heaven has a road yet you do not walk, hell has no door yet you barge in. Hu Sanyang and Mu Baichuan stood on either side of Zhu Qi. In front of them stood a row of Foundation establishment cultivators wielding long swords, their eyes filled with vigilance. Ziyu leisurely enjoyed her candied hawthorn, treating her visit to the county office like a stroll in the market. With her senior brother around, she felt no sense of danger. Zhu Qi looked at the little girl beside Qin Luo, who was still in the mood to eat candied hawthorn, completely disregarding them, his eyes filled with burning anger. Young master, the immortal master is here to discuss matters with you.
The atmosphere in the courtyard was tense. Zhou Dapeng spoke first, trying to act as a mediator.
Upon hearing this, Shu Qi sneered contemptuously, opening his jade fan and leisurely fanning himself, his expression smug. It seems this young master's methods are indeed effective.
Now you know to come and negotiate.
Qin Luo looked up at Zhu Qi, who was perched above, and spoke unhurriedly. I said before, if you oppose Longhu Temple I will accompany you to the end.
Hee, are you here to threaten me? It's a reminder. Qin Luo's expression remained calm.
Mu Baichuan leaned on his cane and stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice, young friend, if Longhu Temple is willing to cooperate with the Northtown Prince's mansion, we can achieve a win-win situation.
Cooperate? Do you have any intention of cooperation? Longhu Temple is not something you can command at will.
A chill flickered in Qin Luo's eyes.
Exactly. Ziyu nodded in agreement. Zhou Dupeng wiped the sweat from his forehead.
When Zhu Qi and the others came to Longhu Temple, they wanted to break in without considering Longhu Temple at all.
Mu Baichuan smiled and said, our Northtown Prince's mansion only wants Heishan.
As long as Longhu Temple does not interfere with the affairs of Heishan, we will not target Longhu Temple in the future and even turn a blind eye to other matters. Zhou Dupeng quickly added, Immortal Master, Heishan is just a remote and desolate place. There's no need to become enemies with the Northtown Prince's mansion over it. Qin Luo smiled indifferently. I am in charge of Heishan. The mountain deity there is one I appointed, so if there's any issue, come to me.
You appointed the deity? Mu Baichuan questioned, unable to believe it. To appoint a deity requires bearing immense karma.
How could this young one withstand the backlash of the heavenly laws?
Hu Sanyang scrutinized Qin Luo. He was handsome and had an ethereal aura. Could it be that I misjudged him?
Shu Qi paid no mind, wearing an arrogant expression. Under heaven, is there a land that is not ruled by the king?
This is the world of the Zhu family. If the Northtown Prince's mansion wants Heishan, they do not need your consent. It seems there is nothing to talk about. Qin Luo sighed lightly.
He had intended to give Zhu Qi a chance. Shu Qi's eyes glinted with mockery. Without the gate deity of Longhu Temple, how dare you act so arrogantly before me? Ziyu munched on her candied hawthorn, puffing out her cheeks as if watching a fool. My senior brother appointed the gate deity. You don't think my senior brother is weaker than the gate deity, do you?
Mu Baichuan and Hu Sanyan's eyes were filled with wariness. This cultured and easygoing young Taoist dared to barge into the county office filled with experts, clearly having some backing. What are you still dawdling for? Capture them. Shu Qi grew impatient. Zhou Dupeng, seeing this, quickly stepped back.
At the command, the surrounding iron guards hesitated for a moment, then gripped their long spears tightly and charged forward. These iron guards wore heavy armor made of special metals that could withstand attacks from Foundation establishment experts.
Ordinary cultivators would not dare to confront them. Heathen.
Qin Luo grabbed Ziyu's shoulder and lifted her up. Then he raised his right foot and brought it down heavily onto the floor. The ground rippled as chunks of flooring shattered, a terrifying wave of energy spreading out, sending the iron guards flying. Even Zhou Dupeng, who had retreated to the back, was thrown aside. Seeing this, Mu Baichuan raised his cane in front of him, creating a blue barrier. The iron guards crashed into the barrier before coming to a halt. At this moment, Zhu Qi finally understood that Qin Luo was not as simple as he had thought. The strong ones he had sent out earlier might already have been dealt with, yet even so he remained fearless. The iron guards lay sprawled on the ground in disarray. The outer guards were all knocked unconscious, and even Xiao Meng had collapsed. Zhou Dupeng ran swiftly but only suffered minor injuries. He understood the terror of Qin Luo and hurriedly crawled away from the county office. Inside the county office, Xu Chizi remained calm, flanked by numerous cultivators. With Mu Baichuan and Hu Sanyang stationed there, not even a nascent soul expert could approach him. Unless Qin Luo is even more formidable than a nascent soul expert. Mu Baichuan frowned. He could not sense any fluctuations of spiritual power from Qin Luo and questioned, are you a martial artist? Qin Luo did not respond. He set down Ziyue and gently said, little junior sister, step back.
MHM. Ziyue obediently nodded.
She ran up to sit on the steps of the county office. Qin Luo looked at Zhu Qi smiling calmly and said, I'll give you one more chance. As long as you don't oppose the Longhu sect in the future, I can let you go.
Ha ha ha. You let me go.
This young master will not spare you.
Zhu Qi remained arrogant, urging Mu Lao, what are you waiting for?
Mu Baichuan, not daring to be careless, tightened his grip on his cane and said solemnly, form the formation. The numerous cultivators before Zhu Qi advanced simultaneously, brandishing their long swords which glimmered with colorful light. Mu Baichuan shouted, draw your swords. 15 cultivators drew their swords at once and the courtyard was filled with dazzling sword light. As Qin Luo watched the sword light rush towards him, he opened his arms as if to embrace it.
Hu Sanyang wore a puzzled expression.
The wind lifted Qin Luo's sleeves and immediately a raging wind surged into the county office, coalescing into countless streams of blue sword light.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The sword lights clashed together. The colorful sword lights quickly vanished. Seeing the blue sword light approaching, Mu Baichuan immediately placed his cane in front of him and constructed a blue barrier with his spiritual power.
Tap. 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 Countless streams of blue sword light struck the barrier, leaving numerous sword marks, and the barrier quickly became riddled with cracks. Mu Baichuan's brows furrowed tightly.
Seeing the situation turn dire, he could only retreat. The moment the barrier shattered, the cultivators in front lost their protection, and in the blink of an eye over a dozen cultivators fell in a pool of blood.
The remaining blue sword light surged towards Zhu Qi.
Zhu Qi was taken aback and instinctively retreated.
Mu Baichuan teleported in front of Zhu Qi, thrusting his cane fiercely into the ground. Then dozens of thick blue vines burst forth from the earth, forming an impenetrable wall of trees. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded. The citizens of Jinyang City witnessed the commotion at the county office, but ordinary people dared not venture near. Lin Qian and Qin Luo of the treasure pavilion stood at a high vantage point.
It's the immortal master of the Longhu sect. We should stand firm in our position. Wu Lao, aligning ourselves is not a business deal. It's better to do nothing than to make a mistake.
In the county office, the courtyard was in disarray.
Mu Baichuan had exhausted a significant amount of spiritual power, and countless blue vines were severed, ultimately blocking Qin Luo's attack.
Qin Luo appeared calm and composed. He seemed to have no depletion of energy.
Suddenly Ziyu's sleeves billowed as a gust of fresh wind emerged, trying to rush forward to assist.
Little whirlwind, come back. Ziyu tugged at the little whirlwind's tail, pulling it back. Don't cause trouble.
The little whirlwind dove into Ziyu's sleeve.
It's still lacking some refinement.
Qin Luo shook his head. He summoned the fresh wind to assist, but the winds fought independently, failing to achieve the desired effect. Although he often contemplated the Tao in his practice, he lacked practical combat experience.
Mu Baichuan stroked his aged face, feeling a bit damp.
A gash was cut on his face by a wind blade.
After so many years, I never thought I would still get injured.
You can manipulate the wind without using spiritual power. Are you a talisman master specializing in spiritual power?
Mu Baichuan was quite curious, as he still did not know Qin Luo's cultivation level. Hu Sanyang was also observing Qin Luo.
He exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual power. Initially she thought he was merely a martial artist, but now she sensed he was a talisman master focused on spiritual power.
Talisman masters are rare. Talisman masters specializing in spiritual power are even rarer.
Most talisman masters inscribe talismans using spiritual power. Shu Qinu Qin Luo would be difficult to handle, and he frowned. Sanyang, are you still planning to watch the show?
Poof.
Hu Sanyang smiled sweetly. Young master, he is indeed not easy to deal with.
Kill him, double the reward. Deal.
Hu Sanyang flashed an enchanting smile. Mu Baichuan felt immense pressure and said in a low voice, attack together, engage in close combat, don't give him a chance to cast spells. Seeing them join forces to attack, Qin Luo was not surprised but rather pleased. He was just lacking combat experience and could practice on them. Initially Zhu Qi wore a mocking expression, but now he looked tense, with cracks appearing on his jade fan.
Hu Sanyang moved swiftly, appearing behind Qin Luo with flames dancing on her palm.
Mu Baichuan appeared in front of Qin Luo, wielding his cane like a weapon and striking towards Qin Luo's head, attacking simultaneously from both sides. Qin Luo stood firm, radiating light around him. Golden light enveloped his entire body.
Boom!
The cane struck the golden light, sparking a shower of sparks. Mu Baichuan's arm trembled and his scalp tingled. This cane was a high-grade spiritual weapon, yet it could not penetrate Qin Luo's protective golden light. Hu Sanyang slammed her palm against the golden light behind Qin Luo as if striking a solid iron wall.
Her palm was lacerated and hot blood dripped continuously. Qin Luo felt a bit disappointed. They seemed very powerful, yet they couldn't even break through his protective golden light.
Zhu Qi could not help but gasp in shock. Senior brother, fight hard. Ziyue raised the sugar-coated hawes in her hand and cheered.
Qin Luo clenched his fist and hurled it towards Mu Baichuan.
The latter attempted to block with his cane. The golden fist light shone as brightly as the sun. Mu Baichuan's cane was shattered by a single blow and his chest caved in, sending him flying. Qin Luo then turned and delivered a spinning kick towards Hu Sanyang behind him. Hu Sanyang hurriedly raised her hand to block, but her slender arm broke instantly and she could only take the kick with her face.
Boom! Hu Sanyang crashed into the courtyard wall, collapsing it. Bloodied fangs fell to the ground. Mu Baichuan struggled to stand, coughing up blood, and weakly said, young master, hurry and flee. I am the son of the Northern Town King, how could I flee?
Zhu Qi crushed the jade fan in his hand, fearing he would be mocked for retreating.
My father is the Northern Town King, who dares to kill me? Cough, cough. Hu Sanyang stood up from the rubble.
Her left arm was broken and her once beautiful face was now twisted, yet she did not dare to blame Qin Luo. Young master, I won't take the reward, you can rely on yourself for survival. Hu Sanyang leaped into the air, rushing into the clouds in the blink of an eye. She did not want to lose her life over this reward. A bolt of tribulation lightning suddenly descended, striking Hu Sanyang, who then vanished without a trace.
Qin Luo slowly approached Zhu Qi, whose legs trembled uncontrollably.
Mu Baichuan clutched his chest, continuing to cough blood, yet he gritted his teeth and stood in Qin Luo's way.
Is he worth your life? Not worth it. Mu Baichuan wore a bitter smile. Qin Luo could see his loyalty. You should leave.
Mu Baichuan coughed, saying, the Northern Town King has shown me kindness. I cannot stand by and watch him die. While they spoke, Chao Mang, who had been lying at the bottom of the steps of the county office, woke up and stood up.
Zhu Qi saw Chao Mang and was ecstatic. Chao Mang, capture that girl. He wanted to use Ziyue to threaten Qin Luo. Chao Mang looked at Ziyue sitting on the steps eating sugar-coated haws.
She blinked her bright eyes, wearing an innocent expression.
What are you waiting for? Hurry and catch her. Zhu Qi urged.
She was his last hope. Chao Mang looked at the ruined county office, the fallen cultivators, and the iron guards on the ground. He realized the current situation and covered his head, saying, my head hurts a lot.
Thud. Chao Mang collapsed again. If you want to get close and less.
Before Mu Baichuan could finish, Qin Luo waved his hand, sending him flying, and the courtyard wall on the other side of the county office collapsed. Seeing Qin Luo approach, Zhu Qi kept retreating, his eyes filled with terror. My father is the Northern Town King. Qin Luo did not care about what kind of king his father was. He formed a sword gesture with his hand and a beam of sword light erupted from his fingertips. As the sword light struck Zhu Qi, golden light enveloped him, successfully blocking Qin Luo's attack.
Zhu Qi suddenly remembered something.
He pulled out a golden token from his pocket, a look of joy on his face. I almost forgot, this young master also has a golden token that grants immunity to death. This token contained immense power.
Qin Luo knew it was no ordinary item.
Zhu Qi, now emboldened, held the token and grinned ferociously. This is the immunity token bestowed upon my father by the Emperor of the Great Xia. No one can kill me. Zhu Qi held the golden medal that guaranteed his immunity from death, brimming with confidence as he approached Qin Luo, a boastful expression on his face. Seeing the golden medal is like witnessing the Emperor himself. Why don't you kneel? The Emperor of the Great Xia was the supreme being, revered across the seas and dominating the lands.
Even the ancient cultivators from the Immortal Mountains would bow their heads and worship him upon seeing him.
Qin Luo smiled lightly. It was futile for anyone to come today, especially with the golden medal. He directly clenched his fist and struck out, his fist radiating light like a dazzling sun. Zhu Qi did not expect Qin Luo to dare to counterattack. He tightly gripped the golden medal, fear overtaking him as he shut his eyes.
Boom!
The space twisted. The county office hall collapsed with a thunderous crash. The golden medal unleashed a brilliant golden light, its power terrifying enough to even force Qin Luo back.
What a domineering force!
Qin Luo retreated to the courtyard as the dust began to settle. Standing amidst the ruins, Zhu Qi opened his eyes, discovering he was unharmed.
He couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ha ha!
As the son of this generation, I possess the golden medal.
What can you do to me?
Mu Baichuan lay in the ruins of the courtyard wall. The power released by the golden medal was enough to kill a nascent soul cultivator, yet the refined and amiable young Taoist was utterly unscathed.
Young master, you must escape.
Mu Baichuan shouted loudly despite the pain. The greatest strength of the golden medal was not its own power but the face of the Emperor of the Great Xia.
Once the Emperor's influence ceased to matter, the golden medal would only buy time. The young Taoist clearly was not swayed by this.
Just now Qin Luo had not used his full strength, fearing the destruction would be uncontrollable. He had merely thrown a casual punch. Show me what other means you have, Zhu Qi boasted, confident in his golden medal. Qin Luo lifted his head, the energies of yin and yang swirled in his eyes.
Qin Luo's consciousness merged with the heavens and earth.
In Jinyang City, dark clouds appeared above the county office while clear skies prevailed elsewhere. This phenomenon caused the common folk to stop and stare, too fearful to approach the county office even by a step. Amidst the ruins of the courtyard wall, Mu Baichuan sensed the changes in the heavenly phenomena, his lips trembling.
Is he a harmony Dao saint? Above nascent soul lies the transformation god. Above the transformation god lies the harmony Dao.
A harmony Dao saint is a being capable of establishing a sect. They harmonize with the rules of heaven and earth, mastering the power of those rules, wielding terrifying strength with every gesture. Mu Baichuan had trained for many years and seen countless prodigies, yet he had never encountered such a young harmony Dao saint. How strong could Zhang Fulong, the master of Longhu Temple, be to cultivate such a young talent?
He dared not imagine. He was certainly not someone the Northern King's residents could provoke.
Mu Baichuan bitterly regretted not recognizing the terror of Longhu Temple sooner, leading to the current predicament.
Ziyu thought it was about to rain. She hid under the eaves.
Zhu Qi looked at the dark clouds in the sky, a sense of impending doom washing over him. He gripped the golden medal tightly, asserting, I have the golden medal, I will not die.
Lightning strike. Qin Luo called out softly.
A bolt of lightning tore through the dark clouds descending from the heavens, the golden lightning connecting heaven and earth in a magnificent spectacle. The sound of thunder erupted. The earth shook and the mountains trembled.
Zhu Qi was struck by the lightning.
The golden metal emitted golden light to counteract the heavenly tribulation. Zhu Qi could not withstand this terrifying force, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood, feeling as if his body were shattering. Even so, he dared not release his grip on the golden metal.
Snap!
The golden metal shattered in his grasp. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed at the moment the golden metal broke. A golden figure soared into the air, a towering silhouette radiating an imposing aura bathed in lightning, standing firm against heaven and earth. Zhu Qi lay sprawled on the ground in a pitiful state. The golden metal in his hand had lost its brilliance. Zhu Qi, struggling on the ground, was filled with terror at death.
Your Majesty, save me.
The golden figure high above withstood the heavenly tribulation, emanating a terrifying pressure. The citizens of Jinyang City all knelt and bowed, feeling the overwhelming might of the emperor.
Ordinary beings could not lift their heads. Yet Qin Luo gazed intently at that golden figure.
Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy narrowed her beautiful eyes, softly murmuring, "I did not expect such a powerful being to appear in the mortal realm after my departure. This is interesting." To earn the recognition of the purple-haired fairy, the power of that figure was self-evident.
Qin Luo remained calm. It was merely an imprint.
As the heavenly tribulation dissipated, the towering figure slowly descended, a golden hand reaching down towards Qin Luo. The golden hand resembled a mountain, stirring up dust from the ground. Ziyu's eyes widened in surprise. She felt as if the sky were about to collapse. When she saw her senior brother's silhouette, she felt reassured, believing that even if the sky fell, her senior brother could bear it. The golden hand resembled a mountain, stirring up dust from the ground. Ziyu's eyes widened in surprise. She felt as if the sky were about to collapse. When she saw her senior brother's silhouette, she felt
the sword was black on one side and white on the other.
Holding the black and white sword, Qin Luo resembled the god of life and death. Behind him, the space twisted, reflecting hazy images.
Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy displayed rare astonishment.
She could see scenes invisible to ordinary beings, a magnificent sight of myriad immortals worshipping behind Qin Luo. Qin Luo swung his sword towards that golden figure. He dared not underestimate it. This was his full power strike. The black and white sword light shot up into the sky, easily slicing through the golden hand. Following that was the massive figure. After the golden figure crumbled, the sword light did not cease. The black and white sword light sliced through the dark clouds, aiming for the heavens. When the sword light vanished, Qin Luo beheld the towering mountains with a shadow that obscured the sun crossing the sky. Before long, those images disappeared.
Was that the immortal realm?
Zhang Fulong had once told Qin Luo that he would ascend to the immortal realm after a few more years of seclusion, and from then on Longhu Temple would be his, urging him to cultivate diligently and not be lazy. Qin Luo did not dwell on it. He looked down at Zhu Qi, who lay trembling on the ground. Sensing Qin Luo's intent to act against Zhu Qi, Mu Baichuan struggled to crawl out from the ruins.
My father is.
Shu Kai's words were cut short as a beam of sword light pierced through his brow.
Young master. Mu Baichuan was powerless. Is that it? Ziyu had not yet finished the candied hawthorn in her hand.
Mu Baichuan finally understood why the Xianji Mountain had revealed the news of the dragon vein in this area to the Northern King's residence. If Xianji Mountain had the ability to seize it, why would they willingly hand it over?
It was too late to say anything now. Qin Luo turned his gaze to Mu Baichuan. Mu Baichuan forced a bitter smile, saying, "There's no need for you to take action."
Wait. Qin Luo replied calmly, "Please take Shu Kai's body back to the Northern King's residence and kindly inform the Northern King that I will soon set out for the Northern King's residence." Mu Baichuan felt as if struck by lightning. He realized the Northern King's residence had stirred up a great trouble.
Thank you for your mercy, fellow Taoist. I will remind the Northern King when I return. Qin Luo nodded, not wanting to wait for trouble to find him. Mu Baichuan took out a pill and consumed it to regain some strength. He then picked up Zhu Kai's body, respectfully stating, "Fellow Taoist, I await your arrival at the Northern King's residence." Qin Luo nodded.
Mu Baichuan soared into the sky, disregarding his serious injuries, returning to the Northern King's residence at the fastest speed to prepare for the impending trouble.
The county yamen.
Qin Luo strode toward the prison. Ziyue followed closely behind her senior brother. Hearing no further commotion from within the yamen, Xiao Mang rose to his feet and gazed helplessly upon the shattered courtyard. When immortals clash, mortals suffer. Around him, the bailiffs who had been feigning death now stood up one by one.
Seeing the yamen fall silent once more, Zhou Dapeng returned cautiously.
Wiping sweat from his brow, he asked, "Who won?" "The immortal cultivators of Longhu Guan."
Xiao Mang pointed toward the prison wing of the yamen.
Qin Luo and Ziyue entered the prison and found countless ordinary townsfolk crammed into every cell. Upon seeing Qin Luo, the imprisoned townsfolk erupted in fervent excitement. "Immortal Master, have you come to save us?" A look of quiet remorse crossed Qin Luo's face as he clasped his hands in a formal bow. I apologize, I have allowed you all to suffer unjustly. Ziyue mirrored his gesture, bowing earnestly in apology. It's quite all right. I knew the immortal master would come for us. Master, my family will hang Longhu Guan door gods at our threshold every year, and we shall pilgrimage there annually to burn incense and pray for blessings.
Zhou Dapeng rushed into the prison breathless. Immortal master, I acted under coercion. I'll release them at once. Chao Mang, hurry it up. Already on it. Chao Mang and his men hurriedly unlocked the cell doors.
Watching the flood of liberated townsfolk spill forth, Qin Luo murmured softly, could this inadvertently free criminals as well?
Ah, a rather awkward truth,
Zhou Dapeng chuckled nervously. The prison was overflowing, so the convicts were released long ago.
See that they're recaptured. Consider it done. Zhou Dapeng patted his chest with unwavering confidence.
Qin Luo turned to address the freed townsfolk. Thank you for your profound trust in Longhu Guan. As a token of gratitude, I offer each of you 2 hand-painted door god scrolls and 1 talisman of peace absolutely free.
Many thanks, immortal master. The townsfolk beamed with delight. Longhu Guan talismans were priceless, rumored to fetch a fortune in the mortal world.
Though Qin Luo carried only the door god scrolls, he seated himself inside the prison and began painting peace talismans on the spot.
Half an hour later, every townsfolk held both talisman and scroll, smiling as they departed the yamen. Magistrate Zhou, will the ban still be enforced? Rescinded immediately.
I shall post official notices across the city without delay and dispatch constables to every village with proclamations.
Qin Luo and Ziyue left the yamen.
Suddenly Shao Tuanzi descended from the heavens, a tiny spirited creature whose antenna wiggled cheerfully as its clear bell-like voice rang out, Senior brother, I knew you were invincible.
I've barely begun to ascend.
Qin Luo remained humble, his pride unshaken, for he had yet to master his master's true arts. It was high noon. Most townsfolk dined at home, leaving the streets unusually quiet.
Senior brother, what would you like? I'll buy it for you.
Ziyue beamed with innocent charm, now the little steward of Longhu Guan, her pockets jingling with coin.
Qin Luo gently ruffled her hair. I lack for nothing. Buy whatever pleases you, never fear spending. Coins spent can always be earned anew. Then I'll buy food. Go ahead. Qin Luo nodded approvingly.
A vendor sold rujiamo, spiced meat buns, at a bustling stall by the roadside.
Ziyue joined the queue while Shao Tuanzi flitted playfully after her. Qin Luo noticed 2 cultivators disguised as commoners. Sensing his gaze, they realized they'd been spotted and instantly melted into the crowd, attempting to flee.
Knowing something was amiss, Qin Luo stepped beside Ziyue and lightly tapped her shoulder. Little junior sister, wait here patiently.
I'll stroll ahead for a moment. Ma'am. Ziyue nodded obediently.
The 2 cultivators, convinced they'd been discovered, fled in panic from Jinyang City, and once beyond its walls soared skyward on flying swords. A sudden gale tore through the air, toppling them from their blades. They crashed heavily into the forest below. Had they stayed, Qin Luo might never have suspected them. Yet now he arrived silently among the trees, watching as they staggered, bruised and disoriented from the crater they'd carved upon impact.
Spare us, immortal master. The slender youth dropped to his knees instantly.
But the burly young cultivator clenched his fists defiantly. Kill me, or punish me as you wish.
I accept your judgment. So be it.
With a casual flick of his wrist, Qin Luo sent the burly youth hurtling far into the distance, where he lay motionless.
Mercy, immortal master, mercy.
The slender youth bowed his head, repeatedly trembling, having witnessed Qin Luo's merciless slaughter at the yamen. He knew better than to test his wrath. Qin Luo spoke gently, speak the truth, and I shall let you walk away unharmed. My name is Gu Yan, I am a disciple of Xuanji Mountain.
Our elder dispatched us to Jinyang City to gather intelligence on Longhu Guan and the Jinbei Royal Mansion.
A sect executive awaits us at Changqing Mountain.
It was Senior Elder Ouyang Qingfeng who ordered this mission. Qin Luo hadn't even spoken a word, yet the youth had already answered every question he intended to ask. Xuanji Mountain. Qin Luo murmured softly.
Clearly this recent provocation against Longhu Guan by the Jinbei Royal Mansion bore their fingerprints. Please deliver a message for me to the mighty cultivators of Xuanji Mountain. To receive without returning is no courtesy.
I shall pay you a visit in 2 days. Qin Luo smiled faintly as he spoke.
Yes, of course. The slender youth shuddered involuntarily. Xuanji Mountain lay near Yanbei City, coincidentally Qin Luo's next destination. He would stop by not as a guest but as a challenger. Qin Luo vanished into the forest. The slender youth wasted no time, he launched his flying sword and fled. Back in Jinyang City, Ziyue held up 2 freshly purchased rujiamo. Senior brother, this one's for you.
Each bun overflowed with tender marinated pork belly.
Qin Luo accepted his junior sister's gift without hesitation, and as he took a bite he smiled warmly. The flavor is truly exquisite.
He he. Ziyue laughed merrily between bites.
No sooner had they taken a few steps than Lin Xian and Qin Luo approached from the opposite direction.
Lin Xian wore a broad ingratiating smile. Immortal Master, might you grace our Jinbao Pavilion with your presence for tea?
Qin Luo declined gracefully, his tone warm but firm. It grows late, we'll continue our stroll before returning to Longhuguan.
Perhaps another day we may enjoy tea at Jinbao Pavilion.
Lin Xian's smile faltered slightly.
Of course, please enjoy your walk. We won't intrude further. Qin Luo and Ziyue continued their leisurely promenade.
Lin Xian and Qin Luo exchanged rueful glances. They had just missed a golden opportunity to forge deeper ties with Longhuguan. With the magistrate's ban lifted, townsfolk flocked freely to Longhuguan to burn incense and pray, and to affix its revered door god scrolls to their homes.
Soon crowds swelled outside Jinbao Pavilion.
Qin Luo turned to Lin Xian. Pavilion Master, shall we sell Longhuguan door god scrolls? Yes, we shall sell them proudly.
From this day forward Jinbao Pavilion stands unwaveringly with Longhuguan.
Lin Xian staked everything on this decision.
Their shopping concluded. It was now afternoon.
Ziyue bought a bunch of bananas and a small sack of candied fruits, then cheerfully followed her senior brother back toward Longhuguan.
On the road home, Ziyue challenged Xiaotuanzi to a race.
The swift Xiaotuanzi indulged her for a moment, then darted ahead with a soft whoosh, leaving Ziyue far behind, unable to catch up.
Xiao Xianfeng, help me. Xiao Xianfeng emerged from Ziyue's sleeve.
She seized its tail and instantly lifted off the ground, soaring swiftly until she hovered before Xiaotuanzi, who perched smugly atop a tree branch, swaying its hips playfully.
He he. Come and catch me.
With Xiao Xuanfeng's aid, Ziyue tasted the pure joy of flight, her laughter echoing brightly across the mountain valleys. Xiaotuanzi chased closely behind.
Stop, no cheating. Woohoo! Ziyue reveled in unrestrained delight.
Sipping mutton soup, savoring tanghulu, devouring rujiamo, and not lifting a finger at the Taoist monastery.
The most wonderful day ever. Ziyue shouted gleefully into the wind. No matter how fast they raced, Qin Luo always walked calmly, just a short distance behind them. Dusk fell. Qin Luo and Ziyue arrived at Luoxia Peak.
Zhao Qing'er was packing up her stall, preparing to return to Baiyun Town. Qin Luo smiled kindly. Miss Xiao, if the journey proves inconvenient, you're welcome to rest at Longhuguan.
Yes, Miss Xiao, you may share my bed. It's enormous.
No trouble at all, Zhao Qing'er replied with a gentle rosy smile.
Immortal Master, I'll take my leave now. Safe travels, Miss Xiao. Until tomorrow. They waved farewell.
As Qin Luo and Ziyue ascended the path, they encountered Jin Yan, sweeping fallen leaves along the mountain trail. Jin Yan was diligent. Since his arrival, much of Longhuguan's daily labor had fallen to him. Watching him, Qin Luo recalled his own early days, equally eager yet burdened with endless chores assigned by his senior brothers.
Jin Yan worked willingly.
Qin Luo had worked reluctantly. Thus Qin Luo held great affection for Jin Yan. Senior brother, junior sister, Jin Yan greeted them with a simple, honest smile.
Qin Luo tousled his hair. The mountain paths are seldom swept. Why did you think to do it? Nothing else to do. Jin Yan answered plainly.
Ordinarily the trails were thick with fallen leaves, but now the ancient stone steps emerged clean and serene, lending the path a newfound elegance. Ziyue beamed sweetly. Little junior brother, I'll help you.
Go ahead, Xiao Xianfeng. At her command, a soft breeze spiraled from her sleeve, and in an instant the scattered leaves along the path lifted and vanished into the sky. Awe shimmered in Jin Yan's eyes. Junior sister, you're incredible. He he. Ziyue grinned proudly, hands on her hips. Actually, Xiao Xianfeng was a gift from senior brother. Qin Luo shook his head, whispering gently, all things under heaven possess spirit, it chose to follow you, not the other way around. Both senior brother and junior sister are extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Ziyue laughed until her cheeks ached. Qin Luo gazed at the sincere open face of Jin Yan and said quietly, little junior brother, I can summon a rare karmic opportunity for you. Whether you seize it depends entirely on you. Thank you, senior brother. Gratitude flooded Jin Yan's expression. Qin Luo looked toward the horizon where crimson clouds blazed and raised his hand. Instantly a single cloud drifted down from the sky. Before Jin Yan, the cloud shifted from fiery red to pristine white, and unlike any other it flowed and reshaped itself at will. Tentatively Jin Yan reached out, only for the cloud to dart playfully into his robes, zipping about his body. Ha ha ha, so ticklish. Qin Luo smiled softly, it seems this cloud has taken a liking to you. Ziyue nodded eagerly, her voice bright and clear, little junior brother, give it a name. I'm no good at naming things. Senior brother, could you please choose one? Let it be called the Cloud Somersault. Cloud Somersault. At Jin Yan's call, the cloud obediently settled before him. Thank you, senior brother. Qin Luo watched their guileless joyful smiles and felt deep contentment. Let's go. Time to cultivate.
Yes, sir. Laughter rang out bright and carefree across the mountainside.
Nighttime.
The sound of insects chirping fills the mountain while the stream babbles at the foot of the hill. The bright moon hangs high, stars scattered across the sky, occasionally a meteor streaks past. In the yard, fireflies flicker. However, due to the frequent visits of the little one to the Longhu temple, the number of fireflies has significantly decreased compared to before. Qin Luo left his room gazing up at the brilliant river of stars, the beautiful scenery refreshing his spirit. He prepared to head to Yanbei City. Before departing, he had one more thing to do. Qin Luo left the Longhu temple and arrived at Mirror Lake. The land deity of Mirror Lake sensed Qin Luo's presence and immediately walked out from the earth temple, bowing respectfully. Great Immortal. They hadn't met for some time. The land deity of Mirror Lake appeared much younger, now resembling a refined middle-aged scholar, a stark contrast to his previous short and aged appearance. Qin Luo smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Senior, I would like to trouble you to summon the deities of the Xian mountain range as well as the powerful spirits within the mountains.
Please do not harm any innocent beings." "No problem."
The land deity of Mirror Lake nodded in agreement. When Qin Luo brought up this matter some time ago, he had been busy in the Xian mountain range meeting with other mountain deities and greeting the spirits within. Qin Luo continued, "Tomorrow night after sunset we will gather at Heishan."
"I appreciate your assistance, Senior."
"It is no trouble at all," the land deity of Mirror Lake said, feeling honored.
After Qin Luo departed, the land deity of Mirror Lake approached the lake and smiled at the water, saying, "Grandma, the Great Immortal invites you to a gathering at Heishan tomorrow night." The silver-haired dragon lady appeared by the lake dressed in a silver gown, her flowing silver hair dancing in the wind, her golden eyes narrowing with anger. "Hee hee, don't think I didn't hear that. The gentleman didn't invite me at all. The spirits mentioned by the Great Immortal certainly include you. Grandma is a descendant of the water god with a noble status. She hasn't even visited me."
"Perhaps she has already forgotten about me," the silver-haired dragon lady said, her eyes filled with grievance. The land deity of Mirror Lake comforted her, saying, "The Great Immortal must remember you, Grandma. I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you.
Remember to go to Heishan tomorrow night, there may be opportunities." "Opportunities?" The silver-haired dragon lattice eyes brightened.
Qin Luo returned to the Longhu temple. In the backyard he encountered his master Zhang Fulong leaning against a peach tree mumbling something.
Qin Luo only heard the words "old friend."
He didn't know who his master was talking to. There was no one else in the yard, only the old peach tree that bloomed every year but bore no fruit.
"Master," Qin Luo greeted with a smile.
Upon seeing Qin Luo, Zhang Fulong stood up, a light gleaming in his deep-set eyes. "Why aren't you resting yet?"
Qin Luo replied honestly, "I just arrived at Mirror Lake preparing to invite the mountain deities and spirits for a gathering. The mountains used to be lively, filled with deities and countless spirits, but it's not like that anymore."
Zhang Fulong couldn't help but sigh. "Time flies and things change."
Qin Luo respectfully said, "Master, I plan to head to Yanbei City in a couple of days and may be away for a while."
Zhang Fulong nodded. "It's good to go out and see the world, to refine your mindset amidst the mundane." Qin Luo suddenly remembered something. "Master, you mentioned you would teach me new divine abilities."
Zhang Fulong smiled and nodded. "You actually remember. I will teach you the ultimate skill of the Dao ancestor."
Qin Luo's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhang Fulong extended his hand, his fingers resting between Qin Luo's brows, and 5 large characters appeared in his sea of consciousness.
"1 Qi transforming 3 purities."
Qin Luo saw an ethereal figure in his sea of consciousness practicing 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. 1 figure transformed into 3, and then the 3 figures merged into 1 grand figure, making even heaven and earth appear small beneath it. "Don't rush to practice, take your time to comprehend it," Zhang Fulong said, patting Qin Luo on the shoulder.
"I will keep it in mind."
Qin Luo bowed, and when he looked up, Zhang Fulong had already left the yard.
The next morning at dawn,
Jin Yan was chopping wood in the yard.
Ziyu was washing clothes in the yard. Crack! A thick branch fell from the tree.
Ziyu looked up, suddenly confusion in her eyes that startled me. Why did this peach tree suddenly lose a branch?
It doesn't seem to have been windy lately.
Jin Yan looked at the thick branch, revealing a simple smile. "Junior sister, it's perfect for firewood." Qin Luo arrived in the yard and saw the fallen peach wood. His eyes lit up. "Peach wood can ward off evil and avoid misfortune. We cannot waste it.
I will make it into weapons."
"Great," Ziyu said, her face full of expectation.
"What kind of weapons do you want?"
"Senior brother, I want a wooden sword." "Senior brother, I want a wooden stick."
"I will make them for you."
Qin Luo divided the peach wood into 3 parts, and before long he crafted 2 peach wood swords and a wooden stick.
Some leftover pieces were made into peach talismans.
Ziyu waved the wooden sword and Jin Yan swung the wooden stick, both of them smiling happily. Qin Luo looked at the peach wood sword in his hand and felt it had a spirit of its own.
"From now on you shall be named Zhan Xie." Zhang Xia emitted a faint golden light. Qin Luo used his divine ability to shrink Zhang Xia, rapidly transforming it into a finger-length size, and he placed Zhang Xia at his waist. Ziyu blinked, asking senior brother, what kind of divine ability is this? So amazing. Qin Luo replied with a smile, this is the size as desired technique. I will teach you when you reach the nourishing life stage. Jin Yan asked, puzzled, what is the nourishing life stage? Junior sister answered first. Master said that the first realm is the awakening self realm, waking up early and going to bed early, awakening the true self. The second realm is the nourishing life stage, dining on mist and drinking, do not consuming worldly smoke. The third realm is the free and easy realm, unrestricted and carefree, moving freely in heaven and earth. I don't know about the later realms yet. Qin Luo nodded. I'm still in the awakening self realm. Without reminders I can sleep until noon and can't manage to wake up early. Ziyu sighed, feeling quite foolish. Jin Yan, who could wake up early, asked puzzled, senior brother, what is awakening the true self? Qin Luo chuckled softly, awakening the self is recognizing one's own existence, sitting quietly and observing, seeing oneself clearly. Jin Yan was somewhat confused. Haha, I guess I'll continue washing clothes, Ziyu said, unable to grasp what her senior brother was saying. After the government lifted the ban on the Longhu temple, people began to come to the temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. Qin Luo and the others got busy and the market at the foot of the mountain became lively again. The little one felt bored at the temple. It wandered around the mountain. In the evening, after the worshippers left, Ziyu and Jin Yan were drinking porridge in the backyard. Qin Luo smiled and said, I am going to Heishan. You too should cultivate diligently at the temple. Ziyu blinked her bright eyes, asking, senior brother, can I go with you? Sure. Qin Luo nodded. Heishan wasn't far and he could take his junior sister to see the world. Junior brother, are you coming along? Senior brother, you all go ahead. Jin Yan felt he had joined the temple late and was at a low realm. He wanted to concentrate on cultivation and not hold anyone back. Qin Luo then took Ziyu to Heishan. Ziyu, holding the peachwood sword made by her senior brother, was chopping at the weeds and wildflowers by the roadside, humming a little tune. Big brother. The little one dropped from the sky, looking curious, are you going to Heishan? There are many important figures there. Indeed. Qin Luo nodded. The little one stood on Qin Luo's shoulder, shaking its red tuft. While they are away, I can sneak. Pick some spiritual herbs. Qin Luo grabbed the little one's tuft, saying, if you dare to do anything bad, just wait and see how I deal with you. Big brother, I was wrong. The sun set and the moon rose. In Chen family ditch, the sounds of chickens and dogs could be heard. Chen Chang'an stood at the foot of Heishan waiting. Brother Qin. Qin Luo smiled and nodded. Ziyu also saw Chen Chang'an. Who are you? I am Chen Chang'an, the mountain god of Heishan. Ziyu raised an eyebrow, a sweet smile on her face. I know you, I've been to your house for a feast. Chen Chang'an was momentarily at a loss for words. Ziyu suddenly thought of something, scratching her head awkwardly, wishing she could dig a hole with her toe. Brother Qin, the land deities of Mirror Lake are all up the mountain. Chen Chang'an smiled and said, let's go. Ziyu felt this was a significant gathering and closely followed her senior brother, eager to join the fun. In front of the mountain god temple, Qin Luo saw some familiar figures such as the land deity of Mirror Lake, the land deity of Shuangha and Xiangshan, among others, some land deities and spirits he had never seen before. The little one fell silent, feeling intimidated. This was the first time it had seen so many important figures. These beings were far stronger than the golden eagle. The land deity of Shuangha, having received a stick of incense from Qin Luo, now resembled an ordinary old man, kind and benevolent, with white hair and a youthful face. He approached with a cane, smiling at Ziyu, a little immortal girl, I've watched you grow up. You often came here for food when you were little. Ziyu blinked, suddenly remembering, Grandpa, you are the land deity of Shuangha village. That's me. The land deity of Shuangha laughed heartily. Ziyu shyly pressed her lips together, respectfully saying, Land Grandpa, I didn't understand before. I will buy you lots of food in the future. What do you like to eat? It's no trouble. Not eating would be a waste. The land deity of Shuangha smiled kindly. In front of the mountain god temple there were 4 earth gods, 2 of whom were relatively tall and wore matching outfits. One was the Earth Mother and the other was the Earth Father, and they had a very couple-like appearance. The Earth Father of Mirror Lake looked at them with envy and said, Great Immortal, these 2 are Earth gods from Changlin and they are a married couple. We have met the Great Immortal. The 2 Earth gods bowed in greeting. Changlin is located in the northernmost part of the Ziyun mountain range, far from the Longhu temple, and belongs to the territory of Dechu. In Dechu, the status of deities is relatively higher than in Disya. I am Qin Luo. Greetings to the 2 seniors. Qin Luo cupped his hands in return. They were astonished by Qin Luo's demeanor. Although everyone had heard of Qin Luo's power, they did not expect such a mighty cultivator to be so courteous to them.
The Earth Father of Mirror Lake continued to introduce. This one is the Earth Father of Hongfeng Valley located to the south of the Ziyun mountain range, and this one is the Earth Father of Sanchakou located to the west of the Ziyun mountain range. The Earth Father of Hongfeng Valley was not tall, wearing a tattered hat with long white eyebrows hanging down to the ground, while the Earth Father of Sanchakou had a very red face like a drunken child.
We have met the great immortal.
There is no need for such formalities, seniors. Qin Luo knew that these earth gods with official status had lived for a long time, far longer than the spirits present.
An old man in a blue robe stepped forward to Qin Luo and introduced himself. Great immortal, my name is Pan Geng. I am the 1,000-year tree spirit of Nanshan, willing to serve you.
Qin Luo did not sense any malevolence from him.
Senior, are there many common people near Nanshan? Not many, there are about 100 households.
If you don't mind, I can appoint you as the mountain god of Nanshan and you will enjoy offerings in the future.
Qin Luo's expression was serious. Pan Geng was shocked, unable to believe his ears.
Xiangshan and the silver-haired dragon maiden widened their eyes, and even the nearby white bone spirit and black bull spirit looked envious. Being appointed as a god to enjoy offerings would greatly enhance their cultivation speed, which was a tremendous opportunity for them.
I am willing, Pan Geng readily agreed.
Qin Luo looked at the other spirits, smiling gently, and said, as long as everyone is willing to protect the surrounding common people, I can appoint you as mountain gods. The large black bull on 2 legs knelt before Qin Luo, its hooves together excitedly, saying, Great immortal, I am Niumang of Qingshan, and every year I come down from the mountain to work for the common people.
You can ask these earth gods.
The Earth Father of Hongfeng Valley nodded. That is true. Niumang transforms into a large black bull every year to help the common people plow the fields, but he mainly wants to attract the attention of female cows. You earth gods shouldn't speak if you can't talk.
Niumang huffed and glared. This comical sight made everyone laugh.
Ziyua observed the spirits around her. Among them, the white-bone spirit and the silver-haired dragon maiden were the most beautiful. The silver-haired dragon maiden stood at the back, appearing somewhat out of place.
Get up.
I can appoint you as the mountain god of Qingshan.
Qin Luo noticed that the black bull spirit was not malicious. If a spirit often did bad deeds, the malevolence on them would grow stronger. There was no malevolence on Niumang. Thank you, great immortal. Bang bang bang. Niumang knocked his head 3 times in gratitude. The white-bone spirit approached Qin Luo.
She was very beautiful and her voice was pleasant. Great immortal, my name is Hong Yao. I cannot remember my memories from my past life and often wander in the mountains trying to recover my memories.
The mountain I usually reside in is Guiyun Mountain, where the common people all call me the White Bone Goddess.
Qin Luo could smell the scent of offerings on the white bone spirit. The nearby common people were worshipping her.
However, she did not yet have a divine position and could not fully absorb the offerings from the common people.
The black rat spirit could not become a true mountain god, and even if it stole offerings it would not gain any significant power.
Ziyue blinked her bright eyes and asked Sister Hong Yao, did Zhao Fugui from Baiyun Town get scared by you?
She recalled what had happened recently. Hong Yao replied truthfully, little fairy, I did go to Baiyun Town and frightened the local common people at night, but I rarely go to crowded places afterward.
Sister, I think you look quite beautiful. Ziyue tilted her head, her little face full of confusion.
Hong Yao smiled gently. That is because, little fairy, you have a kind heart, so you see my appearance from my past life.
If your heart harbors evil thoughts, you would see my ugly side. Pan Geng couldn't help but laugh heartily. No wonder old Black Bull runs up trees when he sees you. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Niumang turned red. Nonsense, in my old bull's eyes all women are just withered bones.
Qin Luo looked at Xiangshan. Long time no see.
Your cultivation has greatly increased.
Are you interested in becoming a mountain god? Xiangshan was taken aback. Yes, but I, old bear, have little contribution to the common people and there are no common people nearby.
No worries. Qin Luo was unconcerned.
Being trusted by Qin Luo, Xiangshan was deeply moved. Qin Luo had previously given him Hongmeng leaves to help him transform. If he were to be appointed as a god again, he would surely become an existence at the level of a demon sage in the future.
Xiangshan knelt before Qin Luo in gratitude. Qin Luo formed hand seals, golden light enveloping him, his figure becoming majestic as he declared loudly, I, Qin Luo, in the name of the Tao ancestor, appoint Pan Geng as the mountain god of Nanshan, Xiangshan as the mountain god of Ziyun Mountain, Hong Yao as the mountain god of Guiyun Mountain, and Niumang as the mountain god of Qingshan. Pan Geng has received the decree. Xiangshan has received the decree. Hong Yao has received the decree. Niumang has received the decree.
They all knelt before Qin Luo, bathed in golden light. At this moment they resonated with the mountains they guarded in various regions, and divine markings appeared within them. Inside the jade pendant, the silver-haired fairy narrowed her beautiful eyes. The simultaneous appointment of 4 mountain gods by Qin Luo was extremely rare even in her era of prodigies.
The Tao ancestor has long perished. Could it be that his Tao has not yet dissipated? The silver-haired fairy speculated that the Tao ancestor might have left behind contingency plans as she watched Qin Luo use the name of the Tao ancestor for the appointments.
The silver-haired dragon maiden looked at Qin Luo appointing the gods while everyone else became mountain gods, yet she was forgotten, tears welling in her eyes as she weakly asked, "Master, what about me?" At this moment everyone noticed the silver-haired dragon maiden. They looked at her with reverence because she possessed a powerful bloodline that ordinary spirits could not compare to. Qin Luo shook his head, sighing lightly. "I'm sorry, if you seek revenge I cannot appoint you as a god." "What if I do not seek revenge?" "I can appoint you as the water goddess of Mirror Lake." The silver-haired dragon maiden pursed her lips. "Master, can I become the water goddess of Luoshui?" Xiong and the others displayed shocked expressions. Luoshui is a vast body of water much larger than the Ziyun mountain range. Becoming the water goddess of Luoshui would grant her tremendous power, but it also comes with significant responsibility. Qin Luo shook his head slightly. "If you can be the water goddess of Mirror Lake, well, I can consider appointing you as the water goddess of Luoshui." "Really? Really?" Qin Luo nodded solemnly. The silver-haired dragon maiden raised her head proudly. "Master, I cannot promise you right now. Once I handle my matters I will prove to you that I can be the water goddess of Mirror Lake well." "All right." Qin Luo smiled slightly. Both mountain gods and water gods cannot easily leave their sealed regions. Being appointed as a god imposes restrictions on them. Ordinary spirits do not think of running around. For example, Xiong always guards his precious little tree, fearing it will be stolen by other beasts. Chen Chang'an extended his hand in invitation, warmly saying, "Brother Qin, I have some fine wine prepared. Why not sit down and chat?" "That is exactly what I want." They went to a pavilion in the mountains which was built by the common people of Chenjiagu, and everyone sat around the table. Chen Chang'an poured wine for everyone. Everyone looked at Qin Luo, who always had a kind smile on his face. "I hope everyone can unite in the future. If anyone encounters trouble, let us lend a helping hand." "Good." Everyone replied in unison. Qin Luo raised his cup. "I toast to everyone." The mountain gods and earth gods all raised their cups, but when Ziyue raised her cup it was pressed down by Qin Luo. "Children should not drink wine." "All right." Ziyue obediently put down her cup. "Let me do it." The little round one seized the moment and dove into Ziyu's wine cup, gulping it down. "Look at your silly appearance." Ziyue couldn't help but cover her face. After finishing a cup of wine, Qin Luo softly said, "If anyone has difficulties, feel free to tell me." The Earth Father of Sanshako spoke first. "Great Immortal, there used to be many common people in Sanshako, but due to the nearby snake demon's rampage many common people have moved away and I can't do anything about that snake demon. This kind of small matter does not require the master to intervene. A mere snake demon, old bear, can handle it." "Thank you, Bear King." The Earth Father of Sanshako cupped his hands to Xiong. Hong Yao said respectfully, "Great Immortal, I wish to seek my memories from my past life. I wonder if you can help me." Qin Luo nodded. His eyes glinted with golden light. There was a golden mark in Hong Yao's skull, very extraordinary. "There is a mark in your skull. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level you will awaken the memories of your past life." "Thank you, Great Immortal." Hong Yao was overjoyed. She had been searching for her memories from her past life and she did not expect to find it within herself. Niomang excitedly said, "Great Immortal, I have a problem." "What problem?" "I have not yet married a wife." Qin Luo chuckled awkwardly. "That is indeed a problem. In the future, if I come across a suitable one, I will introduce her to you." "Ha ha ha. You make me laugh to death, old bear." Xiong laughed heartily and the other deities followed suit, the mountains echoing with joyful laughter. That night everyone had a delightful conversation. Ziyue got to know many deities, with her senior brother gaining much knowledge and experience. In the deep of night, Qin Luo carried the sleeping Ziyue back to Longhu Temple. He brought his little junior sister back to her room and tucked her in. Qin Luo did not rest. He took a few incense sticks from the temple and then went to Hongfeng Valley, Changlin and Sanshako to deliver offerings to the earth gods he had just met. The mountain god temple for Xiong and the others had not yet been established, so Qin Luo could only wait until their mountain god temple was completed before visiting. After finishing these tasks, Qin Luo prepared to head north to visit Xianji Mountain and the northern prince's mansion. Morning. Qin Luo stood outside the Taoist temple watching the market at the mountain foot. Long before dawn, villagers groped their way through the dark to set up their stalls. "Old Wu, I will be away for some time. I hope you can look after Ziyu and Jinyan." "No problem. And the people at the foot of the mountain?" "Rest assured, Lord Qin." Wu Zuanshan's towering silhouette resembled a war god. Qin Luo returned to the backyard. Ziyu and Jinyan sat in the courtyard drinking porridge. Ziyu recounted what had happened the previous night, telling the junior brother every detail, and he listened utterly captivated. Dewdrops hung like crystal on the peach tree. Qin Luo produced a golden gourd and collected every drop, storing them away, then bowed deeply to the tree. For years he had drunk the peach tree's dew. That tree had been a great aid to his cultivation. Junior sister, junior brother, your senior brother will travel to Yanbei City and will be gone for a while. I entrust the temple to your care. Qin Luo said with a smile. Senior brother, I will keep the temple safe. So will I. Ziyu and Jin Yan nodded solemnly. Qin Luo produced 2 books, his eyes warm with amusement. Junior sister, this is my understanding of talisman arts. Read it when you have free time. Junior brother, inside are the visions I saw during cultivation. 72 illustrations. I hope they aid your meditation. Thank you, senior brother. They set down their bowls and began to leaf through the books. Seeing Qin Luo prepare to leave, Ziyu produced a bulging pouch. Senior brother, take this money. I do not need it. Senior brother, it may be useful on the road. Very well. Qin Luo accepted his junior sister's kindness. I am leaving. You must train diligently. Senior brother, come back soon. The night before he had informed his master he did not disturb the sleeping Zhang Fulong and departed with composure. Descending the mountain, Xiao Tuanzi hopped onto Qin Luo's shoulder and cocked its head. Boss, are you leaving? What, you want to come with me? Xiao Tuanzi puffed out its chest. The world outside the mountain is dull. When you leave, I will be the chief here. Do not make mischief in the mountain. Xiao Tuanzi chirped and fluttered away. Jinyang City. Qin Luo arrived at the treasure pavilion. A white-browed elder seeing him grew animated and immediately informed pavilion master Lin Xian. Qin Luo noticed many townsfolk buying high-quality door god prints. Lin Xian hurried down the stairs. Immortal, welcome. Forgive my poor reception. It is nothing. Do you have a map of Daxia? Lin Xian approached, glancing about and murmured, no detailed charts, but there is a general map. Please follow me. The Daxia dynasty strictly controlled maps. In the storeroom, Qin Luo saw a vast map on the wall. Daxia stretched east to Fusang-jun, south to the Luanma Sea, west to the Great Desert, and north bordered Dachu. The Tianqian continent comprised 5 regions. Zhengzhou was the largest, divided into east, southwest, and north. Daxia spanned the southeast regions and stood as the continent's dominant dynasty, seemingly intent on unifying the others. Qin Luo imprinted the map into his spirit sea and bowed in thanks. My thanks, Pavilion Master Lin. You are too kind, Lin Xian replied, waving his hands. Immortal, allow me to brew tea for you. I have matters I will visit again. Let me send you off. Lin Xian personally escorted Qin Luo from the treasure pavilion. Yanbei City lay to the north near Dachu. The road from Jinyang to Yanbei wound and twisted. Having determined the general direction, Qin Luo chose a mountain trail where no path existed. His footsteps created one. He parted mountains as he went and built bridges over streams, walking straight toward Yanbei City. Near noon, he passed a small village, smoke curling from hearths. Villagers worked the slopes while children played beneath the old tree at the village head. Roosters crowed and dogs barked. Life was lively and simple. How pleasant. Qin Luo's brow relaxed. He cherished such a life. After a brief stay, he left the village and paused by a river. Come out. Qin Luo watched the torrent. A silver figure sprang from the water. A silver-haired dragon maiden barefoot walked upon the air and approached, smiling. Sir, what a coincidence. You are here. Since I left Longhu Temple, I sensed you following. What do you intend? Qin Luo asked in a low voice. The silver-haired maiden twined her hair around her fingers and pursed her lips like a coy girl. Sir, you once promised to go to the Daxia Wangdu and help me seek justice. Provided what you say is true. I would not deceive you, sir. What is your name? Call me Linglong, sir. Qin Luo smiled. Miss Linglong, I am bound for Yanbei City, not the Daxia Wangdu. You need not follow me. Linglong bit her lip. I fear you will vanish. Qin Luo could not help but smile at her earnestness. I will return to Longhu Temple when my affairs are done. You have no cause to fear my disappearance. Sir, I wish to accompany you. Linglong, you would draw too much attention. I prefer discretion. Sir, do you not know you are handsome? I think you are more admired than I am. Qin Luo, embarrassed by the praise, stammered. If I travel to the Daxia Wangdu in the future, I will take you with. Linglong brightened and extended her pinky. Let us pinky swear, sir. Very well. Qin Luo linked his pinky with hers. He found the dragon maiden unexpectedly endearing. I will wait for you at Mirror Lake. Linglong waved. Agreed. Qin Luo continued on, gradually vanishing into the woods. Linglong wanted him to glance back but only watched him disappear. So vexing. The sun sank. Qin Luo arrived at Yongfeng town. This town was far larger than Baiyun town with 3 main streets. As he passed villages and markets, Qin Luo slowed to note each hurried passerby, and then he saw a familiar figure across the way. The man in a cyan robe also saw Qin Luo and called out excitedly, "Junior brother."
Qin Luo cupped his hands in greeting. Senior brother Lin. To meet an old friend made Qin Luo glad.
Lin Xian came forward and embraced him heartily.
"So even you ran off," he teased.
Qin Luo shook his head with a smile.
"No.
I am bound for Yanbei City on business and happened to pass through.
It is a long way and the hour is late. Stay at my home tonight,"
Lin Xian urged warmly. When Qin Luo first arrived at Longhu Temple, Lin Xian had been kind to him, teaching him to read when there was nothing else to do. One morning Lin Xian went down the mountain to fetch water and did not return. Everyone feared he had met danger and searched only for Qin Luo later to find a letter in his room revealing that he had simply run away with his bucket, a comical abandonment. "Senior brother Lin, I have matters in Yanbei City.
I will visit when I return. At least join us for a meal." "All right." Unable to refuse such hospitality, Qin Luo went with Lin Xian. "How have you been, Lin?"
Lin Xian shook his head with a wry smile. "My family was poor in youth and I lacked ambition. I once hoped to cultivate to escape life, but I could not endure the hardships. I returned home married and now toil to provide for the children. There is no leisure left." Lin Xian laughed softly. "How fares Longhu Temple?"
Qin Luo answered lightly, "The temple is much the same. More people come to offer incense and prayers.
Former seniors and sisters have left the mountain, new juniors have arrived."
"And your cultivation?"
"Not bad. I have learned a little from our master."
"That is enough. After leaving the temple you will not lack for work."
"I learned some medical skills from our master and now treat villagers for miles around, barely enough to support my family." Lin Xian said, his voice admitting fatigue yet his face content.
"This is my home."
Lin Xian's house lay at the town's edge, a simple wooden hut that at least kept out the wind, and
Qin Luo followed Lin inside.
A little boy in split pants played with a rattle on the floor.
"Papa."
Lin Xian scooped up his son, his face radiant.
"Junior, this is your uncle Qin. Call him uncle."
"Uncle," Lin Jun said softly. Qin Luo pinched his chubby cheek and produced a peach talisman from his sleeve.
"A gift to mark our meeting."
"Thank you." Lin Jun took the talisman and trotted it between his fingers. "Junior brother, did you draw this charm?"
"Yes. It is very fine."
Lin Xian noticed there was more to the talisman than met the eye. A plainly dressed young woman stepped from the room, curiosity in her eyes.
"Husband, who is this?" "He is my junior apprentice Qin Luo."
"This is my wife Yao Shuang."
Qin Luo bowed. "Pleased to meet you, sister-in-law. Please sit."
Yao Shuang was warm and welcoming. The couple's hospitality made Qin Luo feel as though he had come home. Before long, Yao Shuang prepared a hearty meal. Lin Xian and Qin Luo drank and traded comic stories from Longhu Temple, laughing until their sides ached.
After the meal, Qin Luo prepared to leave. "Thank you for your hospitality, senior brother. I will return to visit."
Lin Xian wished to detain him for the night but knew Qin Luo had matters to attend and would not press him.
"Qin, if you ever lack a place to go, come to me." "Mm."
Qin Luo cupped his hands in farewell. Lin Xian watched his departing figure. Yao Shuang fretted, "Husband, it is late. The mountain is home to wolves and wild beasts, it is dangerous." Lin Xian smiled gently and shook his head. "Qin has the air of one who cultivates. I believe he has some skill."
"Do not worry."
When Qin Luo's figure finally vanished from sight, the couple returned indoors. The husband and wife went back into their room.
Morning.
Zhang Fulong left his room feeling a dull ache in his back and waist, rarely going out. "I'm so hungry, if I don't eat soon I'll either die from the pain or starve to death."
He arrived in the courtyard. "Why is there no one around?"
Zhang Fulong felt something was off. Usually at this time Ziyue and Jinyan would be in the backyard drinking porridge.
"Let's just have some porridge."
Zhang Fulong walked into the kitchen and found the pot empty. An ominous feeling surged within him and he quickly headed to the main hall, still not seeing Qin Luo and the others.
"Where has everyone gone? How am I supposed to live without you?" "Master."
A crisp voice sounded behind Zhang Fulong.
Ziyue and Jinyan returned to the Taoist temple.
Zhang Fulong patted his chest. "I thought you two were missing. Why didn't I see your senior brother?"
Ziyue blinked and said, "Senior brother left yesterday. He went to Yanbei City."
"What?"
Zhang Fulong was taken aback. He thought Qin Luo had run away.
Alas. Zhang Fulong sighed skywards. Qin Luo was his favorite disciple, managing Longhu Temple meticulously, and he even planned to leave the temple to him for retirement.
Ziyu's little face was filled with confusion.
"Master, why do you look so sad?"
Fine.
Zhang Fulong wiped his eyes. In the past, when those disciples ran away, Zhang Fulong didn't care. But hearing the news of Qin Luo's departure made him very sad. Now only Ziyue and Jinyan remained in the temple, and Zhang Fulong feared they might also run away. Ziyue, Jinyan, let's go down the mountain and have something delicious to eat.
Upon hearing this, Ziyue felt a bit guilty.
She had just taken her junior brother to the market at the foot of the mountain to eat meat buns, but had not thought to bring something for Master.
Master, I'm not hungry. Neither am I.
Jinyan scratched his head. They weren't hungry, but Zhang Fulong was starving. He thickened his skin and went to Zhao Qinger's porridge shop to have porridge, occasionally glancing towards the roadside hoping Qin Luo would return. Qin Luo arrived near Yangon City, which was the largest city in Yanbei Prefecture, more prosperous than Yanbei City located on the border. Jinyang City could not compare at all.
Outside the city stood a dilapidated city god temple. The temple was on the main road into the city, surrounded by overgrown weeds with some houses collapsed.
It looked as if it hadn't been maintained for many years. Qin Luo did not sense the aura of the city god. He still walked into the temple, which was empty. Many things had been moved away, leaving only a heavy statue of the city god.
Meeting is fate.
Qin Luo took out a stick of incense and lit it. He placed the burning incense before the city god statue and saw it absorbing the incense smoke, a smile appearing on his face.
It seems the city god is still alive.
Qin Luo speculated that this city god was the old city god mentioned by the land deity of Mirror Lake.
May we meet again by fate.
Qin Luo bowed his hands in respect to the city god statue. In the distant mountains, an old man with a long beard opened his eyes and a powerful force surged into his body, solidifying his weakened form. The old man was both surprised and delighted, bowing towards the city god temple. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed one.
After leaving the city god temple, Qin Luo walked into Yangon City. The city was bustling and lively.
Everyone looked at Qin Luo's Taoist attire, glancing at him curiously.
Qin Luo noticed that many cultivators were hiding in the city, and upon seeing him they quickly left Yangon City.
Although their movements were discovered, he did not mind. Whether they were cultivators from Xianzhijian or from the Northern King's mansion, it didn't matter. Qin Luo appeared here to inform them that he was on his way, giving them more time to consider. No matter how lively Yangon City was, it could not make Qin Luo stop his steps. He hadn't stayed near the mountain villages long.
Leaving Yangon City, Qin Luo came outside the city. He saw a tall mountain not far away with dazzling golden light at the summit, indicating the presence of a temple. He happened to pass by and decided to take a look. At the foot of the temple there was a long staircase leading to the summit. Many common people were on the steps, bowing every 3 steps, displaying great reverence. Qin Luo ascended the stairs quickly, surpassing the people in front of him, and soon arrived before the temple. The plaque of the temple bore 3 golden characters, and Qin Luo softly murmured, Yunzhong Temple.
Yunzhong Temple was resplendent, a stark contrast to Longhu Temple, which was like a bright moon compared to a firefly. When Qin Luo arrived, the temple was rather deserted, with the common people still bowing below. He entered the grand hall dedicated to the Buddha. The hall was vast, several times larger than the main hall of Longhu Temple, filled with the fragrance of incense. A golden Buddha sat majestically at a high position. Qin Luo looked at the Buddha with reverence. He took out a stick of incense, preparing to offer it to the Buddha.
Wait.
A rough voice interrupted.
A plump monk with an oily face entered the hall, his expression serious.
To offer incense and pay respects to the Buddha, you need to purchase incense from this temple.
Many temples have such rules.
Qin Luo's master also disliked common people bringing incense to Longhu Temple, but if they did come to pray, he wouldn't refuse.
I apologize for not understanding the rules. Qin Luo put away the incense in his hand, smiling gently as he asked how much for a stick of incense. 100 coins. The plump monk raised an eyebrow.
Qin Luo was surprised. He thought the incense at Longhu Temple was already expensive, but didn't expect the incense at Yunzhong Temple to be even pricier. If it were cheaper, he would consider buying a stick. In fact, the incense at Yunzhong Temple wasn't that expensive. The plump monk saw that Qin Luo's clothes were clean and assumed he was a wealthy Taoist, deliberately quoting such an outrageous price. Qin Luo bowed in respect to the Buddha and then turned to leave Yunzhong Temple. The plump monk frowned at Qin Luo as he attempted to leave without buying incense.
Are you a Taoist from Bailu Temple?
I am from Longhu Temple.
Never heard of it.
The plump monk looked at him with disdain.
Qin Luo smiled faintly and replied, that's normal, I didn't know about Yunzhong Temple before either.
I've seen plenty of Taoists coming to the temple, but it's my first time seeing a Taoist come to offer incense and pay respects to the Buddha. Qin Luo remained calm and smiled as he said, the Buddha is a senior, paying respects is only natural.
Though the rains may fall wide, they do not nourish the grass without roots. Though the Dharma is vast, it cannot save those without affinity.
You are right.
Qin Luo directly left the grand hall.
So it turns out to be a poor Taoist who doesn't know where he came from.
The plump monk couldn't help but criticize.
When he looked up at the Buddha above, he was so frightened that his scalp tingled. The Buddha seated high above was now glaring with wide open eyes as if about to devour the plump monk.
Buddha, please calm your anger.
The plump monk knelt on the ground, banging his head until it bled but dared not. Qin Luo could still hear the sound of the monk banging his head from a distance, and he couldn't help but smile.
This plump monk is sharp-tongued yet sincerely devoted.
Leaving Yunzhong Temple, Qin Luo headed north. He encountered no obstacles along the way. In the evening, Qin Luo passed a small village. The village children saw him, called their friends, and hurried to the village entrance to watch.
Look, he seems to be a cultivator. Cultivators ride the clouds or fly with swords, he must be a fake. Hey, can you perform magic?
Qin Luo stopped and looked at the group of children, smiling as he nodded. I can do a little.
Can you show us?
The children's eyes were bright and innocent.
Qin Luo didn't mind staying a little longer.
The wooden sword at his waist soared into the air, circling around the children.
Wow. He really is a cultivator.
A child with a runny nose sniffled, his face excited. Master, my mother said there are big gray wolves in the mountains, can you chase them away? There are also water ghosts in our village pond. My house has a mother tiger.
Qin Luo's spiritual sense enveloped the area and he did not detect any gray wolves or water ghosts.
This was probably a kind-hearted lie. I can't deal with them either, you all must be careful.
Oh no. We can't swim anymore.
I want to go to the mountain to dig bird nests. The children, seeing that Qin Luo, who was so powerful, couldn't deal with the gray wolves and water ghosts, became even more afraid to approach those areas. An old man leading a water buffalo stood at the village entrance, witnessing Qin Luo's conversation with the children. The old man smiled and nodded at Qin Luo, who returned the smile.
Night fell. Qin Luo arrived at a desolate mountain.
Thick fog enveloped the mountain, making it hard for ordinary people to see the path, but Qin Luo walked as if on flat ground. Qin Luo had been walking in the mountains for a long time but had not yet exited the mountain. He sensed something was wrong and a golden light flickered in his eyes.
So that's how it is.
The thick fog in the mountains was merely an illusion to conceal the barrier in this place. If one could not break the barrier, they would continue to wander within the mountains, a phenomenon commonly known as ghost walls.
Standing in the mountains, Qin Luo looked into the depths of the fog. Senior, we have no enmity, why have you trapped me?
Just bored. The fog dispersed, revealing a refined middle-aged man with a smile on his face. A refined middle-aged man dressed in a white robe and holding a folding fan with long hair cascading down his shoulders bowed to Qin Luo, saying, I am Meng Yuan, the mountain deity of Wuyin Mountain.
Long Hu Guan, Qin Luo.
Qin Luo returned the gesture. As the thick fog dissipated, the bright moonlight illuminated the mountain. Qin Luo noticed the mountain deity temple behind Meng Yuan with its golden roof and red lacquer, resplendent and magnificent. No wonder many felt the Long Hu Guan was inferior in comparison.
The mountain deity temple was very desolate, showing no signs of incense offerings. Qin Luo, puzzled, asked, Senior, there are no common folk near Wuyin Mountain, how is it that you remain unaffected?
No incense. It is difficult for a Yin deity to survive. Meng Yuan replied with a smile, young friend, I am the mountain deity conferred by the great Xia court, I can live long even without offerings.
No wonder Qin Luo suddenly understood.
Meng Yuan sighed, I have lost track of the years in the mountains, I can only keep company with idle clouds and wild cranes. Occasionally I encounter common folk who mistakenly wander into the forest, but they do not understand how to play chess.
Young friend, do you know how to play chess?
I know a little. Qin Luo had seen his seniors play before. Meng Yuan was pleasantly surprised, young friend, if you win against me in a match I will lift the barrier. Qin Luo had never studied chess and knew he would certainly not be Meng Yuan's opponent.
Do you think this barrier can trap me?
How would we know without trying? Meng Yuan smiled wryly. Qin Luo did not want to make himself look foolish. He had never studied chess.
Qin Luo, I am quite interested in playing chess.
The gentle voice of the purple-haired fairy echoed in his ears. I can play against the senior regardless of the outcome, I will leave this place. Qin Luo said with a smile. Meng Yuan was overjoyed, he extended his hand to invite her. Beside the mountain deity temple there was a delicate stone pavilion, inside which lay a chessboard made of sandalwood with black and white pieces carved from jade. After taking his seat, Qin Luo picked up the box filled with black pieces, which surprised Meng Yuan.
Meng Yuan reminded him, young friend, according to the rules of Great Xia, white plays first and the elder plays black.
I know, Qin Luo replied with a smile.
Meng Yuan shook his head helplessly.
In the jade pendant the purple-haired fairy softly said to Qin Luo, let him have 4 pieces so it won't seem like I am bullying him. Qin Luo smiled and respectfully extended his hand, saying, Senior, I will allow you 4 pieces please. Meng Yuan's smile vanished and he said solemnly, young friend, I was a master of the Great Xia in my lifetime, are you serious? Of course, Qin Luo replied with a slight smile.
After all, he was not the one actually playing chess.
Just moments ago he claimed to know a little, but now he was allowing Meng Yuan 4 pieces. Meng Yuan sighed. After all, he was a chess saint and he never expected to be looked down upon like this.
Alright, this is your choice.
Meng Yuan did not hold back. He intended to teach this young one a lesson, placing white pieces on the 4-star positions.
Qin Luo picked up a black piece and placed it at the center.
Meng Yuan was taken aback. He glanced at Qin Luo, wondering if this guy really knew how to play chess or if he was just toying with him.
Young friend, you shouldn't let me win anymore.
Senior, the one who should not be careless is you. Perhaps I am possessed by the spirit of chess god right now.
Ha ha ha.
Meng Yuan could not help but chuckle. Having been here for 1,000 years, he had not encountered anyone as interesting as Qin Luo. He had survived until now purely because of his superb chess skills, being a tool for certain important figures to pass the time. Qin Luo showed him the respect he had never felt before.
I won't hold back. Meng Yuan placed another piece. Qin Luo, under the guidance of the purple-haired fairy, placed his piece.
In a flurry of moves, they both played quickly. Meng Yuan gradually realized that Qin Luo was not simple yet. With the advantage of giving pieces at the start, he still maintained the initiative.
Time passed slowly.
The game reached the mid-game stage and both began to engage in an intense battle. This was a test of wisdom. Meng Yuan tried various methods to set a trap for Qin Luo, but Qin Luo paid him no mind, playing his pieces without hesitation as if he had complete control over the entire game.
Meng Yuan began to think deeply.
He took a long time with each move. Qin Luo continued to play quickly, bringing a powerful sense of pressure to Meng Yuan.
After 100 moves, Meng Yuan fell into deep thought, completely immersed in the game. Make your move. No need to wait.
The gentle voice of the purple-haired fairy reminded him. Coming back to his senses, Qin Luo pondered his next move, asking, Senior, it seems that the white pieces have quite an advantage. Why is he still thinking so long? Precisely because of the significant advantage, he does not want to lose it. Often people are reluctant to let go, resulting in losing even more, the purple-haired fairy explained with a smile. When Qin Luo stood up, Meng Yuan did not notice his focus was entirely on the chessboard. Bright sunlight shone on Qin Luo's face as he stretched lazily, murmuring, time passes really quickly. A game of chess can actually last until dawn. Some games can last for 1,000 years.
Isn't that boring?
Precisely because it is boring. Qin Luo bowed to Meng Yuan in farewell. The game was quite interesting and sparked his interest in chess. Reaching the edge of the spatial barrier, Qin Luo punched out, shattering the spatial barrier enveloping Wuyin Mountain.
Yanbei City. At the Jinbei Wangfu.
The Wangfu was unusually quiet at this time. In the depths of the garden within the Wangfu, a middle-aged man dressed in golden robes stood by a wide pool while a black-clad cultivator knelt behind him, saying, Your Highness, the Taoist from Longmuguan is on his way to Yanbei City, traveling on foot, clearing paths through mountains and building bridges over water, sometimes fast and sometimes slow.
Understood, you may leave.
The Jinbei Wang said indifferently. After the scout left, a beautifully dressed woman beside him angrily said, Our cheer cannot die in vain, that Taoist must die. Holding a white ferret in his hands, the Jinbei Wang stroked its back expressionlessly and coldly said, Even if we kill him, there is still Long Huguan. The woman's face was filled with murderous intent. Then let's destroy Long Huguan. They all must accompany our cheer in death. The Jinbei Wang frowned, his expression serious as he said, Madam, you must remain calm. We do not yet know Long Huguan's trump card. We cannot act rashly.
You, the esteemed Jinbei Wang, are actually wary of the Long Huguan that appeared out of nowhere?
Yan Hongxia questioned. The Jinbei Wang looked at the pool in front of him. What seems inconspicuous is often the most dangerous. We cannot be careless.
To achieve extraordinary ambitions, one must endure.
You can endure, but I cannot. He must die.
Do you think the Yan family has the capability to kill a harmonious Tao saint? You can act as you wish.
The Jinbei Wang's tone was cold. Hearing the term harmonious Tao saint, Yan Hongxia gritted her teeth. Is my son not as important as your ferret? Thud. The Jinbei Wang threw the white ferret in his arms into the pool. The ferret swam around and suddenly a great bloody mouth appeared at the bottom of the pool and the ferret vanished. Ripples spread across the water's surface. In the depths, a shadow moved. Yan Hongxia felt a chill run down her back. She knew that it was the Jinbei Wang's favorite white ferret, raised for decades, discarded without a moment's hesitation. Qin Luo was still traversing the mountains. Deep in the mountains he heard the roar of a ferocious beast. Following the sound he saw 3 cultivators chasing a beast resembling a leopard. The ferocious beast had yellow fur and 5 tails with golden horns on its head, now desperately fleeing. The 3 cultivators of the golden core stage pursued relentlessly. They wielded their spiritual swords, unleashing powerful sword lights. No matter how fast the ferocious beast was, it could not evade all the sword lights, and some struck its body, splattering blood with its cries echoing through the mountains. A Zhang beast. Qin Luo had heard of them. The pure-blood Zhang beast had red fur and a massive size, while the one before him was yellow-furred and slightly larger than a leopard, likely still in its juvenile stage. The Zhang beast was severely injured, collapsing in the mountains exhausted. The three cultivators hovered in the air and the lead man with thick eyebrows looked excited. I contributed the most. This monster's demon core belongs to me, right?
You have no objections.
The woman in a green dress next to him frowned. Senior brother G, I discovered this monster first. The demon core should rightfully belong to. Without me this Shang beast would have long escaped. The demon core belongs to me and the rest you can share.
The tall thin man also wanted the demon core.
The demon core of a demon beast was more precious than many spiritual herbs. They all wished to monopolize it.
As they argued, Qin Luo approached the Zheng beast.
The Jin beast lay despairingly in the forest, heavily injured, with the surrounding grass and trees stained red with blood. Qin Luo approached the Jin beast, gazing into its tearful eyes which sparkled with intelligence. The Jin beast looked at the young Taoist before it, whose immaculate white robe radiated warmth completely different from the cultivators who sought to kill it.
The man with thick eyebrows noticed Qin Luo. Are you also interested in the demon core?
The woman in the green dress and the tall thin man looked on with wariness, believing Qin Luo intended to snatch the Jin beast's demon core. Qin Luo lifted his head, a smile gracing his handsome face.
I'm not interested in the demon core.
Then what does the Dao friend seek?
The woman in the green dress asked brightly.
Standing before the Jin beast with a serious expression, Qin Luo said, I cannot bear to see it live.
Ha ha ha. The man with thick eyebrows couldn't help but laugh heartily.
I've encountered many cultivators, they all slay demon beasts upon sight, yet you wish to save one.
Demon beasts can be both good and evil.
Qin Luo spoke in a deep voice, stating that he would act on behalf of the heavens against malevolent demon beasts while he would assist the weak and kind ones. The tall thin man scoffed. This demon beast is gravely injured. To save it, one would need a miraculous elixir.
Do you have one? Even if I had one, would it be worth it? One must at least try. Qin Luo did not give up on the Jin beast.
The woman in the green dress approached slowly, her face filled with smiles.
Dao friend, this demon beast is vicious. It has killed many innocents. We are doing this for the sake of the people.
Qin Luo turned to look at the weakened Jin beast, its mouth filled with fangs exuding a fierce appearance.
Yet its eyes were as clear as a tranquil lake devoid of malice.
The moment Qin Luo turned back, the woman in the green dress smiled wickedly and suddenly launched an attack. In the sky, the man with thick eyebrows and the tall thin man exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the beauty trap was indeed the most effective. The Jin beast saw the woman in the green dress attempting to sneak attack and roared with all its might to warn Qin Luo.
Qin Luo did not turn back. He raised his hand and lightning patterns appeared on his palm.
As the lightning glowed, the woman's pupils constricted sharply, witnessing golden lightning surge forth from Qin Luo's palm.
Boom!
The deafening sound of thunder erupted. The area where the woman in the green dress stood was razed to the ground, barren and charred. The man with thick eyebrows was covered in goosebumps as he watched the woman in the green dress vanish amidst the lightning. The tall thin man's expression turned to one of terror. He could hardly believe his eyes that a golden core cultivator could be so easily obliterated, sending chills down his spine. This was an existence they could not provoke.
The forest fell into sudden silence. Qin Luo looked up at the two cultivators above. The man with thick eyebrows felt a suffocating sensation. Senior, I do not know this woman. I do not know her either.
The tall thin man shook his head frantically. They wanted to distance themselves from the woman in the green dress.
Qin Luo looked at the man with thick eyebrows.
I seem to have heard her call you senior brother.
Are you sure you don't know her?
The man with thick eyebrows turned pale with fear, dropping to his knees to plead for mercy.
Senior, please spare me.
Junior sister Zhou is cruel and ruthless, deserving of death.
Thank you for ridding the world of her.
The tall thin man also knelt down to plead, please senior, have mercy for the sake of Xianji Mountain. Upon hearing that they were disciples of Xianji Mountain, Qin Luo smiled slightly. Xianji Mountain, is it?
You may leave. Thank you, senior.
The man with thick eyebrows and the tall thin man bowed gratefully before taking to the skies, leaving without looking back. As the disciples of Xianji Mountain left, Qin Luo turned to the ailing Jin beast. He took out a golden gourd and sighed softly, whether you live or die depends on your luck. Holding the sword finger, Qin Luo guided the dew from the gourd into the Jin beast's mouth. As the Jin beast drank the dew, its previously weak body began to gradually recover, even its wounds healing at a visibly rapid rate. Qin Luo was astonished by the effect of the dew, which rivaled that of miraculous elixirs capable of reviving the dead. He wondered whether it was due to the dew itself or the gourd's remarkable properties. Seeing the Jin beast regain vitality, he put away the golden gourd and reminded it with a smile, from now on stay away from cultivators. The Jin beast nodded, showing understanding. Its eyes brimmed with gratitude. Qin Luo stood up and gazed in the direction the disciples of Xianji Mountain had left, sensing the location of the talisman. Since we have a connection, I will visit Xianji Mountain first. The Jin beast watched Qin Luo leave, forcing itself to stand despite the pain, and followed behind. Qin Luo turned to look at the Jin beast, which quickly lay down, holding its head with its paws. This posture was somewhat comical.
Why are you following me? Do you not have a home? I have a home but no family.
The Jin beast spoke human words. A talking demon beast was not ordinary. Qin Luo had sensed that this Jin beast was different from others. If an adult Jin beast were present, the 3 cultivators from Xianji Mountain would have perished long ago.
Qin Luo understood the Jin beast's thoughts. Do you wish to follow me?
The Jin beast wagged its tail and nodded. Boss, you saved me, I will listen to you from now on.
You look too fierce, having you beside me might scare ordinary people.
Qin Luo felt somewhat troubled. Upon hearing this, the Jin beast began to shrink in size, eventually becoming the size of a cat with large round eyes and only 2 small fangs visible.
Qin Luo smiled, finding it amusing. Interesting, you look quite cute like this. What is your name? Everyone calls me De Huang.
The Jin beast blinked.
Qin Luo recalled his junior sisters De Huang. How about I give you a more imposing name?
Okay.
Please bestow a name, boss.
The little Jin beast wagged its tail excitedly. Qin Luo looked at the little Jin beast, which had 5 tails and golden little horns, and suddenly a thought occurred.
5 tails and golden horns, which name do you prefer? Golden Horn.
The little Jin beast did not think much. Qin Luo said seriously, Golden Horn, will you accept the responsibility of guarding the Taoist temple from now on?
Whatever the boss says goes. Golden Horn wagged its tail. This attitude was more loyal than a little pet.
Qin Luo squatted down, reaching out to rub Golden Horn's head. Let's first explore the north, then I will take you back to Longhuguan. Golden Horn nodded repeatedly, knowing it was a wise choice to follow Qin Luo.
Let's go.
Qin Luo walked ahead with Golden Horn trailing behind, resembling a well-behaved little yellow cat, except it had 5 tails and golden horns. In the evening, the sunset draped Xianji Mountain in a golden veil. Xianji Mountain floated in the air, resembling a finger pointing directly into the clouds, hence its name. The man with thick eyebrows and the tall thin man fled back to Xianji Mountain, their expressions terrified. Elder Qi, Elder Shao, something terrible has happened. Junior sister Zhou was killed. At the foot of Xianji Mountain, 2 elders sat cross-legged on white jade array stones responsible for guarding the mountain gate's grand formation. Elder Qi glared angrily. Who did it? Zhou Qian was a disciple of Elder Qi, whom he had painstakingly cultivated for many years, harboring high hopes for her. Upon hearing she had been killed, he sprang to his feet. Seeing the fury on the elder's face, the man with thick eyebrows and the tall thin man immediately knelt on the ground, trembling, and stammered, "It was a young Taoist we do not recognize." A young Taoist. Elder Qi furrowed his brow, glancing at the elder with white eyebrows beside him.
Could it be a Taoist from Longhuguan?
Xianji Mountain had suffered losses against Longhuguan, and only the upper echelons knew of this matter, keeping it from the younger generation to avoid affecting their cultivation. Upon hearing that a Taoist from Longhuguan was coming to Xianji Mountain, they initially thought it was a threat, but it now seemed they were truly here. Elder by Mei named Pan Long appeared calm. Elder Qi, there is no need to worry. This is Xianji Mountain. Anyone who comes here is seeking death.
Indeed.
Elder Qi found this reasoning sound.
Longhuguan Qin Luo.
Here to visit Xianji Mountain. A resonant voice echoed through the skies, heard by both the cultivators at the foot and the peak of the mountain. Elder Qi and Pan Long were taken aback. Following the sound, they saw a young Taoist standing at the mountain's peak, politely cupping his fist in greeting.
Xianji Mountain.
The cultivators on the mountain looked at Qin Luo, who wore a smile, appearing cultured and approachable. However, the burly man and the tall thin man trembled at the sight of him. At the highest palace of Xianji Mountain, the sect leader Yi Xianzhou sat in deep meditation. Many golden core experts stood on either side of the grand hall, with 4 elder experts seated in chairs, their strength even greater. A middle-aged man entered the hall and respectfully said, "Sect leader, a young Taoist from Longhu Temple has come to visit alone.
Should we welcome him or
suppress him?" Yi Xianzhou replied indifferently, without even opening his eyes. The strong cultivators sent to Longhu Temple did not return alive, and he held a grudge. Now that Qin Luo had come to Xianji Mountain, it was a perfect opportunity for him to regain face. The people in the grand hall exchanged glances. They had heard that the young Taoist was quite formidable. The elder in a black robe, looking serious, said, "Sect leader, the 3rd elder was lost at Longhu Temple.
That place is not easy to deal with. If things escalate, can Xianji Mountain withstand their full onslaught?" Yi Xianzhou opened his eyes, wearing a confident expression. "Second elder, our Xianji Mountain is as solid as a fortress. Even saints cannot break in, so do not worry." The sect's informants report that the young Taoist defeated Mu Baichuan from the Northern King's Manor, who was a nascent soul expert. His strength should not be underestimated. The elder sitting opposite him stood up, dressed in a black and gold long robe exuding a powerful aura. Others looked at him with awe. He turned to Yi Xianzhou and said, "Sect leader, I will go and suppress him." "Good. Thank you, great elder."
Yi Xianzhou nodded, his smile growing warmer.
Su Koan was the great elder of Xianji Mountain and expert in transformation.
Seeing him prepare to take action, the strong cultivators in the hall followed him, eager to see him discipline the young Taoist from Longhu Temple.
Sect leader, aren't you going to take a look?
Yi Xianzhou remained seated, closing his eyes again, and coldly remarked, "Hey, a young Taoist is not worthy of my attention."
Su Koan arrived at the foot of the mountain, watching Qin Luo, who stood at the peak of the secular mountain.
Su Koan's eyes glimmered with a strange light as he observed Qin Luo, his expression growing serious.
His Taoist technique is restrained and his talent is extraordinary. This child must not be allowed to linger.
As Su Koan prepared to act, Pan Long stepped forward, saying, "Great elder, I see no threat in this young Taoist.
Let me go and suppress him." Su Koan looked at Pan Long and advised, "Fine, but do not act recklessly. If danger arises, retreat immediately."
He understood that Pan Long was not a match for the young Taoist.
Su Koan allowed him to proceed, wanting to see if he could force Qin Luo to reveal some of his abilities. Arrogant brat. Daring to provoke Xianji Mountain. Today I shall teach you a lesson.
Pan Long left Xianji Mountain, rushing towards the peak where Qin Luo stood, quickly drawing near.
Qin Luo sighed softly.
Having traveled from afar, he expected Xianji Mountain to first extend courtesy before hostility, but they struck directly. Jin Zhao bared its teeth at Pan Long.
Die.
Pan Long unleashed his divine powers, hurling a massive fireball towards Qin Luo's direction. Qin Luo calmly raised his hand, pointing at Pan Long. The surrounding grass quivered slightly and Jin Zhao felt a gentle breeze brushing against its body, a most pleasant sensation. The wind stirred at the edges of the grass, tendrils of gentle breeze swirling around Qin Luo's fingertips. He resembled the eye of a tranquil storm, with Jin Zhao clinging to his leg, fearing it might be swept away by the fierce winds.
As the fireball descended, a tempest surged forth, blowing the massive fireball back.
Pan Long was taken aback and immediately raised a barrier.
Boom! The flames consumed Pan Long.
The cultivators of Xianji Mountain were alone. When the flames dissipated, Pan Long stood in the air, tattered and burnt, his face blackened. The juniors of Xianji Mountain were dumbfounded, for he was the fifth elder who guarded the mountain array.
Pan Long's expression was complex.
He knew Qin Luo was strong, but the cultivators of Xianji Mountain were watching him.
If he were to retreat now, it would mean a complete loss of face.
"It was my carelessness." Pan Long scoffed, opening his mouth as a streak of bloodlight flew out. It was his lifebound flying sword, nurtured within his body, sustained by flesh and blood, his strongest trump card. Not far away, Qi Yun looked astonished. Summoning his lifebound flying sword means he is fighting for his life. Just after the engagement began, Pan Long was forced to summon his lifebound sword, indicating the pressure Qin Luo had put on him.
The surrounding elders were anxious for him. Su Koan focused on Qin Luo, wanting to see how he would respond.
Pan Long urged his lifebound sword. A streak of blood-red swordlight sliced through the air, transforming into hundreds of feet of swordlight, as if intending to sever the very mountain where Qin Luo stood.
Golden light enveloped Qin Luo.
The golden light surrounded both Qin Luo and Jin Zhao.
As the blood-red sword light touched the golden glow, it was obliterated. Pan Long was astonished. His strongest attack could not harm Qin Luo at all. Could he be a monster? The cultivators of Xianji Mountain were all shocked.
That young Taoist could actually disregard the attacks of a nascent soul expert.
Is that all?
Qin Luo shook his head, grasping the peachwood sword that appeared at his waist, and casually swung it towards Pan Long, releasing a streak of golden swordlight.
"Run!" Su Koan shouted loudly.
As Pan Long turned to flee, the swordlight slashed from between his eyebrows, and he watched the swordlight move towards the towering Xianji Mountain. Pan Long was cleaved apart. The golden swordlight surged towards Xianji Mountain. Qi Yun immediately activated the mountain protection array, and circles of golden light rose, eventually forming a barrier that enveloped Xianji Mountain, resembling a golden pagoda. The golden light collided with the pagoda, producing a massive explosion.
The entire Xianji Mountain trembled, and the juniors turned pale with fright. Even the stewards and elders looked shocked.
The mountain protection array of Xianji Mountain could only be activated in times of life and death danger, yet now it was forced to activate due to the young Taoist. One could only imagine how desperate the situation was. In the highest palace of Xianji Mountain, Yi Xianzhou opened his eyes, clenching his fists, bloodshot in his gaze. Su Koan frowned. Pan Long had been slain, yet Qin Luo remained calm, revealing little of his capabilities. Qin Luo pointed the peachwood sword upwards, his robes billowing as he proclaimed forcefully, "Bring your sect leader out.
You are not qualified. I shall come to meet you." Su Koan walked through the air, causing ripples in space as he landed.
"It is the Great Elder."
"Wonderful.
With the Great Elder taking action, he will surely suppress this arrogant Taoist." The juniors of Xianji Mountain were excited, knowing that the Great Elder was a transformation expert, one of the few in Yanbei County.
"Please."
Qin Luo smiled and extended his hand.
Su Koan looked at the smile on Qin Luo's face, interpreting it as disdain and insult. "Hey, you won't be smiling for long.
As his words fell, a massive figure appeared behind Su Kuan resembling a giant rock.
When it spread its wings, the evening glow was obscured, emanating a terrifying pressure.
This was a divine ability that Su Kuan had manifested. The giant rock charged towards Qin Luo, creating fierce winds that swept away stones and uprooted trees.
Qin Luo gripped the peachwood sword.
Beside him, the howling wind roared. At the mountain peak, winds converged on Qin Luo from all directions, and as he swung his sword, the gusts transformed into a gigantic wind dragon. The roar of the dragon resounded through the heavens. A massive wind dragon surged upwards. The cultivators of Xianxi Mountain felt their scalps tingle. The wind dragon ensnared the giant rock, instantly shredding it apart, then pounced towards Su Kuan. The latter reacted swiftly, slamming his palm down. A golden handprint as massive as a mountain descended.
The golden handprint struck the wind dragon, shattering it with a single blow. Su Kuan coldly laughed. Is that all?
Is it?
Qin Luo smiled slightly.
Su Kuan noticed a strand of white hair, severed sword scars appearing on his black and gold robe, and blood marks on the back of his hand. The sound of wind whistled in his ears, mingled with the dragon's roar.
Not good. Su Kuan sensed the danger. As the wind dragon shattered, it transformed into countless sword blades.
By the time Su Kuan realized what was happening, his body was already riddled with sword wounds, his highly defensive purple gold robe torn apart. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by numerous sword blades, feeling excruciating pain accompanied by his agonized cries.
Witnessing this scene, the juniors of Xianxi Mountain could not help but tremble, while the elder experts looked horrified.
Su Kuan clenched his fists and roared, causing his flesh to suddenly explode, a formidable energy sweeping outward. Qin Luo saw a golden light rushing towards Xianxi Mountain, realizing Su Kuan planned to self-destruct to escape.
Go slay the evil.
The peachwood sword shot up into the sky and in the blink of an eye caught up to Su Kuan's nascent soul, piercing through it.
Even as the nascent soul shattered, a streak of golden firelight continued to flee. Qin Luo frowned slightly. Not dead yet.
In the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy reminded transformation experts do not die as long as their souls remain intact.
Heavenly lightning. Qin Luo summoned a bolt of heavenly thunder. The lightning struck down, engulfing the streak of firelight.
The air suddenly fell silent. The entire Xianxi Mountain was eerily quiet. The last streak of twilight light fell upon Qin Luo as Xianxi Mountain was shrouded in darkness. Qin Luo gazed at Xianxi Mountain, still wearing a smile, softly saying, "Am I qualified now?"
A cool evening breeze swept across the slopes.
The guardian formation enveloped Xuanji Mountain.
The cultivators upon the mountain stood bewildered. Bewilderment gripped even the elder powers, let alone the juniors.
Yi Xianzhou strode out of the palace, fixing his gaze on the young Daosher atop the peak. His look was fierce as he snarled, "You are strong, but to challenge the whole of Xuanji Mountain is a vain fantasy." At the sight of the sect master, hope rekindled among Xuanji Mountain's cultivators. Qin Luo, who had guessed that Yi Xianzhou was the sect master, spoke with disappointment. "I offered Xuanji Mountain a chance and you squandered it, so I have no reason to pity you." Yi Xianzhou strode through the void and appeared before Xuanji Mountain, bellowing, "Disciple of Xuanji, heed my command, form the array."
The order rang out like thunder.
Those below the core formation stage sat cross-legged where they were, while cultivators above that stage soared into the air. They gathered behind Yi Xianzhou as shafts of light rose from the mountain, intertwining until they converged upon him. Yi Xianzhou himself was a deific transformation powerhouse. With the blessings of elders and disciples, he grew ever mightier, his aura climbing until a resplendent radiance bathed his form. Draw the swords. One by one, spirit swords rose from Xuanji Mountain, some wielded by juniors, others from the old sword cliff at the rear, relics left by predecessors.
3,000 spirit swords circled behind Yi Xianzhou, poised to strike.
He stood loftily above them, looking down at the small figure of the young Daosher on the peak.
"Do you dare take one of my blades?" he taunted. Qin Luo's expression remained calm.
"What is there to fear?" he replied.
The retort sounded arrogant to many.
Yi Xianzhou swept his massive hand. The 3,000 spirit swords surged forth like a tidal wall, their piercing chorus filling the air.
A dense sea of swordlight descended, as if intent on annihilation.
As the swordlight rained down, Jin Jiao pressed his head to hide behind Qin Luo. Qin Luo tightened his grip on his peachwood sword. The ordinary blade flared with dazzling gold. He gathered his spirit and fixed his gaze sharp and unwavering. Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired immortal sensed the overwhelming sword intent, a force like celestial might, unstoppable. Qin Luo lifted his sword to strike. A domineering streak of golden swordlight leapt up like the first blaze of dawn, dazzling and blinding. When it met the sword tide, the 3,000 spirit swords crumbled in an instant. Innumerable blades shattered and fell. Jin Jiao gazed upward as if beholding a spectacular meteor shower. Yi Xianzhou, seeing that golden beam, still tried to resist.
"Put everything into it," he cried. All of Xuanji Mountain's cultivators poured their strength into Yi Xianzhou.
His body swelled with the immense power until it seemed he could no longer contain it. Yi Xianzhou harnessed the colossal force within, palms joined, and a vast radiant shield bloomed before him. The barrier shimmered with prismatic light like a multicolored gem, unyielding and impenetrable. The golden swordlight struck the shield and the multicolored barrier split in an instant. Before Yi Xianzhou could utter a word, the swordlight had sliced through his brow, even erasing his spirit within the spirit sea. Boom! When Yi Xianzhou was split, a terrible energy erupted from his body, warping the surrounding space. Elders close to him were torn apart in a breath. Cultivators across Xuanji Mountain were rebuffed and coughed up blood. Qi Yun sat cross-legged upon a white jade array stone, trying to activate the mountain's guardian formation to withstand the golden swordlight. Crack! The guardian formation, shaped like an exquisite tower, was cleaved by the swordlight. As the beam swept Xuanji Mountain, palaces and pavilions collapsed, countless stones tumbled from great heights. Qi Yun spat blood and reeled. How is this possible? He murmured, staring at Qin Luo as one might gaze upon a deity. Xuanji Mountain's guardian formation could resist the strikes of a harmonizing saint, yet it could not withstand Qin Luo's single blade. Was he mightier than a harmonizing saint? It seemed impossible. Yi Xianzhou had been struck down and the elders fell with him. Only Qi Yun and a band of low-realm juniors remained. They had no strength left to resist. Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired immortal asked with curiosity, Qin Luo, who taught you your swordsmanship? Qin Luo smiled lightly. At Longhuguan there was a senior brother whose swordplay was formidable. I asked him for instruction. He told me that wielding a sword is like chopping wood. So I chopped wood day after day, and it worked. The purple-haired immortal could not help but be at a loss for words. It was probably the senior brother taught by Zhang Fulong. Watching Qin Luo's victory, Jin Zhao's eyes gleamed and his tail wagged with delight. Boss magnificent, he cried. Qin Luo did not celebrate. He stared over Xuanji Mountain and felt a bone-chilling cold, the most malevolent presence he had yet sensed. A deep sword scar appeared on Xuanji Mountain, and from its depths a dark red glow pulsed. Thunder rumbled, the mountain trembled. Behind the highest palace lay a tomb. A bronze coffin burst from the earth, and when it surfaced, a thick aura of death spread outward. Qi Yun looked toward the coffin with trembling excitement. Ancestor! It is the ancestor! The junior cultivators on Xuanji Mountain stared at the bronze coffin, unsure of what had transpired. The coffin lid was thrown open and hurled in Qin Luo's direction. Qin Luo struck with his sword, cleaving the lid apart. A gaunt old man crawled from the bronze coffin, his scalp threaded with a few ragged white hairs, his dull eyes strangely uncanny. All of you are trash. Xuanji Mountain has fallen into such disgrace. Shame on me, he sneered. Qi Yun pointed at Qin Luo. Ancestor, he slew the sect master and many elders, please avenge us. The old man laughed hoarsely. Good riddance. The Xuanji Mountain ancestor turned to Qin Luo with a grotesque smile. I have always hated Daosher. Had I not been grievously wounded by a Daosher in the past, I would not be buried here. Qin Luo frowned. He sensed a heavy murderous aura, something he had encountered in the presence of demonic cultivators. The Xuanji Mountain ancestor was plainly no good. With a snap, the ancestor flashed before Qin Luo and jabbed a withered finger at his chest. The fingertip shimmered with an eerie light. Swift as a striking serpent, the move made Qin Luo's eyes narrow. A golden light flared around his body in defense. The ancestor's finger halted within the golden glow. Qin Luo kicked and sent the Xuanji Mountain ancestor flying back into the mountain, embedding him into the rock. Cough, cough, the ancestor spat as he crawled free, wiping away black blood from his mouth. He grinned with a sinister gleam. Some things are impervious to the laws of all arts. The ancestor staggered out, and with another snap he materialized before Qin Luo again and swung a punch. The golden light around Qin Luo erupted. The ancestor's fist moved slowly yet penetrated the glow. Qin Luo was surprised. Such a technique had not appeared before. He could not be careless and met the blow with his own punch. When the two fists collided, the ancestor's fist warped and twisted. The Xuanji Mountain ancestor was blasted away by a single strike. Qin Luo inspected the gold light around him. It had protected him, yet now it seemed to lose its effect. Within the jade pendant, the purple-haired immortal spoke softly. That old wretch is cunning. He discerned the principle of your golden light. When he offered his fist, he used no sorcery, only a soft, feeble blow slower than a child's punch, meant to deceive your golden light into thinking there was no danger. Had you been careless, you might have been harmed? Qin Luo could not help but remark, indeed experience breeds craftiness. The purple-haired immortal frowned, sensing her displeasure. Qin Luo hastened to add, Senior, I did not mean you. Not far away, the Xuanji Mountain ancestor rose into the air again. He had thought to secure victory, but Qin Luo remained vigilant. One failed strike would mean no second chance. The ancestor cackled as he stood atop Xuanji Mountain. His twisted, severed hands swiftly regenerated, then he performed a sorcery, opening a blood-gorged maw into which countless crimson light streamed. The junior cultivators of Xuanji Mountain were powerless, their qi and blood drained away rapidly. Even Elder Qi Yun was not spared. Ancestor awakened, they cried. As he absorbed their life essence, he laughed with malice. I am wide awake. You worthless wretches were kept alive for this very day. Nearby several vigorous crimson lights rose, Yi Xianzhou and the others Qi in blood.
A nest of snakes and rats.
Qin Luo shouted as he slashed with his sword. A streak of swordlight severed the Xuanji mountain ancestor's head.
Qin Luo would not allow him to absorb their life force unimpeded.
Yet the ancestor's head flew in the air, still cackling. Even separated from his body, he continued to absorb the surrounding qi and blood. Even Elder Qi Yun was reduced to a skeleton. Only the ancestor's cackling resonated across the ruined mountain. Qin Luo's eyes narrowed. When the sword struck the ancestor, the head had already been severed.
This fellow knew the head-severing art.
From the jade pendant the purple-haired immortal warned Qin Luo he is a remnant from that world-shaking war, a survivor that slipped through the net.
He is not easily dispatched, be cautious. Thank you for the warning, senior. Qin Luo watched as the ancestor's head and body rejoined. He now appeared robust, flesh full and brimming with fierce murderous qi. Who is your master? The ancestor demanded.
Zhang Fulong, Qin Luo answered without evasion. The ancestor pondered for a long moment, then sneered, forget it. Those who remain in the mundane world are failures. I was one step from ascension in my day, this is all the fault of you Daosher. I will kill you now, then go after Zhang Fulong. Qin Luo gripped the peachwood sword in his right hand while forming a sword finger with his left, sliding it upward along the blade. Golden veins appeared along the sword. He intoned deeply, in the name of Daozu I command the thunder gods of the 5 directions, by my decree strike with me and slay the foe. Qin Luo raised the peachwood sword high. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, connecting the earth and sky. Bathed in the lightning, Qin Luo appeared handsome and radiant, while Jin Zhao, his golden-horned companion, was startled and quickly darted away. Seeing the heavenly lightning, the ancestor of Xianji Mountain's smile froze. He gazed at the night sky, his expression tense until the lightning disappeared, leaving the heavens still. He. You scared me. The ancestor of Xianji Mountain let out a long breath and pointed at Qin Luo with a sneer. The Dao ancestor is dead, the celestial palace has long vanished, where will you seek help? I will just try it, what are you afraid of? Qin Luo lowered the peachwood sword, his eyes calm and his expression indifferent. Suddenly the ancestor of Xianji Mountain felt a pang of fear. He sensed a dangerous aura and turned to look. In the distant north a golden light appeared, approaching at an observable speed. Boom! The golden lightning tore through the night sky, resembling a galaxy spanning the stars. The earth trembled and the thunder was deafening. The expression on the ancestor of Xianji Mountain turned grim. The golden lightning appeared above Xianji Mountain and a tall figure stood within the lightning, bowing towards Qin Luo's direction. Northern Thunder God, at your command. Qin Luo gripped the peachwood sword, his eyes filled with respect as he returned the bow. Thank you for your assistance, senior. There's no need for the Taoist to intervene with mere remnants. As soon as the Northern Thunder God finished speaking, he pointed. A bolt of lightning struck towards the ancestor of Xianji Mountain. The ancestor dodged swiftly, but the palaces atop the mountain collapsed one after another and the entire immortal mountain was riddled with cracks. You are too much. The ancestor of Xianji Mountain's eyes turned red as he hurled a punch towards the Northern Thunder God, sending a ghostly light soaring into the sky. The Northern Thunder God summoned his thunderstaff, swinging it to unleash hundreds of feet of lightning, dispersing the ghostly light. The lightning continued to strike towards the ancestor of Xianji Mountain, who dared not confront it directly and could only keep dodging. Qin Luo stood atop the mountain observing the battle. The Northern Thunder God was clearly much stronger. Trying to dodge. The Northern Thunder God snorted coldly. His eyes sparkled with lightning and soon the entire night sky was illuminated by the lightning, which spread like a web, ultimately forming a golden ocean. In the distance some cultivators noticed the emergence of the Sea of Lightning. Which powerful being is transcending tribulation? It's in the direction of Xianji Mountain, it must be a strong cultivator from there. Could it be Su Kuan? It might also be Yi Xianzhou. He has exceptional talent and became the sect leader of Xianji Mountain at a young age. Impossible, Su Kuan and Yi Xianzhou are far from it, it should be the ancestor of Xianji Mountain. I heard he almost ascended to the celestial realm with Xianji Mountain in his prime. To encounter a mighty being transcending tribulation is a unseen, a lifetime opportunity. Let's go see, perhaps we can gain some benefits. When a powerful being transcends tribulation, they open a passage to the heavens, attracting celestial life essence. For secular cultivators this is a tremendous fortune and many are willing to take risks for it. Many cultivators headed towards Xianji Mountain, including scattered cultivators, sect disciples and spies from the Northern King's Manor. Xianji Mountain was engulfed in a sea of lightning, leaving the ancestor of Xianji Mountain with no escape as countless bolts struck down simultaneously. Continuous bolts of lightning struck the ancestor of Xianji Mountain, tearing his robes and inflicting wounds. Some of the lightning transformed into chains, binding the ancestor of Xianji Mountain. The Northern Thunder God, holding the thunderstaff, appeared before him and raised the staff, striking down fiercely. Boom! Cough, cough. The ancestor of Xianji Mountain was nearly crushed.
I will fight you to the end.
He clenched his fists, a powerful ghostly light erupting from him as he broke free from the chains. Immediately after, Xianji Mountain shattered into pieces, countless boulders rolling down, leaving only a massive dark red broken sword. Xianji Mountain floated in midair due to the sword exuding a formidable aura. The Northern Thunder God noticed the bloodlight on the broken sword and said, "This is celestial blood. It seems you have engaged in some shady dealings." The ancestor of Xianji Mountain grimaced, "If it weren't for that battle dropping my realm, would I fear you?
Am I not the same?"
The Northern Thunder God raised the thunder staff high, summoning the nine heavens calamity thunder, a grand spectacle. The ancestor of Xianji Mountain with his battered body fully activated the dark red broken sword. The thunder staff collided with the broken sword.
Boo!
The thunder roared deafeningly and the terrifying energy shattered the space. The broken sword shattered its fragments, piercing the body of the ancestor of Xianji Mountain, turning him into a pin cushion as a bolt of tribulation lightning struck between his brows, completely annihilating him. In the blink of an eye, Xianji Mountain vanished. Qin Luo cupped his hands towards the Northern Thunder God, his face showing respect. "Thank you, Senior, for acting on behalf of the heavens." The Northern Thunder God stood high above, retracting his thunderstaff and bowing to Qin Luo. "It is my honor to assist the Taoist in resolving troubles, but I cannot remain in the Great Xia territory for long lest I attract unnecessary trouble. We shall meet again if fate allows." Having said that, the Northern Thunder God returned to the north. Qin Luo didn't get a chance to ask the Northern Thunder God's name and could only bow in thanks towards his departing figure, feeling puzzled. Such a powerful Thunder God actually fears the Great Xia dynasty. It seems the Great Xia dynasty is not simple at all. In the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy spoke softly. "The luck of a flourishing dynasty is beyond his capacity to contend with. Even true immortals from the heavens may not dare to come down here."
"I see now," Qin Luo said, realizing. "Big guy, impressive."
Jin Zhao ran back to Qin Luo's side from a distance, his eyes filled with admiration. "Return to Longhu Temple and train while you too can become a true powerhouse in the future."
Jin Zhao nodded firmly.
Qin Luo left Xianji Mountain with Jin Zhao. They hadn't gone far when they encountered a wandering cultivator riding a sword, dressed in a tattered gray robe with white hair.
"Dao friend, please wait."
The white-haired cultivator saw Qin Luo in the mountains. Qin Luo stopped and Jin Zhao hid behind him. The white-haired cultivator approached him, his eyes filled with confusion. "Dao friend, you arrived early. Was it not the ancestor of Xianji Mountain who just transcended tribulation here?" "Sort of," Qin Luo replied, not wanting to explain too much.
"Who was it?" "I don't know."
The white-haired cultivator looked puzzled. "Then why has Xianji Mountain disappeared? Could it be that Xianji Mountain ascended along with it?"
"Something like that," Qin Luo said, and upon hearing this, the white-haired cultivator's eyes filled with envy. "When one person achieves the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. It's a pity my talent is too poor to become a disciple of Xianji Mountain." "I'm glad for you," Qin Luo expressed. "Senior, I still have matters to attend to. We shall meet again."
The white-haired cultivator kindly reminded, "Dao friend may not know that the place for transcending tribulation is a good location. Cultivating nearby can yield twice the result with half the effort."
"Thank you for the reminder, Senior. I have very important matters to deal with, so I must take my leave."
Qin Luo cupped his hands in gratitude to the white-haired cultivator. "Dao friend, take care." The white-haired cultivator returned the gesture.
Qin Luo and Jin Zhao disappeared into the woods. So rich in spiritual energy.
The white-haired cultivator was extremely excited as he arrived at the mountaintop where Qin Luo had fought, sitting cross-legged there to cultivate. Soon after, a large number of cultivators appeared around the white-haired cultivator. They heard the news of Xianji Mountain's ascension and the word spread rapidly, shocking everyone.
Late at night.
The moon was bright and stars were sparse.
Qin Luo sat on the edge of the cliff enjoying the breeze. "Jin Zhao, are you hungry?" "A bit." Jin Zhao weakly nodded. "Open your mouth." Qin Luo took out a golden gourd.
Jin Zhao quickly tilted his head back and opened his mouth wide.
Qin Luo poured morning dew into his mouth.
After drinking the morning dew, Jin Zhao felt warmth spreading through his body, filled with strength.
He could see further and even hear the faint sounds below the cliff.
After feeding Jin Zhao, Qin Luo picked up the gourd, drinking the morning dew while smiling and asking, "What did you eat before, Jin Zhao?" Jin Zhao replied honestly, "Big brother, I used to catch rabbits to eat in the mountains, and I've eaten at least 100,000 rabbits. If a certain god king finds out, you'll have a fine feast."
Qin Luo teased. "Really?"
Jin Zhao's big eyes lit up. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle and explained, "Having a fine feast means you will be taught a lesson."
"Then I won't eat rabbits anymore." Jin Zhao shrunk his neck.
Qin Luo gently patted Jin Zhao's back, smiling softly, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you."
Morning. Qin Luo opened his eyes. The clouds and mist in the mountains rolled. As dawn approached, Qin Luo took out his gourd to collect the morning dew from the trees.
He took a sip and savored it. Although it wasn't as sweet as the dew from Longhu View, it had a refreshing fragrance.
As the sun rose, the rosy light illuminated Qin Luo.
He glanced at Jin Jiao, who lay on the ground fast asleep. Jin Jiao was quiet, much quieter than the little dumpling.
Jin Jiao.
Hearing Qin Luo's call, Jin Jiao instantly woke up and immediately followed him as he left the cliff. They traversed mountains and valleys.
They admired the scenery along the way.
Occasionally they came across treasures of heaven and earth, but due to the presence of demon beasts nearby, Qin Luo did not seize the opportunities. The sun shone brightly. Qin Luo and Jin Jiao encountered a small stream. With a slight application of magic, an arch bridge made of dirt and stone was formed, which would be much more convenient for any villagers passing through in the future.
Jin Jiao bent down to drink from the stream.
It found that the stream water was not as good as the dew. As Qin Luo walked across the arch bridge, he noticed a wisp of green smoke not far away where a bamboo cottage stood along with a winding path leading to the stream. In a radius of hundreds of miles without human habitation, there was a bamboo cottage here.
The person living in the cottage must be extraordinary.
Qin Luo walked up the stone path in the mountains and arrived at the front of the bamboo cottage after several dozen steps. A child in green was boiling water in the yard. There were loud snoring sounds coming from inside the bamboo cottage. Qin Luo stood outside the yard, the fence only reaching his waist. Upon seeing Qin Luo, the child's expression turned tense. "Master, someone is coming." The child, fearing Qin Luo was a bad person, ran into the bamboo cottage to push the sleeping old man in white on the bed.
Qin Luo smiled awkwardly.
The old man in white was awakened.
He yawned and sleepily came outside.
Upon seeing Qin Luo standing outside the yard, he immediately became alert. "Young friend, please come in." As Qin Luo entered the yard, he noticed that the old man in white had no spiritual energy within him and appeared quite ordinary. "I am Qin Luo from Longhu. I passed by here and apologize for any disturbance, senior." The old man in white had a kind expression and his face was full of smiles. In the mountains one rarely sees people throughout the year, which makes one feel a bit suffocated. "Young friend, there's no need to worry about it.
My name is Song Qingjing and I am a loose cultivator. This is my disciple Chen Qingsong."
Chen Qingsong stared at Jin Jiao at Qin Luo's feet, feeling that the little creature was quite adorable and wanting to touch it.
"Please sit down, fellow Taoist." Song Qingjing extended his hand in invitation.
In the yard there was a lush paulownia tree.
Qin Luo sat on a bamboo chair under the tree.
"Senior, why do you live in such a remote, deep mountain?"
Song Qingjing shook his head with a light sigh.
"When I was young, I was an official in the Great Xia. Later I grew weary of the clamor of the mundane world, so I secluded myself here to comprehend the Tao and cultivate."
"Senior, did you achieve this without a teacher?" Qin Luo looked at him with admiration.
Song Qingjing chuckled and shook his head. "I resigned at 60. I've only read a few books of sages and have no real cultivation experience. I've just wasted my time in the mountains." Qin Luo felt the old man was quite humble and he expressed his respect. "Senior, you certainly don't look 60. You seem to be getting younger, just like my master."
"Young friend, you flatter me.
Your master is able to teach such a disciple as you. I can hardly compare in my lifetime." Song Qingjing sensed that Qin Luo was unfathomable.
Chen Qingsong brought hot tea to Qin Luo. "Senior, please have some tea." Chen Qingsong respectfully offered the tea.
"Thank you."
Qin Luo accepted the teacup. Chen Qingsong was somewhat surprised. Occasionally cultivators would visit his master, but they never paid attention to him, their disciple. This cultivator was unusually polite.
Qin Luo took a sip of tea, savoring it carefully. The first sip tasted bitter, then turned sweet upon aftertaste, yet he still felt a lingering bitterness that wouldn't dissipate.
"Good tea."
Qin Luo felt a sense of tasting life. Song Qingjing noticed that Qin Luo was not ordinary. "Young friend, what kind of Tao do you pursue?"
"My nature is self-sufficient and does not rely on external pursuits." Qin Luo answered without much thought.
Song Qingjing fell silent for a long time after hearing this, pondering the words, and after a while he laughed heartily.
Chen Qingsong was somewhat dumbfounded.
It was the first time he saw his master act in such a manner. After a while Song Qingjing clasped his hands in gratitude, his joy evident. "Your words have awakened me from my dream, filling the void in my heart."
"Senior, you jest."
Qin Luo shook his head with a smile.
He continued to drink tea, savoring its flavor.
Song Qingjing, however, was reflecting on Qin Luo's 8 words, which closely resonated with the Tao he pursued in his heart.
It felt like a sudden enlightenment.
After finishing the tea, Qin Luo stood up. "Senior, I still have matters to attend to and shall not linger here."
"You are welcome to visit Longhu and I will treat you to tea then."
Song Qingjing stood up somewhat embarrassed. "Young friend, forgive my ignorance, where is Longhu?
Qin Luo softly replied. "Longhu is in Jinyang City, Baiyun Town on the Luoxia Peak."
"I will definitely visit Longhu one day," Song Qingjing said seriously. After Qin Luo left the yard, he turned around to again clasp his hands in gratitude to Song Qingjing and Chen Qingsong. Jin Jiao followed suit with a nod.
Watching their departing figures, Chen Qingsong lifted his head. Master, that person is quite polite. Song Qingjing nodded, saying meaningfully, Qingsong, the fuller the rice ears, the lower they bow. The more powerful a person is, the more humble they become. Do you understand? I understand. He is very impressive. Chen Qingsong's eyes held reverence. As your teacher, I am teaching you to be humble. Master, I am not impressive at all. This child cannot be taught.
Song Qingjing returned to the bamboo cottage to continue sleeping, suddenly laughing. My nature is self-sufficient and does not rely on external pursuits. After leaving the bamboo cottage, Qin Luo had not walked far when he saw a tall mountain, sensing the aura of fierce beasts within.
Jin Zhao even curled its tail.
Qin Luo's eyes sparkled with golden light as he saw a suppressed dragon in the mountain, somewhat surprised.
It seems it was suppressed by that senior.
There were no other cultivators nearby, only Song Qingjing living in the mountains. He felt no sign of spiritual energy from him, yet he could suppress a powerful dragon.
Senior, what kind of power is this? The purple-haired fairy in the jade pendant softly said, this is the power of righteousness.
With only a few books of sages he has cultivated to this level.
He is quite impressive and will be even more so in the future. It seems I must read more in the future.
The purple-haired fairy remained silent.
In Yanbei City at the Wangfu of the North Town.
The king of the North Town still stood in front of the water pool. He had been standing there for a long time waiting for Qin Luo's arrival, yet Qin Luo was still delayed. A scout knelt behind the king of the North Town. Your Highness, we just received news that a powerful person is transcending tribulation at Xianji Mountain, and even Xianji Mountain is ascending with it. The king of the North Town's hand involuntarily trembled. His expression became serious. That young Taoist just left Longhu View and Xianji Mountain ascended shortly thereafter.
Is there such a coincidence?
Your Highness, Xianji Mountain has truly vanished completely and utterly without a trace. Tell the generals of each town, if they see the Taoist, let him pass directly and do not obstruct him.
Understood. The scout left the garden.
Beside the king of the North Town, the space distorted as a red-clothed old man walked out from the void, his expression grave. The Xianji Mountain, which has been inherited for 10,000 years, has been completely erased as if it never existed. It sends chills down my spine.
How is the investigation into Longhu View going?
We have spent a large amount of resources to find some clues. Longhu View was established by a disciple of the Tao ancestor. For a long time Longhu View was in a state of disappearance until several decades ago when Zhang Fulong came to Longhu View and recruited disciples again. What is Zhang Fulong's background?
It seems to be related to the Zhang family in the royal capital.
He ran away from home when he was very young and has never returned. The Zhang family seems to be deliberately hiding this matter.
Which Zhang family?
The Zhang family that has produced saints.
What about that young Taoist?
Unclear. He is even more mysterious than Zhang Fulong. The red-clothed old man reminded, Your Highness, do not underestimate the waters of the pond. The shallow part may harbor hidden dragons.
Dismissed.
The red-clothed old man disappeared from the garden. The king of the North Town gazed at the calm water in front of him, where a dark shadow swam below the surface. In the evening, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao left the mountains. They walked on the ancient path covered with fallen leaves. This was an abandoned official road, unmaintained and rarely traveled, filled with many potholes.
Sounds of rolling wheels came from behind.
Several horse-drawn carts loaded with goods sped toward them. Hearing the sounds of the carts, Qin Luo proactively stepped to the side of the road to give way. When Qin Luo looked up, he saw a banner on the front cart embroidered with the words Fian Escort Agency. A young man on a white horse spotted Qin Luo. He rode closer and greeted him. You're quite casual for a Taoist with your hair down.
Where are you from?
I am from Longhu View, Qin Luo.
I am from Fian Escort Agency, Song Xiao.
Song Xiao cupped his fists toward Qin Luo. After long exposure to wind and sun, Song Xiao had bronzed skin and looked very healthy. He noticed Jin Jiao and curiously asked, what kind of cat is this?
Quite unique. I found it in the mountains.
Qin Luo replied with a smile.
Song Xiao grinned, his smile genuine. I'll give you 5 taels of silver for it. How about that?
Qin Luo shook his head. 10 taels.
Jin Jiao hid behind Qin Luo's feet. Qin Luo's gaze was firm. It is not for sale.
Song Xiao sighed and shook his head, not insisting.
Qin Luo, where are you headed?
Yanbei City.
Just right, we are also going to Yanbei City. If you don't mind, you can squeeze in with the goods.
Thank you for the offer, but I prefer to walk.
It will be dark soon and there are many wild beasts in the mountains. It is dangerous for you to be alone.
Song Xiao kindly reminded.
Then I will follow behind you.
You must keep close. Song Xiao cautioned, thinking Qin Luo was just shy, and the escort team quickly surpassed Qin Luo.
We will wait for you ahead.
Song Xiao rode away. Qin Luo continued to walk leisurely, watching the caravan distance itself.
Indeed, there are still many good people around.
Withered vines and old trees crows in the dusk.
A small bridge with flowing water devoid of any households.
Song Xiao led his horse standing on a stone bridge entwined with vines, watching Qin Luo approach slowly, bathed in the evening glow.
Uncle Lu, this young Taoist seems remarkably leisurely, chasing after the twilight light.
Qin Luo walked alongside Jin Zhao in the evening glow while the road behind him was shrouded in darkness. A burly middle-aged man in short sleeves observed them, and Lu Tai casually remarked, "Perhaps it's the twilight light chasing after him."
Is that true?
I was just saying it casually. Lu Tai had never seen such a scene. Song Xiao did not believe such a thing was possible. Even cultivators found it difficult to achieve, considering it merely a coincidence. Before long, Qin Luo reached the bridge and Song Xiao greeted him warmly. "Qin Luo, we plan to rest here tonight.
Come join us, it's safer that way."
Across the small bridge lay an abandoned village. The bodyguards were feeding their horses. After 2 invitations from Song Xiao, Qin Luo found it hard to refuse, saying, "Thank you, brother Song, I will rest with you for the night." Qin Luo followed Song Xiao into the desolate village. They chose to rest in the mountain god temple, which was spacious and could shield them from wind and rain much better than the dilapidated thatched huts outside.
Young captain.
A few strong men were seated in the temple, greeting Song Xiao with smiles. The mountain god temple enshrined a mountain god resembling a general with freshly lit incense candles. Qin Luo smiled and asked, "Brother Song, what is the name of this mountain god?" Song Xiao, seeing Qin Luo's courtesy, hesitated to address him by name. "Brother Qin, this is the mountain god of Gushan. He was originally a general of the great Yan who slayed monsters in the mountains and was worshipped by the people. Later the locals moved away to escape the war, and this place fell into disrepair."
Isn't this within the territory of the great Xia?
Qin Luo asked, puzzled. Hearing this, the surrounding bodyguards burst into laughter, and Song Xiao explained this used to be the great Yan but was conquered by the great Xia a century ago.
Yanbei County was originally part of the Yan kingdom. I see.
Qin Luo felt that Yanbei County was vast. He had walked for a long time, and an ordinary person would need much more time.
Do you all believe in the mountain god?
Qin Luo looked at the imposing statue of the mountain god. There was no mountain god present within the statue. Song Xiao gazed at the statue high above and said solemnly, "We travel far and wide. No matter what gods we encounter, whether they are effective or not, we must pay our respects to seek peace of mind." Qin Luo took out a stick of incense, approached the statue, lit it with the candle flame, then bowed respectfully, placing the lit incense in the incense burner. Jin Zhao bowed deeply in a respectful manner. The stick of incense that Qin Luo lit was different from the others, in the burner emitting golden smoke. The statue above absorbed the golden incense, and its previously dull body began to shine. Song Xiao spread some hay on the ground and waved with a smile, "Brother Qin, come sit here." Qin Luo sat down beside Song Xiao while Jin Zhao quietly lay down. Song Xiao offered a piece of beef jerky enthusiastically, saying, "This is jerky made by my mother, give it a try."
"Thank you."
Taoists generally do not consume beef, but Qin Luo had no such restrictions. He accepted the jerky, tore off a piece to taste it, savoring its 5-spice flavor, and smiled, nodding, "It's very delicious. My master said that cultivators should eat less meat," so Qin Luo shared some of the beef jerky with Jin Zhao.
Jin Zhao enjoyed the jerky, wagging its tail joyfully.
Song Xiao picked up a wine pouch, took a large gulp, then handed it to Qin Luo, saying, "Winter is coming, it gets very cold at night, have a few sips to warm yourself up." Qin Luo shook his head with a smile, somewhat puzzled. "Brother Song, are you this warm-hearted to everyone?" Song Xiao laughed heartily, "My father always says when you roam the world, make more friends. The more friends you have, the more paths you can take."
Qin Luo found it quite reasonable.
He took out a golden gourd and began sipping morning dew, saying, "Jin Zhao, open your mouth."
Jin Zhao excitedly opened its mouth. Qin Luo poured a bit of morning dew to feed it. Song Xiao smiled and asked, "Is this wine?"
"It's morning dew collected from the mountains."
"Dew? I have never tasted this before."
"Have a few sips."
"Thanks." Song Xiao did not hold back. He took the golden gourd, drank a large mouthful, and exclaimed, "So this is the taste of dew."
Song Xiao spoke frankly, saying it was neither good nor bad. He then returned the gourd to Qin Luo, who was gentle and amiable. Song Xiao greatly appreciated his character. Qin Luo placed the gourd beside him, asking, "Brother Song, why does your escort agency travel through such remote places?"
Song Xiao did not hide the truth. Traveling on official roads leads to checkpoints set up by the authorities, requiring hefty fees.
Taking the wild mountain paths allows us to earn significantly more.
That is quite dangerous. There's no choice, it's our way of life. Qin Luo understood their hardships, stating, "Meeting his fate, here's a talisman for dispelling evil and avoiding misfortune."
Looking at the brand new talisman, Song Xiao felt it might be a bit too good to be true. Regardless of its effectiveness, he accepted it, examining it closely and admiring the fine craftsmanship of the talisman. "Brother Qin, I can't just take this for free. How much is it?"
"Just give me 2 pieces of beef jerky in return."
Ha ha ha.
Song Xiao thought Qin Luo must be starving, quickly retrieving 2 large pieces of beef jerky, but Qin Luo tucked them into his sleeve. Brother Qin, do you want to keep them for the road? I want to take them back for my junior sister to try.
Your junior sister must be very beautiful.
She is still a child.
Song Xiao quickly changed the subject, saying, Brother Qin, what brings you to Yanbei City? I wish to have a word with the king of the north.
Ha ha ha.
Song Xiao laughed heartily. Brother Qin, when you meet the king of the north, tell him to treat the escort agency better and not bully us hard-working folk.
I will definitely do that. Qin Luo nodded seriously. I'm so sleepy.
Song Xiao suddenly propped his forehead, looking at the wine pouch. Old Wu, your wine has quite the kick.
Young captain, that's because your tolerance is low. Old Wu's wine is all watered down.
1 penny for 1 penny's worth, don't blame me. The burly man laughed heartily. Song Xiao swayed, eventually collapsing onto the hay, fast asleep, radiating warmth. Qin Luo sat cross-legged in the temple, closing his eyes to rest, while the escort's bodyguards took turns keeping watch throughout the night.
Can celestial masters from the mountains really be with us? I feel he's not simple. He might have something, but it shouldn't be too much. Can celestial masters from the mountains really be with us? I feel he's not simple. He might have something, but it shouldn't be too much. I think so too.
The bodyguards discussed among themselves. Suddenly a cold wind swept in. The alert bodyguards turned their gazes toward the mountain god temple's entrance. While they spent the night in the mountains, they often encountered wild beast attacks and sometimes even unclean entities. They were very cautious about this sudden cold wind.
I think so too.
The bodyguards discussed among themselves. Suddenly a cold wind swept in. The alert bodyguards turned their gazes toward the mountain god.
Young captain, wake up.
They wanted to rouse Song Xiao to make a decision, but he was sleeping soundly like a pig and could not be awakened.
The bodyguards could only wait in the mountain god temple.
By the bridge, Qin Luo saw a ghostly figure clad in armor identical to the mountain god enshrined in the temple. Are you the mountain god of Gushan?
I am no mountain god, I am General Su Liang of the Great Yen. The ghostly figure saluted Qin Luo.
Qin Luo had heard about the origins of the mountain god temple from Song Xiao and was curious. Why do you appear here? Su Liang replied honestly, Celestial Master, after I died in battle my soul could not pass through the ghost gate and has been wandering in the mortal realm. Tonight I was suddenly summoned here, perhaps due to a connection with this place. Qin Luo nodded. Senior, you once did kindness for the people here, so they built this mountain god temple for you. If you wish, you can stay here as the mountain god.
If you wish to go to the underworld, I can send you through the ghost gate. Su Liang pondered, looking at the desolate village. This place used to be very lively.
Celestial Master, I wish to remain here and see it become lively once again. Qin Luo chuckled lightly. The mountain god temple was built by the people for you, this is your home.
Su Liang solemnly expressed, thank you, Celestial Master. Without your guidance I might never return in this lifetime. It's a small effort.
Qin Luo and Su Liang returned to the mountain god temple.
The bodyguards inside the temple could not see the ghostly figure and were tense, asking Taoist, is there an evil spirit outside? No.
Qin Luo returned to his previous position, sitting cross-legged. When everyone looked at the mountain god statue, they discovered that the statue, once covered in dust, now shimmered with golden light. The mountain god has manifested. The bodyguards excitedly knelt and bowed. They felt the presence of an evil spirit nearby moments ago, and it was the mountain god's protection that kept them safe.
The next day in the morning,
Song Xiao woke from his slumber. Old Wu, where's that young Taoist?
He just left.
Song Xiao stood up, feeling particularly well rested, his mind clear and his body filled with energy. A bodyguard informed Song Xiao about the events of the previous night. Song Xiao immediately bowed 3 times to the mountain god, burning a lot of incense and paper money, respectfully saying, thank you for your protection, mountain god. Whenever we pass this place in the future, we will come to see you. Brother Qin, why did you leave without a word? I saw you sleeping so soundly.
Ha ha ha.
Qin Luo and Song Xiao exchanged smiles. Brother Qin, why did you leave without a word? I saw you sleeping so soundly.
Ha ha ha.
Qin Luo and Song Xiao exchanged smiles. At that moment, old Wu suddenly rushed over, saying, young captain, it seems there's a checkpoint set up by the government ahead. Song Xiao looked in the distance, spotting the flag of the Great Xia, and his smile vanished. Why is there a checkpoint here?
Song Xiao frowned.
Half a year ago there had been no barrier at this spot.
Young escort chief, what shall we do? What else can we do but go on? Lao Wu reminded him. Young escort chief, passing the checkpoint will certainly cost a good deal of money and likely cause trouble. If we detour, we will only waste some time. Shall we take the longer route? No. We cannot detour, it would delay delivery. The Fian Biaoju prides itself on honesty, any loss on this trip will be on me.
You need not worry.
Understood.
Lao Wu ceased his objections.
The escort convoy pressed onward.
Song Shao swung down from his horse and led the white steed with composed calm.
Brother Qin, accompany us through the checkpoint. If you go alone, they will surely make things difficult for you. Thank you. Qin Luo did not refuse.
Jin Jiao glanced toward the checkpoint ahead, thinking that if they dared mistreat their chief it would be courting death. As the escort convoy arrived before the checkpoint, they were stopped in their tracks. A portly commander stepped forward with a leering smile.
Hehe, smuggling is against the law.
Armored soldiers ringed them on every side.
Qin Luo and Song Shao approached from behind.
Song Shao drew a wad of banknotes from his breast and wore a broad smile. Sir, the carts carry only specialties of the Great Shu, nothing of great value.
Thank you for your efforts.
The portly commander did not accept the money. He had noticed the young Taoist behind Song Shao, and recalling an order from above, his expression tightened.
Is he with you? Yes. Song Shao nodded.
The commander hastily said, let them pass. Stunned, Song Shao could only stand there as the commander forced a smile. Sorry for the trouble, please forgive us.
Safe travels.
Seeing the commander's abrupt change of attitude, Song Shao had no time to wonder further and immediately signaled the convoy through the checkpoint.
Only when they were well away did he finally exhale. Song Shao led the horse and walked behind the group, with Qin Luo replaying the scene.
Brother Qin, that commander must have seen you and mistaking you for an immortal master.
Quite possible. Qin Luo nodded.
I must thank you properly. When we reach Yanbei City, I will treat you to 10 jin of dried beef.
No, 100 jin. Qin Luo shook his head, laughing. No need. My master says eating too much meat harms one's cultivation. We who practice martial arts think the opposite.
Walking beside Qin Luo, Song Shao found his breathing fall into an easy rhythm, a sensation he had never known before.
Brother Qin, what is your dream?
Qin Luo had never considered it. He smiled and said, to bring home a lovely, virtuous wife.
Song Shao burst into hearty laughter. Brother Qin, that hardly sounds like something you would say. Is it vulgar? Qin Luo smiled.
You seem without desire.
Qin Luo returned the question.
What is your dream, Song brother? When I was young, I wished to be a wandering hero, sword in hand, across the world, but life would not allow it.
Song Shao sighed softly. Qin Luo remembered an older fellow apprentice.
My senior brother once wished the same, to wander with a sword. He left Longhugwan 2 years ago. I do not know what has become of him.
Song Zhao's interest was piqued. He raised an eyebrow.
Brother Qin, I have traveled far and wide. What is your senior brother's name?
I might have heard of him. Xia Donlu.
Qin Luo said with a smile.
Song Zhao's eyes widened. Xia Donlu.
I have heard of him. He also does escort work. It cannot be such a coincidence.
Perhaps it is a coincidence. No, it's unlikely.
The Xia Donglu I knew liked to boast, claiming he could cleave mountains with a single sword, that immortals would kneel before him.
He declared himself second in swordsmanship. Nobody dared claim first.
Hearing Song Zhao's words, Qin Luo was sure it was his senior brother.
Xia Donglu used to brag to juniors at Longhugwan about going down the mountain to uphold justice, yet in the end he took to escort duty, likely forced by circumstance. Whoosh! A rip in the air. A cultivator rode past on a sword. Song Shao looked up as the cultivator vanished into the distance. Brother Qin, do you envy them? Qin Luo smiled faintly. I do not envy them. Only by keeping one's feet on the ground can one travel the farthest.
Song Zhao's eyes glittered with longing.
Crossing mountains and rivers, they naturally go far.
If only I could condense a martial golden core, I too could ride the wind as they do. The path is long and arduous, but the traveler arrives. With effort you will surely reach it.
Qin Luo encouraged. Yes. Song Shao nodded emphatically.
Qin Luo was the most interesting companion Song Shao had met on his escort journeys. At noon, smoke curled from mountain kitchens and a village rose before them.
Song Shao pointed ahead. Brother Qin, that is Baiha village.
We are weary and our horses are tired. We can rest near the village and swap some goods for food. Qin Luo gazed at the mountain behind Baiha village and detected the aura of a ferocious beast.
Are there any dangerous beasts troubling the area? Song Shao pointed to the village temple.
The villagers worship the Shanjun. They say the Shanjun lives on the mountain behind the village.
Once when bandits ravaged the area, the Shanjun came down and drove them off.
Then the Shanjun is not a bad sort. Qin Luo suggested with a smile. Song brother, since we pass this way, why not pay our respects to the Shanjun?
Very well.
Song Shao was in the habit of visiting temples. Qin Luo and Jin Jiao took the footpath beside the village. Song Shao tied his horse's reins to a tree and seeing Qin Luo head up the mountain hurried after him. Brother Qin, the Shanjun temple is in the village. You are on the wrong path.
Song Xiao was well alarmed.
Ordinary tigers did not frighten him, but the Shanjun was a tiger spirit of considerable power, not something
Song Xiao was well alarmed.
Ordinary tigers did not frighten him, but the Shanjun was a tiger spirit of considerable power, not something ordinary warriors could handle.
Even common cultivators would struggle. Brother Qin, do not joke.
If the Shanjun grows displeased, it will be dangerous.
Wait here for me.
Seeing Qin Luo's insistence, Song Xiao steeled himself and followed. He refused to be called a coward. On the mountainside there was a cave. Qin Luo and Song Xiao reached its mouth. Jin Jiao watched Song Xiao's trembling legs and felt a strange familiarity. The tiger spirit it had once met had behaved similarly.
Qin Luo cupped his hands in salute.
I have heard the Shanjun protects the people here. I have come to pay my respects. A gravelly voice from the cave replied, Immortal Master, my legs are stiff of late. Forgive me if I cannot come out to meet you. A deep roar of a fierce tiger issued from the cave.
Hearing the roar and seeing the animal bones strewn outside, Song Xiao's knees went weak.
Inside the cave, the Shanjuan's vast body trembled. It sensed Jin Jiao's strength and imagined Qin Luo to be even more fearsome.
It prayed this young Taoist had not come to slay demons and spirits. May the Shanjun rest well. I will offer an incense stick on your behalf.
I hope you do not forget your original kindness and continue to protect the people.
Qin Luo bowed.
Jin Jiao lowered his head as well.
Song Xiao only wished to flee. Thank you, Immortal Master. The cave answered with another roar. Thinking the Shanjun impatient, Song Xiao dragged Qin Luo away at once. Back at the mountain's foot, Song Xiao was drenched in sweat. Brother Qin, we were lucky this time. Do not be reckless again. Qin Luo laughed and nodded.
He and Song Xiao then went to the village temple to offer incense. After the offering, Song Xiao bought a large basket of wild vegetable dumplings from the villagers.
Brother Qin, since you cannot often eat meat, try 2 wild vegetable dumplings. Song Xiao pressed 2 dumplings into Qin Luo's hands.
Qin Luo had scarcely time to refuse before accepting.
Thank you, Song brother. You are far too polite. When away from home, everyone is a friend. Song Xiao tucked into a dumpling.
Qin Luo tasted his made from wild greens and rice flour, at first bland, but it grew savory with each chew.
Song Xiao ate 5 or 6 dumplings in quick succession and nearly choked.
When he began to cough, Qin Luo offered him a golden gourd. Take 2 sips of water to soothe your throat.
Thank you, Brother Qin.
Honestly, after a life of rich meats, these simple wild vegetable dumplings are delicious.
Song Xiao drank 2 sips of the dew and returned the golden gourd to Qin Luo. Qin Luo pocketed the golden gourd and nodded.
On his way back, he intended to bring some dumplings for his junior sister and the others to try.
Satisfied and fed, they resumed their journey.
Song Xiao had barely taken a few steps before sleep overtook him. Qin Luo supported him and laid him across the horse's back. The other escorts of the Byoju laughed aloud.
Looks like the young escort chief is drunk again.
Qin Luo led Song Xiao's white horse and together with Jin Jiao strolled at the rear, enjoying the passing scenery. Approaching Yanbei City, the land for 100 li around was parchless, an endless plain scorched by drought.
Evening fell outside Yanbei City. Song Xiao woke. Song brother, are you all right? I'm fine.
Song Xiao felt awkward. He did not know why he had slept so long.
Yanbei City's walls were black and burned. Dark legends said the Dragon Clan's wrath had once scorched them.
Usually the city inspections were strict, but today the gate commander let them pass without a check.
Song Xiao felt the escort trip had been unusually smooth.
Once inside the city, Qin Luo cupped his hands to Song Xiao.
Thank you, Song brother, for seeing me safely. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Song Xiao was surprised. You truly intend to go to the Jinbei Wangfu?
Yes.
Qin Luo's gaze was steady.
To Song Xiao, Qin Luo seemed an unlikely cultivator. He offered a warning.
If they turn you away, come to Yanglu Street's Fian Biaoju. Come to my home and rest. No problem. Qin Luo smiled and nodded. They parted ways in the city. Song Xiao returned to the Byoju with the goods, and Qin Luo with Jin Jiao headed for the Jinbei Wangfu. Yanbei City.
On Yanglu Street at the Fian Escort Agency, Song Xiao entered the agency, joy radiating from his face as he exclaimed, Father, I'm back. The head escort Song Huan was waiting in the courtyard with a sour expression, his demeanor serious. Look at that smug face of yours. What's there to be happy about just for escorting a shipment?
Song Huan, in order to train Song Xiao's abilities, did not accompany him on this escort. Was the journey smooth?
Very smooth, replied Song Xiao, looking relaxed.
Song Huan observed Song Xiao, sensing the overflowing vitality that signified a martial arts master.
His gaze sharpened, and with a sudden motion he struck out a palm, prompting Song Xiao to hurriedly raise his hands to block. Song Xiao stood rooted to the spot. However, Song Huan was knocked back several steps.
Confused, Song Xiao asked, Father, have you gone mad? Why are you hitting me?
As a martial arts master comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator, even with only partial strength in that strike, it was not something an ordinary junior could withstand. Yet Song Shao was able to easily block it. Having just become a martial artist before leaving, there was a gap between him and martial arts masters. After not seeing him for over 10 days, he had grown strong enough that even a martial arts master found it hard to shake him. Song Huan quickly asked, "Did you consume some rare treasures? Why has your strength increased so much?"
No. Song Shao looked at his hands, truly feeling a surge of power within his body.
"Father, I ate the beef jerky that mother made all the way on the road, and I also had a few wild vegetable dumplings."
Think carefully.
A young Taoist priest made me drink a few sips of dew. Could it be that dew that caused this?
A Taoist priest dew. Song Huan felt that this Taoist priest was not ordinary. Song Shao took out a talisman from his pocket. "Father, he also gave me a talisman saying it can ward off evil and avoid misfortune."
Song Huan had seen many talismans in his time as an escort but had never encountered one so finely crafted. His expression grew serious as he said quickly, "Put that away, this is your fortune."
"Where is he now?"
"He said he was going to the Northtown King's mansion." Song Shao found it somewhat amusing. Even cultivators found it hard to enter the royal mansion. To go to the Northtown King's mansion is no simple matter. You are truly fortunate to have encountered a great person.
Song Huan patted his shoulder excitedly.
Song Shao was a bit dazed. He initially thought that Qin Luo traveling alone might encounter danger and wanted to help, but he didn't expect to be overthinking it. The other party didn't need any assistance.
No wonder the chubby leader looked terrified when passing the checkpoint.
No wonder Qin Luo dared to visit the mountain lord. It turned out he was a celestial master. Song Shao wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I am but a frog at the bottom of a well, daring to call a celestial master brother."
Song Huan chuckled. "Shower, since you could gain such fortune, it proves he recognizes you."
"There's no need to be afraid. I should have drunk a bit more at that time."
Greedy as ever.
Song Huan lightly tapped Song Shao's head. Looking at the agency's door, Song Shao sighed. "I wonder if we will have another chance to meet. Such a fortune is enough to benefit you for a lifetime," Song Huan said meaningfully.
Northtown King's mansion.
In the garden, the Northtown King stood by the pool. "He has been in the city for quite some time. Why hasn't he come yet?" The old man in red chuckled lightly. "That young Taoist is dawdling. It seems he is leisurely shopping."
"Is he deliberately tormenting me?"
The Northtown King clenched his fist, having waited a long time for Qin Luo. It felt as if Qin Luo was playing a cat and mouse game with him, seeking to extinguish his thoughts of resistance.
Perhaps that's just his temperament. This is too hard to endure. Xuanwu Street. The longest street in Yanbei City.
In the evening during mealtime, the street grew increasingly deserted with many shops already closed. On the street corner, a girl performing arts sat on a wooden stool dressed in tattered white clothes, her hair tied in a bun, her eyes dull and lifeless, clearly blind. The girl smiled as she played the bamboo flute. The clear and cheerful sound of the flute was delightful, and Qin Luo closed his eyes as though he could see birds soaring freely.
Qin Luo was entranced.
Despite her physical disabilities, the girl remained optimistic, her voice filled with fighting spirit, refusing to bow to fate. The few passers-by on the street hurried home for dinner. Perhaps the sad tune could resonate more with them. Pack, pack, pack. A boy, his clothes patched several times, squatted on the ground teasing a golden horn.
The golden horn turned its head, unwilling to talk to him.
When the performance of the blind girl ended, the little boy held out a bowl to the onlookers, respectfully saying, "Please spare a little."
Many passers-by shook their heads and left. Some gave a single copper coin and then departed.
Soon the area around the girl became deserted, with very few people left on the street. When the little boy reached Qin Luo, he took out 2 copper coins and placed them in the bowl. When leaving Longhu Temple, his junior sister had given Qin Luo a large bag of money, but he did not give all the money on him to the siblings out of sympathy. Giving him 2 copper coins was not out of pity, it was for the value of the blind girl's performance.
"Thank you, Taoist."
The little boy bowed repeatedly in gratitude. While everyone else gave 1 copper coin, Qin Luo gave 2, making him appear very generous in the little boy's eyes. The blind girl wiped her bamboo flute and then packed it up. With few people left, they prepared to head home. Just a few steps away, the little boy caught up his dark face bright with innocence as he asked, "Taoist, can you take a look at my sister's eye?"
"I can, but it won't be free." Qin Luo nodded with a smile.
The little boy's eyes lit up with hope. "Taoist, how much do you want?"
"Xiao bao."
The blind girl frowned, a bit displeased.
"Don't be silly, we should go home."
The little boy felt that Qin Luo was special. "Sister, this Taoist is really nice, let him take a look."
"How much do you want?"
asked the blind girl.
2 taels of silver." Qin Luo smiled.
The little boy's eyes widened. He and his sister had been performing in Yanbei City for over a year, saving every penny, and only managed to scrape together 2 taels of silver, which was equivalent to all they had. Qin Luo gently said, "If you can take out 2 taels of silver, I will treat your sister's illness." "Forget it," the blind girl smiled lightly.
She hadn't held much hope anyway.
As Qin Luo turned, the little boy grabbed his Dao robe and handed him a bag full of money. Taoist, this is 2 taels of silver, please treat my sister. The sister exclaimed angrily, Xiao Bao, you've got the wrong person. I didn't get the wrong person, how could you deceive my brother? Qin Luo paid no mind, extending his hand, his fingertips resting between the blind girl's brows. The blind girl, who had been agitated, suddenly calmed down, feeling a warm force surge into her brows, and then the world before her bright. The blind girl blinked, suddenly seeing a blurry figure. As her vision cleared, she finally saw Qin Luo's face.
Thud. The bamboo staff fell to the ground. Thank you, Taoist. I was blind to your beauty.
The blind girl knelt on the ground, tears of joy streaming down her face, her clear eyes filled with gratitude. Seeing his sister's eyes regain their brightness, the little boy was also moved to tears, kneeling before Qin Luo and repeatedly bowing, thank you, Taoist, thank you, Taoist. Qin Luo reached out to help them up, wearing a gentle smile.
You don't need to thank me, you paid me. It is only right that I treat your illness.
If they hadn't been willing to part with those 2 taels of silver, Qin Luo wouldn't have helped them. The girl looked at her skinny and dark-skinned brother, grateful for his decision that allowed her to see light again. Although they were now left with nothing, money could always be earned again. Qin Luo handed the bag full of money to the little boy. The little boy's eyes widened in surprise. Taoist, don't you want money?
This is your reward. I am interested in the bamboo flute, so please make me one. A bamboo flute doesn't require this much money.
And you need to teach me how to play the bamboo flute.
No problem. The girl bowed. Taoist, my name is Lu Ajiao and this is my brother Lu Xiaobao.
Qin Luo from Longhu Temple, he replied with a smile.
I will come to find you tomorrow. All right. Lu Ajiao nodded heavily.
The siblings watched as Qin Luo and the Golden Horn walked away. As the sun set and the moon rose on a night with sparse stars, Qin Luo arrived at the Northtown King's mansion.
Nighttime. The Northtown King's manor.
The surroundings of the manor were silent. Qin Luo gazed at the towering courtyard walls, the cold stone walls emanating an aura of chill, concealing deadly formations within, even stronger than the protective array of Xianji Mountain, revealing the profound heritage within.
Longhu Temple, Qin Luo. Here to pay a visit to the Northtown King.
Qin Luo stood outside the Northtown King's manor, cupping his hands and salute, his booming voice echoing throughout the manor, even though this mansion was larger than Baiyun Town. Deep within the manor, ripples appeared on the surface of the garden's pond. The Northtown King's hand trembled, feeling suffocated, as if an ancient divine mountain pressed down upon him. Military advisor, you meet him for me.
Understood.
The void twisted. An old man in red appeared outside the Northtown King's manor, smiling as he cupped his hands. I am Wang Zhongming, the military advisor beside the Northtown King. I've come to meet you, Taoist Qin. Qin Luo returned the salute, sensing a unique aroma emanating from Wang Zhongming, a mixture of literary fragrance, sandalwood incense, and the mundane sense of the marketplace. The elder before him had a wealth of experience.
Taoist Qin, please.
Wang Zhongming extended his hand in welcome. Qin Luo walked into the Northtown King's manor with a smile, with Jin Jiao looking around curiously behind him. Inside the manor, the lights were bright, yet it felt desolate. For a long stretch no one could be seen. There were no patrolling guards or maidservants. The silence was unnerving.
Senior, has it always been this quiet here?
No, it's because Taoist Qin is coming. The Northtown King is afraid of unexpected events, so he sent them home to rest.
Taoist Qin, please take a seat. Wang Zhongming led Qin Luo into a pavilion. Qin Luo looked at the empty courtyard and softly asked, why isn't the Northtown King here?
Wang Zhongming shook his head with a light sigh. His Highness has not yet emerged from the sorrow of losing his son. Let me speak with Taoist Qin. I represent the Northtown King as his military advisor.
Senior, I traveled from Longhu Temple to the Northtown King's manor, yet I can't even meet the Northtown King. Do you think this is acceptable?
Qin Luo looked at him with a smile. Wang Zhongming appeared helpless, pointing not far away. Taoist Qin, the Northtown King is in the garden. Head north and after passing through 3 doors you will see him. Qin Luo shook his head, somewhat disappointed. It seems that despite the long time I've given the Northtown King, he still hasn't come to terms with it, still thinking that we Longhu Temple can be easily deceived.
Taoist Qin, please don't misunderstand. The Northtown King fears you, hence he dares not meet you.
I hope so. Having walked such a long distance from Longhu Temple to the Northtown King's manor, a few more steps wouldn't hurt. Qin Luo headed towards the garden with Jin Jiao following closely behind, smiling at him. Qin Luo arrived before the first door, an ancient brown wooden door inscribed with the golden character Qi. There was an invisible barrier here capable of blocking cultivators from approaching.
Do you wish to test me, senior? This should not be able to hold, Taoist Qin.
As Qin Luo reached out to touch the wooden door, he discovered that the door was absorbing the energy within him.
Wang Zhongming looked on in shock. Ordinarily, any cultivator approaching this door would see their spiritual power vanish. However, Qin Luo seemed completely unaffected.
Qin Luo closed his eyes. He saw the energy within him disappearing. Unperturbed, he observed the changes in his internal energy, realizing that it wasn't vanishing into thin air but merely decreasing in quantity, soon grasping the pattern of this change.
So that's how it is.
Tao produces 1, 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3, and 3 produces all things. By reversing the process, all energy is transformed into the source of the Tao. What an impressive technique. Qin Luo opened his eyes and countless golden sparks appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, these sparks coalesced around him as if golden flames were burning.
Impressive, truly impressive. Wang Zhongming's envy was palpable, such talent exceeded his understanding.
The golden light around Qin Luo retracted, the character Qi on the door vanished, and the barrier followed suit. With a respectful expression, he admired, mastering the transformation of Qi. Even a grain of sand can unleash tremendous energy. I have learned greatly.
Taoist Qin, your comprehension is extraordinary. I have gained valuable insight.
Wang Zhongming regarded Qin Luo with admiration as they continued forward. The second door was inscribed with the character Ren. Qin Luo reached out to touch the door, and a clear voice of recitation echoed in his ears, his consciousness manifesting in a classroom.
Such a vivid illusion.
Qin Luo recognized it as an illusion, knowing he could leave at any time, but he wanted to see what was inside.
An elegant elder stood in the classroom wearing a kind smile.
Why do you study?
Because everyone studies.
I want to uphold justice for the world when I grow up.
My mother says studying allows one to rise above others. The elegant elder turned to Qin Luo. And you?
Qin Luo looked around, realizing the elder was asking him. Without much thought, he smiled and replied, to know good and eliminate evil.
A splendid aspiration, to know good and eliminate evil.
The elegant elder nodded at Qin Luo, and as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Luo felt a heat in his chest. He sensed a surge of energy condensing within, a force that seemed boundless. Wang Zhongming was astonished. He could understand Qin Luo mastering Qi. After all, he came from Longhu Temple. However, he did not expect him to grasp the vast righteous energy in such a short time. This power was familiar to Qin Luo. It was the same force that Song Qingjing used to suppress the flood dragon. Qin Luo gained much and expressed his gratitude to Wang Zhongming, cupping his hands. Senior, are you bestowing me with fortune?
Not at all.
Wang Zhongming felt a bit embarrassed.
He intended to test Qin Luo's strength.
Unexpectedly, he was able to condense righteous energy before the door of Ren, which was meant to test one's character.
Such talent.
No wonder he achieved the Tao in 3 years. With such giftedness and humility, Wang Zhongming admired Qin Luo even more, unwilling to become his enemy.
Qin Luo was puzzled.
With your abilities, why would you choose to stay in the manor as a military advisor?
I've been in various schools and philosophies, but I have not mastered any.
To earn a living in the Northtown King's manor, I am already very thankful to the Northtown King.
Qin Luo recognized his humility and did not pursue the matter further.
The third door was inscribed with the character Yuan. Wang Zhongming gazed at the vermilion wooden door, smiling. Taoist Qin, if you are destined with this door, it can take you wherever you wish to go.
Is that so? Qin Luo thought of returning home.
Without hesitation, he pushed the door open. Before him appeared an ancient tree that had stood for a millennium. This was the very spot where he was struck by lightning 3 years ago. As he prepared to step forward, he remembered the promises he had yet to fulfill. How could he leave? Golden light flickered in Qin Luo's eyes, and the scene before him vanished. What is called fate? It was merely an illusion. Qin Luo's hand remained on the door. The sight beyond the door was merely a figment of his imagination. The character for fate disappeared. The final barrier could not stop Qin Luo.
Wang Zhongming looked on with admiration.
The 3 doors he had constructed over a lifetime were unraveled by Qin Luo in such a short time. He felt no sorrow, only a joy of having found a kindred spirit. Qin Luo pushed open the last door. He entered the garden, which was vast, filled with many rare and exotic herbs. Jin Jiao's eyes were shining.
Without Qin Luo's permission, it did not dare to touch anything. Approaching the pond, Jin Jiao hesitated, hiding behind Qin Luo.
It sensed danger in the water. The Northtown King stood opposite the pond, gazing at the young Taoist before him, seemingly cultured and affable, yet capable of easily annihilating Xianxi Mountain.
He could only force a smile. Taoist Qin, you have traveled a long way.
I apologize for the lack of a grand welcome, please bear with me.
Qin Luo regarded the Northtown King, his expression calm.
I didn't come this far to hear you say this. You should know why I am here.
The Northtown King certainly understood.
He wished for the Northtown Manor to bow to Longhu Temple.
However, he did not want to bow down.
I can collaborate with Longhu Temple and we can both benefit from it.
Qin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of ridicule evident. You wish to obtain the dragon vein of the Black Mountain. Even if Longhu Temple agrees, would the king up there concur?
The Northtown King's gaze grew increasingly frenzied. If Longhu Temple collaborates with me once I ascend the throne, Longhu Temple will enjoy the benefits of state religion. What do you say?
Not interested.
Qin Luo stepped forward exuding a powerful aura. Northtown King, you dare to covet the throne, I wonder what else you would not dare to do. Wang Zhongming sensed the murderous intent and instantly stood in front of the Northtown King. In the originally calm pond, a massive black dragon soared into the air, letting out a piercing roar.
Seeing the tense situation, Jin Zhao hid far away. Yanbei City. The night was filled with torrential rain.
Dark clouds loomed over the city and thunder rumbled incessantly. This was a downpour that hadn't occurred in decades. The massive body of the black dragon carried an aura of terrifying ferocity, its body covered in gruesome scars with the reflection of a young Taoist in its vertical pupils.
It rumbled, I am Ao Jian, the Dragon King of the Black River.
Please grant me a favor, sir.
Qin Luo's robe billowed.
The wind and rain could not approach him in the slightest. Jin Jiao was quite self-aware, hiding under the eaves. The Northern King stood behind Wang Zhongming, breathing heavily despite the protection of two top-tier experts. This was a crisis he had never encountered before. Qin Luo gazed at the enormous black dragon before him, feeling its powerful dragon bloodline. This was a true dragon, far stronger than the silver little dragon in Mirror Lake. Since you are the Dragon King of the Black River, why are you guarding this place instead of causing storms in your own domain?
Shu Gue has done me a favor.
If you wish to kill him, you must first step over my corpse. The black dragon's vertical pupils were filled with vigilance.
Qin Luo finally understood why the Northern King was here.
This place had the three-layered barrier set by Wang Zhongming and was secured by the Dragon King of the Black River, making it a safe location to discuss terms.
Taoist Qin harmony is precious.
Wang Zhongming did not wish to become enemies with Qin Luo. There was a sharp light in Qin Luo's eyes, as if he could see through the Northern King's thoughts. Northern King, I have traveled this far to give you this time for reflection, not to negotiate terms with you. The Northern King had a grim expression. As a master of martial arts, he was like a great furnace evaporating the rainwater that dared not approach him.
Taoist Qin, it is my failure in educating my son.
I am willing to apologize to the Longhu Temple. Qin Luo slightly shook his head, his gaze sharp as he saw the unwillingness on the Northern King's face.
Calmly he said, your true mistake is that you do not know how to be in awe.
Wang Zhongming smiled to mediate the situation. Taoist Qin, since the Northern King has already apologized, let us turn hostility into friendship and restore our relationship. Although the Northern King acknowledged his mistake verbally, he showed no intention of bowing his head. Qin Luo stepped forward again, and at that moment the wind and rain in the world became more violent.
Since reasoning was useless, then strength must speak.
The Dragon King of the Black River, Ao Jiang, glared angrily.
Do not be arrogant, do not think this Dragon King fears you.
The dragon's roar resounded. The black dragon expelled a bolt of lightning from its mouth which struck Qin Luo. He bathed in the lightning but felt no harm, self-mockingly saying, usually I strike others with lightning, I didn't expect to be struck myself.
Perfect timing to test the dragon subduing technique.
Qin Luo swiftly formed hand seals and brilliant golden light rose from him as a golden figure emerged. Is this a Dharma manifestation?
Wang Zhongming's expression turned serious. Only those who have transcended tribulation can condense a Dharma manifestation.
Transcending tribulation cultivators are the strongest forces in the secular world, and in the Great Xia dynasty they are among the very few. In the secular realm, such cultivators are suppressed by the heavenly Tao, making it difficult for them to exert their full strength unless they ascend to the immortal realm. The towering golden figure behind Qin Luo mirrored him perfectly, with golden hair flowing like a divine king. The Dragon King of the Black River sensed danger. It ascended into the sky, its size continually increasing, conjuring winds and rains. Within the dark clouds, lightning surged as it attempted to summon tribulation lightning to deal with Qin Luo. As the black dragon's size increased by a foot, the golden Dharma manifestation grew by 100 feet, soon breaking through the dark clouds. The Northern King's body trembled.
Even Wang Zhongming was left dumbfounded.
Normally a transcending tribulation cultivator's Dharma manifestation is about 100 feet, yet Qin Luo's Dharma manifestation instantly exceeded 1,000 feet and continued to swell as if it were going to support the heavens. The black dragon dove into the clouds, attempting to summon powerful tribulation lightning. By the pond, Qin Luo pressed his palms together and the towering golden Dharma manifestation mirrored his gesture, while the 100-foot black dragon was swatted down like a fly.
Boom!
The dark clouds were shattered. The Dragon King of the Black River was severely injured in one strike, its bones fracturing and breaking. It plummeted from the sky and landed in the pond of the garden, splashing up a tremendous amount of water. Even though the Dragon King of the Black River was not at its peak strength, it still possessed considerable power, yet it was unable to last even one round against Qin Luo. Even if the Dragon King of the Black River were at its peak state, it would still be like a worm before that towering Dharma manifestation.
The Northern King was left dumbfounded.
One trump card was thus lost. The Dragon King of the Black River floated on the water's surface, the pond stained red with blood as the wind and rain decreased. Qin Luo stepped onto the massive body of the black dragon, walking step by step across the pond. The Northern King felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, the elegant and affable young Taoist resembling a demonic god. He placed his last hope on Wang Zhongming and softly said, "Military advisor."
Wang Zhongming watched as Qin Luo approached and he wisely stepped aside. Plop.
There was no Wang Zhongming in front of him. The Northern King directly kneeled on the ground. Qin Luo noticed that at the moment the Northern King knelt, a faint golden light dissipated from him. The Northern King knelt at Qin Luo's feet, no longer proud.
Taoist Qin, the Northern King's residents will never be enemies with the Longhu Temple in the future, including any forces related to the Longhu Temple. If I go against this, may the heavens strike me with thunder and shatter my bones. I have given you a chance.
Qin Luo gazed at the Northern King. He had just wanted to negotiate with the Longhu Temple. The Northern King felt somewhat despondent. He had intended to discuss terms with the Longhu Temple, but unexpectedly it had come to this. Wang Zhongming stepped forward, bowing respectfully.
Taoist Qin, please give the Northern King one more chance. He has understood what it means to have awe after this lesson.
The Northern King's forehead pressed against the cold stone slab, his soul trembling as he stammered, "Taoist Qin, I am willing to look up to the Longhu Temple from now on."
Qin Luo did not respond.
He quietly observed the Northern King, who knelt on the ground drenched in sweat, suffering mentally more painful than being killed. The Northern King was tormented. If he were given another chance, he would never provoke the Longhu Temple. The young Taoist before him could contend with the national master of the Great Xia.
Long after the rain stopped, the bright moonlight shone over the garden.
Qin Luo looked at Wang Zhongming, "Senior, for your sake, I will give him another chance." Upon arriving at the Northern King's residence, Qin Luo gained a lot from the three doors. When he attained the understanding of fortune, Wang Zhongming was not only not angry but rather pleased.
"Thank you, Taoist Qin."
Wang Zhongming cupped his hands in gratitude towards Qin Luo.
"Thank you, Taoist Qin, for your leniency."
The Northern King suddenly kowtowed, the floor cracking beneath him. Excitedly he said, "Taoist Qin, whatever you want, as long as it is within the Northern King's residence, I can give it to you. I heard that the Northern taxes are heavy. Please ask the Northern King to lighten the taxes and treat the common people well."
"No problem."
The Northern King nodded repeatedly. After speaking, Qin Luo turned and left the garden. Jin Jiao looked at the severely injured black dragon in the pond along with the disheveled Northern King and then followed Qin Luo out of the Northern King's residence. In the garden, the pond returned to tranquility and the Northern King collapsed on the ground, clearly having done nothing yet feeling utterly exhausted, more so than fighting on the battlefield. "Military advisor, if I had listened to you earlier it wouldn't have come to this." Wang Zhongming advised him to submit early, but the Northern King clung to a sense of luck, believing that Qin Luo had come for negotiation. Wang Zhongming smiled and said, "Your Highness, submitting to the Longhu Temple is not necessarily a bad thing. Look at the Great Chu in the north and the Yu Kingdom in the west, they depend on the immortal sects in the mountains and still live well. If the Northern King's residents were to rely on the Longhu Temple, your Highness could still achieve great things."
"That makes sense."
The Northern King immediately perked up. Qin Luo left the Northern King's residence with Jin Jiao, planning to find Luo Jiao for a bamboo flute the next day. He did not want to trouble Song Xiao and thus found a cheap inn to stay in Yanbei City.
The next day in the morning, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao stepped out of the inn.
After the heavy rain, Yanbei City was washed clean and the faces of the common people were beaming with joy as they discussed the notice just posted by the government. With the continuous battles in the north, taxes had been very high, leaving many common folks unable to fill their stomachs. Now that the taxes were reduced, the people on the street naturally couldn't stop smiling. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the people, Qin Luo felt happy too. Fian escort Song Xiao was practicing his punches in the courtyard, the sound of his fists cutting through the air stirring up gusts of wind. Sam Huan walked into the courtyard with a smile. "Good news, the customs duties have been lowered. From now on we can use the official roads for our escorts." Hearing this, Song Xiao thought of Qin Luo and was both surprised and delighted. "Father, this must be due to brother Qin's efforts."
Song Xiao told Song Huan about his conversation with Qin Luo.
After listening, Song Huan patted Song Xiao on the shoulder. "Xiao, you also have a bit of credit."
Luo Jiao was waiting for Qin Luo by the street after the bustling activity.
Many passers-by recognized her and noticed that her eyes had regained their brightness. "Jiao, have your eyes recovered?" Lu Xiaobao answered eagerly, "My sister's eyes were cured by the Taoist master and it cost 2 taels of silver." While they were talking, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao arrived at the street. Lu Xiaobao pointed at him, his little face especially excited. "It's this Taoist master, he's incredible." Luo Jiao smiled brightly as she handed Qin Luo the bamboo flute she had just made. "Master, do you find this bamboo flute satisfactory?
If not, I can make you another one."
Qin Luo took the yellow bamboo flute, which was light and beautiful and felt smooth to the touch. It seemed to be the same bamboo stick that Luo Jiao had used yesterday. "I really like it." He noticed that Luo Jiao looked a bit tired and that the bamboo flute must have been made by her staying up late, so she hadn't rested well. A middle-aged man limping and wearing a fake smile approached. "Master, could you help me treat this leg? I was bitten by a snake before and it hasn't healed." Qin Luo glanced at the middle-aged man in his fine clothing and chuckled lightly. 500 taels and I can help you heal.
The middle-aged man frowned upon hearing this. Master, this is too expensive.
You charged her 2 taels for her eyes, but for me it's 500 taels. Why don't you just rob me?
An increasing number of onlookers gathered. Qin Luo smiled lightly. Do you want to be treated? Can you cure it? I can only guarantee that I will do my best.
The middle-aged man didn't think much more and leaning on his cane limped away. Hee, spending 500 taels to heal my leg.
I'd rather buy a few more maidservants to take care of me. Ha ha ha. The surrounding common folk couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing Qin Luo's exorbitant medical fees, the onlookers quickly dispersed. Luojiao asked in confusion, Master, why do you charge us 2 taels but him 500?
Because he has 500 taels.
Qin Luo answered honestly. I understand now.
Luojiao was quite intelligent. She understood Qin Luo's meaning. No wonder he only charged her 2 taels.
Pack pack pack.
Lu Xiaobao squatted on the ground teasing Jin Jiao. He picked up and put down his small hand, wanting to touch Jin Jiao's golden horn, yet fearing being bitten he could only keep pecking to get its attention. Jin Jiao looked at him with disdain.
Luojiao chuckled lightly. Master, it's a bit noisy on the street and not convenient for teaching.
If you don't mind, you can come home with me and I'll teach you how to play the bamboo flute.
Sure. Qin Luo played with the bamboo flute.
If he learned it, he could acquire more skills. In the alley of Jitu there lived only the poor. The siblings lived in an old house deep in the alley beside a bamboo grove in a tranquil environment.
There were 2 trees in the yard.
One was a loquat tree. The other was also a loquat tree. One was tall and flourishing while the other was thin and frail. The yard was very quiet with only the clothes of the siblings hanging. Qin Luo did not ask anything unrelated to the bamboo flute. Lu Xiaobao ran ahead, bringing out a bowl of water from the house, spilling quite a bit on the way. Master, please have some water. Luojiao bit her lip, feeling a bit embarrassed. Master, we don't have any tea leaves, only well water.
It's fine.
Qin Luo picked up the bowl and drank it all. The well water was cool and had a hint of sweetness. This well water is really good.
Lu Xiaobao laughed.
With his dark little face and snow-white teeth looking at his innocent smile, Qin Luo thought of his little junior sister. He returned the bowl to Lu Xiaobao. Thank you.
You're welcome. Lu Xiaobao took the bowl away. Master, please sit. Luojiao brought a bamboo chair for Qin Luo. Thank you.
Qin Luo was very polite.
Luojiao sat opposite him, taking out the bamboo flute. Master, the flute should be held like this. Is it like this?
Yes, the flute should be held horizontally.
Luojiao continued to teach Qin Luo the basic fingerings.
Qin Luo learned very earnestly. Jin Jiao lay quietly beside Qin Luo. Lu Xiaobao did not idle. He left the courtyard and returned half an hour later holding 2 large bamboo rats, his face beaming with. Seeing his sister teaching Qin Luo to play the bamboo flute, Lu Xiaobao did not disturb them. He took the bamboo rats into the kitchen and the sound of chopping vegetables emerged from the room.
Pack pack pack. Lu Xiaobao came out with a bowl. The bowl contained the bamboo rat's innards.
Jin Jiao shot him a glance. After all, he was a spiritual beast and was given such things to eat.
An hour later, Qin Luo mastered the technique of playing the bamboo flute. Thank you, Miss Lu. Master, you learn really fast. Miss Lu teaches more carefully than my master.
Qin Luo smiled. I hope to see you again someday. Lu Xiaobao was washing bamboo shoots by the well when he heard Qin Luo was leaving and hurried over, his little face enthusiastic. Master, please eat before leaving. The meal will be ready soon.
Yes, master, please eat before you go. Luojiao followed in urging. Qin Luo felt embarrassed to refuse. Then I will trouble you. It's no trouble. Luojiao shook her head with a smile. I'll go cook. Sister, keep an eye on the master and don't let him run away. Lu Xiaobao went back to the kitchen with the bamboo shoots.
Luojiao said shyly, I apologize for letting the master see my poor cooking skills. It's all my brother who cooks for me.
Miss Lu can earn money to support the family. Qin Luo admired the 2 siblings.
Not long after Lu Xiaobao finished cooking and he called out cheerfully, Master, come in to eat.
Qin Luo entered the room to see 3 dishes and a soup. Braised bamboo rat, stir-fried bamboo rat with bamboo shoots and cold bamboo shoots.
Qin Luo did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the bamboo rat meat, which tasted decent. It was not as good as what Ziyu's mother made, but for a little child to prepare so many dishes it was already impressive. Why are you all staring at me?
I'm too shy to move my chopsticks. You all eat quickly. Ha ha ha.
Qin Luo was very casual.
Luojiao and her brother felt relaxed.
Qin Luo picked up some meat for Lu Xiaobao. You need to eat more, grow up quickly and take good care of your sister in the future.
I got it, master. Lu Xiaobao eagerly dug into his meal.
Pack pack pack.
Lu Xiaobao tossed the bamboo rat bones to Jin Jiao.
Jin Jiao shot him a glance. Although he was disdainful, he still ate the bamboo rat bones on the ground. After eating and drinking to his fill, Qin Luo prepared to leave. He took out 2 talismans and smiled. I can't eat for free, these are peace talismans, a gift for you. Luo Jiao and Lu Xiaobao received the talismans knowing they were precious and repeatedly bowed to thank him. Thank you, master.
Let's go, Jin Jiao.
Qin Luo called out, and Jin Jiao, who was still gnawing on bones under the table, immediately ran out and followed him.
The siblings wanted to see him off.
They followed him out of the courtyard, and in the blink of an eye Qin Luo and Jin Jiao had disappeared.
Where did the master go?
Lu Xiaobao scratched his head.
Luo Jiao held the peace talisman tightly, silently wishing, thank you, master. May you live a long life. Outside Yanbei City, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao stood at a crossroads.
One path was the official road and the other was the ancient road he had come from. After thinking for a moment, Qin Luo decided to take the official road as it would allow him to see more different scenery. After walking for a few miles, Qin Luo noticed Wang Chongming waving at him with a smile from a pavilion by the official road. Qin Luo entered the pavilion. Senior, why are you waiting for me here?
Wang Chongming gestured for Qin Luo to sit down. Qin Luo gladly sat down.
Wang Chongming reminded him, the Heavenly Monitoring Office has sent powerful people to the north. I heard they are disciples of the National Master.
Thank you for the reminder.
Qin Luo was very curious. Senior, you are formidable. Why do you follow the King of the North?
Do you think he can become an emperor?
Wang Chongming shook his head with a bitter smile. He might have had a chance to achieve something in the past, but not anymore.
Why?
Qin Luo was a bit puzzled.
Wang Chongming said softly, he is from the Dexiao royal family and has royal fortune.
As long as the person in the capital has a problem, he has a high probability of taking his place. However, the Taoist master has scared away the fortune on him. Even if the person in the capital has an accident, he will not have a chance. Qin Luo understood who he was talking about. Why does senior think that the person in the capital will have an accident? Wang Chongming's gaze became serious as he said, because the person in the capital has too much ambition. He does not want to be an emperor, he wants to be a human emperor to unify the central continent and dominate the 3 realms.
That's quite ambitious. Qin Luo admired this upon hearing it.
Wang Chongming shook his head. The price is that he has to confront all the dynasties in the central continent, the cultivation forces in the mountains, the true immortals in the sky, the remnants of the divine clan, and unpredictable variables like the Taoist master. Then he is quite impressive. Indeed, but he is destined to fail.
Wang Chongming sighed lightly.
Qin Luo looked forward with some anticipation. I hope to meet him one day. Wang Chongming smiled and said, Qin Taoist, he is not the king of the north and he knows that the Longhu temple is sealing the gods, so he will definitely want to destroy you. Qin Luo was curious, why does he reject the sealing of the gods? In the territory of Dexiao there are no divine clans, so he can enjoy the fortune of the country alone. Of course he won't care about the minuscule fortunes of ordinary minor gods, but the gods of the Longhu temple would likely affect him, otherwise the Heavenly Monitoring Office would not send powerful people to the north.
I understand now. Qin Luo nodded. Wang Chongming stood up. Qin Taoist, a great conflict will arise soon, we will meet again. Until we meet again by fate.
Qin Luo cupped his hands towards Wang Chongming.
Wang Chongming walked towards Yanbei City.
A gust of cold wind greeted him and snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Wang Chongming reached out to touch a snowflake and murmured, this year's snow has come later than usual.
It's a pity we met so late.
Wang Chongming turned to gaze in the direction where Qin Luo had departed, lingering until snow piled upon his shoulders before he was willing to leave. In Yanbei City at Cocktail Alley, LV Xiaobao held 2 copper coins in his hand. Sister, smell these coins, they smell so fragrant.
LV Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement.
These must be the coins given by the Taoist.
We need to keep them safe. LV Xiaobao nodded vigorously. The siblings each tucked away a copper coin.
At the Flying Goose Escort Agency, Song Xiao placed 100 pounds of beef jerky into a box. Uncle Qin, when you go to Jinyang City, could you please help me deliver this box of beef jerky to Longhu Temple?
No problem. On the official road many carts were coming and going. Qin Luo and Jin Jiao walked along the roadside.
The common folk passing by the young Taoist would often steal glances and occasionally someone would greet him.
Qin Luo held a bamboo flute. He admired the scenery along the road.
A skinny black donkey pulled a wooden cart and a rough-looking middle-aged man was sitting on the cart. He saw Qin Luo by the roadside and laughed. Taoist, where are you heading?
To Jinyang City, Qin Luo replied with a smile.
The middle-aged man looked surprised.
Jinyang City. That's quite a distance, it will take many days.
I'm heading to Longshire town to haul some goods.
I can give you a ride along the way. No need. Qin Luo shook his head.
The middle-aged man was very enthusiastic.
Taoist, I won't charge you anything, it's on my way anyway.
Qin Luo glanced at the donkey with a crooked mouth and said, thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to walk. The middle-aged man shook his head and drove the donkey cart away, muttering, "This Taoist really doesn't know what's good for him."
Qin Luo paid him no mind. He knew the man meant well. "Stop! Stop!" the middle-aged man suddenly shouted.
The donkey cart stubbornly charged into the wasteland. Not far away, a fierce beast appeared in the middle of the road, and the surrounding common folk hurriedly made way.
The beast was larger than an ordinary horse, with flames licking at its 4 hooves.
The beast pulled a purple golden carriage.
It ran like the wind.
Above the carriage sat 2 female cultivators who were admiring the scenery along the way. Qin Luo looked at the cultivators on the carriage.
The girl with a high ponytail was Tang Yao from the Tian Bureau.
Tang Yao had nearly been killed by an evil cultivator. It was Qin Luo who saved her. Beside Tang Yao was a girl dressed in a light purple long dress with long purple sleeves that fluttered in the wind and cascading light purple hair dancing in the breeze.
The girl in the purple dress noticed Qin Luo by the roadside.
Her light purple eyes turned towards him, giving him a long deep look. Qin Luo similarly gazed at the girl in the purple dress, her skin as smooth as cream, her eyes like stars, her delicate nose and lips exuding charm.
"Are you moved?"
The voice of the purple-haired fairy echoed in his ears. Qin Luo smiled slightly and replied with his spiritual sense, "Senior, are you still able to eavesdrop on my thoughts?" "It is you who is moved," the purple-haired fairy said with a smile in her eyes. Qin Luo did not hide it, answering with a laugh, "I simply find her beautiful. The love for beauty is inherent in all. I feel she has a trace of your influence, Senior. You have good taste." Qin Luo was uncertain if that was a compliment. The beast sped past, pulling the purple golden carriage. The donkey cart sank into the wasteland. Some common folk passing by stopped to watch while others jumped down to help. Upon seeing this, Qin Luo joined in and the donkey cart quickly returned to the road. "Thank you all for your help," the middle-aged man said, cupping his fists in gratitude.
"It's nothing. Just a small effort." On the carriage, the girl in the purple dress raised an eyebrow.
"Yao Yao, which Taoist temple is that young Taoist from?"
Tang Yao respectfully replied, "It should be from Bai Lu Temple."
The girl in the purple dress beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and she murmured, "Bai Lu Temple. I didn't expect such a profound cultivator to emerge from there.
We should visit Bai Lu Temple when we have time." "Alright," Tang Yao intentionally lied.
She was afraid of causing trouble for Qin Luo. In the evening, Qin Luo arrived at Longshire town. It was late and the streets were quite desolate.
Sweet and fragrant candied chestnuts. Taoist by some. An old woman with a hunchback looked at Qin Luo. "How much?" "1 coin for 2. I'll take them all."
The pot had only a few chestnuts left and Qin Luo bought them all. This way the old woman could return home early and he could bring them back as a gift for his little junior sister who liked sweet foods. The old woman packed the chestnuts and weighed them, smiling as she said, "Taoist, look, it's 1 jin and 2 liang.
Let's just call it 1 jin. Whatever it is what it is." Qin Luo handed the old woman 12 copper coins.
The old woman was very happy. She handed the bag of chestnuts to Qin Luo, saying, "Taoist, take care on your way.
You should get home early too."
As Qin Luo walked along the road, he took out a chestnut which had a crack in the middle and was covered in sugar. After peeling it, he put it in his mouth and chewed.
"Not bad, my junior sister should like it."
"Jin Jiao will let you try a couple."
"Thanks, boss."
Qin Luo tossed 2 chestnuts and Jin Jiao jumped up to catch them, crunching the chestnuts along with their shells, wagging its tail in delight.
"These are better than the ones in the mountains."
That night, under the bright moonlight, Qin Luo and Jin Jiao walked along the official road. A cart slowly approached and the young driver, upon seeing Qin Luo, breathed a sigh of relief.
"Taoist, I thought you were a ghost out for a midnight stroll."
"Sorry for the scare."
Qin Luo awkwardly cupped his hands. "Giddy up."
The driver urged the horse and left. Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. He never expected a dignified cultivator to be mistaken for a ghost. No one would believe it if he told them.
Not long after, Qin Luo spotted a flicker of light.
The light came from the Earth God Temple, a small shrine nestled in the mountains. An oil lamp was lit in front of the shrine along with a few sticks of incense. The Earth God Temple was near the official road, frequented by many common folk, some of whom believed in the Earth God. Qin Luo approached the Earth God Temple, lit a stick of incense and placed it in the incense burner.
After finishing, he took Jin Jiao and left. Shortly after, a man dressed in white appeared outside the temple.
He was emanating a golden light and hurriedly bowed towards the direction Qin Luo had departed, saying, "Thank you for the incense, great deity." The next day at noon, Qin Luo arrived at Jinsha River. The Jinsha River was wide with turbulent waters. Qin Luo saw a bridge monument by the riverbank that recorded the construction date of Jinsha Bridge, but did not see the bridge itself.
Many common folk had to take a detour to go far away. Some were waiting for a boat by the river.
Qin Luo asked an old bald man beside him, "Old man, why is the bridge gone?" The old bald man shook his head and sighed lightly. I heard that the river god didn't like Jinsha Bridge and caused a flood to wash it away.
There are no river gods here.
Qin Luo released his divine sense, failing to find any trace of the river god.
The river only had some low-level spirits that couldn't create any waves.
Old man, there are no river gods in this river. This bridge wasn't washed away by any river god.
The surrounding common folk took notice of Qin Luo.
A plump woman in floral clothing approached and whispered, Taoist, I heard it was the Wang family who sent someone to tear it down.
The fairy business belongs to their family. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to attract trouble from the Wang family.
No matter who tore it down, I will help you build another bridge, Qin Luo said with a smile. The plump woman covered her mouth and laughed. Taoist, I don't know how long it will take you to finish building the bridge.
Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed along.
Qin Luo paid no mind. He gazed at Jinsha River and slowly raised his hand. The ground trembled and dirt and stones rolled. The people by the river gaped, and in the blink of an eye a massive stone bridge emerged.
Immortal Master. It's an immortal master. The common folk knelt before Qin Luo.
After the sturdy stone bridge was completed, Qin Luo reached down to grab a yellow loach from the riverbed. The loach widened its eyes and said, Immortal Master, spare me.
I haven't done anything.
The yellow loach had peeked over after sensing movement nearby and was unexpectedly caught by Qin Luo. Qin Luo looked at the yellow loach in his hand and asked, Do you want to become the river god of Jinsha River?
Yes, yes, yes. The loach nodded furiously. How lucky. Is there really such a good thing?
It knew the benefits of being a river god in Jinsha River was not an ordinary stream. It was large, and becoming the river god here could present the opportunity for it to leap over the Dragon Gate in the future.
What is your name? I am called Jin Long. Jin Jiao shot at a glance. Why do you have the same surname as me?
Qin Luo chuckled. A little loach dared take such a grand name. He said earnestly, Jin Long, I bestow upon you the title of river god of Jinsha River in the name of the Tao ancestor. You must protect the common folk on both banks of Jinsha River and safeguard this Jinsha bridge.
Should you fail, may the heavens strike you with lightning? Jin Long obeys. The originally yellow loach spirit began to sport golden spots.
Qin Luo released Jin Long back into Jinsha River. The surrounding common folk continued to kneel and worship. Qin Luo looked at the people beneath the bridge and said, From now on this river will be protected by the river god Jin Long.
You can offer him tributes.
He will safeguard this Jinsha bridge for you.
Thank you, Immortal Master. The common folk bowed to Qin Luo. Qin Luo walked across the Jinsha bridge with Jin Jiao. Soon after, the common folk followed to cross the river.
Their faces beamed with joy.
From now on, everyone no longer needed to pay the expensive ferry fee.
A burly man rowed his boat to Jinsha River. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the Jinsha bridge made of piled earth and stones, thinking it was a dream.
Damn! Who did this good deed? The burly man waved the bamboo pole in his hand and slammed it against Jinsha bridge. The pole broke, but the bridge remained unyielding.
The river god sensed the disturbance and glared angrily.
Damn it, I just took office and you're causing trouble already.
Jin Long charged at the wooden boat by the bridge, creating a large hole, and it quickly sank. The burly man shouted for help in the river, and the common folk on the bridge burst into laughter, mocking him for his foolishness.
Evening. At the foot of the Luoxia Peak, Ziyue is fishing in the river.
Ever since Qin Luo left the Longhu Temple, Ziyue hasn't had kanji again. Due to her cultivation, she no longer feels hunger. Whenever she craves meat, she goes to the market at the foot of the mountain to buy meat buns. Every evening, Ziyue comes to the river to fish for a while.
Ing.
A little otter emerges from the water clutching a small fish.
Little cutie, you're amazing. Ziyue fills a bamboo jar with the small fish.
The little otter covers its mouth and giggles. With its adorable big eyes, it is the little otter Qin Luo encountered previously. The little otter is also searching for Qin Luo, which led it to the vicinity of the Longhu Temple where Ziyue discovered it a couple of days ago.
Looking at the many small fish in the bamboo jar, Ziyue beams, so many little fish, thank you, little cutie. Ing. The little otter shakes its head. I'll come to play with you tomorrow. Ziyue waves at it and the little otter waves back.
As the sun sets, Ziyue ascends the mountain carried by a small whirlwind like an immortal floating on the wind.
Show me.
The little ball of fluff arrives at the Longhu Temple. Ziyue pours all the small fish from the bamboo jar, saying, Little ball, you need to eat more. When senior brother returns and sees you have gained weight, he will definitely praise me.
Show me. The little ball nods, devouring one small fish after another.
Recently, the little ball has been scrounging food everywhere. The golden eagle and the bear both give it good fruits, and Ziyue catches fish for it.
It is growing fatter and its feathers are starting to turn red.
After senior brother left, the temple has been busy.
Ziyue only has time to fish in the evenings. Upon returning to the backyard, she sees Jin Yan sitting cross-legged under the peach tree cultivating with golden light radiating around him.
Seeing her little junior brother cultivating earnestly, Ziyue does not dare to slack off and immediately begins drawing runes on the ground. As the sun sets and the moon rises, Ziyue loses track of time, filling the courtyard with dense runes. Zhang Fulong enters the courtyard and sees the ground covered with runes, shock evident in his deep-set eyes.
Rune array. Ziyue, who taught you this? Master, I was just playing around.
Ziyue beams, casually arranging the runes she has learned without giving it much thought. Zhang Fulong recognizes her talent for arranging rune arrays, noting that their power far exceeds that of simple talismans.
Ziyue, would you like to learn the strongest killing array in the world? The strongest. A killing array. Ziyue tilts her head as she looks at Zhang Fulong.
Her master usually doesn't have time for her now. He wants to teach her the strongest killing array.
Is he joking with me? Do you want to learn? Yes. Ziyue nods, her eyes sparkling with anticipation.
Zhang Fulong moves to the back of the peach tree, digging into the soil to retrieve a black stone from the roots.
Ziyue blinks. Could there be other treasures hidden in the courtyard?
Zhang Fulong hands the black stone to Ziyue. This black stone bears the imprint of the strongest killing array. If you are fated to it, you will master it. If not, it is just a broken stone.
Ziyue holds the black stone, feeling that it looks quite ordinary. After Zhang Fulong leaves, Ziyue studies the plain black stone.
She observes it for a long time but remains puzzled. If I gave this to senior brother, he would definitely be able to learn it. Deep into the night, Qin Luo drinks dew and gazes at the distant high mountains. That mountain is very tall, piercing through the clouds, shaped like a coiling dragon. The golden-horned beast feels anxious, sensing the presence of ancient ferocious beasts even from a distance. Qin Luo's eyes gleam with golden light as he sees the golden dragon bones. That mountain is made from the corpse of a dragon known as Jingwan. It is unclear which powerful being left it behind.
This dragon is stronger than the black dragon at the Northern King's Manor, and even after many years of falling it still exudes a terrifying ferocity.
Noticing lights at the foot of the mountain, Qin Luo senses the presence of powerful cultivators.
Golden Horn, let's go take a look. Alright, boss. Golden Horn nods.
Since following Qin Luo, it has witnessed many grand scenes and has grown increasingly bold. At the foot of the coiling dragon mountain, Qin Luo and Golden Horn arrive in front of a stone house. An elderly man with white hair sits in the courtyard. He slowly opens his eyes and in a hoarse voice asks, "Little Taoist, why visit at such a late hour?" Qin Luo gestures with his hand, saying, "I happened to pass by here and found this mountain quite unique, so I came to take a look." The white-haired elder stands up, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seems the Taoist is interested in this dragon.
Elder, do you know this dragon? Qin Luo can sense that this elder is not ordinary.
The white-haired elder sighs softly. It is the guardian deity of the Yin kingdom, protecting its fortune. Later it was killed by the emperor of the Daxia dynasty and turned into Jingwan to intimidate the north. Qin Luo is somewhat surprised. This is a true dragon deity, powerful and unlike those river dragons or river monsters possessing the fortune of an entire nation, yet ultimately killed by the Daxia emperor and made into Jingwan.
The strength of the Daxia emperor is evident. Is the elder guarding its corpse? It protected the Yin kingdom for countless years, dying for it. I intend to spend my remaining life guarding it.
I apologize for the disturbance, please forgive me.
No problem.
Qin Luo again bows an apology, taking Golden Horn away. After all, this place holds special meaning for the elder. After leaving, Qin Luo thinks about the Daxia emperor. He looks forward to meeting this powerful figure. Qin Luo takes out a chestnut, remarking, "The taste is a bit lacking, I need to hurry back or it will spoil."
Golden Horn, come to my arms. Okay, boss.
Qin Luo picks up Golden Horn using the technique of shrinking the land into inches, and in the blink of an eye they appear far away, causing Golden Horn to widen its eyes. In the jade pendant, the purple-haired fairy gently says, "Qin Luo, go check out Wuyin Mountain."
Sure. Qin Luo thinks of Meng Yuan, wondering if he has figured out his next move. In the blink of an eye, Qin Luo holding Golden Horn arrives at Wuyin Mountain, where Meng Yuan is still sitting in the pavilion.
Meng Yuan is focused on the chessboard, completely unaware of Qin Luo's arrival, or rather he doesn't realize that Qin Luo has been absent for a long time.
I overestimated him.
The purple-haired fairy shakes her head. Qin Luo chuckles, saying he won't be bored in the future. Although Meng Yuan is the mountain god of Wuyin Mountain, there are no common folk around, no incense offerings, he is all alone. Having this chess game to pass the time is not bad.
Qin Luo does not wake Meng Yuan. He leaves Wuyin Mountain holding Golden Horn.
Outside Yangon City, as Qin Luo passes the city god temple, he senses powerful fluctuations coming from within. He enters the city god temple with Golden Horn. An elderly man in a golden robe stands in the temple, his appearance identical to the statue of the city god above. Upon seeing Qin Luo, his expression turns excited as he bows and greets Yangon city god. Lu Xian pays respects to the immortal teacher.
With a smile, Qin Luo replies, Longhu Temple Qin Luo, I have met the elder.
Lu Xian knows that Qin Luo helped him, saying, thanks to the immortal teacher's incense I was able to recover.
It's just a small favor.
I've recently noticed many land temples have fallen into disrepair, leading to an increase in the number of worldly spirits. I hope the city god elder can take action to turn the situation around. Lu Xian looks embarrassed, bitterly smiling. I am currently like a rat crossing the street, unable to protect myself. With my foundation scattered, it is very difficult to restart the city god temple now.
Qin Luo frowns, slightly curious. Is there no powerful figure in the underworld to help the elder?
Lu Xian awkwardly smiles. The king of hell wants to help me, but he ended up getting slapped twice. He told me to fend for myself.
Qin Luo is somewhat astonished. Are there so many ruthless people in the mortal realm? Qin Luo's expression turns serious.
Elder Longhu Temple can help you restore the city god temple. Lu Xian looks at Qin Luo, knowing that even a stick of incense can help him recover from the brink of dissipating. He must be carrying immense fortune.
Immortal teacher, I have a request.
Please speak, elder. I would like to move the city god temple near Longhu Temple.
That can be arranged.
Qin Luo replies with a smile, elder, you can come with me to choose the land now.
Done. Lu Xian laughs heartily. Qin Luo and Lu Xian arrive at Baiyun Town. Lu Xian points at the abandoned land temple outside Baiyun Town, his eyes lighting up. Immortal teacher, this place is good.
It's still a land temple, and below it leads to the ghost gate of the underworld. Elder, this is very close to Longhu Temple.
If you need anything in the future, just let me know. With the protection of the immortal teacher, it will be fine.
Lu Xian is more afraid of the Si Tianjian and the Daxia dynasty. Rebuilding the city god temple is just a small matter.
I will go gather my old associates first.
All right. After watching Lu Xian leave, Qin Luo returns to Longhu Temple.
It is just getting light outside. Jin Yan wakes up the earliest every day, balancing work and cultivation, swinging a wooden stick in the courtyard. Junior brother, good morning. Qin Luo appears at Longhu Temple. Senior brother.
Jin Yan exclaims excitedly, feeling something is missing when his senior brother is not around, making cultivation difficult.
Ziyue hears the commotion outside.
She turns over and gets out of bed wearing a loose Taoist robe, her hair unkempt, and directly jumps into Qin Luo's arms, sweetly smiling, senior brother. Qin Luo gently ruffles Ziyu's hair, pats Jin Yan's shoulder and smiles, I brought you some delicious food. You're the best, senior brother.
Ziyu's eyes shine with delight.
Qin Luo takes out some wild vegetable balls, a bag of candied chestnuts, and 2 pieces of beef jerky.
He hands the jerky to Ziyue and Jin Yan, whispering, this is beef jerky, eat it quietly, don't let master see. Jin Zhao, come here.
Qin Luo called softly. Jin Zhao appeared in the backyard.
It had just familiarized itself with the surroundings of the Taoist temple.
Its duty from now on would be to guard the Longhu Temple. During the time Jin Zhao followed Qin Luo, its fur shimmered with a faint golden light, with golden hair, a golden horn on its head resembling a large yellow cat, and 5 fluffy long tails.
So cute.
Ziyu squatted down and rubbed Jin Zhao's head. She loved furry little animals, a smile adorning her face. Qin Luo pointed at Ziyu at Jin Zhao, this is my little junior sister Ziyue, and this is my little junior brother Jin Yan.
My master is probably still resting, but you will meet him later. Jin Zhao nodded obediently.
Qin Luo continued, Jin Zhao is quite powerful, it will be the mountain guardian beast of the Longhu Temple from now on.
Can you catch mice? Ziyu blinked. Jin Zhao nodded without hesitation.
Mice have no meat, and Jin Zhao usually didn't bother with them, but to secure a stable job it had to endure some hardship.
Qin Luo smiled and said, hurry and eat the candied chestnuts, they won't taste good if left out too long.
Okay. Ziyu got up to grab the candied chestnuts, and after finishing she beamed, so sweet, so fragrant, I love it.
Me too.
Jin Yan munched on the candied chestnuts. Qin Luo pointed at the wild vegetable dumplings and chuckled, these wild vegetable dumplings are quite good, you two can share them. Ziyu raised her eyebrows and sweetly said, little junior brother, you eat them, I used to eat wild vegetable dumplings all the time.
This dish was very common for Ziyu. Let's leave them for master to eat.
Jin Yan said with a simple smile.
Then you should eat more chestnuts.
All right, big sister. Qin Luo smiled, feeling pleased that they had filial hearts, as he hadn't thought to bring something for master. After all, master often lamented about needing to lose weight and not gaining more.
Big brother, in here. What are you all eating? You didn't wait for me.
A loud voice echoed through the mountains, and soon a little round creature appeared in the backyard. It had gained a lot of weight, landing on Qin Luo's shoulder, puffing its chest out as if saying, above and below the heavens I am supreme. Ziyu peeled a chestnut and fed it to the little round creature, smiling sweetly, brother, I've been feeding the little guy every day.
It's almost become a little fat thing. Ha ha ha. Ziyu and Jin Yan laughed heartily. Don't laugh. The little round creature's face flushed red. Jin Yan quickly closed his mouth while Ziyu continued to laugh. The little round creature, knowing Ziyu's status, didn't argue with her. It looked at Jin Jiao. You're new here. This Ziyun mountain range is all my territory. Hang out with me and you can eat 9 meals a day. Jin Jiao blinked its large eyes. Qin Luo reached out and gave it a firm tap. Ouch. That hurts too much. The little round creature covered its head with its wings, revealing a tuft of red fluff. Qin Luo grasped the fluff and pulled it in front of him, saying, seriously, you've been getting a bit too carried away lately. It seems like 3 days without a beating makes you forget your place. Big brother, and not being carried away, I'm so fat I can't even fly anymore, the little round creature quickly conceded. Just as well you know that. Qin Luo released the fluff and the little round creature scurried into Ziyu's embrace. After all, little junior sister was the gentlest. What's all the commotion? Zhang Fulong arrived in the backyard. Upon seeing him, the little round creature flapped its wings and fled. Zhang Fulong saw Qin Luo trembling with excitement, rushed over in 3 steps to embrace Qin Luo. Good disciple, you finally reached. Master, I'm sorry to have worried you. Qin Luo was surprised to see Master so happy for the first time. Ziyu raised a wild vegetable dumpling. Master, this is what my brother brought back for you. Zhang Fulong released Qin Luo and took the dumpling, feeling a bit moved. Good disciple, you are considerate. Your other brothers haven't returned since they left. Qin Luo recalled something. Master, during my trip to the north I also encountered senior brother Lin Xian. He is now married with children and his child can already speak. Lin Xian, I have a deep impression of him. I taught him medicine and as soon as he learned he ran off, Zhang Fulong said, feeling quite frustrated even now. Zhang Fulong studied the true principles of Taoism for decades. Although he never learned the celestial arts, he gained some useful knowledge from talisman, water medicine and geography. He expelled evil spirits for the common people, healed the sick and observed feng shui, which is why the Longhu Temple has existed for so long. In the past, disciples who came to the Longhu Temple, Zhang Fulong would teach them a spell from the true principles of Taoism, and whether they could learn it depended on their capabilities. It seemed they were all the same as him. Zhang Fulong entrusted medicine to Lin Xian, which was his area of expertise, and had high hopes for him. However, as soon as the latter learned, he took off with a bucket, so now he was reluctant to share what he learned. Master, how have you gained weight again? Didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? I've been thinking about you every day. When I'm feeling down I can't control my mouth. Look at my memory. Qin Luo felt a bit moved when he left. Everyone at Longhu Temple was concerned about him. Master, since I've returned you need to watch your mouth from now on. Master is heading down the mountain to drink porridge now, Zhang Fulong said, putting away the wild vegetable dumpling. You coming back makes it easier for me. I've been too busy lately and haven't had much time to rest. I'll go into seclusion again. Zhang Fulong left with the wild vegetable dumpling. Qin Luo took out the golden gourd. He collected morning dew from the peach tree and tasted it, a smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, the morning dew from Longhu Temple is sweeter. You all should drink morning dew from now on. Sure. Qin Luo poured 2 cups of morning dew for them. Jin Yan and Ziyu drank it all in one go. They didn't react like Song Xiao feeling drowsy. Instead, they radiated a faint glow. Qin Luo opened the doors of the Taoist temple. The morning sun rose and rosy light filled the temple. Jin Jiao, from now on you will guard this Taoist temple. This figure at the door is the guardian deity of the Longhu Temple. It could also be considered a companion for Wu Xiantian. All right, big brother. Jin Jiao stood tall and straight. Seeing it so serious, Qin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Jin Jiao, you don't have to be so serious. You can sit, lie down or lounge as long as you don't bite anyone. Big brother, I can stand like this all day. Jin Jiao said with a serious face. Qin Luo didn't say anything further, unsure how long it could hold out. As the sun rose, the market at the foot of the mountain became lively. The nearby villagers came here to trade, and there was a wide stone road leading to the Longhu Temple. Although it was winding, it could accommodate horse-drawn carts. More wealthy villagers came to Longhu Temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. Villagers coming to offer incense and pray at Longhu Temple paused to watch Jin Jiao. The bolder ones even reached out, but when Jin Jiao displayed its fangs, everyone dared not approach. The Taoist temple grew bustling. Qin Luo, Ziyu and Jin Yan each took on their roles. Ziyu was responsible for selling portraits and incense candles. Jin Yan welcomed those who came to offer incense and pray. Qin Luo sat in the main hall helping villagers interpret dreams, draw talismans and prescribe medicines. During his free time he would read the true principles of Taoism. Even though he had seen it countless times, each reading brought new insights. Time flew by quickly. A day passed swiftly. In the evening the red clouds filled the sky and the temple returned to tranquility. Qin Luo was on the altar in the backyard while Ziyu and Jin Yan sat in front of him with stools, eager to hear Qin Luo's stories.
Ziyu's big eyes sparkled. Brother, you've been away for so long, you must have many stories to tell. Qin Luo smiled and nodded. I encountered old friends, met extraordinary individuals, faced formidable foes, made many new friends, and even learned to play the bamboo flute.
Brother, I want to hear the stories. Me too. Ziyu and Jin Yan's eyes were full of anticipation.
Looking at their eager expressions, Qin Luo chuckled. Then let's start from Yongfeng town.
In the evening. Jinsha River.
The golden dragon transformed from a small loach into the river god of Jinsha River, and all the spirits of the river came to congratulate it, following behind blowing loach farts. The golden dragon looked at the newly recruited shrimp soldiers and crab generals full of fighting spirit. It stood high and shouted passionately, brothers, work hard with this lord. Once I achieve great merit and transform into a dragon, I will establish the Water Palace Immortal class and you will all be heroes. Just as the golden dragon was grandstanding, a strange beast arrived with a purple gold carriage at Jinsha River. The girl in the purple dress gazed at the magnificent Jinsha Bridge, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. There was no Jinsha Bridge when we came. Why has a stone bridge suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Tang Yao was equally puzzled about the situation.
The girl in the purple dress looked at the newly built temple by the bridge and sensed something pointing at it.
Suddenly the Jinsha River splashed up water more than 10 zhang high, and the golden dragon soared into the sky bound by a purple glow.
It's over, the river god is going to heaven.
The shrimp soldiers and crab generals that had just gathered in the Jinsha River along with the river spirits all scattered in a panic. The golden dragon wept, fairy, please spare me, I've only been a river god for a day, I don't want to die young.
Golden Sands River.
The golden dragon was dragged to the shore. The girl in the purple dress looked at the mud loach spirit before her, her light purple eyes narrowing slightly. Who sealed you as a deity and formed your divine persona? Golden scales appeared on the mud loach spirit along with slender golden whiskers resembling a golden dragonfish.
It was the Tao ancestor. The golden dragon dared not conceal the truth. Tao ancestor.
The girl in the purple dress clearly did not believe it, her voice turning cold. Stop speaking nonsense, who is it really? I said it was a young Taoist. I don't know the name of that immortal master, but he sealed me as the river god of the Golden Sands River in the name of the Tao ancestor. The golden dragon feared for its life. It revealed everything it could. A young Taoist. The girl in the purple dress recalled that young Taoist, her delicate brows knitting together, a hint of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Is it him?
Tang Yao could confirm it was Qin Luo.
She knew about the deification at the Longhu Temple while in Jinyang City and was surprised that Qin Luo had gone so far to confer divinity.
Did this guy not regard the Sky Monitoring Bureau?
My lord, a mere river god can't stir up any wave spirit.
Tang Yao pleaded for the golden dragon.
She did not want to clash with the Longhu Temple, not out of fear but because Qin Luo had saved her and she did not want to be his enemy. You see, it is weak now, but in the future as it absorbs incense offerings it will become a big trouble. The girl in the purple dress eyes were quite cold.
Spare me, immortal. You think I want to be a river god? I don't want to. Isn't it nice to sleep in the mud every day?
How exhausting it is to be a river god.
Can't I just not be one? The golden dragon began to play the victim. Tang Yao said respectfully, my lord, this bridge was built to benefit the people.
That young Taoist must have meant well. Why make things difficult for a mere river god?
Indeed.
The immortal master asked me to protect the people on both sides of the river. The golden dragon's tears streamed down in grievance. The girl in the purple dress softly said, I won't kill you, but I will erase your divine persona.
Thank you, immortal.
The golden dragon was overjoyed. Having been a river god was not in vain. It could blow along the Golden Sands River for a lifetime. The girl's slender fingers gathered purple light which fell between the golden dragon's brows, trying to dissolve its divine persona, but the purple light dissipated.
Thunder rumbled. A deep thunderous sound echoed. Dark clouds gathered over the Golden Sands River and lightning flickered in the sky.
Tang Yao felt her scalp tingle. My lord, it seems this river god has a significant karma. The girl in the purple dress gazed at the lightning within the dark clouds, sensing a terrifying power. Ultimately she released the golden dragon, which immediately dove into the Golden Sands River, hiding deep in the mud. The dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated. Seeing this scene, Tang Yao and the girl in the purple dress looked at each other.
Something doesn't seem right.
After the Tao ancestors' death, the deities in the world lost their protection. Why would this mere river god be shielded? Could it be that the Tao ancestor has come back to life? The girl in the purple dress furrowed her brows tightly, sensing a larger scheme at play. Is he a Taoist from the Bailu Temple?
It should be. Let's go, we will visit the Bailu Temple.
The girl in the purple dress returned to the carriage. Tang Yao glanced at the Golden Sands River and then followed her into the carriage. The strange beast soared into the sky, pulling the purple gold carriage towards the Bailu Temple.
Realizing the girl in the purple dress had left, the golden dragon surfaced, muttering softly, you old bastard, if you have the guts, don't run away. Tao ancestor above, I little golden dragon will follow you from now on.
I will definitely fulfill my duties, so please ensure my safety. The golden dragon bowed 3 times to the sky. It turned back to glance at the desolate bridge's underbelly where only an old turtle remained. Tears filled its eyes. Indeed, true feelings are revealed in times of trouble. Old turtle, from now on follow me to enjoy the incense offerings.
Thank you, great river god.
The old turtle felt ashamed. It was old and could not move quickly, so it stayed at the river bottom to watch the show. It did not expect the river god to truly have the protection of the Tao ancestor.
Mount Luoxia Longhu Temple.
The golden horn stood at the entrance like a statue, its eyes missing nothing in the surrounding rustling wind and grass. In the back courtyard of the temple, Qin Luo was telling stories to his junior sister and junior brother. Jiyu and Jin Yan listened with rapt attention. Even the little dumpling was drooling.
That's it. After finishing the story, Qin Luo realized it was already night.
You should rest early.
Jiyu playfully winked. Senior brother, I want to hear you play the bamboo flute. Just one piece, then I'll go to sleep.
Jin Yan nodded in agreement.
All right. Qin Luo took out the bamboo flute and played.
The cheerful flute melody echoed in the Longhu temple, making Jiyu feel an urge to ride the wind, while Jin Yan felt the primal power within him ignite.
Tweet.
The little dumpling spread its wings, flapping them as it soared into the air, wanting to break through the heavens.
As Qin Luo saw them becoming more and more excited, he put away the bamboo flute. It's getting late, everyone should rest early.
Jiyu prepared to wash up. She took out the black stone. Senior brother, this was given to me by master.
Qin Luo took the black stone.
Jiyu ran to the water tank to wash up. Qin Luo picked up the black stone to examine it, and under the moonlight intricate patterns appeared within the black stone. These patterns were older and more complex than the runes he had seen before. Qin Luo shook his head and softly said, the Tao should not be this complicated. He returned the black stone to Jiyu. A little junior sister, this is given to you by master.
You must keep it well.
Senior brother, master said there is the strongest killing formation inside.
I can't understand it, but you must be able to learn it.
Jiyu wanted to pass the opportunity to her senior brother. Qin Luo ruffled her hair. If you can't understand it, just keep looking.
This is your opportunity, you must seize it well.
Jiyu took the black stone back to her room. Jin Yan found Qin Luo and humbly asked, Senior brother, what should I do if I have no Tao in my heart? Just now Qin Luo mentioned his discussion of the Tao with Song Qingjing. He smiled and answered, the Tao exists in everything.
Senior brother, what does that mean?
Jin Yan scratched his head in confusion. Qin Luo chuckled lightly, the Tao is everywhere, it does not cease to exist due to impurity. Jin Yan pondered, walking toward his room while mumbling, no wonder master often goes to the toilet. Qin Luo returned to his room to rest.
Late at night, Lucien brought a middle-aged Confucian-looking spirit to visit Longhu Temple.
Lucien stood outside the temple cupping his hands in salute. City god Lucien, greetings to the gate god elder. Wu Xiantian walked out from the door, his tall figure radiating authority without anger. Even the golden horn bowed its head to him.
He was a true ancient divine being, existing as a yang spirit far older than these Conferdian spirits. Are you here to find Xin Yi?
That's right.
I'll relay your message. Wu Xiantian turned and walked into the temple. The middle-aged Confucian beside Lucien spoke, City god, he seems to be a divine being.
Not important, he is currently the gate god of Longhu Temple. Longhu Temple worships the Tao ancestor, so we are like one family.
Lucien said with a smile.
The middle-aged Confucian chuckled lightly. Back in the day, the divine beings and the heavenly court fought each other to the death.
I never expected we would collaborate again.
Originally, the 3 realms were ruled by the divine beings. The Tao ancestor overthrew the divine beings to establish the heavenly court, creating enmity between the 2 forces. Later, the divine beings fled to the mortal realm to unite various forces against the heavenly court, leading to the protracted battle of immortals. In the end, both the divine beings and the heavenly court suffered heavy losses, allowing cultivators to ascend and occupy the celestial realm.
Wu Xiantian knocked on the door. Qin Luo heard the noise and came outside. Qin Yi, Lu City god is looking for you. I know. Qin Luo went outside the temple. Lucien smiled and cupped his hands, Immortal Master.
I wonder what this elder is called. Lucien shook his head with a light sigh, seemingly helpless. Currently there are only me and Chui Yin in the City God Temple. Most other Yin spirits have perished and the City God Temple is understaffed, wishing to seek the Immortal Master for assistance.
There should be many talents in the underworld, right? Qin Luo felt the underworld must have capable individuals. Indeed, but I do not have the authority to confer deities. Then what about the King of Hell?
The King of Hell has long fled.
Qin Luo was somewhat puzzled. Why did the King of Hell run away? Lucien sighed heavily, alas. Involving reincarnation, the King of Hell secretly aided a supreme deity of the divine beings to reincarnate.
I escaped the city god temple because of this matter, and the Sky Monitoring Bureau wants to seize my life and death ledger. To prevent it from being obtained by the Sky Monitoring Bureau, I had no choice but to destroy the ledger. Who is this supreme deity?
I don't know either.
Then why did you destroy the life and death ledger?
I feared that if the Sky Monitoring Bureau got it, there would be problems.
Why does the Daxia dynasty fear the reincarnated divine beings? Because the reincarnated divine beings cultivate faster than ordinary cultivators, and the reincarnation of a supreme deity from the divine beings could potentially overturn the Daxia dynasty's rule. Qin Luo roughly understood the situation. Elder, if you have suitable candidates, I can help confer deityhood, but the city god temple should avoid getting involved in chaotic matters in the future.
I understand. Thank you, Immortal Master.
Lu Xian and Cui Yan cupped their hands in gratitude. Watching Lu Xian leave, Qin Luo recalled the mountain god and land god of the Ziyun mountain range.
Some of them had nothing to do all day.
He wondered if he could help them find a job.
Bailu Temple. Built atop a majestic mountain peak.
A strange beast landed on the Dao temple, stepping on fire clouds. The girl in the purple dress stood in midair overlooking the Bailu temple, not sensing any powerful cultivators, her eyes narrowing slightly. They are far from that young Taoist.
Tang Yao smiled and said, "Why doesn't my lord return to the royal capital first while I investigate that young Taoist? Since we are here, let's go to the Bailu temple and ask." Bailu Temple. A girl in a purple dress stands gracefully in midair. Si Tianjian Huaying has come to pay a visit. Her melodious voice rings like wind chimes. An elderly man in a yellow Taoist robe appeared before the main hall, bowing respectfully. Bailu Temple welcomes the fairy Songjing. Huaying's purple dress fluttered in the wind. Noble and elegant, she stepped through the air and appeared in the temple in the blink of an eye. Tang Yao arrived shortly after riding her sword. Songjing lowered his head, showing utmost respect. "Fairy, may I ask why you have come to Bailu Temple at this late hour?" Huaying did not answer.
She walked into the main hall where altars for heaven and earth were enshrined, but there was no altar for the Dao ancestor. Such temples were common in the Great Xia. They dared not enshrine the Dao ancestor for fear of attracting trouble. If they do not dare to enshrine the Dao ancestor, how could they dare to confer godhood?
Huaying did not believe the practitioners of Bailu Temple would be bold enough to confer divinity. She looked at Songjing following behind. "Have any young disciples left Bailu Temple recently?" Tang Yao felt a bit flustered.
She sensed she could no longer keep it hidden. After pondering for a moment, Songjing replied solemnly, in response to the fairy, "No young disciples have left the temple recently."
"Are you sure?" "Absolutely. Are there any other temples nearby?" "There should be no other temples in the vicinity."
Upon hearing Songjing's answer, Tang Yao finally felt relieved, and Huaying turned to leave Bailu Temple. After leaving Bailu Temple, Huaying's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Yao, continue investigating the young Taoists in the north. I will return to the capital and notify me immediately if you find anything."
Understood.
Tang Yao flew off on her sword.
The mystical beast pulled the purple gold carriage away.
Inside the carriage, Huaying recalled that the chess sage Meng Yuan was nearby. She changed her mind at the last moment. Head to Wuyin Mountain. The mystical beast pulled the carriage towards Wuyin Mountain.
Baiyun Town. Lu Xian wandered around.
He discovered the Zhao family was the wealthiest.
Lu Xian appeared in Zhao Fugui's dream.
"You need not fear, I am the city god Lu Xian, and I have a matter I would like to discuss with you, Zhao Shanin."
Lu Xian wore a friendly smile.
Upon hearing it was the city god, Zhao Fugui trembled in fear. "What does the city god command?" Lu Xian clasped his hands, a smile on his face. "I would like to trouble you to build a city god temple at the land god temple outside Baiyun Town. You can serve as the temple keeper, and after your death I can arrange a position for you in the underworld."
"No problem. Thank you, city god."
Zhao Fugui nodded without hesitation. Being the temple keeper could earn money, and he would also have a position in the city god temple after death. Such a good job, he naturally did not want to miss it.
Lu Xian left with a smile. The next day in the morning, snowflakes were falling in the Zhao family's courtyard.
Zhao Fugui was overjoyed. "Qinger, good news.
Last night the city god appeared in your father's dream."
"Father, what are you talking about?" Zhao Qinger asked, puzzled, holding a hooded cloak, preparing to head to Luoxia Peak. "Last night the city god instructed me to build a city god temple at the land god temple outside Baiyun Town and promised that I could be the temple keeper with a position in the city god temple after death."
Zhao Fugui smiled broadly.
Zhao Qinger frowned slightly. "Father, if you build a city god temple near Baiyun Town, it will definitely affect the offerings to Longhu Temple. You should consult the immortal teacher at Longhu Temple."
"Oh no. How did I forget about that?"
Zhao Fugui's expression turned tense. He had promised the city god, and if he regretted it now, his lifespan would likely be at its end.
Offending Longhu Temple would also bring trouble from the immortal teachers. "Father, do not worry.
First go to Longhu Temple and discuss it with Master Zhang, see what he thinks."
"Qinger, you are right.
On Luoxia Peak at Longhu Temple. Qin Luo stood outside the temple gazing at the sea of clouds and the snow-capped mountains, a vast expanse of white before him.
The mountain path was covered in snow.
Qin Luo gently waved his hand and the snow on the mountain was blown away. Jin Jiao lay in the square wooden box, a wooden house Qin Luo made for it, shielding it from wind and rain.
Oh. It's snowing.
Ziyu came to the courtyard, stretching out her hand to catch the snowflakes hopping and skipping in the snow, leaving small footprints. Jin Yan looked at the old peach tree in the courtyard. Junior sister, why is this peach tree still blooming? The world was wrapped in silver. A splash of bright red could be seen in Longhu Temple. Master said this is a divine tree, it blooms for 1,000 years and the fruit it bears is the elixir of longevity, eating one will grant eternal life. Ziyu still hoped that the peach tree would bear fruit soon.
I see.
Jin Yan looked at it with reverence. Qin Luo returned to the back courtyard, took out the golden gourd, poured out 2 big bowls of dew and shared them with Ziyu and Jin Yan before going to the kitchen to make ginger soup prepared for the people offering incense for blessings at Longhu Temple. After drinking the dew, Ziyu practiced swordplay in the courtyard. Jin Yan waved a wooden stick in the courtyard. They glowed with a faint rosy light.
After making the ginger soup, Qin Luo came under the peach tree. He sat cross-legged on the Dao platform.
At that moment the snow in the courtyard ceased and the thick fog in the mountains dispersed. A ray of rosy light fell upon Longhu Temple, illuminating the entire courtyard. Ziyu felt that winter was very cold when she was at home before and her face would have frostbite. Now wearing a thin Taoist robe she didn't feel cold at all. The rosy light shining on her felt especially warm. After exercising, Ziyu and Jin Yan sat cross-legged beside Qin Luo to cultivate, silently reciting the Du Rinjing. Chirp! A small round creature came to the courtyard, snuggling on Qin Luo's shoulder, its tuft of hair swaying from side to side. The courtyard was warm and cozy. Even the purple-haired fairy in the jade pendant could feel it.
Time always flies during cultivation.
When the market at the foot of the mountain became lively, Qin Luo and the others finished their morning practice and headed to the main hall to prepare for a busy day. Zhao Fugui hurriedly arrived at the temple. Little fairy, can you help me inform Master Zhang? Just tell him that Zhao Fugui has something important to discuss with him.
No problem. Ziyu ran deeper into the temple. Master, the head of the Zhao family is looking for you.
Upon hearing that the god of wealth had come to Longhu Temple, Zhang Fulong's sleepiness vanished. Quickly invite him to the back courtyard. Zhao Fugui arrived at the back courtyard. At this time Zhang Fulong had changed into a golden Taoist robe, looking like a celestial being, and coughed with a fist. Little Zhao, what matter do you seek of me? Zhao Fugui bowed. Master, last night the city god instructed me to build a city god temple outside Baiyun town. I couldn't refuse but am worried it will affect the offerings to Longhu Temple. Zhang Fulong frowned. There was already a city god temple near Baiyun town and the offerings to Longhu Temple would definitely be affected. He feared that the city god's dream was genuine and did not dare to offend him, saying darkly, I will give the city god some face.
Thank you, Master Zhang.
In the future I will donate half of the offerings from the city god temple to Longhu Temple.
Zhao Fugui bowed in gratitude.
Zhang Fulong was overjoyed. Truly his god of wealth, every time he came he brought money. Very well, I will help you shoulder half of the karma, and in the future if trouble arises Longhu Temple will support you.
Thank you, Master Zhang. Zhao Fugui smiled broadly.
After sending Zhao Fugui off, Zhang Fulong rubbed his hands. It's really cold outside, winter is best spent in bed.
Wuyin Mountain. Hua Ying arrived near the mountain god temple.
She walked into the pavilion looking at the chess game before Meng Yuan, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. What an impressive chess game.
Meng Yuan did not notice Hua Ying's arrival. Chess Sage Senior. Upon hearing Hua Ying's call, Meng Yuan awoke, looking around but not seeing Qin Luo. Who are you looking for, Senior? Hua Ying asked curiously.
Meng Yuan stood up and bowed. It is Fairy Hua, I did not greet you properly.
Hua Ying looked at the chessboard. Chess Sage, this opponent in the game seems formidable. Who is he?
He is very formidable. Meng Yuan spoke with admiration in his eyes. Longhu Temple Qin Luo, he is young and extraordinary. Hua Ying thought of that young Taoist, her fingertips glowing, sketching Qin Luo's figure in the air.
Is it him? It is him. Noon. The Taoist temple was desolate.
Qin Luo, feeling idle, decided to head to the Ziyun mountain range to see what the enshrined mountain deities were up to. In Heishan, the mountain god Chen Shanan's temple was bustling with incense. Even the villagers from the distant mountains came to offer their prayers, as he was said to have resolved their water supply issues.
Qin Luo felt reassured about him.
Passing by Hongfeng Valley, he saw Lu Xian in front of the land god's temple.
Senior Lu. What are you doing here?
Qin Luo approached to greet him. Lu Xian replied with a smile, the city god temple is short-handed, so I wanted to invite the land god of Hongfeng Valley to help out at the city god temple. The land god of Hongfeng Valley clasped his hands towards Qin Luo, his eyes filled with gratitude. He had not received offerings for a long time, and thanks to Qin Luo's incense stick he was able to recover. As the land god was indeed managed by the city god, Lu Xian's request was reasonable. What does the city god temple need the most right now?
We are in dire need of soul catchers.
Lu Xian said seriously. Some restless spirits in the mortal realm are quite formidable and it takes a powerful soul catcher to subdue them. Currently the city god temple cannot find a strong practitioner. Qin Luo smiled. Among the mountain gods I have enshrined, some have nothing to do.
They might be able to help. Lu Xian was overjoyed. As long as they are willing to assist at the city god temple, they will not lack merit in the future. I will ask them first.
Qin Luo left Hongfeng Valley. He did not promise for these mountain gods, it depended on their willingness.
Qin Shan. Covered in white snow, this was the territory of Niu Mang.
Qin Luo did not see Niu Mang in the mountains. Outside Qin Shan there was a village. A muscular black bull lay lazily on the fence looking carefree.
Hey little sister, how about eloping with me? Get lost.
The female yellow cow in the pen shot at a disdainful glance, ignoring it as she continued to munch on the fodder in the stone trough. Niu Mang proudly touched his horns. Hey little sister, I am now a mountain god.
If you follow me as the mountain god's wife, you will enjoy endless blessings in the future.
Perverted.
Just seeing you makes me lose my appetite for grass.
The female yellow cow turned around, presenting her rear to him.
Niu Mang shook his head, feeling helpless. I am Niu Mang, but I am not a pervert.
Qin Luo found Niu Mang, who was flirting. Niu Mang, you were living the good life.
Great Immortal.
Hearing Qin Luo's voice, Niu Mang quickly turned around, rubbing his hooves awkwardly. Great Immortal, you come without a word of greeting, making this old cow quite embarrassed.
I have an important matter to discuss with you.
What is it?
Niu Mang leaned closer.
Qin Luo said seriously, Baiyun Town is going to build a city god temple and is in need of soul catchers.
Are you willing to help?
Niu Mang rubbed his hooves. Great Immortal, don't be fooled by my sturdy appearance. This old cow is most afraid of ghosts. Look at your lack of courage.
The female yellow cow in the pen mocked. Great Immortal, I will go.
Niu Mang agreed, but then cowardly added, Great Immortal, you need to find me a partner, I am afraid alone.
All right. I will go ask Xiong Shan.
Upon hearing this, Niu Mang knelt down and transformed back into a hefty black bull, cheerfully saying, Great Immortal, I will carry you.
No need.
Qin Luo waved his hand with a smile. Watching Qin Luo walk away, Niu Mang stood proudly again, saying, Hey little sister, did you see that?
That's my brother. Following me, you'll have fresh grass every day. I might have to call for help. No.
Niu Mang stuffed his mouth with fodder and ran off. Hey little sister, don't think of me. In the depths of the mountain range, a valley covered in snow resembled a small hill. Qin Luo appeared in the valley and Xiong Shan sensed his presence, shaking off the snow on his body.
Sir.
Xiong Shan cupped his fists in greeting. Qin Luo looked at the treasure tree beside Xiong Shan. Why are the spiritual fruits on the tree disappearing so quickly?
Xiong Shan's expression was somewhat helpless. That little red-haired one comes often. Every time it comes, it must eat a fruit before leaving.
I have allowed it to eat quite a few out of respect for you, sir.
No wonder it is getting fatter.
Qin Luo shook his head, his expression serious. Next time it comes for fruit, you can just hit it.
No problem.
Xiong Shan waved his hand with a smile. He knew that the little dumpling had a good relationship with Qin Luo. A new city god temple is going to be built outside Baiyun Town.
We need manpower. If you have time, you can help catch souls. It will accumulate merit.
Qin Luo said with a smile.
Xiong Shan understood the benefits of accumulating merit and quickly nodded. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity.
Qin Luo chuckled softly. Niu Mang is afraid of ghosts, so you should work together and take care of him.
Ha, no problem. Xiong Shan couldn't help but laugh, rolling in the snow.
Qin Luo also laughed. With Niu Mang and Xiong Shan, two formidable allies, joining, the pressure on the city god temple would be greatly alleviated and there would be no wandering spirits near the Ziyun mountain range. At Luoxia Peak, a strange beast pulled a purple gold carriage. The villagers at the foot of the mountain were not too surprised to see the strange beast. They merely paused to watch, since this was the Longhu temple where they had seen sword-flying cultivators before. The strange beast stopped at the foot of Luoxia Peak. Hua Ying stepped out of the carriage, gazing at Luoxia Peak, her lips curving into a slight smile. There was a unique Tao rhythm here.
Most of the surrounding villagers were overwhelmed by Hua Ying's powerful aura and lowered their heads.
Zhao Qinger barely lifted her head to look at Hua Ying, feeling inferior to her breathtaking beauty. In the blink of an eye, Hua Ying vanished. She appeared outside the Longhu temple. Jin Zhao emerged from a small wooden house, his eyes wary, sensing that Hua Ying was not an ordinary person. Hua Ying had seen Jin Zhao on the official road and could confirm that the young Taoist she was looking for was right here. After exchanging glances, Jin Zhao felt a fear akin to facing an abyss. He turned and ran into the temple, hiding behind the door, peeking out with half his head, baring his teeth and making a fierce expression. Hua Ying took a step forward, sensing the presence of a barrier. She looked at the door god's image posted on the door and the tall figure of Wu Xiantian reflected in her light purple eyes.
Why do you stop me, elder? You are a cultivator and cannot enter the temple without permission. At this moment Ziyue walked out of the main hall.
She was preparing to clear the snow in front of the hall. Upon seeing Hua Ying outside, she couldn't help but take a second glance, surprised by the beauty of this young lady. In an instant the barrier preventing Hua Ying vanished. She gracefully stepped in, looking at the dilapidated temple filled with the marks of time. In an instant the barrier preventing Hua Ying vanished. She gracefully stepped in, looking at the dilapidated temple filled with the marks of time. She approached Ziyue, her charming smile brightening her lovely face. Thank you, little fairy.
You're welcome. Do you wish to offer incense and pray?
Ziyue tilted her head.
No. You want to buy a door god image, right?
Ziyue blinked her eyes, her expression filled with joy. The door god images at Longhu Temple were much cheaper than those at Jinbao Pavilion. Many people came specifically to Longhu Temple not to offer prayers but to buy door god images.
Not that either.
Hua Ying shook her head again. Ziyue pouted, looking somewhat disappointed. Then you must be here to have your fortune told by the master.
Fortune telling.
Hua Ying laughed, finding the little girl quite adorable.
Could you please ask your master to come out?
Sure.
Ziyue dashed away like the wind.
Hua Ying entered the main hall of the temple where she saw Jin Yan reading.
She then looked at the image of the Tao ancestor and bowed slightly. Jin Yan thought she was an ordinary villager.
Zhang Fulong, who hadn't opened for business in a long time, heard there was a customer and hurriedly put on his golden Tao robe to come to the main hall. Seeing Hua Ying's exquisite gown, he knew an opportunity had come. Half a year without business, now it was time to feast for half a year. Zhang Fulong smiled warmly. Miss, we cannot disturb the peace of the Tao ancestor.
Let's talk outside. All right. Hua Ying went to the front yard.
Ziyue followed behind with a broom, pretending to sweep the snow, eager to learn her master's fortune-telling skills.
Miss, would you like to have your fortune told?
Hua Ying was not particularly interested in fortune-telling, but she wanted to determine whether Zhang Fulong had any real skills. With a charming smile she nodded. All right, please tell my fortune, elder.
My fortune-telling is quite expensive, 100 taels. All right. Hua Ying didn't even blink an eye.
Zhang Fulong instantly wanted to slap himself. How could he ask for such a low price? He pretended to calculate, dramatically moving his fingers, causing Ziyue to become dizzy and unable to remember. Ziyue scratched her head, finding it strange that the last fortune-telling was not this complicated.
Elder, aren't you going to look at my birth date? You underestimate this poor Taoist. Hua Ying stopped talking.
Zhang Fulong continued calculating and finally sighed. Miss, your fate is unclear.
Elder, can't even you tell?
Hua Ying felt that this old Taoist seemed to have some skill. Zhang Fulong smiled. Not at all, but it requires extra payment.
How much? 500 taels. All right. Hua Ying wanted to see what he could predict.
Zhang Fulong closed his eyes and used both hands to calculate. Ziyue could only scratch her head, finding it too difficult to learn. Zhang Fulong was skilled at reading people's psychology. Men mostly sought wealth and power, while women sought children in marriage. The young girl in front of him was likely still unmarried, so she must be seeking a relationship.
Miss, I see that your relationship fate is approaching.
The other party is exceptionally talented, handsome, and a hero of the age. However, this fate is a bit precarious and may break at any time. Hua Ying was momentarily speechless. He sounded just like an old charlatan. Zhang Fulong continued. If you want to stabilize this relationship, it is not impossible. I can write you a relationship talisman and I'll give you a discount, only 250 taels.
Ziyue blinked her eyes.
She calculated with her fingers, and just this time her master could earn so much money.
Truly impressive her master was.
Hua Ying looked at Zhang Fulong, having never seen a cultivator with such poor qualifications.
She wondered why he spoke such nonsense, yet could be the head of Longhu Temple. Elder, are you in enlightenment or practicing techniques?
Zhang Fulong placed his hands behind his back, speaking meaningfully. In my youth I pursued techniques, but later saw through their essence and no longer practice techniques. Now that I am old, I seek the Tao wholeheartedly.
Surely your Tao must be impressive, elder.
Just average. Zhang Fulong humbly waved his hand. He only wanted to earn that 850 taels. Hua Ying extended her fair hand politely. I am Hua Ying, here to seek your guidance, elder.
Falling Sunset Peak Dragon and Tiger Temple.
Zhang Fulong was somewhat perplexed. If the price is too high for you, I can waive the change. Just 800 taels, and aside from the marriage talisman, I'll also give you an indestructible red cord to tightly bind this fate. Hua Ying didn't want to retort and softly said, Senior, I don't believe what you said, nor do I need the marriage talisman. Zhang Fulong sighed. I've expended my qi to read your fortune, so you must at least pay for the fortune telling.
I have no money.
Hua Ying smiled brightly at him.
No money.
Zhang Fulong did not believe it. Hua Ying wore a stunning light purple dress, clearly not someone of common means.
Lady, I can give you a discounted price of just 300 taels. Senior, if you want money, show me your true abilities.
Hua Ying slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes and with a flick of her wrist she struck out a palm. A gust of wind surged forward. Zhang Fulong was sent flying. All that could be heard was the sound of bones breaking.
Ah. Ziyue tilted her head as she looked into the main hall, watching her master fly and feeling a strange familiarity with the scene.
Hua Ying shook her head slightly. She had used a very light force to test him, but unexpectedly Zhang Fulong was sent flying like a piece of paper.
It seemed he was the most ordinary one in Dragon and Tiger Temple. In the main hall of the temple, Jin Yan saw his master flying in and leaped forward to catch him.
Master! Zhang Fulong's gaze gradually became profound.
Fine.
After stabilizing himself, Zhang Fulong patted his robe and stepped out of the main hall, looking at Hua Ying with deep-set eyes. Jin Yan followed closely behind, fearing something might happen to his master, making it difficult to explain to senior brother.
Sister, my master is unhappy. Ziyue reminded.
Hua Ying noticed the change in Zhang Fulong's demeanor. His gaze seemed to have seen the rise and fall of empires.
Senior, please.
Hua Ying extended her hand once more.
Ziyue retreated to the distance with a broom. You can make the first move.
Zhang Fulong looked at her indifferently. Hua Ying did not underestimate him. She formed a sword gesture with her delicate hand and a yin-yang symbol appeared beneath her feet. The sword gesture erupted with purple sword light slicing through the accumulated snow in the courtyard. Zhang Fulong remained calm, forming hand seals and making the Bagua gesture. A Bagua diagram appeared before him. The purple sword light crashed against the Bagua diagram.
Boom! Snow fell from the courtyard walls. Ziyue and Jin Yan watched in awe.
Jin Yan had heard that his master was formidable, but it was still his first time witnessing his master make a move. As expected of master. Hua Ying's charming face carried a smile as she softly remarked, I didn't expect your skills to be so impressive, senior.
Just average, ranked third in the world.
Zhang Fulong humbly shook his head, letting his hands down as the golden Bagua diagram vanished.
Senior, you must be careful now.
After saying that, Hua Ying quickly formed seals with her delicate hands, her light purple eyes brightening. Weapon character, rise to the heavens. A vividly lifelike earth dragon rose from the ground, its appearance fierce, charging towards Zhang Fulong's location. Zhang Fulong's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand to form seals, his voice hoarse as he spoke, temporal character, steadfast as a rock. A dirt wall rose from the ground and the earth dragon crashed violently against it, shaking the entire falling sunset peak. Crack! The earth dragon was shattered, turning into a pile of rubble. The dirt wall in front of Zhang Fulong remained intact. As he released his hand seals, the wall disappeared and the ground was leveled. Senior, do you also know the 9 secrets?
Hua Ying's eyes showed some surprise.
Zhang Fulong looked at her and smiled gently. Little girl, who taught you the 9 secrets?
My master. You've learned well.
Hua Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed as she formed seals once more, exclaiming, formation character, thunderous might. A thunder formation appeared above Dragon and Tiger Temple, and then lightning flickered, bringing with it a terrifying pressure.
Jin Yan's legs trembled. Ziyue and Jin Yan, however, were not flustered.
They knew that if something happened, their master could truly withstand it. Deep within the Xian mountain range, Qin Luo, accompanied by Xiong Shan and Niu Mang, found Lucien preparing to have them help at the city god temple. He suddenly noticed the thunder formation appearing above falling sunset peak. With master stationed at Dragon and Tiger Temple, Qin Luo was not overly anxious, but he had to return to check. Senior Lu, you all chat first, I have something to attend to and need to return to Dragon and Tiger Temple. After Qin Luo finished speaking, he vanished. Within Dragon and Tiger Temple, countless lightning bolts descended and Zhang Fulong faced the tribulation thunder with a calm demeanor. He formed hand seals and softly said, action character, all laws return to the source. A golden figure soared into the air, bathing in the lightning, breaking through the thunder formation like a dazzling sun. The brilliance made the townsfolk at the foot of the mountain unable to lift their heads. Hua Ying lowered her delicate hand, recognizing the gap. As expected, senior is formidable. Hua Ying has learned greatly. Zhang Fulong let his hands down and the immense golden figure vanished as he spoke in a deep voice, who is your master?
An unknown person. Thank you for your guidance, senior.
I shall take my leave. Hua Ying bowed respectfully, and as she turned she bumped into Qin Luo, who was returning to Dragon and Tiger Temple, their eyes meeting. Qin Luo did not expect it to be her. Hua Ying smiled and nodded at Qin Luo. Qin Luo knew she came from the Tian Bureau, and according to the information mentioned by Wang Chongming, she should be a disciple of the national master of the Great Xia. If she were to leave, Dragon and Tiger Temple would definitely encounter trouble. Little girl, you can't leave yet. Zhang Fulong spoke first.
Hua Ying turned back and asked why. You haven't paid for your fortune telling.
This jade stone should be worth a lot. Hua Ying took out a delicate jade stone from the ring on her finger, smiling as she suddenly crushed the jade. At the moment the jade shattered, brilliant runes lit up and a ball of green light enveloped Hua Ying, distorting the surrounding space. Just then Qin Luo stepped forward and grabbed her wrist. They simultaneously vanished from the temple. Ziyue and Jinyan were taken aback. Jinjiu's eyes widened as they looked at Zheng Fulong, who had both hands forming seals but did not activate any spells. Zheng Fulong wearily lowered his hands. Seeing Qin Luo grab Hua Ying, he chose not to cast a spatial seal. Cough, this body is truly weak. Master, where's senior brother? Ziyue looked at him with confusion. Zheng Fulong softly replied that was a teleportation talisman. They were transported far away. Senior brother won't be in danger, right? Ziyue's eyes were filled with worry. Zheng Fulong ruffled her hair. Don't worry, your senior brother will be fine. Let go. Hua Ying's eyes turned cold. Qin Luo tightly grabbed her wrist, chuckling, planning to run without paying. Hua Ying glared at Qin Luo with fierce eyes, coldly stating, I don't have any money on me now. Once I return to the capital I will repay you tenfold. That won't do. Since you have no money you must return to Dragon and Tiger Temple and work off your debt. Qin Luo flatly refused. Qin Luo understood that Master wanted to keep Hua Ying for reasons beyond her not paying, so he was determined to bring her back to Dragon and Tiger Temple. Hua Ying clenched her right fist and struck at Qin Luo's face, but a golden light emerged around him to block it. Bang! Hua Ying's fist couldn't penetrate the golden light. Qin Luo looked at Hua Ying with a serious expression, saying, You surely don't want me to make a move against you, do you? Hua Ying knew Qin Luo was strong. She took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and smiled charmingly. Friend, please let go, you're hurting me. I apologize for that. Qin Luo released Hua Ying, looking at the vast sea not far away. Dragon and Tiger Temple was thousands of miles away from the sea, yet a teleportation talisman had inexplicably brought them to the seaside. Taking advantage of Qin Luo's distraction with the sea, Hua Ying quietly took out a blue jade stone, crushed it, and jumped back, a charming smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Goodbye. Qin Luo had no time to appreciate the seaside view. He noticed Hua Ying crushing the jade and could only rush over at top speed. The two figures vanished by the sea. In the depths of the forest, the void distorted and two entangled figures fell from the sky. Qin Luo embraced Hua Ying and they crashed into a snowy mountain, rolling down to the foot of the mountain like a rolling snowball. A purple and golden light erupted from the snowball. Boom! The snowball exploded, causing the nearby snow-capped mountains to shudder. In the snowy ground, Qin Luo tightly held onto Hua Ying. Hua Ying's magic could not harm Qin Luo, she could only struggle in his embrace. Qin Luo could only hold her tighter. Their eyes met. Hua Ying suddenly fell silent. Qin Luo gazed at her exquisite face, flawless and with lavender eyes resembling stars. Hua Ying carried a unique fragrance. Upon inhaling it, Qin Luo's heart raced. He had experienced this inexplicable racing of his heart the last time he saw her, which led to a misunderstanding with the purple-haired fairy. You smell so good. Qin Luo remarked casually. He meant no other harm, he simply found the scent intriguing, feeling it could affect his mind. Hua Ying's cheeks flushed. Qin Luo's embrace was very warm and she felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Hua Ying did not respond. Suddenly the snowy ground became quiet. Ahem! The voice of the purple-haired fairy echoed by their side. Qin Luo came back to his senses, releasing Hua Ying and looking at her somewhat dazed eyes. Are you hurt? You get up first. Hua Ying pouted. It was her first time feeling so embarrassed. Qin Luo stood up, glancing around at the snow-capped mountains, pleasantly surprised. Your teleportation point is quite good. We are near the Ziyun mountain range, not far from the Longhu temple. Hua Ying sat in the snow, her purple dress somewhat disheveled, her silky purple hair spilling onto the snow. Though her face was flushed and her eyes held some defiance, she understood that Qin Luo held no malice. Come with me. Qin Luo extended his hand towards her. Hua Ying looked up at the young Taoist, smile, feeling as though she was enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. She obediently reached out her hand. Qin Luo held Hua Ying's hand as they walked towards the Longhu temple, fearing she might run away again. Chasing her around would be too troublesome. Hua Ying realized belatedly, why am I so obediently following him? He is still holding my hand. The young Taoist beside her was incredibly handsome, even more impressive than the proud sons of the Wangdu, and quite pleasing to the eye. What am I thinking? Hua Ying dared not continue her thoughts. But that old Taoist really is something. Throughout the journey the young Taoist remained silent and did not look at Hua Ying, simply holding her hand and moving alone. Hua Ying occasionally stole glances at the young Taoist. Finally she took the initiative to speak. My name is Hua Ying and I come from the Tianjian. If the Longhu temple captures me there will be big trouble. I am Qin Luo from the Longhu temple. If the Tianjian comes looking for trouble there will be big trouble as well. Qin Luo smiled at her. Hua Ying was somewhat lost in thought but quickly regained her composure.
Is the river god of the Jinsha River one you appointed? Yes, Qin Luo nodded slightly. He felt a connection with the little loach. Hua Hing looked at the young Taoist, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. How can you harness the power of the Tao ancestor? It's normal, right? We at the Longhu Temple worship the Tao ancestor and appoint gods in his name. Appointing gods will attract a lot of trouble. I know. Qin Luo also disliked trouble. What are you doing in the north? My master sensed the decline of the fortunes of the Daxia royal family and sent me to the northern king's mansion to investigate the situation. What did you find out? Nothing. Evening. At Luoxia Peak Longhu Temple. Zimu sat on the mountain path outside the Taoist temple, cradling her small face in her hands, hoping her senior brother would return soon. Senior brother. Zimu spotted Qin Luo. Tell master I brought her back. All right. Zimu joyfully ran into the Taoist temple. Master San Beiliang has returned. Hua Ying was somewhat speechless. What does this little girl take her for? Qin Luo brought Hua Ying to the backyard, looking at her with a smile. You can let go now. Reminded, Hua Ying finally reacted. She tightly gripped Qin Luo's hand. Hua Ying released her grip, possibly because the young Taoist's hand was too warm, making her unconsciously want to hold on tighter. I am so foolish. Hua Ying felt a little embarrassed, not daring to meet Qin Luo's eyes for fear of being laughed at. Qin Luo, however, did not mind. Zhang Fulan strolled slowly into the backyard, his deep-set eyes fixated on Hua Ying. Little girl, the technique you cultivate belongs to the lineage of the Tao ancestor. Who is your master? My master is the national master of the Daxia. That's all I know. What is your master's name? I don't know. Zimu tilted her head. She actually doesn't know her master's name. Zhang Fulan closed his eyes, once again calculating with his fingers, while Qin Luo and the others quietly watched. Ahem. Zhang Fulan suddenly coughed blood. He opened his eyes. Hua Ying, so it is. Master, are you all right? Qin Luo felt somewhat worried. It's nothing. Zhang Fulan waved his hand calmly. Hua Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, respectfully saying, Elder, what did you calculate for me this time? The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. I'll pay more. It's not about the money. Zhang Fulan formed seals with his hands and a Bagua diagram appeared before him, flying into Hua Ying's body. Little girl, write a letter to your master asking him to come to the Longhu Temple to redeem you. Hua Ying discovered that the power within her was sealed. She pouted, somewhat unhappy. Elder, are you not afraid my master will destroy the Longhu Temple? Zhang Fulan squinted and smiled. Ha, even if he had 10 more guts he wouldn't dare. Hua Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Her master, the national master of Daxia, was beneath only one person and above thousands, yet was looked down upon. Little junior sister, go get pen, ink, paper, and an inkstone. All right. Zimu dashed off quickly. After Zhang Fulan turned to leave the backyard, Zimu placed the writing materials in front of Hua Ying. Hua Ying's face was dark. As one of the unparalleled talents of Daxia, she had to write a letter to ask her master for help. She could only write. Zimu's little face was serious. Sister, remind your master to bring money, 300 taels, okay? Hua Ying felt quite speechless. Sister, your handwriting is truly beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. In Zimu's eyes this was 300 taels. Qin Luo left the Longhu Temple with the letter while Zimu followed her senior brother to the foot of Luoxia Peak. The strange beast knelt down upon seeing Qin Luo approach, unable to move under the powerful pressure. Qin Luo placed the letter in the cart and said solemnly, take this letter to the national master of Daxia. The strange beast understood. It dragged the cart and soared into the sky. Not far away, joyful laughter echoed from the river. Qin Luo arrived at the riverbank where the surface was frozen. Zimu and a little otter were skiing on the ice. Senior brother, come play too. Wah wah wah. Qin Luo shook his head with a smile. If I were 10 years younger I could play with you. He stood by the river watching Zimu play with the little otter while a small whirlwind pushed them along. Senior brother, look. Zimu pointed at Luoxia Peak. Luoxia Peak was covered in white snow, the evening glow casting a sacred golden light upon it. So beautiful. Qin Luo exclaimed involuntarily. At Longhu Temple, Hua Ying wandered around the Taoist temple, seeing such a dilapidated temple for the first time. Many things that should be in a Taoist temple were absent from Longhu Temple. Jin Yan was sweeping the snow with a broom. Hua Ying looked at Jin Yan. You actually took a monkey as a disciple, teaching without discrimination. You truly are a master. Little monkey, do you understand what the Tao is? Jin Yan scratched his head. Senior brother said the Tao is everywhere, but I don't feel the presence of the Tao in my heart. Perhaps my understanding of the Tao is emptiness. Wu Kong. Hua Ying murmured softly. She felt increasingly that the Longhu Temple was terrifying. Even a monkey possessed such profound insight. Qin Luo returned to Longhu Temple with Zimu and saw Hua Ying lost in thought.
Little junior brother, give the broom to her. Jin Yan was momentarily stunned. He handed the broom to Hua Ying. With a smile that was neither here nor there, she accepted the broom under the Qin Luo noticed her relaxed demeanor and said softly, before your master comes to redeem you, all the chores in the Taoist temple are yours: washing clothes, sweeping the floor, chopping firewood, boiling water, and so forth. Hua Ying felt somewhat puzzled. He had previously said I smelled good, yet now he wanted me to work. She swept the snow that Jin Yan had not finished. Unable to comprehend. Qin Luo and the others practiced on the Taoist platform while Hua Ying swept the floor watching them. She felt they were like a family. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. Chirp. Boss, I'm here. The little dumpling had grown rounder. Qin Luo caught it with a serious expression. You've been quite busy lately. Where have you been boasting? The little dumpling wore an innocent expression. It's fluff shaking. Boss, I'm patrolling the Xian mountain range for you, letting everyone know your glorious deeds. Qin Luo tapped the little dumpling's head with his finger. Boss, I was wrong. In the future, if you cause trouble, don't mention me. All right, all right. The little dumpling covered its head with its wings. Zhu Ke. Hua Ying looked at the little dumpling. She hadn't expected that the Longhu temple had an ancient divine beast. What a concealed place of talents. Nightfall. After practice, Zimu looked at Hua Ying standing under the peach tree and cheerfully called out, Sister, sleep with me. Sure. Hua Ying smiled and nodded. Not allowed. Qin Luo, knowing Hua Ying was sealed and still dangerous, said, you can sleep in my room. This Dao robe is for you. From now on, when you work in the Taoist temple, wear this outfit. Hua Ying accepted the simple white Dao robe. Senior brother, where will you sleep? I'll rest outside. Oh, okay. Zimu and Jin Yan returned to their rooms to rest. Hua Ying took a deep look at Qin Luo, then hugged the Dao robe and went to his room, which was simple, containing only a wooden bed. Cultivating in such an environment is truly not easy. She sat cross-legged on the bed, attempting to break the seal within her body. After trying for a while, she chose to give up. In the backyard, peach blossoms and winter snow fell simultaneously. Qin Luo sat cross-legged on the Taoist platform, his skin glowing with a crystal sheen. The little dumpling nestled on his shoulder. The wind and snow could not approach, only peach blossoms could fall upon his shoulder.